Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4SF Chapter 95 The Resurrected Black Arm Zephyr. Form Law Enforcement Team. Carl walked up to Ain, and the pressure caused by his huge size and the aura of a strong man exuding from his body made it difficult to breathe. A sense of fear will arise spontaneously in the heart. He opened his mouth and said, "The previous meeting was very unpleasant." Ain raised his head, even though he mustered up the courage, when facing Carl who exuded the aura of a savage beast. His face was stiff and beads of sweat overflowed on his forehead. He seemed very nervous and uneasy. Carl's voice rang in Ain's ears. "There is no free lunch in this world. I do have the ability to save Zephyr, but why should I save him? Now, he has 3 resurrection crystals. In theory, 3 people can be resurrected, but this resurrection crystal is priceless. Carl is not a bad person. He wasted a precious resurrection crystal for no reason to save a Zephyr who was hostile to him, even though he had some respect for Zephyr in his heart. That doesn't mean that he will save Zephyr regardless of conditions." Carl's voice made Ain, Binz and others tremble with excitement. One by one, the Neo-Marines raised their heads, and a glimmer of hope could be seen in their eyes. You can really save Mr. Zephyr?" Ain seemed like a drowning man, grabbing a life-saving straw when he was about to despair. Those amber-bright eyes stared at Carl, full of hope and demandingness. Binz ran to Carl in great excitement and begged, "Ka, 490, please save Mr. Zephyr no matter what." At this moment, even the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were stunned. Marco picked his ears and murmured, Did I hear it correctly? The captain said he could revive Zephyr?" He seemed to not believe what he just heard and had strong doubts. "No, you heard it right, I heard it clearly too," Golden Lion said solemnly, his godlike eyes staring at Carl. At this moment, his eyes were trembling. Captain, can he really bring the dead back to life? This is really amazing, if such bizarre things can be done. That is simply no different from God." Beasta stroked his beard and smacked his tongue. "The captain is not the kind of person who talks big, but this is too scary, isn't it? In this world, I have never heard of anyone who has the ability to bring the dead back to life. If the captain can really do it, wouldn't he be able to resurrect Dad too?" A member of the Whitebeard Pirates looked at each other in shock. "I can't believe it, but I hope Carl can really do it. I feel a little conflicted. Not only Daddy, Captain Saki also has hope of being able to be saved." Yi Zhang's eyes couldn't stop trembling, and he thought to himself, there is also the head of the Odin family. There is hope too. The captain of the 4th team, Saki, is the cook of the Whitebeard Pirates. He is a good-natured person and is quite popular on the ship. Bonnie clenched his hands tightly, looking forward to it but a little disbelieving. If the captain really has the ability to resurrect the dead, then. So if the bear loses consciousness, can he be resurrected? In everyone's eyes and hearts, they all thought that this was not an ability that humans could possess. Unless it is God, it is impossible to do it. In this sea, there has never been a legend about who can resurrect the dead. If Carl can really do it, I'm afraid he will be regarded as a god by countless people in this sea. And such ability, it will also cause a sensation in the world and cause countless people to go crazy. Stella. Is there hope that Stella can survive? Tetsolo was in a daze, thinking about the happy look on his face after he was separated from Stella. Smile. That was the lifelong belief of Golden Emperor Tesoro. The heart that had been silent for a long time seemed to come to life again. No matter what, I must make Stella come alive. I want her to listen to the songs I wrote for her and the concert I held for her. His mind couldn't help but recall those things he had always hoped to do with Stella. Advertisement this moment. Almost everyone has set their sights on Carl. Whether it is true or false, they all want to know whether Carl has the ability to resurrect people. As pirates, basically everyone has someone they want to resurrect. Even Gecko Moria hopes to resurrect his loyal subordinate Absalom. Carl frowned slightly and said clearly, "What I mean is, let all of you Neo-Marine obey my orders. I hope to form a law enforcement team and a complete judicial process department. Whether it is the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates now or the territory of the world government in the future, an organization that adheres to fairness and justice is needed to maintain social order. It also plays a role in supervising and enforcing laws on various islands." This is an idea Carl had before. The Whitebeard Pirates are pirates after all, and even with Carl's suppression and rules, they still can't completely change many of the pirates' daily habits. Let them serve as the law enforcement team, which will probably make the Whitebeard Pirates' territory a mess. For this kind of thing, Carl still hopes that it would be better for people with strict training and upholding justice to do this kind of thing. Although it is impossible to eliminate all darkness, it can at least reduce darkness, gain information, and other beneficial effects. Carl said frankly, "I know you hate pirates, so I won't ask you to join your Whitebeard Pirates." So the law enforcement team is a special organization independent of the Whitebeard Pirates. It is an organization that oversees all the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. Law enforcement team. Ain looked at Carl blankly, and was shocked inside. He actually admitted that he could save Teacher Zephyr. And he had expected all this to happen. Is it possible that he really is a god? At this moment, Liane couldn't help but wonder if Carl was really a god. Otherwise, how could it be possible to predict events so well and at the same time vow to save Teacher Zephyr? Ain's heart was shaking wildly. Then, she took a deep breath and said without hesitation, "As long as I can save Teacher Zephyr, I agree to all the conditions you mentioned. Yes, we are willing too. Bins also agreed excitedly. The only thing they hope for is that Luofa, who is like their father, can survive. Please, save Mr. Zephyr. Shuzo, a burly man, begged Carl. I will do it even if it means my life. Carl confirmed again and asked, if you agree to my conditions, you can't go back on it. If you regret it, no matter where you hide in this sea, I will find you and clean you up. The cold voice made some weak people shiver involuntarily. No problem, as long as you can save Teacher Zephyr, and as long as you don't let us do anything that goes against justice, we will listen to you, Ain said seriously. Very good, Carl nodded, I hope you will do what you say. In his mind, he took out a resurrection crystal. A sparkling blue crystal appeared in his palm, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Everyone present subconsciously held their breath and concentrated, each one kept silent, and even the sound of breathing became much softer. Open black lens bracket please host choose the resurrection target. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Zephyr, close black lens bracket. When Carl chose the object of resurrection, the resurrection crystal in his hand suddenly emitted a burst of blue light. The bright and brilliant light shot towards the body covered under the white cloth. Blue light continued to pour into Zephyr's body, and the size of the resurrection crystal in Carl's hand continued to shrink. Soon it disappeared completely, and all the blue light disappeared. Wait, there's a heartbeat. The golden lion looked horrified and full of disbelief. Amazing. As a top expert with astonishing perception, he instantly noticed the heartbeat of Zephyr's body under the white cloth, and this heartbeat became more and more powerful. Moreover, the other party's aura is growing at an alarming rate. The corner of Golden Lion's mouth twitched. It can't really come back to life, can it? Advertisement. This makes me. The next second, Golden Lion's eyes bulged, his mouth opened wide, and his eyeballs reflected Zephyr, who lifted up the white cloth and sat up. Marco lost consciousness for a moment and exclaimed, alive, 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 alive. His tongue seemed to be knotted and he trembled several times before finishing a whole sentence. The expression on his face seemed to be frozen, so dull that he was motionless. Not even blinking. Oh my god, is this a miracle from God? Tetsulo's entire brain shut down instantly, as if his soul was so shocked that it flew away from his body. She even shouted with joy in her heart, Stella, there is hope, we will definitely be happy. We will build a happy family, no one can separate us. Tetsulo's eyes instantly turned red and moist, and the face he could never forget appeared in his hazy vision. It can be said that he is a kind of pure lover, now. After waking up, Zephyr frowned, his eyes were dull and lifeless, and he muttered to himself blankly, am I not dead? His last memory was that he was killed by Marine Admiral Kizaru. At that moment, he felt clear sharp pain and the dissipation of consciousness. He is indeed dead, but what is going on now, just these few seconds? Teacher. Ain's eyes filled with tears, and he rushed over with surprise on his face, threw himself into Zephyr's arms and cried bitterly. Like a little girl back in her father's arms, crying so hard. Ain? Zephyr was a little dazed, and stretched out his left hand tremblingly to hug Ain. All this was too unreal for him who was already dead. The touch is so real, there is body temperature and the tears are warm. Teacher. Teacher Zephyr. 2.8. Everyone from Neo Marine gathered around Zephyr with great excitement and surrounded Zephyr. Many people burst into tears, and many had both crying and laughing expressions on their faces at the same time. Seeing Zephyr come to life in Carl's hands, this miraculous scene made many people present. People are shocked to the point where their brain goes blank. Bonnie stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyes vigorously. He closed his eyes several times, rubbed them and then opened them again. The picture that appeared in his eyes was still exactly the same. Oh my god, the captain really brought Zephyr back to life. Even the exclamations could not bring some people who were in shock back to reality. Diamond Josie pinched the muscles on his arm hard, and the pinched area turned red instantly, making him clearly feel the pain. Reality. Not fake. His face also changed from shock to ecstasy, and he shouted excitedly, Captain. Captain, can you bring Dad back to life too? Moment. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates all looked at Carl, with strong desire and expectation in their eyes. Captain, if Dad can survive, our Whitebeard Pirates can be together forever. Marco was also very excited. Beasta also responded excitedly. Yes, not only do we want to resurrect Dad, but we also want to resurrect Saki. I've always been obsessed with the delicious food the guy made. Chapter 96. Level 5 Peerless Sharp Sword Kong Yunki. Unlock new abilities. Yi Zhang suggested with a cheerful face. I suggest resurrecting Saki first, and then resurrecting Dad. When Dad sees Saki, he will be shocked. I think Yi Zhang's suggestion is good. As soon as this proposal came out, many captains and members immediately expressed their approval. Of course, some captains suggested resurrecting Whitebeard first, and then resurrecting Thatch in front of his father. The two groups had their own opinions and even argued with each other. There are also some people who think that it doesn't matter who is resurrected first, which intensifies the debate and makes everyone argue with red faces and ears. Carl frowned. He had already expected this situation. As long as he showed the ability to resurrect, it would inevitably make the members of the Whitebeard Pirates want to resurrect Whitebeard and Thatch. Even if Whitebeard is resurrected, his strength will not have any impact on me. The only thing I worry about is that with his reputation and status as a father, it may have an impact on my rule. Will the Whitebeard Pirates listen to Whitebeard? Or yourself? Leading to more different opinions. Carl is not worried about Whitebeard's strength. Even if Whitebeard is resurrected, he will no longer have shock fruit. Even if there is, he is not afraid at all. I have just received a large number of rewards, which are enough to easily upgrade several devil fruit humans to level 4, with combat power comparable to the Admiral level. Even Carl himself was confident that he could defeat Whitebeard easily. While Carl was thinking 19, Zephyr, who was surrounded by Neo-Marine people, also learned about his resurrection from Binz and Shuzo. He had a complicated expression on his face. Zephyr looked at his students and sighed. Why do you want me to come back to life? My concern for this world is nothing more than these students in front of me. If he hadn't cared about his students and dreamed of cultivating a real hero, he wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Ain raised his head, with tears on his face, and muttered, "Teacher, we don't want to lose you. In our hearts, you are our father. We can't live without our father." Zephyr's eyes were full of emotion, and his face showed a kind look, and he said gently, "It was the teacher's impulsiveness and recklessness that led to the failure of this operation and made you worry." He reached out and stroked Ain's long, silky hair, just like an old father combing his daughter's hair. Zephyr had a look of guilt on his face. Because he had captured the dynamite rock, he was hunted down by a team led by Marine Admiral Kizaru. The students suffered heavy deaths. He was not too surprised when he was resurrected, looking at the crying students in front of him. On the contrary, Zephyr feels that the responsibilities on his shoulders are much heavier, and he should take good care of his students like a father. He reached out and pushed Ain away and walked off the stretcher. "Come on, let me see Carl." The students in front of Zephyr made away, and he saw the tall and powerful Carl at a glance. The scene when he last met Carl also came to mind. For a moment, my heart was full of mixed feelings. Carl also noticed Zephyr's gaze. Looking at the other person's face, he felt as if he had escaped into Buddhism and had a profound enlightenment. I thought, perhaps those who have died will know how to cherish it more and feel that life is precious. In sight. Advertisement. Zephyr stepped forward, with the students following behind him. "Carl. Thank you." Facing a pirate, Zephyr still thanked him a little shyly. Carl smiled politely and said, "It's not me you should be grateful for, but your students. They have agreed to the conditions I propose. In exchange for saving your life." Zephyr frowned, turned to look at Binz beside him, and asked what conditions they agreed to Carl. The student also told Zephyr the conditions proposed by Carl. Law enforcement team. Zephyr looked a little surprised and looked at Carl. What on earth is this law enforcement team responsible for? For this world, the name law enforcement team is also a relatively unfamiliar word, and Jifa cannot fully understand its meaning. The law enforcement team, as the name suggests, is the team responsible for enforcing the law. It is responsible for arresting those who violate the law and punishing them in accordance with the law, Carl explained. At the same time, he also explained his intention. My plan is that every country, as small as an island village, must have members of the law enforcement team. They do not belong to the armed forces of any country, nor to any private armed forces, but to the law enforcement agencies alone. To put it bluntly, it is roughly the police force on Blue Star. This is very different from Marine under the world government. It means we don't belong to the Whitebeard Pirates? Zephyr reacted and looked at Carl in surprise. Originally, he thought Carl's request was to make his Neo-Marine team a tool in Carl's hands. Become a sharp knife in his hand. Unexpectedly, it was completely different from what he thought, which forced him to re-examine the man in front of him. Of course not. Carl shook his head. I think you haven't figured it out yet, but this kind of thing cannot be explained clearly in a short while. I will have a good chat with you about the law enforcement team when I have time. After speaking, he looked at the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. And they have been waiting for Carl, hoping that Carl can resurrect their father Whitebeard. I know what you are thinking, and I am here to make you a promise. After our Whitebeard pirate group succeeds in subverting the world government, I will definitely resurrect Whitebeard Newgate and reunite you. Carl doesn't want to resurrect Whitebeard at this point in time. Emotional matters are the most troublesome, and they continue to be messed up. The old guy came back to life and found out that he let Ace run out again, and even killed Ace's younger brother. He must have jumped up in anger, right? Thinking about it, Carl gave up the idea of resurrecting Whitebeard now. After hearing Carl's words, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates lost their enthusiasm, but their faces were still full of joy and excitement. Okay, it's getting late, it's time to prepare lunch. Carl greeted him and returned to his room in the skeleton castle. Be prepared to take advantage of a wave of your own rewards to improve your strength. After using the experience pills for Josie and Shiki, there are still 8 experience pills left. Carl did the math and found that the devil fruits that have not yet reached level 4 include lion fruit, op fruit, cube fruit, grassroot fruit, and the 4 devil fruits sent by Tetsolo. Exactly 8. This made Carl sigh with emotion. Is this fate? No more, no less, exactly 8. Without thinking, he directly took 1 devil fruit and 1 experience pill, all of which raised the devil fruit to level 4. Advertisement unlocking the ability of symbiosis and sharing, the hockey, swordsmanship, taijutsu, 6 postures, etc. that you mastered can all be shared with these devil fruit humans. Exactly equivalent to copy and paste. A 2-way shared channel has been established. It's so cool, It's equivalent to having 8 more people with combat power comparable to the Admiral level at once, Carl said happily to himself. Including the previous shock fruit, there are 11 devil fruit humans above level 4. Just training 24 hours a day, it is estimated that in 1 year, my Haki can easily become the strongest in the world. The training effect of 3 people and the training of 11 people are definitely different. The efficiency has been improved several times. Carl was overjoyed. It's a pity that I don't have a famous sword in my hand, otherwise the famous sword could break through too. He suddenly slapped his head. I forgot to turn Shiki's 2 famous swords into humans. I'll get them for him later during dinner so that he can master Golden Lion's double sword style swordsmanship. With Golden Lion's double sword style swordsmanship, coupled with the foil sword beast's double sword style and some miscellaneous swordsmanship understanding, I can understand the famous sword with a clear sword heart. At that time, if my swordsmanship was not better than that of Hawkeye, I should be able to have a 50-50 match with him. When Carl thought of famous swords, he naturally thought of Enma and Tianyu Yuzan among the 21 great swords that Kazuki Oden once mastered. 267. If I could get it, I wouldn't be able to surpass Hawkeye simply by relying on the double sword swordsmanship. Hawkeye just doesn't play that many times, so in the later stages, his strength will only be made worse by Oda. Before he traveled through time, neither anime nor cartoons fully exposed Hawkeye's specific strength. But, in Island Country anime, the characters in the later stages become more powerful. Any small character that comes out can crush many big characters in the early stage. Carl does not underestimate Hawkeye's level and combat power, but with the 2-sword style of Golden Lion Shiki, Kazuki Oden and Foil Beasta, there is absolutely no problem in surpassing Hawkeye. However, you can try to upgrade one of the famous swords to level 5 first. As soon as this idea appeared in Carl's mind, he was out of control. He still doesn't know what special abilities humans with level 5 famous swords can unlock. Each level up and unlocked ability is a qualitative change for the famous sword and devil fruit that become human. Carl also looked forward to it in his heart. He immediately checked Kong Yunqi's experience value in his mind. 21 skills of the Supreme Large Sword, Kong Yunchu. Current level 4. Close black lens bracket, current experience value, 2,154 10,000ths, close black lens bracket. Carl calculated it at a glance. It can be upgraded to level 5 with 4 experience pills, which is quite acceptable. The order was immediately given in my mind. Successful use of the famous sword experience pill X4, gain experience value 2000 by 4. Open black lens bracket Kong Yunqi upgraded successfully. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket current level 5, close black lens bracket. Unlock ability. Sword domain. Sword domain. Based on the strength of the famous sword, a sword domain with itself as the center will be released. In the sword domain, your own slashes will become stronger and faster. 1. At the same time, it will also release unique pressure restrictions to affect the enemy. Close black lens bracket. Carl was immediately overjoyed. In the realm of swords, the abilities unlocked at the famous sword level really did not disappoint me. I have to let Hawkeye take a good look at the sword realm of the famous sword from now on, and let him taste the power of the famous sword. Chapter 97 The Joint Action of World Government and Marine. 5 elders come forward. Carl is very satisfied with the special ability awakened by the famous sword human level 5. With the ability of symbiosis and sharing, he can of course also release the sword domain. Carl reached out and rubbed his chin, with a malicious smile on his face. You have to try out the power of these new skills when you have time. It's best to find an opponent to see this ability for yourself. Only in this way can we truly know the level of combat effectiveness of a level 5 famous sword. Even the last time they played against Marine Admiral Green Bull, Devil Fruit humans had many skills that they didn't show off. That time, the emphasis is on speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. The Marine Admiral is captured quickly, and there is not much time for him to test his skills. Put the fusion scroll aside for now. This is the only scroll you should consider carefully. System. Receive the reward Devil's Heart. The next second, Carl suddenly felt as if his heart had been transformed by a strange ability. The sound of the heart beating violently. Along with the beating of the heart, the blood surging from the heart flows into the limbs and bones through Carl's thick meridians, providing powerful strength and explosive power. Sure enough, the blood provided by the Devil's Heart is transforming my body. The power contained in the blood has more than doubled than before. Carl's eyes flashed brightly, full of strong surprise. This will completely improve my physical fitness. Maybe he will become a devil's muscle in the future, comparable to Yujiro Noma. Reach out and make a fist. The bulging muscles are full of explosive power and have a sense of muscle mechanics. As hard as steel, the modified blood flows in the body, gradually replacing the original blood, and also improving Carl's body. The Devil's Heart is indeed amazing. It can become stronger even while lying down. However, this efficiency is very slow, but it is nothing to me who has a long life. It's always a good thing. Maybe in 100 or 2 years, I can conquer the entire One Piece world with my physical strength alone. Devil's Heart Ability 1 does not bring much qualitative change to Carl, but the physical changes are lasting. If he can pass battle and exercise, the efficiency and speed of this improvement will be accelerated. Before Carl could continue to study the effectiveness of the Devil's Heart, he was called out to prepare for a meal. In the restaurant in Skull Castle, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates and several leaders of the Neo Marine were all sitting in their respective positions. No one moved on the food first. After Carl arrived, he sat down in his seat, his majestic eyes swept across everyone present, and said, "There will be no Neo-Marine in the future, only the law enforcement team. I know there is hatred between Marine and pirates. However, most Marines just follow orders. They insist on their own justice, and their original intention is to bring peace and tranquility to the sea. So that the tragedy that happened to you will not happen to anyone else. In order to allow more people to have a home and a lovely person." He knew that his acceptance of the Neo-Marine led by Zephyr had aroused resentment in many people's hearts, but he just suppressed it and did not say it out loud. However, in Carl's view, a law enforcement team must be formed if there is still oppression, exploitation, and all kinds of darkness in the countries, towns, and even villages on his territory. Then the law enforcement team is the best blade to solve these problems, and it is also a knife hanging over the head of darkness. Carl's eyes were intimidating and he said loudly, "I think you all know my purpose and dream. This is something that no one can stop. I want to completely change the world. Whoever stands in my way is my enemy." A kind of domineering will and courage burst out from his body, like a strong wind blowing through the entire room, impacting the brains of those present. Under Carl's control, this hockey is not too strong, but it reveals his unwavering will and belief. This road. Whoever blocks and kills whom. Carl had already experienced the baptism of bloody killings, and the murderous aura in his body was very strong. "I support the captain's decision. After all, we were all children who suffered disasters. If it weren't for Dad, we might have died long ago. It is painful to live a life where we can't see hope or tomorrow every day." Marco stood up and spoke loudly. "Express your supportive attitude," he continued. "Most of the members of the Whitebeard Pirates have experienced it and know the incomparable darkness of this world. Now the captain is determined to change the world, and I, Marco, are the first to support it." Ice Witch Whitey Bell agreed loudly. "I believe that most people become pirates because they can't survive and have no choice. If they can survive, who would be willing to go to sea and become a pirate?" Advertisement: "The great secret treasure has not been found for so many years. Do you think you can find it? Even if you find the great secret treasure, it will still be snatched away by other pirates. Without the protection of the Whitebeard Pirates, most of you might have been captured by the Marines long ago. Those who should be killed, and those who should be imprisoned should be imprisoned. The captain wants to change the world now, and I, Whitey Bay, support it." With a stern expression on his face, Whitey Bay has the aura of a woman who doesn't give in to men. With the support of Marco and Huadabe, more and more pirates also responded. "The real darkness is those nobles and powerful and wealthy guys. They're far more evil than pirates," Tetsulo said with a bit of resentment. "In the past 10 years, he has grown from an unknown guy to the Golden Emperor. Powers are spread all over the world. Tetsulo knows better than these people where the source of darkness lies. Those nobles and those who control power and money are the real sinners. The evil of those people affects the whole world like an island, a country, or even a world government." Bonnie looked angrily and cursed. "If it weren't for those bastards from the world government, I wouldn't have been able to go to sea, and Shang wouldn't have joined." After speaking, her voice became choked with sobs. Because the culprit of everything was the world government, her family was ruined and she embarked on the path she is on now. Even bears have been transformed into impersonal robots and war weapons. Seeing the pirates venting their emotions and painful experiences, Zephyr was in a daze, and for the first time he had other views on the pirates. Why did they become pirates? Zephyr has never thought deeply about this issue. He only knows that his mission as a marine is to eliminate pirates. Prevent pirates from causing trouble and harming the sea. This was the first time he sat down to eat with the pirates he had always hated and listened to their chat. It's an experience Zephyr has never had before. Carl also suppressed the heated discussion and said, "Everyone, let's eat." "Zephyr, don't be polite either." As he spoke, he picked up a huge piece of barbecue, but as soon as he took a bite of the barbecue, his expression suddenly changed. He shouted hurriedly, "Don't eat it yet." In an instant, everyone looked at Carl with blank expressions on their faces. "Pooh." Carl spat out the food he had just stuffed into his mouth, immediately summoned Op Fruit, and said with a gloomy look, "This food is poisonous. Who dares to poison the heads of our Whitebeard pirates?" Under Carl's command, Op Fruit quickly created a surgical space to remove toxins from Carl's body. Poisonous. Many people were so frightened that they hurriedly dropped the food in their hands on the ground. What happened? Someone actually poisoned the food. Bista looked horrified and almost put the food in his mouth and ate it. Marco's face turned dark instantly. How could poisoning happen? "Hey, call all the chefs who are cooking today." He shouted angrily at the others. Golden Lion was also furious and punched the table, causing 4 or 5 food plates on the entire table to fall to the ground. His eyes widened and he said angrily, "If I know who poisoned me, I will definitely not be able to spare him." A large group of pirates angrily went to the kitchen and brought all the chefs here. At the same time, members of the CPO organization wearing white masks appeared in various places on Hachinosu Island. "The poisoning mission has been completed, and we are ready to implement the second step of the plan." One of the CPO members gave instructions using the phone bug in his hand. Next moment, all CPO members unanimously used the shave step in the 6 postures to fly high into the sky. CPO member Joseph said to the phone bug in his hand, "All CPOs have retreated, please ask the 5 elders to activate the detonation device." On a huge marine warship far away from Hachinosu Island. Saint Satan and 5 elders immediately pressed the explosion controller switch in his hand and sneered. Even if Carl can survive the explosion, the entire Hachinosu Island will be completely razed to the ground. This time, the world government will eliminate this threat no matter what. The bald 5 elders slowly pulled out Onitsuru, stretched out his fingers to stroke the sharp blade, and said with murderous intent. With Carl's strength, it is not a problem to survive under the dynamite rock. Those members of the Whitebeard Pirates will definitely not survive. Advertisement, even if a few survive. Then let Marine and the Revolutionary Army deal with it, and we'll take action last. Capture Carl alive and bring him to Lord I.M. The remaining 5 elders looked solemn, and each one was ready for a battle. Certainly, they are the last resort and trump card. When 5 elders Satan Saint presses the blast control button, there are constant rumbling explosions on Hachinosu Island. As a weapon comparable to ancient weapon, the world government has developed dynamite rock with super explosive power and destructive power. The explosion is very powerful, no less than a missile. Along with the fire caused by the violent explosion, thick smoke rose into the sky, and almost in just a few seconds, the top of Hachinosu Island was enveloped in a thick layer of black smoke. The sunlight was blocked and plunged into darkness. The miserable cries on the island continued one after another, and countless people died on the entire Hachinosu Island due to the explosion of the dynamite rock. The dense explosions did not spare any piece of land on the island, and the houses and streets were instantly bombed into powder. Everything was razed to the ground beneath the terrifying dynamite rock. At the same time, Hachinosu Island is surrounded by turbulent waves caused by the explosion. Marine warships and world government warships appeared from the bottom of the sea one after another, and the coatings on the warships instantly cracked. Approximately hundreds of warships formed a circle, completely surrounding Hachinosu Island. On a marine warship, Kong frowned and whispered, "We have clearly agreed on a time for action, but why are there no traces of the Revolutionary Army? Those guys won't break their promise, right?" He reached out and took out the phone and dialed the number of the Revolutionary Army. The person in charge of this operation, but no one answered the phone. Marine Marshal Kong Kong also had a look of anger on his face, and he couldn't help but curse. "Damn Dorag, you let me do it." Sure enough, they are a group of people who only know how to do things. The stinky rat hiding in Tibet. At this time, the members of the CPO landed on the warship and said politely, "Marshal Kong, the rest should be left to you, Marine. Now, it's time to implement the next step of the plan." The CPO's secret infiltration and poisoning is the first step of the plan. Arranging dynamite rock is the second step of the plan. Now it's up to the Marines and world government forces to execute the third step of the plan. Marine Marshal Kong Kong took out another phone bug and coldly issued an order. All warships, bombard Hachinosu Island indiscriminately. Time, 5 minutes. Give the order. The artillery of hundreds of marine warships began to adjust their positions, and the fuses of gunpowder sizzled. A few seconds later, bombs rained down from the sky, bombing Hachinosu Island indiscriminately. Rumble, rumble, make up. Marines' artillery manufacturing and specifications can be said to be the most advanced. The bombardment of 10 marine warships can completely level an island. AKA Buster Call. And now, Marine and world government have dispatched hundreds of warships to bombard Hachinosu Island indiscriminately. Originally, due to the blasting of dynamite rock, no complete buildings could be seen on the island. Now, it was baptized by countless artillery fire from all directions, and all Hachinosu Island could see was thick smoke and flames caused by explosions. On board the marine warship, a trace of pity flashed in Kuzan's eyes, and he silently pulled down the green blindfold on his head to cover his eyes. Chapter 98 Shichibukai appears, the angry Whitebeard Pirates. Kuzan knows. Even though this war was aimed at the Whitebeard Pirates, the deaths of these innocent people also made Kuzan's righteous heart feel guilty. He felt a little irritable in his heart. Is all this the justice I want? Will the butcher's knife of justice be wielded against those innocent civilians? The roar of explosions made Kuzan feel extremely uncomfortable. Even without using observation hockey, his brain would still automatically fill in the expressions of despair, pain, helplessness, etc. on the faces of civilians. For his righteous heart, it was a painful suffering and torture. Certainly, there is also a hawkish marine general with a ruthless face on his face. With this kind of artillery fire, the Whitebeard Pirates are probably completely doomed. Marine Vice Admiral Ghost Spider lit a cigarette. There was a faint hint of excitement on the ferocious face, and the corners of his cold mouth were outlined. Only by killing everyone will those pirates feel real fear and fear. Even the strongest pirate group in the world can't stop Marine. The sound of shelling sounded like a symphony of war in his ears, making his heart stir and his blood boil. On the mast of a warship, Doflamingo, wearing a pink feather coat, sat carelessly on the mast, his sunglasses reflecting the firelight and gunpowder smoke. Shi. What a spectacular explosion feast. An evil and cold smile appeared on Brother Ming's face. The world government really spared no effort to destroy the Whitebeard Pirates. They even dispatched the troops to fight Marineford. I'm afraid the Whitebeard Pirates can't stand it either? With just a cursory glance, he saw many CPO members, estimated to be as many as 10 or 20. Besides, as for the Marine Admirals, there are also Sengoku, Garp, many Marine Vice Admirals and 2 Reserve Admirals. Including Marine Marshal Kong. This is just the strength that Doflamingo can see. It's a pity that even Shichibukai can only be improvised now. Sure enough, times have changed 850. The cold laughter resounded on the warship, causing many Marines to suddenly feel a chill that went deep into their bones. On deck, Shichibukai Hawkeye Mahawk's eyes are unwavering, like the eyes of an eagle staring unblinkingly at Hachinosu Island, which is at the center of the explosion. I thought in my heart, that way the man will not die under the attack of the artillery. Finally, I will have the opportunity to learn the swordsmanship of Golden Lion Shiki. On this sea, there are only a few swordsmen that interest me. Perhaps this is the last chance to fight Golden Lion Shiki. There was a fighting spirit buried deep in Ji Jing Webo's eyes. That horrible man had better die in this explosion, so that I can live up to my purpose of participating in this war. The pirate Empress Hancock said with a trace of hatred in her eyes. This hatred naturally comes from Sweet Carl, the man who killed Straw Hat Luffy. But, now Shichibukai's talents are withering, Big Bear is executing the last order before completely transforming his consciousness, and the ship guarding Straw Hat Boy does not participate in this war. Buggy, the clown allied with the Red Hair Pirates, also did not accept the world government's call. Whitebeard 2 Edward Wable was captured by the Whitebeard Pirates and is now imprisoned on Hachinosu Island. There were only 3 people present at Shichibukai. And the one in charge of them is Marine Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru reached out and rubbed his chin, which was full of stubble, and thought, now we can't even gather the 7 warlords of the sea, and the Shichibukai is out of control. The world government has arranged for Vegapunk to develop a robot that can replace the Shichibukai's combat power. Recruiting Shichibukai to join the war is a very troublesome matter. I don't know when Vegapunk will be developed. As the head of the Marine Science Force, and his laser is also a powerful destructive weapon, he often hangs out in the laboratory. After being distracted for a while, Kizaru turned his attention to Hachinosu Island. Advertisement, he murmured. It's so scary, no country on this sea can withstand the bombardment of hundreds of warships. He is worthy of being hailed as the most dangerous man by the world government. So many troops were dispatched just to eliminate that man. Behind him, Zon Taumaru carried a huge battle axe on his shoulders and said, Old man, won't our scientific troops not even have a chance to fight? Can anyone survive under such a dense artillery attack? In a short period of time, at least thousands of artillery pieces had landed on Hachinosu Island. Nothing could be seen on the island, only thick firelight and smoke rising into the sky. Marine Admiral Kizaru curled his lips. Zon Momomaru, don't underestimate the Whitebeard Pirates. Even if the entire island is destroyed, that man will not die. World government and Marine jointly sent so many troops, not to watch a heroic fireworks. That is a man who scares me to the core, so you will definitely have a chance to fight later. But I advise you to be more careful and try to get the limelight elsewhere. On the deck, stood a tall pacifist. After a rough sweep, there must be at least dozens of them, and it was obvious that all the pacifists in the entire scientific force had been brought along. Hachinosu Island. 2 minutes ago. The pirates were furious and brought all the chefs in the kitchen to the dining room. The chefs who didn't know what was going on were so frightened that they trembled and broke into cold sweats. Tell me who poisoned the food. Lousy must kill him. Golden Lion drew out the long knife from his waist and pointed the sharp blade at the group of chefs. But he didn't wait for the chefs to answer. There was a huge explosion on the island, causing the entire skeleton castle to shake violently, and the earth trembled violently. What's going on? Why is there an explosion? This is the base camp of the Whitebeard Pirates. Who else dares to cause trouble here? The room fell into commotion and turmoil. Before anyone could react, the second and third explosions followed one after another. Carl's face darkened, and observation hockey suddenly opened up like a big net. Oops. His expression changed drastically. I felt a person with a strong aura appear in the sky, and violent explosions began to occur in the island. CTMD, Lousy must kill you. Carl also knew that now was not the time to go out and intercept those people. He immediately reached out and pressed it on the table in front of him, activating the awakening ability of the cotton fruit, turning everything around him into white cotton. Keep spreading in all directions. Control all things to turn into cotton, and then continue, BJBF, upward, and finally form an eggshell-shaped object to protect the entire skeleton in it. Carl also poured out the armament hockey in his body, causing the white cotton to suddenly turn black and sparkle with metallic luster. Withstand the impact of explosions again and again. Someone is attacking us. Golden Lion became furious instantly, drew out the 2 swords from his waist and said angrily. Captain, open an opening and let me out. I want to see who is so bold as to attack the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. I am the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. If they cause trouble in our territory, I have to cut those bastards into pieces. Josie also had an angry look on his face and clenched his fists loudly. It's such a despicable method. It's both poisoning and planting bombs. It's really abominable. Needless to say, they must have done the poisoning, otherwise how could these 2 attacks be so coincidental? It didn't take more than an hour. This must be premeditated, probably by those guys from Marine. Marco's eyes were filled with anger, and the sound of bombing outside was simply deafening. Moreover, in less than a minute, 20 or 30 explosions occurred one after another. Advertisement: everyone can completely predict what will happen outside. Ain came close to Zephyr and whispered, Teacher Zephyr, the power of this explosion seems to be exactly the same as dynamite rock. Upon hearing Ain's judgment, Zephyr's face suddenly changed and his pupils dilated. It seems like it really is dynamite rock, that is. It's Marine, or world government. Zephyr stood up with some excitement and annoyance. Carl, open it quickly, we must stop them. There are so many civilians in the town outside. We should protect them. It's too late. Carl's face was full of anger and strong murderous intent. Listen to the explosion. At least dozens of bombs exploded, and the outside was shattered to pieces. If you go out, it will affect everyone in the Skull Castle. When Carl came to this world, he had never felt such a powerful murderous intention. He was so angry that his eyes turned red, as if he wanted to eat people. First it was poisoning, now it is bombardment. As he is using the Devil Fruit ability, he naturally knows how strong the impact of the explosion is. The other party was obviously coming for him, and the entire Whitebeard Pirates. The suppressed anger in Carl's heart was like a volcano about to erupt, and he sneered in his heart. The world government must be unable to sit still. It can easily sneak into Hachinosu Island to poison, plus it carries so many bombs. It must have been done by the CP organization. He knew that the CP organization had undergone rigorous training, including Grandmaster lurking, assassination, undercover and other methods, and only they could sneak into their base camp. Made so many things come out. Carl's answer made Zephyr's face look blank, and he instantly seemed to have aged several years. They really want to deal with all the enemies at all costs. Even the innocent civilians on the island will not be spared? On Hachinosu Island, there are at least tens of thousands, or even more than 100,000, people under such fierce artillery fire. How many people will survive in the end? This isn't the first time they've done this. Bonnie bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with mist as strong murderous intent and hatred intertwined. He clenched his fists tightly with both hands, suppressed the anger in his heart, and gritted his teeth and said, they will only fight for their own rights. For non-member countries, they don't care how many people die. Obviously I should live in a carefree environment and grow up in a life that everyone envies. But, Bonnie couldn't help but curse. Those damn bastards from the world government. Captain, what should we do now? Beasta asked nervously. Carl gasped, like a furious beast, gritted his teeth and said, wait. Wait exploded, then kill it and let those damn guys go to hell. This time, he no longer wanted to worry about whether it caused killing or not. As long as the people of the world government are around, even good people will become their tools to kill and eliminate other voices. Carl had already foreseen that the world government would definitely take action against him. But I didn't expect it to come so unexpectedly, it came so violently. Even the entire Hachinosu Island will be destroyed. Carl looked around at everyone present, and a cold voice full of murderous intent sounded. Since the other party has chosen to attack our Whitebeard Pirates, they are already prepared to risk their lives. Awakening. This war must not only be fought. We must fight until the world government is afraid. We still need to show earth-shattering courage and strength. Let everyone know that our Whitebeard Pirates are not just a pirate group, but a pirate group with enough power to overturn the world. Chapter 99 Double Lion Fruit Abilities, Garp's Angry Fist. Carl originally wanted to accumulate strength, acquire more devil fruit abilities and famous swords, and transform him into a human form. Have more and stronger combat power. When he is confident enough, he will launch a thunderous strike. To turn the world upside down. To end the world government that has ruled this sea for 800 years, the world government of more than 100 participating countries. The unknown power of world government cannot be treated with caution by Carl. Success is natural and everyone is happy. If it fails, it will be an abyss of eternal destruction. He will definitely be imprisoned by the world government, become a specimen for experiments, and accept all kinds of torture. That would be worse than hell. How can you bear it when someone knocks on your door? You need to take a closer look later to see which people are impatient. Carl was extremely angry. His impassioned speech also made the Whitebeard Pirates in the Skull Castle feel angry and ready to fight. Captain, it's time to give those guys some serious lessons, so that they won't keep staring at us. Brother Dilkabon, the deputy captain, raised his knife and shouted. The captain, the fishman Namur, also said harsh words. After training for so long, I can finally fight happily. Most pirates are still full of killing in their bones, and Indo expresses his emotions more directly. Golden Lion Shiki, who was holding a cigar in his mouth, also said boldly. Leave those two guys Garp and Sengoku to me. I want to see now how the two of them fought against me one by one. Now I want to fight two of them one by one. Josie also raised his arms to show off his huge biceps and strong arms and wrists. I will use this regrown arm to show them that I am much stronger now than before. I am the captain of Whitebeard's 3rd Division, Diamond Josie. Thanks to Carl's exchanges, many people's combat capabilities have improved. Moreover, Carl's advice allowed Diamond Josie to make new progress in developing his abilities, and he also wanted to show off his strong strength. Hey. Gecko Moria laughed. I have finally waited for this moment. I hate people who betray me the most. Now is your chance for revenge. At Marineford, he nearly died. At that time, he was very close to death and felt despair. He invited himself to participate in the Summit War, but was abandoned and betrayed after the war. He has always kept this hatred in his heart. Outside the eggshell-shaped protective shield, the bombs were denser and more violent than before, and the Whitebeard Pirates inside felt like someone was knocking on the door violently from all directions. The B********* G sound was like the fireworks that kept exploding on New Year's Eve. Continuous. Bonnie was so angry that he said, how many shells has Marine prepared? My ears are almost numb from the explosion. I can't even imagine what it's like outside being bombed. Marco walked up to Zephyr and asked, Zephyr, you know Marines so well, do you know what they will do next? With Kong and Sengoku's personalities, they won't take action without certainty. When the explosion is over, there will probably be all Marines outside. Zephyr looked downcast. He looked at Carl and said, our law enforcement team will not be involved in the conflict between the Whitebeard Pirates and Marine. Even though Marine Kizaru and many vice admirals killed him, he was still unwilling to take action against Marine. Many of them were once his disciples, and there were also many Marine soldiers who he watched grow up, and he didn't want to end their lives himself. Good. Carl readily agreed, not to mention that he had not included Zephyr in his combat force. The law enforcement team is to enforce the law, not to be a killing weapon on the battlefield. He looked at the members of the Whitebeard Pirates and shouted, everyone be ready for battle, once the opponent stops the artillery attack. Let's fight out. Kill out, kill out. The pirates gathered together and became angry, raising their sharp blades high and shouting wildly. Carl looked at Shiki and said, Shiki, give me your 2 knives. Without saying anything, Shiki took off the 2 famous swords, Ku and Sakura 10, from his waist and handed them to Carl. Captain, here they are. Carl took the 2 famous swords handed over by Shiki, and a bright light bloomed in his hands, covering them. Anthropomorphic object. Dead wood. Anthropomorphism progress 5%, 8%, 11%. Anthropomorphism is successful. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for receiving a share of the original power of Mukuru the Mingdao. Open black lens bracket anthropomorphic object. Sakura. Close black lens bracket advertisement open black lens bracket close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for winning a share of the famous sword Sakura's. Carl didn't hesitate at all, and immediately used the original power obtained from the famous swords, Ku, and Sakura Ju. A lot of information about Golden Lion Shiki's use and understanding of the double sword style swordsmanship came to mind instantly. Also in a moment, these precious treasures were shared with the Devil Fruit humans and famous swords he owned. Further enhanced their combat effectiveness, after the personification was successful, the 2 famous swords also turned into light and disappeared into the Golden Lion's body. Jia ha ha ha. My 2 swords have also become human beings. Golden Lion finally showed a smile on his face. I will use these 2 swords later to let them know that the former Fadian pirate Golden Lion Shiki came back, off Hachinosu Island, a full 5 minutes of baptism of fire. Every Marine warship fired at least hundreds of cannonballs. The total number of hundreds of warships is terrifyingly in the tens of thousands. Just selling such a number of cannonballs is a hefty price. The smoke filled the sky and spread rapidly, turning the originally blue sky into extremely dark. On board the Marine warship, Kong's expression was tense and solemn, and he stared at the center of the island without blinking. How many people from the Whitebeard Pirates are left alive? It would be great if that guy Carl could get hurt. This is a matter of great concern to him. He also hopes that under such artillery fire, all the Whitebeard Pirates can be wiped out. However, he also understood rationally that it was impossible to completely annihilate the Whitebeard Pirates by bombarding them with artillery shells. After Kong, the white-haired Sengoku stared at Hachinosu Island with a heavy expression, and said bluntly, even if we eliminate the rest of the Whitebeard Pirates, Carl's combat power alone is worthy of our attention. That guy alone has the power to destroy the world. Aside, the crisp sound of muscles and bones could be heard. Garp's eyes were burning with fire, and he stared at Hachinosu Island with a burning gaze, threatening. Leave that guy Carl to me and I will definitely kill him. I want him to feel the iron fist of anger, sudden. Some soldiers exclaimed loudly. Something is flying over. Kong's expression became solemn, and he immediately shouted to the phone bug in his hand. Everyone, be careful, don't let the big pirate sweet Carl get away. In the thick dust billowing with black smoke, a red figure flew out quickly, followed closely by 3 figures. It is Lava Fruit and Phoenix. And, the 2 lion fruits look exactly the same and even dress exactly the same. One of them is the level 5 lion fruit of Golden Lion Shiki, and the other is naturally the level 4 lion fruit mastered by Carl. Lava Fruit came with a blazing wave of air, suspended in the sky above the Marine warship, and locked the Marine Marshal Kong on the warship with a glance. He gritted his teeth and said, Marshal Kong, your gift is truly unforgettable. Then it's time for us, the Whitebeard Pirates, to return your gifts. Lava Fruit suddenly raised its arms, and fists of hot magma were sprayed into the sky. Meteor, volcano, call out, when Lava Fruit speaks. Kong was immediately shocked. Devil Fruit humans can actually speak? Very shocked. Hiss. This is the first time I heard Devil Fruit humans talk. Sengoku couldn't help but gasp. Being able to talk means that the Devil Fruit humans in front of him are not just simple fighting machines. It proves that the other party is also wise. Sengoku's mind fluctuated violently. What kind of monster did Carl turn Devil Fruit into? He actually has the ability to speak. He is obviously very intelligent. How did he do this? This made his hair burst instantly, and his heart developed. Soon, Kong calmed down and gave orders to the phone bug in his hand. Pelusalino, prepare to intercept the magma falling from the sky. Please give me flowers. 0, leave the magma in the sky to me. Perusalino accepted the task. Advertisement above the sky. The phoenix flapped its wings and came rapidly through the air. The slender legs were stretched out straight, with flames lingering on the feet. Phoenix seal. Garp jumped and appeared in midair. It was the last one who arrived at the Phoenix's side. Raising his sandbag-sized fist, it instantly became black and shiny. Fistbone. Broken mountain. A powerful and heavy punch hit the Phoenix's smooth and white forehead firmly. It was instantly shot down into the sea. The Phoenix that touched the seawater seemed to have fallen into the earth, melted, and disappeared. The power of Marine hero Garp's punch is so terrifying. The Marine soldiers were immediately excited, however. Before Garp could retreat, two identical humans with the same faces appeared in front of and behind Garp one after another. A murderous and cold smile appeared on Lionfruit's face. Garp, the master gave your grandson a chance, but unfortunately your grandson didn't cherish it. If he had cherished the opportunity given by the master, he would not have died. Armed, finger pistol, and the Lionfruit human behind him brought an ordinary punch from armament hockey. When Garp heard the words from Lionfruit's mouth, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and the muscles in his arms unknowingly swelled even larger, as if they were about to explode from the restraints of the suit. Carl, you deserve to die. The furious Garp stomped on the air with his feet, making a bang sound. His figure suddenly rose about 2 meters in height, and he calmly dodged the attacks of the two Lionfruits. At the same time, he also defends and counterattacks. He punched the Lionfruit in front of him with his fierce and domineering fist. This violent punch was wrapped in a thick wave of air. Huge momentum. Master's order is to kill you all. Lionfruit did not dodge. A ball of orange hockey on his arm wrapped around his shiny black fist. It was the emission of armament hockey. Compared with fists, let's see who is stronger. Lionfruit also responded with its fists to Marine hero Garp, known as the Iron Fist. Boom, the fists collided, the air exploded instantly, and the fierce energy spread out, like an extremely terrifying shockwave causing a turbulent wave in the sea. Even the marine warships swayed under the turbulent waves, and the sails were blown loudly. Who is that guy? He actually blocked Garp's attack. Kuzan, who was in charge of the west side, was immediately surprised. Not everyone can block Garp's iron fists. This scene made Marine Admiral Kuzan a little confused. What horrified him was that the enemy Garp faced was an identical guy. On the side, Marine Prepared Admiral Guion also looked shocked. Not only did he block it, but there is someone exactly like him in the sky. The two of them are looking at each other in the mirror. She didn't know why there were two guys in the sky who looked like they were carved from the same mold. It's really incredible, it's scary, it's really scary. Kazaru, who was in charge of the north, couldn't help but murmured in a daze after seeing this scene. It's so scary, are those two guys copied? Why can't I notice any difference at all? His heart couldn't accept this unacceptable thing, and he was trembling in his body. It was a genuine feeling of fear and fear. Old man, that guy is so terrifyingly powerful. I'm afraid a pacifist can't stop him with just one punch, right? At this moment, Zon Talwin no longer had the high-spirited fighting spirit he had before. Although the pacifist is expensive to build and has good combat power in front of such a strong man. That is definitely a vulnerable existence, at this time. There was a roaring sound in the sky, and something was falling rapidly. The sky, darkened by gunpowder smoke, also turned orange-red. Doflamingo couldn't help but look up at the sky. The scary guy took away all Marine Admiral Akainu's abilities. It's really amazing. This war is destined to surpass the Marineford War and become the most exciting war in these years. His gloomy face revealed a morbid excitement, and he couldn't help but stick out his scarlet tongue and lick his lips, letting out a devilish laugh like a mental patient. Shi. It's so interesting. Chapter 100 The 5 Commanders of the Revolutionary Army, Weird and Powerful Vines. The previous Battle of Marineford was considered a war between the Whitebeard Pirates and Marine, so this time it can be called a war between the Whitebeard Pirates and the world government. Now the war has just begun. It's really exciting to see how many trump cards the world government will reveal. Under Doflamingo's sunglasses, his eyes wandered to the warships one after another. He sneered. Hey, how will the Whitebeard Pirates deal with the world government? Based on his understanding of world government, there must be more than just the military strength displayed in front of him. The distant rear, on the world government's warship. Through the picture transmitted in real time by the videophone bug, the 5 elders and others also saw the surprising scene in the sky. Those two people who look exactly the same are probably special devil fruit humans, but I don't know what their abilities are. Saint Satan of 5 elders felt a little heavy. Then he said, that devil fruit human was able to block Garp's attack without any damage. This devil fruit human is not simple. This is the first time that the 5 elders have seen devil fruit as a human being. Such a powerful strength made Saint Satan feel strongly about him. The strength of that guy's armament hockey is not low. It already has the strength to rival the strongest marine. That guy Carl was able to create such a powerful devil fruit human. No wonder he was able to kill 2 marine admirals in front of him. The blonde 5 elders used both hands. He crossed his chest and frowned. His eyes were locked on the picture transmitted by the videophone bug. The 2 Lionfruits' pincer attack put the marine hero Vice Admiral Garp in a suppressed state for a while. The bald 5 elders looked sternly. 013. Fortunately, we have made a plan to kill Carl this time. Otherwise, if Carl is allowed to grow up, he will definitely be the enemy of the world government. That guy doesn't know the power of world government at all. He can't escape this time. the one with long white straight hair from the five elders said sternly. The bearded five elders spoke slowly. As long as our world government has control of Carl's ability, we may be able to eliminate the troublesome devil fruit so that devil fruit will no longer appear in the sea. Carl's strength and ability are indeed surprising, but that's all for today. Becoming an enemy of the world government was the biggest mistake he made. In words, Carl's fate has been pronounced, because what Carl has to face is the world government that has ruled this sea for more than 800 years. Yes, Lord I Am wants to capture Carl alive, probably because of his special ability. Even the op fruit is in his hands. As long as he understands the secret of Carl's ability. All of us can live forever. Saint Satan's eyes flashed with heat. Already possessing the highest power in the world, all they can pursue now is immortality. The bald five elders sternly said, this time Carl must be taken down and presented to Lord I Am. Kongu, notify the Marine and World Government troops to press forward with full force. Saint Seiya gave the order using a phone bug. Above the sky. Several giant ships are sailing in the sky. If anyone sees this scene, they will be shocked and speechless. There are actually ships that can sail in the sky. Mr. Dolog, we have found the floating island. Sabo put down the telescope with a surprised look on his face and reported to Dolog Wei, who was wearing a green robe. As expected, the floating island is right above Hachinosu Island. That's right. These flying ships in the sky are the Revolutionary Army led by Dorag. Leader Dorag was still very resourceful and allowed Marine and the Whitebeard Pirates to fight to the death below, but we showed up unexpectedly on the floating island. They definitely didn't expect it. Bello Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, blew out a puff of smoke and became very charming in an instant. Coupled with her hot and exposed figure, people can't take their eyes off it, and even imagine that her top is blown by the wind, revealing the white buns underneath. She walked behind Dorag, reached out and pressed down the sunglasses on her face, revealing a pair of green eyes looking at the floating island in front of her. He smiled slightly and said, I heard that the floating island is the base camp of the Whitebeard Pirates. If it is destroyed by us, Carl will be extremely angry, right? This wave of stolen technology is what the Revolutionary Army is best at. Moreover, Marine and World Government are completely attractive. All the frontal firepower of the Whitebeard Pirates, for the Revolutionary Army, is simply killing multiple birds with one stone. Lindbergh, the commander of the Southern Army of the Fur Tribe, said with a smile. Even the Golden Emperor Tezolo, who controls 20% of the world's wealth, has defected to the Whitebeard Pirates. That wealth is extremely important to our Revolutionary Army. According to the report of our informant in Gulen Tesoro, Tesoro transferred a large amount of assets after joining the Whitebeard Pirates, and they should be on the floating island. Dorag was calm and composed, and his steady voice sounded. The floating island is Carl's base camp after all. Even if they are fighting against the world government on Hachinosu Island at the moment, they cannot relax their vigilance. Advertisement, Mr. Dolog, all 5 commanders of our Revolutionary Army are dispatched. It is not easy to deal with a floating island without the main force of the Whitebeard Pirates. Sabo said confidently. Don't be careless. Drag frowned and warned again. With the help of his ability, the ship quickly flew towards the floating island. A moment of time. Several giant ships appeared above the floating island. It seems like there is an island where wild beasts are raised. There is not a single human being on the island. Standing on the mast, the Northern Army Commander Crow, wearing a black feather coat, spoke. Dorag boy, hurry up and go to the next island. The King Emporio Ivankov stepped on the side of the ship, revealing the black mesh stockings. I can't wait to avenge Straw Hat Boy. Dorag also controlled the ship to go to the next floating island, just as he entered the sky above the island. The attack comes suddenly. Thick green vines soared into the sky and extended towards the revolutionary ships. Not good. Sabo's face changed and he said nervously, these living vines will wrap around our ship like a jungle python and then crush it. Death. Wink. The King Ivankov suddenly opened his heavily shadowed eyes. The explosive wind emitted in the blink of an eye at high speed was like a shockwave, rapidly blasting towards the vines growing towards the sky. In an instant, the green vines turned into a bright black color, completing the hardening of the armor color. Bang! The explosion fell on the vines, the smoke and flames dispersed, and the vines were distorted by the bombardment, but they still did not stop growing. It's armament hockey, Giant Mori, the commander of the Western Army, exclaimed, who is controlling these vines? Unexpectedly, there was no damage at all under Ivankov's attack. As a commander under the Revolutionary Army, he knew that the Demon King Ivankov was very strong, comparable to the strong men of Shichibukai. Commander Bello Betty also became nervous and solemn, and said, the main combat force of the Whitebeard Pirates should be on Hachinosu Island. How could there be such a terrifying thing? The guy who controls these vines is very powerful. Full of confidence, they encountered an unknown and powerful enemy as soon as they appeared on the floating island. Dorag couldn't help but frown. Small whirlwinds appeared in the palm of his hand, spinning rapidly. Everyone is ready to fight. I will fight off these vines and let the ship land on the island. Just when he was about to take action. Ivankov, the king of monsters, also doesn't believe in evil. Let me try again. I don't believe I can't blast these damn vines. Said. He moved quickly on the deck, and his big ugly face transformed into many clones. The entire deck of the ship was covered with his big, powdery face. Galaxy, winked. The explosive winds, which are dozens of times more powerful than the Deathwing, are densely stacked together to form a pink shockwave. A moment. The vines that were originally curved like a soft snake became extremely straight in an instant. The black armament hockey made the vines look like spears. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. More than a dozen vines made the same movements in exactly the same way, like waving giant swords. Streams of bright golden sword energy suddenly appeared in the air, tearing the air apart rapidly. It smashed the attack of the human demon king into pieces, and went straight to the ship in the sky without losing its force. Nani? Ivankov, the king of monsters, was instantly dumbfounded. His attack was in front of the opponent's sharp and unparalleled slash. Totally vulnerable. The calm Dorag also changed his expression. What a sharp slash! Such a slash is definitely that of the unparalleled swordsman at that time. Advertisement. The arm under the green robe waved, and green slashes rushed towards the golden sword energy like soldiers charging forward one after another. Boom, boom. Hundreds and thousands of cyan wind blades continuously exploded and shattered in front of the golden slash. It also consumed the power of the golden sword energy, and finally shattered the golden sword energy. The commander of the Northern Army, Crow, spread out his hands and flew down from the mast like an eagle with a solemn expression. With such a powerful slash, it seemed that the swordsmanship of Golden Lion Shiki could be used by these vegetables. It seems that there is an extremely powerful enemy on this island, but I don't know who has such terrifying strength. I have never seen the power of that slash. Bello Betty took a deep breath, and his chest rose and fell violently, happy together. But at this moment, the people on the boat had no intention of admiring the beautiful scenery of the rough waves. Several military commanders appeared on the side of the ship one after another, nervously watching the vines that were wriggling and extending like a group of demons dancing wildly, if they were not high in the sky. It is far away from the ground, and the ship may have been entangled by the python-like vines of these prehistoric creatures. But nevertheless, the vines in sight are getting closer and closer. Sabo, who was carrying a water pipe, pressed the hat on his head, stood up and asked for orders. Doragazong, just let me stop these vines. Be careful, these vines are extremely complicated and must be controlled by someone, Dorag warned with a deep look on his face. Delay as much time as possible, and I will land with the ship. Sabo nodded. Of course he knew that what he saw in front of him was extremely scary. Even the attack of the Demon King Ivankov was unable to cause any damage to the vines in front of him. If Dorag hadn't taken action, I'm afraid all the ships would have been chopped into pieces by the weird vines. Sabo pressed his hat with one hand and jumped down. The howling wind sounded in the ears, and the vines consciously moved towards Sabo, and the tips of the vines made a howling sound like a spear piercing the air. Stab him. Sabo reached out and pulled out the water pipe on his back, swung it with the stick, and there was a loud bang. Catching the impact with the force of the blow, he stepped back in the air, turned around and swung down armament hockey's stick, blocking another vine. At this moment, he was like dancing with wolves, walking on the edge of danger. Island. Sensing Wo's eyes flashed fiercely, and he said angrily, Revolutionary Army Dolog, good. That's great. In addition to World Government and Marine, will you also come and join in the fun? 4.9. Do you really think the Whitebeard Pirates are easy to bully? Behind Sense and Guo, the people in the fields threw their sickles and a series of tools on the ground and began to retreat one after another. And on Hachinosu Island, Carl's body erupted with murderous intent, his eyes were red and breathtaking, and he said coldly, Very good, now that you are here, don't even think about leaving. Captain, what happened? Marco looked solemn, feeling the murderous intent in Carl that was so strong that it was almost breathless. Others also looked at Carl, wondering why Carl suddenly broke through with anger and killing intent. Carl looked up at the sky. The Revolutionary Army Dorag and his men appeared on the floating island and wanted to sneak attack on the floating island. Carl was really disgusted that he chose this time to steal his house. The enemies of the world government and marine were not dealt with, so the Revolutionary Army chose to attack the floating island again. It can be said that Carl is being attacked from both sides. Damn it. Golden Lion Shiki immediately cursed and volunteered. Captain, let me kill them. The floating islands were built with great difficulty and painstaking efforts. They must not be destroyed by the Revolutionary Army. Carl nodded in agreement. You summon Lion Fruit back. At the same time, he also summoned 3 famous swords, the level 5 Kong Yunchi, the level 4 Jinpala and Gui, and appeared in the shape of swords. He angrily told the Golden Lion, with these 3 knives, you must kill the Revolutionary Army no matter what. Chapter 101. Excited Mahawk, total war breaks out. I will definitely make sure they never come back. Golden Lion was also very angry. When Lion Fruit entered his body instantly, he flew into the sky with the 3 knives handed over by Carl. Just as he used the Lion Fruit to fly into the sky, Sea Marine Warship. The eyes of the world's #1 swordsman, Eagle Eye, shrank, and he reached out and pulled out the black sword knight on his back. Golden Lion Shiki, how good is your swordsmanship, let me try it. A crisp sound of swords resounded across the sea. A green light flashed on the black and sharp blade. Laugh. With a handsome slash, a magnificent and brilliant slash burst out from the blade. The sky filled with black gunpowder smoke seemed to be torn apart in an instant, and an indescribable and inexplicable force cut the sky across. In the sky, Golden Lion's hair stood on end instantly, and his hair flew wildly, like a cat with explosive hair, feeling an unprecedented danger. The world's best swordsman, Dracul Mahawk. From the peerless grace of this slash, Shiki could sense the opponent's terrifying attainments in swordsmanship. Just as Golden Lion was preparing to receive Hawkeye's stunning slash, a familiar voice sounded in Golden Lion's ears, "Leave it to me, you rush to the floating island first." The Golden Lion did not resist this slashing attack and flew straight into the sky. Everyone thought that the Golden Lion would be split into two by this slash. At this critical moment, Carl took advantage of the situation and pulled out the famous sword Beasta's waist. Which one is stronger, the slash of the world's best swordsman or the slash of me, Carl? The moment he held the knife, the muscles on his arm bulged like a giant python. The chi and blood flowing through the body sounded like chains, and surging power poured into the arms. There was a crash. The blazing black and purple flames instantly turned the knife in Carl's hand black, and the 19 black and purple flames were visible to the naked eye, burning like an evil ghost attached to the sword. Devil, slash wave. Laugh. The unparalleled brilliant sword energy tore through the space in an instant, cutting through the sky like a horse. Appear in the sky. Collision with Hawkeye's slash. The two dazzling sword energies, one golden and one blue, made the whole world lose its color. They competed like two bullfighting animals in the sky. The aftermath of the collision set off a ferocious wave on the sea that surged in all directions. In the end, the slashes from both sides exploded in the sky, like the most dazzling light blooming at the beginning of the creation of the world. The aftermath of the slash dispersed all the smoke clouds in the sky, leaving the sky clean without a trace of dust and as white as jade. Blocked. Marine prepared Admiral Guillaume's beautiful eyes widened, reflecting the brilliant sword light in the sky, turning her eyes into lapis lazuli. The world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye's slash was blocked from the front, and he still used swordsmanship. This scene had a strong impact on her heart. Even Josie, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, only relied on his devil fruit ability to fly away the sword energy instead of blocking it head-on. Marine Admiral Kuzan's eyes shrank and trembled. He raised his head, his face glowed with white light, and sighed. "Ah la la la. What kind of monster is Carl? Can he now rival the world's best swordsman in terms of swordsmanship? How on earth did he do that?" The turmoil in his heart also prompted him to remember the Summit War. Carl's fighting skills are very weak, but now in more than a month, his sword skills are comparable to those of all swordsmen, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. Horrible. What frightened Kuzan deeply was Carl's seemingly endless and terrifying growth rate. What can you do in 1 month? Advertisement. Most people may not even be able to master basic swordsmanship, let alone compare their swordsmanship to that of Hawkeye. This is what Carl is really scary about, and what makes the world government unable to feel at ease. Aokiji murmured to himself. The world government will not sit back and allow such a huge threat to continue to grow. He also understands that the manipulator behind this war is the world government. On another marine warship, Doflamingo grinned wildly and said, "Shi. This is really the first time I have seen your slash blocked so easily." A man more monster than Whitebeard, Hawkeye's face was expressionless, only his eyes were filled with fiery fighting spirit. "It's a feeling I haven't seen in a long time. Finally a swordsman who can pique my interest has appeared." He jumped up and landed on the bow of the ship. His eagle-eyed eyes shot out sharp eyes, staring scorchingly at the fog-filled Hachinosu Island. Such a cut cannot be achieved by the foil sword Beasta. The only possibility is the man who miraculously rose. Sweet Carl. Hawkeye was a little excited in his heart. Ever since the red-haired Shanks broke his arm, it was hard to find a swordsman in this sea who could give him all his strength and be worthy of a fight. The fiery heart is full of fighting spirit, but the next second, he resisted the urge to compete with Carl in swordsmanship. Looking at Hachinosu Island in the distance, he hoped, "Carl, I hope you don't die in this battle. When this war is over, I will fight you fairly." Hawkeye just wants to fight openly and honestly, instead of becoming a tool of world government, fighting Carl, and attracting siege from world government or marine people. That's not the fight he wants, Hachinosu Island. Carl put the knife back into the sheath on Beasta's waist. It seems that Hawkeye still resisted the urge to take action. "Captain, what should we do now?" Josie asked, gearing up and already wanting to kill him. The other members of the Whitebeard Pirates were also filled with indignation, and everyone wanted to kill them immediately. "Don't worry." Carl raised his hand to stop everyone. The ships were destroyed by the bombardment. There are enemy warships on all sides of the island, and there are hundreds of them. If we go out now, we will only enter their bombing range. Become their target. Marine and the world government have mobilized forces like this. They will never leave until they see us dead. So, we are waiting for them on the island. As long as they come over, we will bury them all in this sea. Carl also suppressed the strong anger in his heart. He could indeed kill. But the members of the Whitebeard Pirates under his command cannot do that, unless they have the frozen fruit ability like Marine Admiral Aokiji, who can turn the entire sea into a walkable continent. Otherwise, if Carl leaves, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates who have gone to protect him will only become rubbish under the bombardment. Kirill, the former captain of the 10th Division and now the captain of the 9th Division, cursed. "Damn those guys, if this sea hadn't blocked them, I would have gone over and torn them apart now." While cursing, he asked his pirates to refill the cannon on his back with elixirs. "Are you just waiting for them to come over? That would be too passive." Bonnie cursed and walked to Braminki's side. Captain Blamink also wisely took out the previously stored food from his chin pocket and handed it to Bonnie. Bonnie opened his mouth and bit the food in his hand viciously, venting his anger on the food. This tone is really hard to swallow. The world government is really cunning. It not only poisoned but also planted bombs. Now the island has been bombed into a wasteland, and not even a corpse or body can be seen. Captain Fosa was so angry that his eyes were filled with anger. He held the two swords in his hands tightly and wanted to kill directly. Everyone was holding a breath in their hearts. Marco had a somewhat steady look on his face and said, "Don't forget the captain's abilities. He has his father's shock fruit. Do you want a world government guy to stay safely on a warship? How is that possible?" The captain takes action. They have no choice but to let Marine Admiral Aokiji freeze the entire sea area. Otherwise, under the tsunami, no matter how many warships the opponent has, the only thing that will happen is that it will be destroyed. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately stared at Carl with burning eyes. The sea earthquake caused by shock fruit is a destructive force. Facing such a terrifying force, a marine warship will be smashed to pieces by the tsunami. Moriel laughed excitedly. Izo also suggested, "Captain, hurry up and give the world government a show of strength, so that Kuzan can freeze the sea and establish a terrain where we can fight." Advertisement, yes, otherwise we would be trapped on this island because we were passive. Captain Water Witch Fuyube also agreed. Carl nodded and walked in front of everyone. "Shock fruit, come out." After summoning shock fruit, Carl and shock fruit both squatted with their legs bent, their arm muscles bulging, and huge veins bulging out. Carl stared sharply at the sea. "World government guys, total war is about to begin." Four fists suddenly hit the air, and the sound of cracking and cracking could be heard endlessly. Double shock fruit, sea shock. The water level of the sea dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing the outline of Hachinosu Island in the soil and rocks with seaweed that had been eroded by the sea. A few seconds. The water level dropped horribly by 2 or 3 meters. This terrifying rate of descent panicked all the world government troops and marines on the warship. This tsunami is more terrifying than the one caused by that guy Whitebeard Newgate. Sengoku's face was deep and solemn, and cold sweat could not help but break out on his forehead. Marine Marshal Kong Kong also knew about Whitebeard's power and couldn't help but turn pale. "Carl, this guy is far more terrifying than Whitebeard. His power can really destroy the world. If we can't get rid of this guy, the world will be defenseless against Carl." With determination in his eyes, he raised his voice and shouted, "Even if it costs me my life, we will get rid of evil thieves like Carl this time." He ordered into the phone, "Kuzan, freeze tsunami later. All soldiers are prepared for hand-to-hand combat. The evil Whitebeard pirates will definitely be destroyed." The voice of the phone bug was transmitted to every warship through the loudspeaker and the phone bug on each warship, gradually calming down the panicked soldiers. The terrifying tsunami emerged from the gap between the sea and the sky, and the rumbling momentum seemed to be leveling the entire sea. Even the huge warships were trembling. The tsunami is approaching. The height of despair seems to be as high as a mountain, enough to swallow everything. It's enough to destroy everything. Now, Marine Admiral Kuzan also had to take action. The tsunami coming from behind was enough to smash a giant warship tens of meters into pieces, leaving no trace behind. Weak. Age. The Ice Age comes out, centered on Kuzan. The sea is frozen quickly in his beloved. Everything he could see was frozen, as if he were entering a continent of ice. Beads of sweat overflowed on Kuzan's face, and he muttered to himself, "The freezing of this tsunami actually consumed a lot of energy. I'm afraid it will have a big impact on the next battle." The loss of physical strength made him deeply aware of how terrifying this tsunami was. This time the tsunami was not limited to Marineford and Crescent Bay. Instead, with the entire Hachinosu Island as the center, tsunamis and seawater froze in all directions. The world government and marine surrounded Hachinosu Island from both sides, leaving no room for the Whitebeard pirates to escape. After the sea is frozen, Carl's voice rang out on Hachinosu Island, and Haki's declaration instantly resounded across the sea. "Thank you so much. Now, I, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Sweet Carl, officially declare the start of an all-out war with the world government. No matter what your purpose is or what your identity is, you are participating in this war. Let lousy Carl be prepared to risk his life." Carl walked out of the thick fog with the stride of a dragon and a tiger. A great pirate famous in the New World also appeared behind Carl. The fighting spirit is soaring. Chapter 102-10X conquers Haki, world government mysterious force. However, when Captain Whitebeard and his members came out, they saw the situation in front of them clearly. Everyone looked panicked, nervous, and afraid. Captain Halta swallowed his saliva, looked around nervously, and said, "Damn. It's so scary. Why are there so many warships? How many enemies are there?" "Those are basically warships of the highest scale. It is not a problem to accommodate thousands of people, let alone 1,000 people. 100 ships, God knows how many people. This is the enemy they are about to face." Bonnie's mouth twitched. This battle is too big? How many troops did the world government dispatch? 50,000? 100,000? Or 200,000? This was much more spectacular than the battle at Naval Headquarters when she was just a spectator. It's been more than a month. Bonnie has now become a member of the team who experienced such a magnificent war firsthand. Facing so many enemies, she inevitably became nervous, so nervous that her palms became sweaty. Beasta also subconsciously clenched the two swords in his hands. Is this world government crazy? With so many troops, are we really not afraid that the other four emperors will cause trouble at this time? Even the captains felt unprecedented pressure and tension, let alone the other members of the Whitebeard Pirates. With their excellent psychological quality, they were so frightened that their bodies trembled a little, and they could not control the expressions on their faces showing fear, panic, etc. Why panic? The captain is here. What are you afraid of? Marco shouted. He set his sights on Carl. Looking at Carl's calm expression, he felt solid and reliable in his heart. Josie said, "The captain is not afraid, but we are afraid first. Wouldn't it be an embarrassment to the Whitebeard Pirates?" He walked to Carl's side and said, "Captain, let me take action to give them a deterrent." No, Carl's words fell lightly on the ears of Josie and everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates, but they seemed extremely heavy. Let all the fear in everyone's hearts disappear. This deterrence, of course, comes from me as the captain myself. Carl stepped forward, and with every step he took, a ray of light would emit from his chest and a human shape would form. From Nika form, Momo fruit, all the way down to ant form. Even the lava fruit and lion fruit that were summoned by Carl were re-summoned by Carl. 10 steps. No more, no less, exactly 10 steps. Carl also became the focus of the audience. Behind him, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates watched Carl's back silently. Bonnie's eyes were filled with stars and he exclaimed, "Wow, the captain is so majestic now. There are hundreds of warships and countless enemies. Countless powerful enemies. The captain is not afraid at all. He is really a reliable captain." This was the first time she saw Captain Carl display such amazing grace and courage. Simply fearless. The king, Tetsulo, was a little nervous at first, but when he saw Carl, who was so fearless, his heart instantly calmed down, and he murmured with admiration. This is the courage to be the enemy of the world government. Master Carl's dream is to subvert the world, so how can he be afraid and fearful? Captain will definitely fulfill his dream. Carl's self-confidence, courage have invisibly infected everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates. Even the law enforcement team and others who had just resolved the dispute were staring at Carl's back in confusion. Looking at the white coat with the Whitebeard Pirates logo swaying in the wind. And Carl's actions and behavior. The people in Marine and world government became nervous, and cold sweat broke out unconsciously. What on earth is that guy Carl going to do? What can he do in the face of such 200,000 elite soldiers? Kong frowned, his expression moved, and his eyes were always locked on Carl. He actually summoned all the devil fruit humans, 10 of them. Is this the power he has? A heart rose in his throat. Carl has mastered 10 of the terrifying and powerful devil fruit humans. It really made Kong's heart stir up waves of turmoil. Sengoku had a cold sweat on his face and a solemn expression. No matter what he wants to do, as long as we deal with it, he will never be the opponent of the world government. Advertisement. The words just fell. Carl's sharp eyes looked over, and he grinned at everyone on the warship from a distance of several hundred meters. The hearts of Kong and Sengoku, who looked at them, suddenly jumped for no apparent reason. Carl opened his arms as if enjoying the sea breeze. "It's like embracing the whole world," he said boldly. "I think you are all ready to kill, but do you really know the power I have? Now, all of you, open your eyes wide and let me see the strength of sweet Carl." The next moment, a majestic and domineering momentum suddenly erupted from the bodies of all devil fruit humans, breaking through the constraints of their bodies like dragons roaring and tigers roaring. That's Conqueror's Haki. In the face of this extremely domineering momentum, it seems that even the whole world must surrender before it. In an instant, the entire world seemed to fall into a hell. Black and red lightning filled the entire sky, as if the sky was torn apart. The crackling sound of lightning is shocking. The wind is strong. The frozen sea surface also cracked and was covered with countless scars. Pieces of ice and gravel on the floating island behind them all suddenly floated. It even froze in midair. Time seems to have stopped at this moment. The whole world was silent for an instant. In an instant, the Conqueror's Haki, which was 10 times more terrifying, rippled in all directions, spreading across the entire world and every corner within sight. The expressions on the faces of the soldiers holding muskets and swords were frozen, and they all fell down with a pop. The sails tore as if being torn apart under Haki's impact. Cracks appeared in the hard hull, suffering Haki's damage. Even Mahawk, who had a firm mind and was as strong as a rock, was stunned for a moment under the impact of Haki. That man. And his devil fruit actually owned Conqueror's Haki. Even Hawkeye's expression was moved, and a hint of horror flashed in his eyes. 10 times the Conqueror's Haki, it's really scary. At that moment, he seemed to have returned to the time when he first started practicing swordsmanship. There was an insurmountable gap between him and his swordsmanship predecessors. Just like when he faced Zoro's challenge in East Blue. Now, he is Zoro. Hawkeye bit his lip fiercely, and a stream of blood seeped out. How could I be afraid? Behead him. His gaze instantly became extremely sharp, as if he had returned to the unshakable world's #1 swordsman, Eagle Eye. And Doflamingo is not as powerful as Hawkeye. Shocked by Conqueror's Haki's momentum, he was instantly sweating profusely, with cold sweat soaking his entire back, and he was breathing heavily. His face was extremely gloomy and full of darkness. The sinister eyes under the sunglasses stared at Carl like a jackal. This is no longer a monster. This guy is not a human at all. Let all devil fruit humans possess Conqueror's Haki. He will be more terrifying than those self-proclaimed gods in the world government. Doflamingo is a little crazy at this moment, and the proud conqueror's hockey now has even devil fruit humans, and is even far more powerful and terrifying than him. Crazy trampling on the blood in his body that he thought was extremely noble and that he thought was powerful. This was simply unacceptable to him. A random devil fruit has worked harder than him for decades to grow up to be stronger than Shichibukai now? The devil. He is the devil. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock's face lost all expression, and she stepped back several steps on her high heels. The terrifying momentum caused her silky hair to flutter around, and the pet snake that followed her fell limply to the ground. Her touching face was full of fear, and her faith began to waver, and she murmured, Can I really avenge Mr. Luffy? A man like that. Emotions of despair and fear intertwined in her heart, as if she had returned to the helplessness and weakness of being a slave. This moment, under the impact of the terrifying hockey, the hearts and brains of those who were still standing were devastated and shocked. Doberman, who was the elite vice admiral of naval headquarters, felt cold all over. Carl has become so terrifying. How could it be possible? How could it become so terrible in more than a month? 10. Hockey's high-spirited fighting spirit was chilled to his core. He couldn't think of any pirate in his mind who could compare to the Carl in front of him. Roger? Advertisement Whitebeard? Far from enough? The muscles on Marine Admiral Kuzan's face were tense and he clenched his teeth. It turned out the Marine had never really understood Carl's strength. His strength far exceeds our imagination. If the world government hadn't decided to capture Carl this time, I'm afraid no one would have a clear idea of Carl's true strength. Now, Kuzan felt relieved in his heart. That's good, lest these soldiers make fearless sacrifices. Guillaume's face on the side turned pale, and she was deeply shocked. The 10. The aura of each of those 10 is not weaker than Admiral. Could it be that? Do those 10 have combat power comparable to Marine Admiral? The terrifying combat power is completely unimaginable, and Marine is only among the strongest. As for the other devil fruit humans under the command of Carl, there are 10 of them with combat power comparable to Admiral. The combat power of each Admiral cannot be compensated by the number of ordinary soldiers. Guillaume finally understood why Carl showed no fear when facing enemies with hundreds of warships, and why he seemed so calm and fearless. On another warship. Old man, I understand now that guy is so strong that even Marine can't deal with it, so that's why the world government sent out so many troops and strong men. The somewhat stupid Zon Momomaru also understood the most important thing. Start what Kizaru said. The corner of Kizaru's mouth twitched, and his eyelids kept twitching. No. His current combat power is beyond all of our predictions. He is several times more terrifying than we expected. I didn't expect that his devil fruit human would be so ridiculously strong, and even Conqueror's hockey would be so powerful that he could control it at will. It can even affect the essence and cause shocking damage. I felt a little panicked. Kizaru can only hope that the world government's trump card will not let him. Disappointment. Otherwise, I am in danger. However, most of them are afraid, but that doesn't mean Garp will be afraid. I will kill you with my own hands. Marine hero Garp jumped off the warship and ran quickly across the ice, rushing towards Carl at lightning speed. His voice woke up Kong, who was in shock, and he couldn't care less at the moment. He shouted into the phone, "All hands on deck, attack." When Kong issued the order, the CP-0 troops and Marine generals attacked the Whitebeard Pirates from all directions. Besides, some troops hidden in warships also appeared on the sea for the first time. One by one, a tall team of 5 or 6 meters tall, with strange flames on their bodies, fully armed and wearing armor appeared. Seeing this, Sengoku couldn't help but look surprised. Those troops, Zhao, actually withstood the impact of Conqueror's hockey? I have never heard that the world government has such a terrifying force. Then their combat effectiveness is at least as good as that of a Marine general. Quantity. Hundreds of people. This is an extremely terrifying amount. The appearance of this force can be said to be a shot in the arm that has hit the hearts of Marine and world government members, finally improving their morale a little. As expected, the world government has hidden a lot of power. This mysterious force seems to be quite powerful. Doflamingo frowned. This force, even he, who was once a celestial dragon's, didn't know the origin and details of this force. Hachinosu Island. Chaozi looked confused. The strength of the troops has been reversed like this. Captain Hockey, go down. It seems we have more troops. Izo also felt like he was living in a dream, and he still hasn't calmed down yet. With so many troops on the other side, the captain and his subordinate Devil Fruit Human Conqueror's Hockey were able to clear the field. Gulu. Gecko Moria swallowed hard and said longingly, "If there was such a terrifying Conqueror's Hockey, I would have defeated Kaido long ago and become the fourth thing in the new world. There is no need for any subordinates at all. A Hockey will go over and directly eliminate all the troops on the opposite side." Fear. Envious. I am so envious. Conqueror's Hockey is really convenient. I wish I had one too, Bonnie said enviously. Carl, who was already tall, became even more majestic in everyone's mind. At this time, Carl also noticed the sudden appearance of the mysterious troops, and his eyes narrowed. The size and height, coupled with the mysterious flames, are somewhat similar to the flame calamity embers. Is it the Lunaria clan? 7. Chapter 103. Dorag played with bondage? Sensing Guo as a powerful enemy of the Revolutionary Army? Carl knew that the world government must have hidden some unknown power and trump cards. After all, they had ruled the world for 800 years. Without a trump card, who would believe it? The howling wind came, and Garp's powerful fist made a sonic boom sound, hitting Carl's face. Carl didn't even blink, still thinking about the mysterious troops displayed by world government. Perhaps world government's previous research on the Lunaria tribe gave birth to this army. How long will it take for the Lunaria clan to be destroyed? How long has this mysterious force been around? He also used his sense of sight to sense the aura of the world government's mysterious troops, and instantly made a preliminary judgment on this group of guys who were suspected of being the Lunalia tribe. Judging from the smell, it is definitely comparable to Marine Vice Admiral, and even a small part of it is comparable to Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral. Admiral-level combat power. No, a troop of hundreds of people, with at least the Vice Admiral level of combat strength, is a very powerful troop. Fist strikes. The ant form guarding Carl flashed and appeared in front of Garp. A punch wrapped around hockey slammed into Garp's fist. The collision produces strong wind waves and a dull sound. With one punch, Garp's expression changed drastically, and his body stomped on the ice, with large footprints and cracks standing out. How can this guy have such a strong power? This is impossible. Known for his strength, he thought he could not lose to anyone, but in this punch duel, he was the one at the disadvantage. It's really rare. With an angry look on his face, Garp was somewhat unable to accept the fact before him. How could I lose to a devil fruit with my iron fist? I'm going to blow you to pieces. The hockey on the sandbag-sized fist instantly became more intense, the whole person's momentum rose, and the bulging muscles instantly inspired a terrifying explosive force. The whole person was like lightning flashing. Shave. Devil fruit in ant form used the sixth form to block Garp, and said coldly, I am zoned in ant form. I have power far beyond my own. I will not lose to anyone in the Emperor of Power. Punch out. The air rippled with turbulent waves, which collided with Garp's fist again, creating even greater momentum. Once again, Garp was pushed back. Carl still looked calm, as if he didn't care at all about this legendary marine hero. Looking at the angry Garp with a calm expression, he said calmly, You want to take revenge, but it's a pity that you don't have the strength 733. Your behavior today has completely angered me. No one can leave. A thought came to my mind. Stand equals the devil fruit humans around you all move out. Lava fruit faced Aokiji, shock fruit faced Kong, lion fruit faced Kizaru, and Nika form faced Sengoku. The remaining devil fruit humans were blocked by the Marine Admiral and many masked CPOs. The war has officially begun, above the ruins of Ichinosu Island. Marco raised his arms and shouted, Kill out. Now the opponent's forces have been eliminated by the captain. The advantage lies with the Whitebeard Pirates. Diamond Josie took the lead and rushed ahead. Behind him, all the captains and members of their subordinates were killed. A war breaks out on the sea, and the war on the floating island 10,000 meters above the ground has also begun to break out. Sabo's shot successfully blocked the vines controlled by the Sensen fruit, buying time for the Revolutionary Army troops to land. Landing on the ground, they were surprised to find that there was only one enemy in front of them. Woman? Since when have there been strong women on the sea again? Mori, the giant commander in a skirt, opened his mouth in a circle and exclaimed. What appeared in their sight was a beautiful woman wearing a green slim-fitting dress, which vividly outlined her curvy figure. The head is decorated with several delicate flowers. Dorag frowned slightly, locked his deep eyes on Sensen fruit, and said in a slightly heavy voice, No, it should be the devil fruit human being created by Carl. She has the ability of devil fruit. The vines from before should be her ability. You must not underestimate this woman. She makes me feel very dangerous. After hearing what Dolog said, everyone in the Revolutionary Army also paid attention to the fruits of the forest. Those vines from before showed extremely powerful abilities. Commander Crow's expression was solemn. During the previous meeting, we knew that Carl's devil fruit humans are extremely powerful. Now that I have actually seen it, I realize how powerful the devil fruit humans created by that guy are. Yamato is terrifying. He was deeply impressed by the power of those vines before. Only a few vines could not stop even the Demon King Ivankov, but the leader Dorag and Sabo took action one after another. Advertisement only then did he resist. That kind of power is no weaker than the Emperor of the Sea. Horrible. This is just one of the devil fruit humans created by the other party, BJDI. How scary is Carl who created the devil fruit human? Army Commander Bello Betty had a cautious expression on his face, looking at the dense fruits with vigilance, and reminded. Don't forget, everyone, the vines used to attack were not weaker than the great swordsman. It shows that she is not only an ability user, but also a top swordsman. Her reminder also made everyone feel extremely heavy. The beautiful woman in front of her is not a weak woman, but the real top strong person in the sea. Sensen Guo's green eyes stared at the uninvited guest in front of him, and the Revolutionary Army teams got off the ship one after another. She stared coldly at the group of people in front of her and said sternly, The Revolutionary Army is really a bunch of sneaky guys. They actually got the idea of the Master's floating island. It's a pity that you have found the wrong opponent. Today, I will replace the Master and kill you all here. In an instant, the flowers and plants on the ground grew crazily, like living creatures, surrounding the revolutionary soldiers from all directions and rushing over. Sensen, jungle hell. Whether they were thick vines, slender branches, or beautiful flowers, all the plants attacked the Revolutionary Army like thousands of soldiers. Death, wink. Carrion Crow, the Earth Dragon rolls. The members of the Revolutionary Army showed their special powers and used different moves to destroy the plants that were growing wildly in front of them and attacking them. Army Commander Bello Biotti took a deep breath from his cigarette, exhaled the smoke, held the flag in his hand high, and shouted, "We are great revolutionary fighters. Dream to build a harmonious, free, equal, and dream-filled world." As she spoke, she waved her arm, and a white wave of air suddenly appeared on the flag, flooding into the body of every revolutionary soldier. "Each of you is a hero," Bello Betty roared impassionedly. "Go for it. Go fight. Go and use your power to create a dream world." The morale of the revolutionary soldiers who were inspired soared. They felt that their whole bodies were filled with a powerful force, and their fear completely disappeared. The belief called courage is transformed into strength and flows through everyone's body. After being inspired by Commander Betty, I feel like my strength is pouring out. Fight for freedom. Fight to create the world of your dreams. We, the revolutionary soldiers who shoulder the great responsibility, no one can stop us. The Revolutionary Army troops seem to have been beaten to death, using their own weapons to chop down the wildly growing plants, or shooting with artillery and blunderbuss. Despite this, many Revolutionary Army soldiers were killed by plants controlled by sensen fruit. The Paramecia encouragement fruit can indeed stimulate the potential power in the human body, but this power cannot exceed the upper limit of the body. Sensen fruit said expressionlessly. Ants are always ants. Even if they become stronger, they are still just bigger ants. You are completely vulnerable to my power. Choosing to go against the master is your biggest mistake. Even if the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army have been inspired by the power and their strength has increased, there is still an insurmountable gap between them and the monster-level fruits on the sea. The gap in strength is so large that it cannot be bridged by numbers. Yeah, I don't think so. The fault should be yours and your master Carl's? A voice suddenly sounded in Sensingwo's ears, and Dorag appeared quietly behind her. The cyan light flashed away. Moment. Sensingwo's head flew high, like a football being kicked into the sky. As expected of Dolag Boy, he gave the enemy a fatal blow with one strike. Ivankov, the S********** king, immediately cast an appreciative wink at Dolag, who appeared next to the sensen fruit. Other revolutionary troops also looked at Dorag, with surprises on their faces. However, the surprise expression on their faces only appeared for a second, and then their faces changed drastically, showing expressions of fear and pain, and bright red blood flowed from their mouths. He looked blankly at the plant that penetrated his body. At least hundreds of revolutionary soldiers died because of distraction. Dolag's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Everyone, be careful, that guy is not dead at all. She is a Logia user." He didn't expect that what he killed turned out to be an elemental body. Everyone in the Revolutionary Army looked around nervously and guarded against the disappearing fruits. A green bud appeared silently not far from the heel of a revolutionary soldier, and its rapid growth revealed the shape of a dense fruit. The arm turned into a spear-like plant and stabbed through the body of the revolutionary soldier with a pop. Advertisement. Sensingwo looked at Dorag coldly. "I know you came to the master for revenge, but the master has already given Straw Hat Luffy a chance, but he didn't cherish it. What's more, Luffy became a pirate, but with your help, Drago." With a pop, the bodies of the revolutionary soldiers fell. Raging anger appeared in Dorag's eyes, and the angry flame became more and more powerful in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Luffy is just a pirate pursuing freedom. What reason does Carl have to kill a man who pursues dreams and freedom, people?" Furious, his figure disappeared instantly, leaving little ripples in the air. The howling wind came. The next moment, Dorag appeared behind sensen fruit again, and the airflow swirling between his palms quickly became larger. It turned into a hurricane and was instantly enveloped. Sensen fruit rolled the body of sensen fruit into pieces. Follow your dreams and freedom. It's not an excuse to become a pirate. It's not an excuse to do things without any distinction between good and evil. Sensen fruit appeared silently at a place on the battlefield and sarcastically said, "Bear follows you, and even he himself will be completely transformed by the world government into a person who can only obey orders. War robot. The Lady Monster King follows you, but hides and impelled down. And he uses his ability wantonly to turn others into women." The Revolutionary Army overthrew dozens of kingdoms, took away those who yearned for freedom, and fled together, hiding from the pursuit of the world government, strengthening the power of the Revolutionary Army, but leaving. Those countries were reduced to complete hell. If this is your Revolutionary Army, you should really be damned. In a flash, the surrounding Revolutionary Army soldiers were eliminated. Playing with the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag, like a cat and a mouse. Sensingwo's words stung Dorag's heart and made his face turn black. As long as the Revolutionary Army continues to accumulate strength, sooner or later they will be able to truly liberate those oppressed civilians in 10 days. Only those who truly yearn for freedom can understand the value of freedom. They are also willing to sacrifice their lives for the freedom of more people. I want to change the world. In an instant, strong winds surged around Dolag's body, and the wind turned into sharp blades and tore apart the plants that were swarming around him. A monstrous momentum also burst out from his body, and his face with red tattoos became more ferocious. Wind. Binding. Wisps of wind suddenly appeared outside Sensen Fruit's body like ropes, binding her in place with armament hockey. Just like tying up play, it makes the already extremely explosive Sensen Fruit even more irritating and bloody. A big pirate like Carl who brutally kills has no idea how precious freedom is, Drago said angrily, raising his hands and releasing sharp wind blades to tear the air. Call out. Call out. Sensen Guo is not afraid in the face of danger. Even if her body is bound by the wind rope, it does not mean that her abilities have disappeared. The flowers and plants on the land in front of them grew rapidly and intertwined together, forming an airtight shield. The wind blade inspired by Dolog fell on the shield, making a crisp sound for only a few weeks. Not only that, a slender vine stretched out from the side of the shield facing the dense fruit, turning into a wooden knife, swishing a few times. The restraints on Sensen fruit were released. Good chance. Suddenly, a large number of black crows appeared behind Sensen fruit, opening their sharp beaks and pecking at Sensen fruit's body. On Sensen Guo's bright and smooth hair, the flowers grew suddenly and turned into hideous piranha flowers, swallowing up all the flying crows. Yun Dangfang easily blocked the attack of Army Commander Crow. Suddenly, the ground rolled, and a steel fork suddenly emerged from the ground, making a sound of breaking through the air and piercing the fruit. However, the vines on the ground instantly wrapped around Commander Mori's steel fork, pulling it like a rope and restricting it from moving. Sensen Guo remained calm and composed, and said calmly, "You don't understand my power at all, nor do you understand the Master's true strength. Do you think that since the world government and Marine have restrained the Master and the others, you can easily attack the floating island?" How whimsical. A rare smile appeared on her face. Now. It's already too late for you to leave. When Sensen Guo said these words, the hearts of everyone in the Revolutionary Army suddenly skipped a beat and sank to the bottom. Suddenly, a wild and unruly laughter sounded. Jia ha ha ha. I have always heard that the leader of the Revolutionary Army is recognized by the world government as the most vicious criminal in the world. Today I got to meet the mysterious monkey D. Drago. Golden Lion Shiki flew quickly from a distance and appeared in front of the Revolutionary Army. Suddenly, everyone in the Revolutionary Army felt as if they were facing a powerful enemy, and they became nervous and frightened. Chapter 104 The Realm of Swords unfolds. Oppression from famous swordsmen. Golden Lion Shiki. It's the legendary flying pirate Golden Lion who almost destroyed the Roger Pirates. The great pirate of the old days, the legendary pirate. Golden Lion had gained a very resounding reputation in this ocean back then. His appearance made many soldiers of the Revolutionary Army tremble with fear and look horrified. Hey, didn't the legendary Golden Lion escape from impelled down after cutting off his legs? Why did his feet remain intact? Ivankov, the Demon King, was so frightened that his face was covered in cold sweat, and his magnetic voice became directional. The growing trend of female high-pitched voices. I wasn't impelled down, but I have heard the legend about this guy. After all, he was a prisoner who escaped from impelled down alone. Ivankov, the transvestite king whom I took care of in impelled down, clearly knows the legend of Golden Lion's escape from prison. He is a ruthless man. This guy can even cut off his own legs and still live as if nothing happened. What's going on? Dorag frowned, his heart full of doubts. Ace didn't mention the recovery of Golden Lion's legs at all. What on earth is going on? Ace told everything he knew. It's impossible to forget such a big thing as Golden Lion's legs being restored. Besides, it's too outrageous to have legs growing, isn't it? What makes Dorag even more strange is that Golden Lion Shiki has 2 knives on his waist and 3 knives in his hand, one of which is Kong Yunki. Shang Shang. Dorag looked moved. Masaka is Carl's ability to turn the famous sword into a human being. The sword held by the Golden Lion is. He couldn't help but look at the dense fruit, feeling extremely horrified in his heart. Just after the battle with Sensen Fruit, it was said that the opponent had 4 Emperor's Admiral level combat power, so. My heart suddenly became anxious. Golden Lion slowly fell down and said with an extremely arrogant smile, Jia ha ha ha. Why are you despicable sneak attackers so nervous? You were the ones who attacked the floating island. Why are you more panicked than the people who were attacked on our floating island? His sharp eyes were like looking at a group of clowns, with a hint of joking in them. Golden Lion, the Whitebeard Pirates are facing the world government. If you don't help the Whitebeard Pirates, why are you still here? Aren't you afraid that your allies Carl and others will be wiped out by the world government? Sabo came and shouted back at Golden Lion, Jia ha ha ha. Golden Lion burst into laughter, calmly raised a finger and said, First, I am not an ally of the Whitebeard Pirates, but the vice captain of the Beard Pirates. The expressions of everyone in the Revolutionary Army changed slightly. Golden Lion then raised his second finger, too. The captain was eliminated by the world government? Do not make jokes. The captain is a man destined to subvert the world. How could he be eliminated by the world government? Arrogant words burst out from Golden Lion's mouth, and the words were full of trust in Carl. At this moment, he was really like a mighty lion facing a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Golden Lion reached out and patted the 3 knives in his hand, then threw them to the ground. He showed a playful smile to the people of the Revolutionary Army. This is a gift from the captain to you, so enjoy it. All of a sudden, Kong Yunki, Jinbaluo and Gawei condensed into human shapes and appeared in everyone's sight. It was Carl's ability that made famous swordsmen become human beings. The pupils in Crow's eyes shrank and he trembled slightly. Dorag's face darkened. Everyone, be careful, these guys are very powerful and dangerous. The sharp aura escaping was as sharp as a blade, giving me a tingling sensation on my skin. He is definitely not an alarmist, it is really his most intuitive experience. The humans transformed by these famous swords were as powerful and terrifying as beasts in his intuition. Let me try how powerful the humans transformed by these famous swords are. The commander of the fur tribe, Lindbergh, was flying in the air with a jet propeller on his back and a gun-like weapon in his hand. Press the trigger. Just like a sprinkler, it sprays droplets of liquid outward. Is it embarrassing to bring out such a thing? Kong Yunki stepped forward, swaying slightly from side to side, and completely dodged all the water droplets. Those water droplets splashed on the ground, causing the ground to freeze immediately. Walking room. Kong Yunki's hands also turned into sharp blades unconsciously. Slash wave. Thousand Slice Valley. Kong Yunki used the swordsmanship that was Golden Lion Shiki's specialty with ease. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two dazzling golden sword energies tore through the air instantly and struck Lindbergh in the air at high speed. The propeller on Lindbergh's back suddenly accelerated, allowing him to dodge Kong Yunki's attack, but the clouds in the skies suddenly split. Advertisement: the crosses form an X shape. Cold sweat overflowed from his face, and he murmured to himself in a trembling voice. What a terrible slash, I almost split him in half. The sky is cracking. Sabo couldn't help but take a breath. This seems to be different from what Ace said. Didn't he say that the human being transformed by the famous sword is not strong? How can you create a slash that can split the sky? He knew that Ace would never lie to him, so there was only one possibility, that is, after Ace left, Carl's famous sword had the monster-level strength it has now. A heart suddenly started beating faster. Ivankov, the Demon King, looked at the famous swordsman human with nervousness and fear, and asked Dorag. Boy Dorag, what should I do now? The opponent's strength completely exceeds our plan. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag, felt very heavy at this moment. The enemy will not let us retreat easily, not to mention that Golden Lion Shiki is a flying pirate. The sky belongs to him. This battle seems to be a disaster. The strength of the Whitebeard Pirates completely exceeded their predictions, and they could not have expected such unexpected changes. Dorag waited up and ordered everything when he spoke. A rumbling sound came. The expression on Dorag's face froze in an instant, and he stared blankly at the original ship being strangled alive under the huge vines. Want to leave? Sensen Guo sneered. My master's order is to kill you all. Since you choose to attack the Whitebeard Pirates, you must be prepared to risk your life. The killing. Start. At the same time, three famous swordsmen instantly disappeared in place using the 6 moves, and launched a thunderous strike. It's so fast, you can't see where the other party is? As soon as Commander Bello Betty finished speaking, a sharp blade reflecting bright light appeared in front of her. Energy person, then I will spare your life for the time being. The creepy hoarse voice of the famous sword ghost wailed in Betty's ears. A moment. The hair on Bello Betty's whole body stood on end, and she used her extremely quick reaction to hold the extremely sharp blade. A strong wind blew across her face, making her smooth skin hurt. The powerful force that could not be suppressed came from the blade. In the next second, the whole person flew out like a cannonball and hit the distance with a bang. Betty. Ivankov, the S********* king, suddenly changed his face and cursed naturally. Damn. Hell. Wink. The disgustingly thick eyeshadow blinked suddenly, and the terrifying explosion shockwave flew towards Gui Cry. Almost instantly, he appeared next to Gui Kale. Ghost Cry just gently raised the arm that turned into a sharp blade, and easily blocked the attack of the Demon King Ivankov. And showed a smile uglier than crying to Ivankov, the S******** king. Boom, the explosion sounded, and the smoke and dust drowned the Ghost Cry. And Gui Cry's heart-stopping smile suddenly alarmed the Demon King Ivankov. You are also a person with abilities, then let's let you live first. Kim Piro, wearing a golden princess tutu, has already appeared next to the Demon King Ivankov. Ivankov, be careful, the crow reminded Ivankov anxiously. Ivankov's eyes turned, and he caught a glimpse of the golden figure out of the corner of his eye. He was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. Drops of cold sweat covered his body, but at the same time, his pink-gloved fingers became sharp and slender, as if they were needlepoints. New ****** boxing technique 44 Beauty Mysteries Dream Strike Chuli boxing. His fingers as sharp as blades used super-fast punches to form an afterimage in the air, as if he had added dozens of arms. He's really a guy who can't see the difference in strength. Please give me flowers. Jin Palau smiled charmingly, full of charm. She danced like a graceful princess, raising her legs with fair skin, and used the high heels under her feet to deflect all the attacks from the Demon King Ivankov. Appears to be at ease. Dragon's Claw, advertisement. A figure suddenly appeared in the midair behind Jin Palau. Sabo's hand strangely curled its fingers together, like a dragon's claws, and grabbed Jin Weedu with its armed and lustful dragon claws. Sudden. A vine quickly slid along the ground, and finally rose up from the ground, sweeping towards Sabo's waist with a whistling sound. Sabo was forced to attack the vines instead, the troublesome guy. Crush the vines with one claw. The disappearing Kong Yunki also revealed his figure and appeared in front of Army Commander Wu Wu, who instantly felt a strong sense of danger. Kong Yunki had a sneer on his lips and shouted, the domain of sword. Expand. Just like the weird surgical space of the Op-Op fruit ability. With Kong Yunki as the center, A special space opened up in an instant, and a radius of 1,000 meters was completely enveloped in it. What? Is this guy also a person with abilities? Crow looked panicked, and suddenly felt uneasy and uncomfortable all over his body, as if something invisible was bound to his body, and at the same time, it was bound to his heart. The sirens in my heart are ringing. Make him tense up and choose to strike first. Gundam's body turned into ominous black crows and scattered, flying in all directions. Zero Kong Yunki laughed instead. It looks like it's not just an ordinary devil fruit, it seems to be a phantom beast, devil fruit. It's really a good thing delivered to your door. I believe the master will like it. His sharp eyes swept across the crows, and he said jokingly, now it's time to draw lots. It's time. If you catch it wrong, you can live a little longer. If you catch it right, you'll have to suffer a little first. Kong Yunki's voice was as pervasive as a magical sound, causing the crows scattered all over the sky to flap their wings even more vigorously, and even make disgusting strange sounds. Damn it. Crow's heart was hanging. What kind of ability does this guy use, and why does it make me instinctively feel a strong crisis? This kind of crisis is like an animal facing a natural enemy. No matter what, let's leave this weird area. The sudden appearance of a strange realm cast a shadow over Dorag's heart, and many unknown temptations that were beyond his plan made him feel very uneasy. We can no longer sit still and wait for death. We must try to find a breakthrough point. Dorag was analyzing in his mind how to break the situation. Gia ha ha ha. The golden lion's laughter penetrated into Dorag's ears, causing some disturbance to him. Shiki laughed wildly. This ability makes me a little surprised. It is the first time for me to see Kong Yunki display such an ability. The captain's methods are indeed endless. Dorag, this time you have hit a brick wall. Wouldn't it be better to continue hiding in a corner of the world? If you insist on getting involved, you're in trouble now. The captain has given an order and I can't let you go. He kept a close eye on Dorag and was always on guard against Dorag. As long as Dolog takes action, he will stop him without hesitation and kill him. Golden Lion also knows that the situation at this moment is very unfavorable for the Revolutionary Army. As long as he is responsible for keeping an eye on Dorag, the Revolutionary Army will undoubtedly be defeated. The situation is favorable to our side. In the smoke and dust of the explosion, Gouet walked out intact, looking sharply at Lindbergh in the sky. Compared to Vegapunk's technology, it is indeed very inferior. Far. Do you think there's nothing you can do if you're hiding in the sky? Gouet Cry's feet slammed onto the ground, and his whole body rose into the air like a rocket, and the sharp blades turned into his arms were swung at any time. Golden Auroras appear in the sky. Another slash like this? Lindbergh's face was tense, and he flew in a curve in the air, avoiding the slash. He said, I can move freely like a bird, but there is no way you can catch up with me. Yeah? Gouet Cry showed an expression that he didn't know whether he was crying or laughing, but there was a playful look in his eyes. Bang! The air was stepped on under his feet, creating a circle of ripples, and he displayed the mooncloth in the 6 postures. What now? Do you think you still have air superiority? Yee. Chapter 105, Revolutionary Army Commanders played by famous swordsmen. Gouet used the mooncloth to move around in the air, swinging his arms to create bright sword energy that cut through the sky, leaving Army Commander Lindbergh exhausted. Block? A slash that could tear the sky apart was simply not something that his scientifically crafted weapons could compete with head-on. These are some kind of monsters, it's simply unscientific. Lindbergh cursed endlessly, and the strong wind caused by the unparalleled sword energy cut off his hair. Falling like scattered dandelions in the air. How could this guy Carl turn a famous sword into such a terrifying thing? The famous sword is a weapon controlled by humans. Now it has become a human being, and it has terrifying strength comparable to the strongest man on the sea. It's really, what a ghost. The passive situation left him completely unaware of how to deal with the monster with no weakness in sight. Moreover, the storm-like offensive completely prevented him from organizing an effective counterattack. If this continued, he would have no choice but to wait for death. Ground. Ivankov, the Demon King, tried his best and performed all kinds of moves, but was easily taken over by Jin Pila. Not only that, there were also many wounds on his body, with blood constantly flowing out. The important thing was that none of these wounds were fatal, and they did not damage the muscles or bones, but just broke open to the bones. 017. Ivankov felt like he was being played with by a cat and a mouse. Damn, 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 wink wink wink. The rumbling explosions sounded one after another, with a huge and spectacular sound. Kim Pila is as graceful as a dancer walking on a tightrope, performing various 180-degree turns and somersaults, and even 360-degree. Paired with that golden tutu skirt, gorgeous and elegant at the same time. How could it be so powerful? Shouldn't a famous sword be a sword controlled by a swordsman? Ivankov, the Demon King, was a little disappointed with the power shown by Jin Palau. It's like facing Marine's strongest combat force, the Admiral. Famous sword. The corners of Jinbaluo's mouth raised slightly. It is the master who has given us new life and complete consciousness. We are no longer famous swords, but new human beings. She raised her jade lotus root-like arm and stretched out her other hand to stroke the smooth and tender skin of her arm. Showing an expression of self-admiration and ecstasy, the human figure is the best form in the world. Jin Pilau's stunning beauty showed a look of pity on her face, which made Ivankov, the Demon King, tremble with fear. Famous swords will always be famous swords, and only humans are real humans. The Milky Way. Wink. The big-faced cake with heavy makeup turned into countless afterimages. In fact, they were just phantoms caused by stimulating the power of hormones in the body and moving at high speed. Using a very short period of time and multiple death blinks, the power of this galaxy blink trick is doubled. I have already seen through all of your moves. I can easily dodge them by taking advantage of the time difference. As Jin Palau moved forward, his whole figure was like a roly-poly. Let the explosive wind hit you behind. At this moment, Jin Paluo seemed to be walking in a hail of bullets but unscathed. He said leisurely, I am Bartholomew Kuma, I will be easily hit by your blow. If I hadn't been transformed, I might have been able to easily dodge your attacks with my teleportation ability, and even if I lost consciousness, I would have relied on my intelligence to judge the enemy's attacks. What a waste. Advertisement in this world. The power of the human body is endless, including knowledge, weaponry, conquerors, physical skills, abilities, and swordsmanship. The shortcoming is that Bartholomew Kuma gave up too many things and became a robot that relied on scientific intelligence to determine enemy attacks. Sad. Bear. King Ivankov's expression fell into a trance for a moment. At this moment, Jin Pila suddenly appeared in front of him, and with a sneer, he cut another scar on Ivankov's body. Blood splattered. Ivankov was so frightened by the approaching Jinpila that his legs turned like wheels, and he ran to the distance, clutching his chest that was rising and falling violently, and gasping for air. Scared to death. Jinpira didn't pursue him at all, but walked towards Ivankov casually, as if Shinigami was approaching. With a suffocating sense of oppression and crisis. Kong Yunki, who released the sword domain, had a cold smile on his face. I seem to have found you. Everyone's soul is different. Your soul is like a firefly in the dark night. It's so dazzling that I noticed you at a glance. His words immediately made Crow's heart rise to his throat, and a look of panic flashed in his eyes. He comforted himself in his heart. It's impossible, he can't find my true identity among so many Crows. He must be an alarmist. But Kong Yunki seemed to have seen through the thoughts of Army Commander Crow, and sneered. There are always some people who won't give up until they reach the Yellow River. He raised his palm and made a palm knife look. The edges of his palm were sharp and reflected bursts of white light. Whoosh! With just a casual wave, a slash suddenly flew out. A crow appeared behind him. In an instant, the other crows disappeared into thin air, and the crow also had a look of horror on its face, and an expression of disbelief in its eyes. My true identity has been found? He flapped his wings and flew horizontally several meters away. The swift slash sank into the ground with a hiss, creating a crack that was more than 10 meters long. Crow calmed down the fearful expression on his face, and his eyes became firm. There are still 100 meters. There are still 100 meters to leave this space that makes me deeply uneasy. As long as you go out, you can get rid of this feeling of being restrained and suppressed. Glancing behind him from the corner of his eye, he saw that Kong Yunki was standing there unmoved, and a strong hope arose in his heart. Kong Yunki chuckled and said with great confidence, don't be too happy, this is my sword realm. Within the realm, even if Mahawk, the world's best swordsman, comes, he is no match for me. The palm knife waved several times again in the air in front of him. The air screamed under the sharp blade. Brilliant sword energy appeared behind the crow as fast as lightning. The crow was instantly shocked. Why are the slashes and slashes so fast? Before he could react, several rays of sword energy landed on his wings, and a burst of blood and feathers flew in the air. The figure of the crow also fell rapidly from the sky, changed from a crow to a human form, and fell to the ground awkwardly. Ahem. He looked at Kong Yunki with a puzzled face and asked, why is the speed of slashing suddenly so much faster? Advertisement. The soaring speed caught him off guard. More importantly, he easily dodged the previous attack and hoped to be ahead. He was not prepared enough for the subsequent lightning-fast slashes, which resulted in him being injured by the slashes. This is my domain. In my domain, if I don't want you to escape, you can't escape. Kong Yunki Hockey said confidently. He even declared that he was sure of victory. From the moment you choose to be your master's enemy, no one can escape. You who started the war should have been aware of it a long time ago, right? He walked towards the crow step by step. The pace seemed slow, but it was like shrinking into an inch. He covered a distance of several meters or more than 10 meters in one step. This moment, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dolog, could no longer sit still. Green Dragon, roar. The strong wind condensed into a giant green dragon, opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, and threw the slices at Kongyun. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. Golden Lion raised his finger, and the ground rumbled, forming a huge and ferocious lion like a hill. What was even more terrifying was that the mud-yellow lion's head hardened its armor color in an instant, turning into a shiny black lion. He opened his bloody mouth and bit the wind dragon inspired by Dolog. Jia ha ha ha. You have no idea the enemy you are facing. The greatness of the captain is beyond your imagination. The golden lion squandered its endless physical strength wantonly. His legs have recovered, the rudder on his head has disappeared, and the ability to share symbiosis and the ageless surgery have made his current strength completely beyond his peak state. Even taking his conqueror's hockey to the next level. I've been keeping an eye on you, so don't even think about rescuing them. You should think about how to escape first. Golden Lion looked arrogant while holding a cigar in his mouth. There was a click. The green wind dragon shattered instantly. Dorag's heart completely sank to the cold bottom of the sea, his eyes were bloodshot, and he couldn't keep calm and asked, Golden Lion, did Carl let Ace go on purpose? Did his information lead us to misjudge the true strength of the Whitebeard Pirates? He clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the emotions that were about to become violent, and wanted to get the answer from the Golden Lion. Gia ha ha ha. Golden Lion raised his eyebrows, looked at Dolog jokingly, and said sarcastically, No, no, no. The captain didn't let Ace go to confuse you. No matter when your revolutionary army attacks 1.4 or in what way, the captain is sure to defeat you. The captain doesn't need to use such tricks to deal with your revolutionary army. He said that he doesn't like you guys who hide their heads and show their tails. Golden Lion's mocking words became the straw that broke the camel's back. Dolog was furious in an instant, his momentum rose, and black and purple flames enveloped his whole body. He pulled off the green robe on his body and said, They have worked hard for the revolutionary army for more than 10 years. I will never let them lose it because of my mistakes. Hurricanes suddenly appeared in the sky and wreaked havoc all around. There were crisscrossing marks on the ground, as if they had been slashed with random knives. Are you going to get serious? Golden Lion's eyes were the same, with fighting spirit rising. I am interested in fighting you, after all, this is Captain's mission. The clear sword chant sounded, and Golden Lion drew out the famous swords, Mew Ku, and Po, from his waist. He said with emotion, I haven't held them with both hands to fight the enemy for more than 10 years. Today, let me experience the strength of the most vicious criminal in the world. A look of disobedience appeared on his face, and his fighting spirit rose. Chapter 106 Aokiji vs. Magma, play the Song of Ice and Fire. The furious Dorag could no longer waste any second, and all the military commanders under his command were facing a life and death crisis. He must actively seek opportunities to break the situation. Tornado. Storm. When Dolog came up, he used the destructive move of natural disaster, and a careful tornado appeared in the palms of his left and right hands. It flew out from his palm and grew rapidly. The howling wind is like the roaring and howling of thousands of wild animals, which is shocking. The ground shattered, and all the plants were caught in the tornado, becoming nutrients and fertilizer for the tornado to grow stronger. One tornado storm came straight towards the Golden Lion, while another tornado storm slashed towards the clouds. Everything that was shattered was drawn into it, increasing the destructive power and attack power of the tornado. Taking advantage of this time, Dorag shouted desperately, Crow, take the other commanders and leave here. I declare that this operation has failed. Commander Lindbergh couldn't escape, and the only one left with the ability to fly was the Crow. He can only place his hope on the Crow, and all he has to do is stop other enemies. Gia ha ha ha. Golden Lion laughed wildly and said shamelessly, Buying time? If I can let you escape, I will eat the 2 knives in my hand today. With both hands, he slashed out bright and gorgeous sword energy and landed on the tornado. The slash was enough to easily split the sea and split the tornado into 4 pieces, but it caused destruction and wreaking havoc in a wider area. The entire island was also in chaos, the other side. A devastating tornado struck, and Kong Yunki's eyes flashed with light. You want to give them a chance to escape? Then I will use real swordsmanship to destroy your hopes. Both hands and small arms to the elbows are completely transformed into sharp blades. Not only that, the flowing orange hockey covers the blades. Blade Storm. Both hands and arms were waving rapidly, and they were all densely covered with sword shadows. Streams of gorgeous and bright golden sword energy burst out, and dozens of sword energy flew out in an instant. This number continued to increase rapidly as Kong Yunki swung his sword. Hundreds of thousands of sword energy slashed at the storm continuously, causing the storm to expand rapidly and finally exploded. Raging hurricanes plowed the land. At this time, Dorag shouted loudly, Follow the wind and run away, don't come back, you are no match for them. The sound was transmitted to the ears of every revolutionary army, making them shocked. Mr. Dorag. Sabo bit his lower lip, his eyes filled with mist, and his face looked hesitant and confused. Seeing the hesitant Sabo, Dorag shouted urgently, Let's go quickly, if you don't go, it will be too late. Remember, the dream of our revolutionary army. I absolutely cannot let all the fire of the revolutionary army be sacrificed here. The fire of revolution must be passed on and continued, otherwise. I don't know how many more years will pass if we want to build a revolutionary army again. At this point, Sabo did not resist the hurricane, and his whole body floated away with the hurricane. Several military commanders and revolutionary soldiers allowed the strong wind to blow them to pieces and float into the distance. The Golden Lion, the 3 famous swords and the Sensen fruit all resisted the terrifying shockwave generated by the tornado explosion. Dorag was not idle either. Strong and sharp wind blades were mixed in the chaotic explosion storm, and launched attacks on several people. Wind. Dragon Claw Scythe. Advertisement. With an angry look on his face, the Golden Lion waved his blade with both hands to block the slashing wind blade, and shouted, Kong Yunki, you hurry up and catch up, you must not let them run away. The captain's order is to keep them all here. Somewhat angry, that was a task assigned by the captain. If the Revolutionary Army members were allowed to escape, where would the honor of Golden Lion go? Don't worry, they can't escape. Kong Yunki had a confident expression on his face that he had everything under control. And how can only we know about the news of annihilating the Revolutionary Army? The task now is to kill Dorag in front of us first. Without him, the Revolutionary Army is just a piece of scattered sand, so there is nothing to fear. Golden Lion Shiki didn't know where Kong Yunki got his confidence, but his current target was indeed Dorag in front of him. Ghost Cry, Jinpalao and Sensen Fruit surrounded Dolog from different directions. A total of 5 top powerhouses, Monkey D. Dorag is doomed. It's really righteous, but if you didn't bring them to attack the floating island, none of this would have happened, Sensingguo said sarcastically. Besides, do you really think they can escape the control of their master? You know nothing of your master's power. Dorag's face darkened, his heartbeat suddenly stopped, and he retorted. If you want to distract me with words, you are thinking too much. Carl doesn't understand the power of world government at all. The more he learns about it, the more he realizes the bottomless power and secrets that world government hides. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he has overthrown dozens of kingdoms, but he still hides in the dark corners of the world like a dirty rat. We can only accumulate strength little by little in secret, because once the Revolutionary Army shows up, it will be thunderously attacked by the world government. How many revolutionary soldiers lost their lives because of discovery by the world government's secret intelligence organization? The power of the world government is indeed very strong, but you underestimate the power of the captain. He is the reincarnation of a god. The Golden Lion is like a believer in Carl, full of blind confidence in Carl. With a look of adoration in his eyes, he said excitedly, he is a man with the power of a god. Kong Yunki's cold face showed murderous intent, and he said unceremoniously, don't waste time, kill Dolog first, and then destroy the power of the world government and marine to complete the master's mission. Strongly suppress all darkness and completely reshape the world. With a wave of his arm, a giant sword energy of dozens of meters was swept away. This slash was a signal to launch an attack. Sensen Fruit, Ghost Cry, Jinpilao and Golden Lion launched a fierce offensive against Dolog one after another. As fierce as a battle between gods and demons, screen transfer. Hachinosu Island. Everything that happens on the floating island is completely clear to Carl, who can gain the vision of the Devil Fruit human or the famous sword human through the ability of symbiotic sharing, BJCG. It's even like experiencing it personally. However, he did not put all his attention on the floating island. The threat to him from the Revolutionary Army was far less than the threat from the world government. In front of you. A chaotic and fierce battle broke out on this ice-blocked sea. Dog bites Gurren, Ice Cube, violent pheasant mouth. Boom, the battle in a song of ice and fire rages on. It seemed like a fateful duel. Magma dripped on the ice, melting the ice and snow, and the heat dispersed. Lava Fruit looked at Kuzan coldly. Kuzan, you definitely have a righteous heart, but when you participated in this representative political war, you became an executioner in the hands of the powerful. This is not a just battle, advertisement. This is also Carl's inner thought. He cannot deny that part of Marine definitely has justice and acts with justice first. However, in such a war, even righteous people will become murderous tools for the world government to eliminate dissidents. Allah. Aokiji's face was as cold as ice, and a light flashed in his eyes. He said nobly, as a Marine, I can actually hear justice from the mouth of a devil fruit human created by a pirate. It's really fresh. Whoosh! The figure disappeared in an instant, and the water jet in his hand was pointed at Lava Fruit's neck unceremoniously. Clang! A magma blade easily blocked the ice blade. Lava Fruit looked into Aokiji's eyes. You don't know the justice of the master at all. Only by subverting the world government from top to bottom can this terrible world be completely changed. World. Bang! The fists of ice and fire collide. Lava Fruit continued. You can't defeat me. I am stronger than the dead Akainu, but I have weaknesses. I don't. Aokiji's confident look made him feel unprecedented pressure. In his heart, he had to agree with the other party's words. I can even wrap around Conqueror's Haki, and there are no physical limitations, and my brain thinking will not be affected. It is indeed stronger than expected. Allah. Aokiji admitted frankly with a serious look in his eyes. You are very strong, but I don't need to defeat you. As long as we can remain undefeated, it is victory. Another collision. The ice blade in his hand shattered, and the crystal clear ice blade appeared in Aokiji's hand again. Lava Fruit grinned and said, Haha. Do you think that group of Lunaria android troops can influence this battle? Look at that army, it's already in disarray. There are hundreds of Lunarian android troops, with the lowest being Marine Vice Admiral, and the strong ones can reach the level of Marine Reserve Admiral. However, the Devil Fruit humans who were still unable to stop the Admiral level combat power were jointly attacked by several Devil Fruit humans including Sao Fruit and Cube Fruit. In just this moment of fighting, dozens of people have been lost. Every Lunarian android is the work of the world government. I'm not talking about the Lunarian army. Aokiji's cold face showed a rare smile. Carl of the Whitebeard Pirates is indeed the most powerful pirate in the past decades. He is so powerful. The entire Marine is no match for him. But world government is different. Marine can't resist their power at all. While talking, far away in the frozen sea, a strange-looking troop appeared. Some are tall and some are low, some are fat and some are thin, some are ugly and some are handsome. Some of the troops in strange costumes were as tall as giants, while others were so short that they were not even as tall as a normal person. There are about 20 or 30 people, and the aura of each of them is not weaker than the Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral, and most of them are Marine Reserve Admirals, and even those who are 10 times weaker than the Admiral. Who are they? Lava Fruit was slightly confused. The Whitebeard Pirates and Carl were a little confused. The world government's trump card is really beyond imagination. These guys have never shown their fame and reputation on the sea. Carl stared slightly. I gradually began to feel the pressure. Carl looked into the distance and said to himself, it seems that the world government people are monitoring this war from behind. They're probably the five elders. They haven't even come out to see me yet. How confident they are. Chapter 107 World Government's trump card comes out again. Black Arm Zephyr joins the battlefield. You who are so high above us are really afraid of death. Are you afraid of losing your rights and status, or are you afraid of losing your life? As long as I get rid of most of the people here, you won't be able to sit still by then, right? Carl really wants to meet the five elders who control the highest power in the world. Speaking of which, when he came to this world, he had never met the five elders. When he was looking forward to meeting the five elders. The five elders are watching the war from the nearby sea through videophone bugs. Going against the world government will lead to death. The voice of the bald five elders was full of hostility, and a cruel and bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. These are genius children that the world government has recruited from all over the world over the years, trained in secret, and passed through layers of elimination like wild beasts before remaining Beast King. Carl, enjoy this gift. It's your honor to be able to force the world government to dispatch the Lunarian android troops and the Devil Slayer troops. For many years, the world government has been committed to collecting talented children and training them from an early age. The talent in their eyes is good. Looking at the entire sea, they are the best among countless people. Even so, under the system of death training and killing and elimination, the entire army is now only 20 or 30 people. Five elders Satan Saint also said confidently. Carl can be considered a tycoon. He is the only pirate who can force the world government to use two big trump cards in so many years. Had it not been for an accident that year, Kaido and Big Mom would have been members of this force. What he said was true. Kaido, who was only 10 years old at the time, was the strongest warrior in the Woka Kingdom and was favored by the world government. In exchange for the right to participate in the World Summit, the King of Woka Kingdom agreed and gave Kaido to the world government. Halfway through, it was Kaido who escaped, and Linlin, of course, was also an accident. They're just a microcosm of the world government recruiting gifted children from all over the world. Snort. The five elders with short blonde hair snorted coldly and said with a look of dissatisfaction, if there hadn't been a restless guy in the celestial dragons back then, how could something like the Valley of the Gods have happened? It is simply a disgrace to the world government. If you ask me, Shanks should be dealt with. Although the Rocks pirate was powerful back then, it was not a big threat in the eyes of the world government. However, they didn't expect it. A group of traitors actually appeared in celestial dragons, trying to use external forces to subvert the world government and replace the ruler. Seek to seize the highest power in the entire world. This will lead to the Valley of Gods incident. That's enough. It's been so many years. Don't mention what happened before. The most important thing now is to deal with the Whitebeard Pirates in front of you. Five elders Saint Satan scolded with an unhappy expression. The emergence of traitors among the world's noble celestial dragons would be a great shame to the world government. It is the scar of world government. The five elders with short blonde hair also closed their mouths wisely and focused their eyes again on the picture transmitted by the phone bug in front of them. In the screen, the addition of the Devil Slayer unit, named by the world, had a strong impact on the Whitebeard Pirates. Gecko Moria's expression changed drastically, and a look of fear appeared on his face. Who are they, and why do they have such murderous aura? Not only are they murderous, but they are also quite violent. These people are definitely terrible guys who have experienced all kinds of fighting. Marco's face was dark, and his heart sank. It was already extremely difficult for the members of the Whitebeard Pirates to face off against General Marine and the world government CPO. Advertisement unexpectedly, a mysterious and powerful force suddenly appeared. It cast a shadow over their hearts. Diamond Josie took the lead and rushed out like a tiger descending the mountain, shouting, "Who cares, just take my laser first." He raised his hands, and the cutting surface of the diamond immediately adjusted its cutting surface, condensing laser beams with full penetrating power. Diamonds. Shine. View. Launched. It's Diamond Josie, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 3rd Division. The intelligence doesn't show that this guy has new abilities. It seems to be newly developed abilities. A member of the Devil Slayer force said. Using the paper arts, in the 6 styles and observation hockey accurately captured the laser. Easily dodged the laser shot by Josie. Another Devil Slayer showed a cruel and bloodthirsty terrifying smile on his face, stretched out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. Finally I have a chance to fight with the strong men on the sea. It's you guys who have been coming back and forth all the time. It's really boring. Very good, don't grab it, you all. Diamond Josie is my prey. There was strong excitement on his ferocious and bloodthirsty face. After all, there would never be a day when they, the secret forces of the world government, would be able to see the light of day. It is also rare to fight against truly famous and powerful men in the sea. From a distance of several hundred meters, Josie fired dozens of laser beams, and no one in the Devil Slayer troop was hit by the laser. On the contrary, the distance was shortened by hundreds of meters. Observation hockey is very strong. Doflamingo, do you know that the world government has such a force? Mahawk was also slightly surprised. It seems that these people are all masters of observation hockey. Even the physical skills are quite powerful. Doflamingo's face was sinister and ugly, and he said with a sly smile. How'd I know about the secret forces of the world government? These guys are so powerful that it makes people feel powerless. He has always been arrogant, as if he had eaten shit and felt uncomfortable. Most of the mysterious troops of the world government are stronger than him, which makes him, who always prides himself on being powerful, like a clown. The pirate Empress Boa Hancock's face turned pale, beads of sweat appeared on her jade-white forehead, and she pursed her lips. World government. This is the power of world government. They can control others at will, because they have the power that no one can resist. The inner shadow and fear are engraved in her life memory and cannot be erased. This is why, even if many slaves escaped, they would choose to cover up the celestial dragon's mark on their bodies. Once discovered, no matter who it is, they will be rearrested. If it weren't for the large number of slaves in the world government, and the celestial dragons who like the new and dislike the old, they wouldn't care much about the life and death of the slaves. At worst, just replace it with a new batch. Only then could the slaves who escaped from the Holy Land Mariajoy survive in this world. Among the Shichibukai, the only one who has not been hit is Mahawk, who has a rock-like heart and a determined will. They, who were originally invited to help out, have become spectators. It seems that the world government does not need their power at all. The Devil Slayer troops are approaching quickly. A look of panic flashed in Bonnie's eyes. Are those guys so strong? Even Ziz's laser can't hit them. Such a reaction speed is too fast. What kind of monsters are they? The speed of the laser was terrifyingly fast. As a former supernova, she was unable to resist this kind of laser. The difference is obvious. Advertisement, please give me flowers, 0. Supernova is completely vulnerable in front of such strong people. Even she who has just learned hockey and has grown up a lot is not like this group of guys. Why are you so panicked? Weren't you quite arrogant before? Said the ghost spider with arrogant look on his face, holding a cigarette in his mouth. The world government's secret force will definitely wipe out all of you Whitebeard Pirates. You just wait to be wiped out by the world government. The name of the Whitebeard Pirates will completely disappear from this sea and become a cloud of the past. The appearance of the Devil Slayer unit finally gave him time to light up his cigarette again. Ice Witch Whitebeard pulled Bonnie behind her and replied, "If you underestimate the Whitebeard Pirates, you will be in serious trouble. I believe our captain will lead us to defeat you." Yizang stood up and supported. Any enemy will be defeated in the face of the captain's power. Even the world government is no exception. The captains who stepped forward quickly stabilized the emotions of the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, and they were no longer as scared as they were at the beginning. Hachinosu Island. Ain bit his lip, his pretty face full of tangles, and muttered, "Teacher Zephyr, are we really just looking on from the sidelines like this? He is the benefactor who saved the teacher, and regarding the law enforcement team, I think Carl is right. At least he really didn't treat us as tools. Even now, he still hasn't asked us to join the battlefield to help them. Zephyr frowned and looked deeply at the battlefield in the distance, feeling entangled and hesitant in his heart. After hearing Ain's suggestion, he thought for a moment and said, "We agree to Carl's conditions, and he also promised us not to let us fight Marine." Moment. The light in Ain's eyes dimmed, and he looked like he was hesitant to speak. "Teacher, this is the beginning of the matter about 7 warlords of the sea." But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zephyr's change of subject. "Although we don't fight Marines, if it's a world government force, that's a different story." This time, Ain, Binz, Shuzo and other members of the law enforcement team's eyes lit up. Ain asked in surprise, "Teacher Zephyr, do you agree?" "Yeah." Zephyr nodded, but there was a bit of loneliness on his face. "He also saved my life, not to mention he doesn't look like a villain, but war always causes killing and death. Whether it's just or not, war is. There will be a lot of victims." For him who was once a non-killing admiral, he really didn't want to see death and killing. After all, it was a living life. Even if they were pirates, he would just arrest them, or send them to impel down, or to Eni's lobby trial to decide how to deal with pirates and criminals. This is one of the reasons why Carl is willing to let Zephyr form a law enforcement team. Zephyr quickly adjusted his mentality and ordered in a deep voice, "Get ready to fight. Assist the Whitebeard Pirates to stop the world government's forces." Just as they were preparing to help the Whitebeard Pirates fight against the world government forces, suddenly there was a whistling sound in the sky. Ain and others also raised their heads and looked at the sky, saying with surprise, "Teacher Zephyr, something seems to have fallen from the sky." Hearing this, Binzi also raised his hand to cover his forehead and looked towards the sky. "It seems like something has fallen. It's really strange, how can something fall down in a good place Dr. No, what fell is not an object, it seems to be a person." Zephyr's expression changed, and he looked at the sky in surprise. Chapter 108 Shock Fruit suppresses Kong. Obtain the ability of Phantom Beasts. People? Ain was a little confused and asked full of doubts, who would fall from the sky? She really couldn't understand why someone would seek death and fall from the sky. Isn't that making fun of life? "I heard, there was really a scream." Shuzo listened with his ears, and there was indeed a faint scream coming from the sky. His face was shocked, someone would really fall from the sky. Incredible. The strong men on the battlefield also sensed the movement in the sky. Kong saw and heard the scene and clearly engraved the sounds and the images of people in the sky in his mind. His face immediately changed and he blurted out, "It's the Revolutionary Army." Although he is old, his brain is thinking very fast. Damn B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* It turned out that they were going to sneak attack another base of the Whitebeard Pirates. As expected of Garp's son, what it be *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************e In front of him, Shock Fruit pushed him back 10 meters with a concussive punch with all his strength, and the ice cubes under his feet exploded. Shock Fruit, who was wearing a beautiful white armor, sneered. At this time, do you still have time to worry about the Revolutionary Army? It's better to think about how to survive. The commander-in-chief of the world government's army, Kong. Although the aging Kong's combat power has declined, he is still a top powerhouse. Even Shock Fruit, which is already level 5, cannot defeat this old man in such a short period of time. What an arrogant young man. Don't think that you have the strength to challenge the world government just because you have the strength of the 610 office. Over the past hundreds of years, I don't know how many people have challenged it, but they have all become the leaders of this sea. Nutrients. Kong was unmoved at all. He pointed to the sutured wound at the corner of his eye and said, "This place was once left by Redfield to me. He is a strong man who can compete with the Whitebeard Pirates alone." Still captured by the world government, today, Captain Carl of the Whitebeard Pirates will be no exception. All the scars on Kong's body are former medals. The arm muscles swelled like rubber balls, the blood flowed, and veins like terrifying green snakes twisted on the surface of the muscles, which was extremely terrifying. With the invisible armament hockey on his fist, he struck at Shock Fruit like a tiger roaring. Shock Fruit also raised his arm, and a ball of bright white light appeared on his arm. He sneered, "You haven't suffered enough, and you still want to fight with me? Punch out." Space is broken. Before the fists of both sides touched, terrible impacts and explosions occurred, destroying all the ice blocks in all directions of the two of them. Damn it. The veins on Kong's face were prominent. This guy is really a monster. There is no hope of defeating him one-on-one. That weird armor is indeed what Garp said. It has terrible counter-shock power. It must not be connected to him. Taking advantage of the explosion, Kong also calmed down the shock force in his body. Otherwise, if he continued to fight forcefully, his body would definitely be overwhelmed. Defeated by Shock Fruit, the shouts in the sky became clearer. "Heaven." The fallen crow said with a guilty look on his face. "I'm sorry, it's all because of me. My wings were injured by that guy's chop. I can't even fly with you." The previous slashes accurately avoided the vital points that endangered his life, but hit his wings. The purpose of those slashes was very clear, which was to limit his ability to fly. At this moment, only then did Crow understand Kong Yunki's intentions, and he felt a deep palpitation in his heart. "Crow, don't blame yourself. It's all because of the large number of us and the heavy weight. Otherwise, your injury would not be aggravated and you wouldn't be able to fly now." Sabo comforted. And the ********** King Ivankov, with his big mouth, shouted in horror. Ah. He almost shouted at the top of his lungs and said words like, "I'm about to die, and it's over." Lindbergh, who was flying in the air, asked, "Sabo, what should we do now? If we don't think of a way quickly, there are so many of you, and I can't take him alone. He can keep at most 2 or 3 people from falling." Bello Betty said, "Don't worry, there is sea below, we can fall." Before he finished speaking, the cigarette from his mouth flew out from the side first. Below. The sea below is frozen. At this time, Commander Bello Betty was completely panicked, staring at the frozen sea in stunned silence. Advertisement. Everyone's faces turned dark instantly, and they were so frightened that their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. "No, the sea is frozen. If we fall, we will be crippled even if we don't die. No wonder the guys under Carl don't chase us." Commander Mori was stunned. Before, I was lucky that Carl's famous swordsman humans didn't catch up, thinking they could escape and ascend to heaven. Unexpectedly, he would now end up in a situation where he would fall to his death. Sabo frowned tightly, with a look of impatience on his face, and racked his brains to think of a solution, with cold sweat covering his entire face. A strong feeling of regret arose in his heart. If I had known better, I should have listened to Ace's advice. I hope Mr. Dorag is okay, otherwise. Now let's find a way to solve the current dilemma first. The speed of the fall was accelerating, and Commander Mori suddenly became heartbroken. He bit his lips and said, "Why don't you all get on top of me? If you fall like this, at most one of me will die. I'm a giant. Even if I get hit, I won't necessarily die." Sabo looked sad and stopped. "There is still time, I will think of a solution." He really didn't want anyone to die anymore. Enough people had been sacrificed in this operation. The team of thousands of people now only had a dozen or so people left over. It was completely hopeless. It is simply impossible for them to leave Sky Island. They were able to make ships fly in the sky before, which also used Dorag's Devil Fruit ability. It was fine when I came here, but I didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to go back. On the ice. Carl already knew that the guys falling from the sky were members of the Revolutionary Army, and sneered. "I'll let you live a little longer because I can't gain access to your abilities while driving. Besides, if the Revolutionary Army dies quietly, this is not the effect I want, Carl. I want the whole world to know that the Whitebeard Pirates will be an unstoppable flood that will spread throughout the world. Use heavy scriptures in troubled times. Carl is not a soft-hearted person. Opportunities can be given, but if you don't cherish them, there is no point in living. Everything is a matter of choice. He chooses all living beings." Carl's body floated up, and he looked at the Revolutionary Army and others in the sky with sharp eyes. In order to prevent the destruction of the Whitebeard Pirates, we have to defend the Whitebeard Pirates with the lives of you sneak attackers. With Lion Fruit's ability, he soars into the sky with ease. Flying faster than bullets, the body made a sound of breaking through the air and killed the Revolutionary Army and others. It's Carl. He's flying towards us, Army Commander Bello Bailey shouted in horror. Facing Carl, she was like a rabbit facing the tiger, the king of the forest. Feeling an unprecedented crisis, Sabo's eyes suddenly widened. He bit his lips to suppress the fear rising in his heart, and said, "What a terrifying aura. This guy is more terrifying than anyone I have ever seen. I'll hold him back." Lindbergh looked like a martyr with a look of determination. With a whoosh, he flew towards Carl, paying no attention to the anxious and worried shouts of others who reached out. Others also looked sad. No matter how much he yelled to stop him, Lindbergh turned into a crazy bison and killed Carl. He took out his homemade weapon and shot Carl randomly. "You're really overestimating your capabilities. If you knew the story of the Mantis using his arm as a cart, you might know that everything you do is useless." Carl's eyes flashed. When he raised his right hand, a fluorescent cube appeared in the palm of his hand. Air compression cannon. It is the ability of Cube Fruit. Compared to Gyrom, the original Cube Fruit user, Carl is stronger and armament hockey is not on the same level at all. Can control compressed air more easily. I also borrowed a little bit from Shichibukai Bartholomew Kuma's development of air compression. You are not an Esper yourself, so there is no need to keep your life. A small whirlwind blew up from the palm of Carl's left hand. In a blink, a surgical space is formed. 2 words came out of his mouth: transfer. The compressed air in Carl's hand switched positions with the weapon in Lindbergh's hand, and at the same time he punched out, shattering all the wire bombs that were fired. Lindbergh looked horrified, his eyes widened and he had no time to react. The compressed air cannon exploded in his hand. Advertisement: the whole person was also blown to pieces by the terrifying air compression cannon. The commander of the Southern Army of the Revolutionary Army died. Bello Betty suddenly turned pale and cried out in pain. Sabo looked desperate, and his will to survive forced him to grit his teeth. "Everyone is ready to fight to the death." "Absolutely not." Before he finished speaking, Carl in his sight was quickly approaching the giant Mori. Mori stabbed Carl with a steel fork and shouted angrily, "Damn you, B******************* D. Go to hell." With the heart of revenge against his companions, the steel fork is filled with the majestic power of a giant. "I remember your devil fruit ability, Paramecia pushing fruit, but it's a pity that you are in the sky now, and there is no place to display your ability." Carl had a cold-blooded smile on his lips. If you make a sneak attack on his territory, you have to accept his thunderous wrath. Carl reached out and grabbed the steel fork that the opponent was stabbing at. As a giant, Mori's eyes widened in horror and he instantly felt an unstoppable power from the steel fork. He was lifted up in the air by Carl holding a steel fork with one arm. There is a huge difference in power. Mori, a giant named after his strength, was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. "How is it possible? How could the giant lose to a guy like you?" White light bloomed in Carl's hand and followed the steel fork to cover Mori's huge figure, and sneered. "Power. The power between the giants is also very different. Ants can lift objects dozens of times heavier than their own weight. Can you giants do that?" Anthropomorphic object. Pushy fruit. Close black lens bracket. Personification progress 5%, 8%. Enter as soon as degree appeared. Carl put away his ability to awaken in person. And this scene. Sabo's face changed drastically, and he shouted in horror. He is making devil fruit humans. We can't let him succeed." He clearly remembered that Ace told him that when Carl transformed his Mara fruit into a human for him, a strange white light would envelope him. Later, Mara fruit became human. At this moment, Army Commander Crow was extremely anxious and shouted to Bello Betty beside him. "Betty, give me a push and I will save Mori." Under Betty's push, the direction of his descent changed, and his beak turned into a sharp beak, poking towards Carl with armament hockey. "Want to save someone?" Carl glanced at Crow, the commander of the Revolutionary Army 5.4, who was rushing over. He pulled forward with his strong arms, pulling the giant Mori down in front of him. He pronounced coldly, "It's too late. No one who is the prey that Carl, is eyeing will escape my grasp." Another arm filled with hot lava blasted out. In an instant, a huge and shocking hole was blasted out of Mori's chest. Dang. Mori died. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Paramecia tui fruit is automatically transferred to the host. Close black lens bracket. Current level 1. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for getting a copy of the demonic power of the tui fruit. Close black lens bracket. Carl was delighted. Press joy. He let go of his fingers and let Mori's body fall downward from the air. In just an instant, his arm turned into a large white net, trapping the charging Commander Crow in it. The network shrinks rapidly, limiting. "I have to say, this trick is really great for catching birds and fish," Carl said with a smile. "This time, I used the ability Paramecia Meonian fruit, and controlled it into the shape of a cotton rope to form a large net, and easily caught the General Crow in the net." The crow looked frightened and struggled hard in the net. "What kind of ability is this? What kind of devil are you? Why can one person use so many abilities?" The more he struggled, the tighter the restraint became, and the more blood spurted out from his original wounds. The white light shines as always. Anthropomorphic object. Zone Bird Fruit Phantom Beast Species Yatakarasu Form. Anthropomorphism Progress 4%, 7%, Chapter 109 Nika Form vs Buddha Form, Harvest Devil Fruit. Sabo's face became distorted, his eyes widened with anger, and his face was filled with complex emotions such as pain, sadness, anxiety, regret, etc., and he screamed heartbreakingly. Seeing helplessly that his companions who were also members of the Revolutionary Army were about to die, his heart ached as if it were being torn apart. Ivankov, the Monster King, was anxious and angry. Damn it, you can't control your body to move freely in the air. He had all the strength in his body, but he couldn't use it, he couldn't save the crow at all. The white light in Carl's hand subsided, and the crow's struggle became a little weak. He looked at the crow in the net with some surprise, and chuckled, devil fruit from the phantom beast? It's quite surprising to me, but the gap between the fantasy beast species is also quite large, not only related to the ability but also related to the user. Looking at you, you are far from even admiral-level combat power. However, Crow couldn't object to Carl's words. After all, there were only a limited number of monsters in this world, and admiral-level combat power was not something that could be easily achieved. That's a rare existence. Talent, hard work and combat experience are all indispensable. Carl stopped inking, and the cotton web began to materialize, turning into extremely hot magma, causing the crow to let out a shrill scream. It only lasted 2 or 3 seconds. Crow, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Northern Army, fell. Ding. The crow dies. Close black lens bracket, Zone Bird Fruit Phantom Beast Species Yagarasu Form is automatically transferred to the host. Close black lens bracket. Current level 1. Close black lens bracket, congratulations to the host for getting a copy of the original power of the 819 Eurasian Devil Fruit. Close black lens bracket. Carl felt more confident. Although he was only a level 1 Devil Fruit human, he still had not used part of the Devil Fruit's original power that he had obtained before. It only takes 100 experience points for a level 1 Devil Fruit human to upgrade to level 2, and can unlock armor with powerful defense. It can be said to be extremely cost-effective and useful for temporarily blocking enemies. Carl glanced at the situation on the ice and was slightly surprised. Zephyr actually brought the law enforcement team to help. I didn't expect this. But it's a good thing after all. With urgency in his heart, the power of world government really surprised and frightened him. The opponent's trump card is his daughter-in-law's elephant because of TN's super level. He knew the power of CPO and Marine, and even overcalculated the power of CPU, but he didn't expect that the opponent also had hundreds of Lunaria android troops. As well as 20 or 30 mysterious troops close to the highest level of combat power in the sea. And, until now, the 5 elders still have not come forward, which means that the current situation is still under the control of the other party. Carl turned his head and stared at the Demon King Ivankov and the military commander Bello Betty. You two are also ability users, so I won't be polite. Being stared at by Carl's gaze, the S********** King Ivankov and Bello Betty were instantly chilled, and cold sweat flowed out from all parts of their bodies uncontrollably. Ground. The face of the Golden Buddha who was fighting the Nika form darkened. He noticed the white light flashing in the sky and immediately shouted without hesitation. World government troops, please take action to stop Carl from getting too many devil fruit. We must not let that guy create more devil fruit humans, otherwise the situation of the war will change. Advertisement. He was worried that Carl would create a devil fruit human that was as powerful as the Nika form in front of him, even as a Sengoku. I have faced countless strong men on the sea, such as Rox D. Simply irresistible. Rubber white whip. The human in Nika form rotates rapidly while using the hardened leg whip to sweep through thousands of armies. He also had an extremely bright smile on his face and laughed cheerfully, he 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 he. Sengoku, who transformed into a golden Buddha, was also forced back by the spinning Nika form. Devil fruit humans are too powerful, and what is the ability of this devil fruit? It is so weird and extremely powerful. The Sengoku people were going crazy and could only adopt the strategy of Yudo. It's really because of his special ability of shockwave that the attack threat to this guy is greatly reduced by that special ability. Sengoku retreated again and again, his ears filled with the cheerful laughter of Nika's form, as if the opponent was not fighting him anymore. It was like he was playing games with Nika in his form. This guy's abilities are like Garp's B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* expanded and contracted freely. It's amazing. But Straw Hat Luffy's is Paramecia rubber fruit. It's very different from the white-haired monster in front of me. It can also use lightning attacks. It looks like devil fruit, an extremely rare species of fantasy beast. It's so weird. Sengoku felt very aggrieved. He was a former marine marshal, but he was suppressed and beaten by a devil fruit human. The golden palm raised his hand and pushed it out. A giant transparent ball of light with faint fluorescence appeared on his palm. Buddha's shockwave. The explosion set off a terrifying shockwave, shattering the surrounding ice. Even under the powerful shockwave, the broken ice was instantly blasted into powder. Ha 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 ha. The cheerful laughter came again, rubber, thunder and lightning. A bolt of thunder and lightning came through the sky, causing cold sweat to break out on Sengoku's face. The huge golden Buddha jumped forward quickly, and the thunder and lightning struck behind him with a bang. At this time, because of Sengoku's orders, the guy with the #1 title on his clothes among the Devil Slayers who originally attacked the Whitebeard Pirates shouted, Slayers numbered 10 to 20, attack Sweet Carl, don't let the other side create more devil fruit, humanity. Slayer number 10 received. Slayer number 20 received. The next moment, the 10 devil slayers all used the mooncloth in the 6 moves and flew into the sky like a rocket, bound to prevent Carl from getting the devil fruit. The sound of bang 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 breaking through the air continued to sound. 10 killers of different shapes formed a circle and surrounded Carl. Killer number 10 had a cruel smile on his lips. Sweet Carl, we have to thank you. If it weren't for you, we would never have the chance to see this vast sea. He stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked the corners of his mouth, and said with a sinister smile, as a thank you and reward, we decided to taste your blood and let you live among our trophies. With a wave of his arm, a blue flying slash suddenly appeared in the sky. Compared to the Tempest Kick in the 6 styles, which uses a vacuum to fight, this wave of his hand is more like a blade slashing, and the slashing speed is very fast. Advertisement, you guys, you still want to defeat me? Carl just used lion fruit to move his body sideways to the right, and dodged the slashing attack lightly. He looked at this group of wolf-like secret troops of the world government with a look of disdain, and sneered. This is simply a fool's dream. Now that he has mastered 14 devil fruit abilities, he has the confidence and strength to fear no strong person. Even if the 4 Emperor's Admiral gather together, he will not be afraid at all. Not to mention this group of stinky rats hiding in the ditch. Gia Gia. Killer number 13's green eyes like hungry wolves stared at Carl as if staring at delicious prey. He grinned evilly and said, our strength is indeed not as strong as yours, Carl. Just like a wolf, facing the lion and tiger, the king of the forest, is no match at all. But, if there are 10 ferocious wolves, even a powerful tiger, a lion is no match for a pack of wolves. Carl raised his eyebrows, as if he heard something extremely funny. A playful smile appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but laugh. Oh? It means you are a pack of wolves, and I am the tiger in your mouth? He put away the smile on his face and his expression became stern, with a breathtaking and stern look in his tiger eyes. You think too highly of yourselves. In my eyes, you are just a bunch of stinky rats. If you want to defeat the tiger, then I will let you experience the gap. As he raised his hand, a ball of bright white light appeared on Carl's fist. Slayer number 12 Big 710 drank and reminded. Everyone, be careful, this is the power of shock fruit. The expressions of the rest of the people became serious, so cold that there was only murderous intent and bloodlust as cold as the cold wind on their faces. Click. Click. If caution is useful, then why do you need absolute strength? Carl was as arrogant and confident as a true king. The stronger the power, the less he disdains the roundabout attack method, but uses his own powerful fist to defeat the enemy with overwhelming force. As Carl casually punched the side of his body with his right fist, spiderweb-like cracks suddenly spread out where the fist landed due to the energy. It creates a visual sense of broken space. The terrifying concussive impact also instantly hit the killers on the side. Several killers raised their hands in tacit agreement and performed armament hockey release. A deafening explosion sounded in the sky. Slayer number 14 widened the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. Our individual strength is indeed not as good as yours, but in addition to training and fighting, we also form a team to fight together. The level of tacit understanding has long gone beyond what most people can imagine. Even if it is a powerful shock fruit, together we can block it without spending too much power. Each of them has at least the strength of the Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral, and most of them are Reserve Admirals, or even Imperial Vice Admirals, and have half a foot in the Admiral level of combat power. With several killers joining forces, even a strong man with an Admiral level of combat power will die in despair. Carl curled his lips and thought to himself, these guys are really confident. That's right. These guys thought they had gone through some fighting training and honed some combination skills, so they thought they could defeat me by joining forces. I am not the strong man on the sea that they know. A whirlwind suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Surgery space. Carl's face was extremely cold and filled with strong murderous intent. You have ruined my good deeds, so I will let you die now. Chapter 110 Kizaru. Have you ever been kicked by light, trembling black knife knight? The special surgical space covers almost half of the sky. The realm of sword, expand, demon form, expand. Devil's eye, open, 3 powerful buff skills are fully activated. The moment he performed it in the surgical space, Carl seemed to have turned on a violent stance, instantly displaying devil fruit dollar level and famous sword level abilities. And gained the ability of Devil's Eye. His appearance and body shape also underwent horrifying changes in an instant, and 2 black devil horns sprouted from his forehead. The eyes instantly became extremely frightening, and one felt deeply hairy when looking at them. Strange black lines appeared on the surface of the muscles and skin all over the body, and even the skin color became a little pale, as if a real devil had come to the world. Killer number 10 looked horrified. Hey, the intelligence didn't show that Carl has such a weird ability. It feels like this guy has become more terrifying and powerful. Now my body reacts instinctively with fear, and even the hairs on my hair stand on end. He wasn't lying. The hairs on his body really stood up uncontrollably, and he felt a cold feeling on his skin. That's the body's instinctive reaction. Why did Carl become such a frightening person? Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of depression in my heart? A look of fear flashed in the eyes of Killer No 18, which was an instinctive feeling of strong emotion, danger. Killer number 13 looked extremely solemn and asked, Hey, Have you noticed that Carl's breath seems to have disappeared in your perception? Not only that, when I was enveloped in that strange space, I felt that my actions were slightly restricted, as if there was an invisible pressure falling on me. It will have some minor impact on our movement, attack, and dodge. Being extremely sensitive to breath, Grandmaster Observation Hockey and the others lost their ability to capture breath, which had a great impact on their battles. Everyone, be careful, this guy's aura has really disappeared. Slayer N020's face changed slightly, and his heart was heavy. I have never seen such a change in him. We are already weaker than him, and now we have to raise 100%. Use your full concentration to deal with him. Carl's sudden change, coupled with the mysterious sword realm, made this group of devil killers who grew up from the Shira field somewhat uncomfortable. Do it, quickly, capture Carl and hand him over to the 5 elders. Killer number 10 shouted the order. He knew not to let the fear in his heart affect their fighting consciousness and desire. The other killers looked at each other one after another and launched an attack in unison. The 10 devil slayers used their hands and feet together to swing out huge flying slashes of at least 10 meters, making a sound that ripped the air. In an instant, hundreds of tempest kicks were directed at Carl. The tempest kick that filled the sky came from all directions like a gust of rain, leaving no room or place for Carl to escape, even sealing off every possibility that Carl could avoid. This is the combination of 10 devil slayers. If an ordinary person is attacked by such a storm of slashing attacks, his skin will peel off even if he doesn't die. Carl looked calm and did not bother to dodge these attacks. The whole person was motionless, as if waiting to die. In an instant, Carl's body was chopped into pieces by countless tempest kicks. It's not his true form. That guy disappeared. The expression of killing number 10 changed. It should be some special ability that caused him to move his position. Advertisement unable to sense Carl's breath, he and others can only search for Carl's traces with their naked eyes. Killing no 10, he roared furiously. Look quickly, we must find Carl. This is the first time that someone has been able to break through the joint siege of 10 numbered killers. It is simply a slap in their face, leaving the Devil Slayer troops with nowhere to show their dignity. In the sky, the 10 killers were looking for traces of Carl. On the warship, Shichibukai Doflamingo's expression changed drastically, and his body trembled slightly. Hey, have you all seen Carl? He turned into a devilish look, which is scary to look at. Could that guy not be human at all? He had never heard of or seen anyone in this sea who could turn into Carl's appearance. It was simply unbelievable. Fear unconsciously arose in my heart. Carl's ghost-like and creepy face appeared in his mind, and he felt uneasy in his heart. Hawkeye frowned slightly. He had indeed seen Carl's changes just now. He was also a little shocked and said, "Of course I saw it. That guy is the biggest focus on this battlefield. How could he not pay attention?" Those people are right. Carl's aura has indeed disappeared in this world. Even my sight and color cannot capture his aura. I can only use my naked eyes to locate his traces and figure. Moreover, his change made me feel extremely terrifying deep down, as if I was facing an invincible enemy. This feeling has never appeared to me in many years. Hawkeye, who usually talks less, rarely spoke a lot. The stern-faced Hawkeye stretched out his hand and pressed it on the handle of the black sword knight knife, one of the 12 great swords on his back, and said in a deep voice, "The most important thing is, I don't know why. My black blade knight actually felt uncomfortable and wanted to leave this space. What is it that makes my black blade tremble on its own at night?" He didn't know that it was all because of the sword domain, that his black sword knight felt this way. Others didn't care at all what Hawkeye said at this moment, but looked sideways at the words he said. This guy who didn't even have the slightest fear of Whitebeard actually felt fearful when facing Carl. The face of the pirate empress Boa Hancock was completely pale. He glanced at Mahawk out of the corner of his eye. There was still a huge wave in her heart, making her stand frozen in place. Is that man really invincible? The mysterious army of the world government is so powerful that his expression didn't even change at all. From beginning to end, he didn't take these strong men seriously at all. This is a group of strong men who are comparable to Shichibukai, and they have no shortcomings or weaknesses in taijutsu, haki, and coordination. But it is such a force that even the entire 4 Emperors team cannot defeat. In Carl's eyes, it is just like the stinky rat, he said. On the ground, the remaining group of the Revolutionary Army relied on Mori's dead body to survive. On the battlefield, the appearance of the Revolutionary Army surprised countless people on the battlefield. Marine Prep Admiral Guillaume, who was fighting against Foil Bista, had a look of shock on her pretty face. He's a guy from the Revolutionary Army. He abandoned the joint attack plan with Marine and fell from the sky. And Golden Lion Shiki suddenly flew into the sky again. Thinking of the previous departure of Golden Lion Shiki, Jijono seemed to understand instantly. Advertisement: the Revolutionary Army did not give up this joint attack with Marine, but chose to attack the floating island in the sky. Clang. The swords collide and sparks fly. Foil Bista also noticed the appearance of the Revolutionary Army, and his face instantly relaxed a lot. It seems that the Revolutionary Army did not get any benefits on the floating island, and that's right, after all, it was Shiki and the captain. A famous sword. How can a mere Revolutionary Army be a match for the captain's famous sword? And the captain made a strong move and killed 3 Revolutionary Army commanders, causing heavy losses to the Revolutionary Army. Sudden. Foil Bista's face darkened, and a little cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Damn. The soldiers who had been stunned by Conqueror's hockey began to wake up one after another. This is bad. That was an extremely large team, for the Whitebeard Pirates, whose current number was only 10,000 or 20,000. It is a huge gap that cannot be ignored. With a mass of people, most of the members of the Whitebeard Pirates can be killed using human sea tactics. After being distracted for a moment, Marine prepared Admiral Guillaume seized the opportunity and said with a smile on his face, "What a great opportunity." The opponent actually got distracted during the battle. The knife swung towards Bista's vital part, whoosh. This knife frightened Foil Bista to death. Fortunately, he reacted very quickly, and his strength had improved recently, and he was able to block the knife. It was so dangerous, I was almost hit by this woman. At this moment, the situation is extremely unfavorable for the Whitebeard Pirates. Even if there are a few devil fruits, humans are powerful, but they cannot withstand the huge number of people in the world government. There are about 300 Lunarian android troops, and now there are more than 200 people, plus 20 or 30 people from the CPO, and the Devil Slayer troops that have just appeared. As well as marine generals and giant troops, there are dozens of strong men in total. As for the Whitebeard Pirates, apart from the Devil Fruit humans, the remaining combat power of the Whitebeard Pirates is only Marco, Bista, Josie, Moria and a few Devil Fruit humans who have slightly stronger combat capabilities. Facing such a powerful enemy, the Whitebeard Pirates can be said to be retreating steadily. Even the addition of the law enforcement team only slightly withstood the opponent's fierce offensive. A corner of the battlefield. Marine Admiral Kizaru's eyes shrank slightly under his sunglasses, and he was shocked inside. The Whitebeard Pirates are really terrifying. From this point of view, it is equivalent to the Whitebeard Pirates fighting against the three major organizations of Marine, World Government, and the Revolutionary Army at the same time. Moreover, the war has just passed, and the Revolutionary Army has suffered such heavy losses. I am afraid that the war in the sky will be a defeat. With his quick mind, he deduced the cause and effect almost instantly, and was extremely shocked that the Whitebeard Pirates were dealing with three major forces at the same time. And his opponent, Lion Fruit, stretched out his hand, and a large number of broken ice cubes combined to form an ice and snow lion. Lion Majesty. Govern place Earth coiling. The ice lion's head instantly turned black, and the terrifying armament hockey made Marine Admiral Kizaru choose to dodge. Yada mirror. The whole person instantly turned into a golden light, using the distance of refraction to catch Lion Fruit's condensed lion body. Lion Fruit appeared beside Lion Fruit unpreparedly, with that wretched expression making a voice. Have you ever been kicked by a light? Chapter 111 Magma Armor. A combination of Devil Fruit abilities? Marine Admiral Kizaru's feet burst out with bright and dazzling golden light, and they did not move slowly like the Sabaody archipelago. His kick speed far exceeds the speed of sound. This also led to Lion Fruit not hearing the opponent's completion at the moment Kizaru appeared. He raised his hand to cover armament hockey and hit Kizaru's flash kick. Lion Fruit's figure instantly flew out, and when it was about to hit the ground, it managed to hold steady. What a troublesome ability. If my sight color and weapon color were stronger, I would be able to deal with Marine Admiral Kizaru more easily. Although he possesses moves with a wide range and extremely destructive power, it takes time to condense the moves. And Marine Admiral Kizaru's sparkling fruit is famous for its speed. In the battle between Devil Fruit humans and Marines, Marine Admiral Kizaru is the only Marine with an advantage. Yes, but not many. Marine Admiral Kizaru rubbed his chin in the air and pouted. The defensive power of this armor is really difficult for me. The attack power is terrifying, and the defense power is also extremely pervert. Fortunately, I can't catch up with my speed. As long as I persist until the world government forces wipe out the rest of the Whitebeard Pirates. When the time comes, I can hand over Lion Fruit to them. He quietly had the idea of paddling in his mind. And the place where the Revolutionary Army fell. Ivankov, the Demon King, hugged Sabo and shouted anxiously. Sabo boy, this war is not something we can participate in. There are too many strong men here. Besides, that monster Karl is too strong, and the rest of us are no match for him. After losing his companions whom he had known for many years, he felt pain in his heart, and why did he not want to avenge his companions? But he also knew very well that the strength of the few people in the Revolutionary Army alone, even if added together, was no match for Karl, the Big Devil. Even if there is overwhelming hatred for Karl in his heart, he must suppress it firmly in this situation, otherwise his sacrifice will be in vain. Army Commander Bello Betty bit his lip and advised, Sabo, now is not the time for revenge. If we all sacrifice here, no one will continue the fire of the Revolutionary Army. At that time, the Revolutionary Army that Mr. Dolog had worked hard to build for more than 10 years was really destroyed. Sabo is the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. In terms of strength and status, he is second only to the leader Dolog. He is also the man who inherits Dolag's will and the ideas of the Revolutionary Army. More important than these military commanders, Sabo's blood-red eyes calmed down, his eyes were filled with mist, and he gritted his teeth. I must carry Mr. Dorag's fire forward and continue it. He no longer resisted and allowed Ivankov, the Demon King, to take him away from the battlefield. On their way to escape, a small green seedling broke through the ice and grew out of the frozen sea. The growing plants made a sound that frightened everyone in the Revolutionary Army. It was Karl's voice. When they heard Karl's voice, they immediately felt like they were falling into an icy hell. I said, where are you going to escape to? The green shoots grew rapidly, reaching 2 meters in height in the blink of an eye, and the voice was still heard, "Without my permission, Carl, none of you can escape." The sound falls. The green plants had grown to a height of 4 to 5 meters, and Carl's demonic body and face emerge. His demonic eyes made everyone in the Revolutionary Army shudder instantly. The cold voice seemed like the murmur of a devil. "Push the fruit, come out. Yatakarasu form, come out." In an instant, 2 rays of light shot out from his chest. 2 human beings condensed in front of him. One was a man wrapped in a black feather coat with a feminine and neutral face. It is the phantom species Yatakarasu human. The other person was a rustic man dressed in khaki, who looked no different from ordinary people. The only characteristic is that it is ordinary. It is Paramecia push fruit humanity. Both of these devil fruit humans were upgraded to level 2 by Carl BJEB, using the original power of the devil fruit that he had saved before, unlocking the ability to armorize. Advertisement. Carl's light voice gave the order to the 2 of them. "Go and support the members of the Whitebeard Pirates." "Yes." X2. The Yatakarasu humans and the push fruit quickly headed to the battlefield where the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were. Carl also felt a little regretful. It would be great if there were extra devil fruit experience pills, so that they could be upgraded to level 4, with strength comparable to Admiral. But now we can only let them go up to level 2. I hope Shiki and the others can quickly deal with Dorag and come over to support. Otherwise, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates may lose a lot of people. There is also a sense of urgency in his heart. The situation is now unfavorable to the Whitebeard Pirates, and there are also the 5 elders of the world government in the dark. If most of the enemies are not dealt with quickly, not many members of the Whitebeard Pirates will survive after a long battle. He must also seize the time to obtain the devil fruit and create the devil fruit to give humans the power to resist the world government. Carl's strange devil eyes stared at the Demon King Ivankov and Bello Betty in front of him. He must get their devil fruit. The moment Carl showed up, someone from the Devil Slayer unit discovered Carl and immediately shouted, "Found it, your guy is over here." With a cry, other Devil Slayers rushed towards Carl. The few remaining members of the Revolutionary Army all showed expressions of fear. Bello Betty took a deep breath from the cigarette on her bright red lips, stood in front of everyone, and said decisively, "I will stop Carl, you go first." Carrying the flag on her shoulders, she had a lingering fear in her eyes, but she had no choice. Staring at Carl coldly, he said, "To allow a devil like you to have such terrifying strength is like God is blind." This moment, Sabo couldn't bear it anymore and couldn't suppress his emotions. His eyes were bloodshot and he clenched the steel pipe in his hand as if he was about to crush it. His eyes were full of hatred and murderous intent, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Carl, you." Before he finished speaking, Carl completely disappeared from the spot. Momo. 100 times speed. Carl's figure disappeared from the sight of the Revolutionary Army as if teleporting. When they reacted, a gust of wind hit them belatedly, and the sound of Bello Betty whimpering and screaming could be heard in their ears. "Betty. A-hole. Stop. Let Betty go." Everyone in the Revolutionary Army panicked and had no time to be shocked by Carl's speed. They all went crazy and used their own moves to kill Carl. Exchange. Using the ability of Op Fruit, Carl appeared in the distance carrying Betty, and at the same time, the Devil Slayer troops jumped into the air. Among the 10 people, the one with the highest number, no 10, looked gloomy and cursed. "Damn it, this guy has too many abilities, and he has all kinds of weird abilities. A person who can possess so many devil fruit abilities and still be alive is a monster. And he has many abilities and is weird." They were simply fooled around. As one of the most powerful world government aces, when have they ever done this? Now. Carl stared expressionlessly at the Revolutionary Army commander Bello Betty in his hand. "Although you were just forced to get involved in this war, there are never innocent people in war." White light shines in his hands. Open black lens bracket anthropomorphic object. Paramecia inspiring fruit, close black lens bracket. Anthropomorphism progress. 6, 11%. The white light in his hand disappeared, and Carl and Betty disappeared again and appeared in another location, completely turning the Devil Slayer troops around. Bello Betty glared at Carl with a desperate and angry look. If looks could kill, she would have destroyed Carl's house long ago. Carl's arm turned into hot lava, and Betty wailed and screamed a few times before dying completely. Dang. Bello Betty is dead. Close black lens bracket, Paramecia inspiring fruit is automatically transferred to the host. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement, current level 1. Close black lens bracket, congratulations to the host for getting a copy of the devil's original power of the encouragement fruit. Close black lens bracket. There was no joy in Carl's heart, but instead a heavy emotion enveloped his heart. As he killed more people, he seemed to feel less and less about killing people. But sometimes you just have to make a choice. The number of brightly lit devil fruits on the devil fruit tree in my mind has reached 15, but this time there is no reward. Do we need 20 pills? The expected reward did not appear, which made Carl's expectations somewhat disappointed. He was missing a key factor that could turn the situation around. He immediately adjusted his mentality and returned to reality. Utilize the devil fruit's origin to upgrade the encouragement fruit to level 2. Carl also immediately summoned the encouragement fruit. A man in a bright red coat appeared immediately, carrying out the support order given by Carl. 3 level 2 devil fruit, it's not enough, it's still not enough. Carl's face was gloomy, the circle fruit, the cotton fruit. They were all held back by the Devil Slayer troops. Let the CPD, pacifists, Lunarian androids, etc. focus entirely on the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. No need to look. With shared vision and observation hockey, Carl can grasp the dynamics of the entire battlefield and the situation of the war. Let him deeply understand that although he has no fear, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates are all mortal bodies, with the exception of a few main members. Both the individual strength and the overall strength of the others are more than one level behind world government troops and marines. At this time, the Devil Slayer troops surrounded Carl again. This time, the attack was launched without any hesitation. Spear, finger pistol. Killer number 17 used his shaved flash to reach Carl's side, his shiny black finger poked at Carl's weak waist. If it hits, the opponent will follow the powerful impact and go straight to Carl's heart. Before his fingers even reached, Carl's skin was already tingling slightly from the sharp wind. Except for killer number 17, other killers appeared almost at the same time before, around, and even above Carl's head. Moreover, all the killer's attacks were aimed at Carl's vital parts. Magma, armor. Carl remained unmoved and summoned the black-red magma armor in an instant. The black-red armor carried an extremely hot aura. Almost at the same time as the magma armor was summoned, a terrifying aura erupted from the burly demon-like body. Black and red lightning is like the electric snakes were beating around Carl's body, making a heart-stopping sizzling sound. Air, Rubik's Cube. Carl put his hands together up and down, and a fluorescent square appeared in his palm. Everything happens in the blink of an eye. The Devil Slayers all had smiles of success on their faces, and the attacks of the 10 of them all landed on Carl's armor in no particular order at almost the same second. There is a dinging sound. There is also the sound of silence. There was also a B*********** G sound. But without exception, every Devil Slayer's attack could not break through the defense of the magma armor. Instead, everyone felt the astonishing high temperature on the armor. They were so hot that they were sweating. Although the attacks of the killers could not break through the armor, the power was transmitted to Carl through the armor. However, the weakened power was not good for him who possessed the rubber fruit. Explain. It's no big deal. Carl had a crazy and devilish smile on his face. Momo, 50 times the air cube. Chapter 1125 Elders Attack. The Blackbeard Pirates have revealed their traces. This scene. Instantly, a biting cold air appeared in the bodies of the killers around Carl's body, rising straight from the soles of their feet to the tinling cap. There were expressions of fear and anxiety on each face. Carl's devilish face and smile aroused the fear of death in their hearts. A demonic, hoarse voice sounded in their ears, "By now." The square air Rubik's Cube suddenly grew in size, emitting a dazzling white light. Boom! The terrifying white light exploded from the air compression cannon, swallowing up everything around it. The faces of the killers showed expressions of horror and despair, and their bodies seemed to be broken down into dust that was invisible to the naked eye and disappeared into this space. As the white light spread, the frozen sea surface was melted away by the terrifying force. 10 meters. 100 meters. 500 meters. A radius of 500 meters is still not the limit, and the unstoppable shockwave is spreading in a circular manner in all directions. Everyone on the battlefield noticed this horrifying shockwave of destruction, and they spread their legs and ran away in all directions. What kind of move is this? It's so terrifying. Everything is crushed into powder under the shockwave. The power to destroy the world. This is the power to destroy the world. Nothing can stop him. Carl's power cannot be stopped by humans at all. Everyone was shocked beyond measure by this devastating scene. Kong, the Marine Marshal who was fighting against Shockfruit, couldn't help but look sideways, and he quickly opened the distance between him and the shockwave like a cheetah. Cold sweat broke out on his face. Carl, Devil Fruit has too many abilities, and there are many extremely powerful abilities among them. It was probably that guy who used those abilities to create such an incredibly destructive attack. At this time, a trace of happiness actually rose in his heart. Now suddenly, the Shockfruit in front of me doesn't seem so scary anymore, at least I'm not facing that guy sweet Carl. Kong felt a lot better now. It wasn't until he opened a safe distance that he looked back at the terrifying circular white light. The old face was full of melancholy and solemnity, and he murmured, "This guy Carl is already so powerful. Can the power deployed by the world government really destroy this guy?" Seeing such a shocking scene, his firm heart was shaken a little. At this time, the pursuing Shockfruit comes with an invincible shock fist. Song, now you have seen how terrifying the master is. The master's strength is beyond your imagination. Possessing a loyal Kong's arms, as thick as the roots of old trees, were covered with a strong layer of armament hockey, and he punched Shockfruit. Boom, he looked stern and snorted coldly. So what if you are powerful, but don't forget that the real power of the world government has not yet been deployed. What we have in front of us is just an army under the command of the world government. As he spoke, the blood and chi in his body surged up into his throat, and there was a bitter fishy smell, which he swallowed again. His heart felt extremely heavy at the moment. After many fights with Shockfruit, my body has been hit by the shock force again and again, and I have suffered a lot of damage. If this continues, I will lose sooner or later, but Carl has shown such destructive power, the 5 elders will not sit idly by. I hope they can come as soon as possible and deal with this trouble Carl. The other side. Marco's sluggish look regained some morale, and he said excitedly, "It's been so long since I've seen the captain take action, and his power has become so terrifying without knowing it. Completely surpassed Dad, deservedly the strongest in the world." Carl's earth-shattering move gave the members of the Whitebeard Pirates a rare chance to breathe. All members took this opportunity to get closer together. Foil Beast's face was happy, but soon dimmed again, and he said, "The power of the world government is really too strong. Each of these tall troops with flames on their bodies is comparable to the strength of Vice Admiral. What's more, some of them are not weaker than me. I'm afraid that if we can't hold on until the captain can kill the other guys, we'll die first." Behind them, most of the captains had a lot of injuries on their bodies, and many members were killed in battle. Advertisement from the beginning of the war to now, thousands of people have been lost. For the Whitebeard Pirates, who currently only have a total of 10,000 or 20,000 people, this is an extremely heavy death toll. Bonnie was sweating profusely, and his fair face showed a look of exhaustion. He was breathing heavily as he spoke. On such a battlefield, anyone who is not careful may lose his life. It is really dangerous. I feel like I might not have been killed by the enemy before my heart can't bear it anymore. It was the first time for her to be in such a thrilling and dangerous battlefield. She had to be highly concentrated and her heart was in her throat all the time. Most of the sweat all over my body was cold sweat from shock. Even Gecko Moria was holding his knees with both hands, bending over and breathing heavily, unable to laugh at all. The captain got a few more devil fruit humans, but the strength gap between these devil fruit humans was too big compared to the previous ones. There are too many enemies and it doesn't solve the problem at all. There is a world of difference between level 2 devil fruit humans and level 4 devil fruit humans, not even a tiny bit. Morale is low, after all, they're facing Yin's elite. At this moment, Zephyr stood up and encouraged. Don't be discouraged, everyone. The outcome of the war cannot be determined until the last moment. Besides, you have all seen Carl's strength. Now he faces more and stronger enemies. Not only does he fight to the death, he also tries every means to support us. So, we must not give up. Zephyr knew that he and others faced many powerful enemies, but if they gave up resistance, they would only decline faster and make Carl more distracted. Yes, while the captain was killing the enemy heroically, he also did not forget to create devil fruit humans to support us. Even if the enemy is strong, we must not admit defeat, Josie said with a firm voice. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates are suffering from low morale. Fearless struggle. The Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, who controlled 6 long knives in Mao, plus 2 in his hands, had a total of 8 long knives, said disdainfully. Carl's strength is indeed stronger than expected, but you have also seen it. The power of the world government is beyond your imagination. Even if Carl kills 10 people, no matter what, there will be more and stronger people to drag him and stop him. Get rid of you first, then everyone will besiege Carl, even if he is a devil. You're going to die too. The provoking method worked as expected. Diamond Josie came over angrily and killed him. The shining fruit had already been summoned by him to share the pressure of the Whitebeard Pirates. At this time, he relied solely on his own strength to fight against the enemy. As soon as Josie took action, all members of the Whitebeard Pirates and the law enforcement team also killed him. The Marine generals, Hua Xiaoshan, Flying Squirrel, Gion, T-Dolphin, and pacifist troops, some CPOs and Lunaria tribe bionics, and some Devil Slayer troops also moved towards the members of the Higurashi Pirates. For a while, it's like fighting between gods, with various abilities, weapons, slashes, guns and artillery, hockey, etc. It's really like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing his magical powers. The battle was very tragic, the far side of the sea. The 5 elders, who were always monitoring every move on the battlefield, also looked moved. Everyone looked at each other. Saint Satan's face was very dark and he said in a very serious tone, "This kind of destructive attack has surpassed the destructive power of Marine Admiral and 4 emperors." Carl suddenly rose to prominence. In just over a month, he went from being a pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million. Having grown to such a terrifying level, in this war, Carl must be defeated and captured no matter what. The heavy tone also reveals the determination and courage of Saint Satan. He understood that a stronger force must be deployed to deal with Carl, otherwise with Carl's strength, even though the world government seemed to have an absolute advantage in terms of military strength at the moment. There is still a risk of being reversed by Carl. The bald 5 elders reached out and rubbed the handle of first-generation Kitetsu's sword, and said coldly, "Now, is it time for us to appear?" The cold murderous intent all over his body made the air become solemn and oppressive. And the first-generation ghost on his waist also trembled slightly, as if he was a little excited. The 5 elders with short blonde hair also moved their wrists and made a clicking sound. "We haven't done anything for a long time. Carl's strength is indeed worthy of our action, and his combat power is indeed a great threat to us." My blood, which had remained silent for a long time, began to boil. The bearded 5 elders frowned. "Satan Saint, can you contact Lord I Am? It's best to report the war here to Lord I Am first." Hearing Yimu's name, Saint Satan nodded slightly. "I can't contact Mr. Yimu. Unless I go to the flowers to meet Mr. Yimu in person, I can't contact you at all, and I can't report the things here to you. *TT. So, the next step is for us to work together to bring Carl to Lord I Am." After getting the answer, the other 5 elders nodded. Saint Satan also ordered, "Loosen the sail rope and move forward at full speed." There was a crash. Advertisement: the sail with the world government logo fell down, and when it was blown by the sea breeze, it immediately swelled up, and the extremely gorgeous giant ship quickly sailed in the direction of the battlefield. Wait for the world government ship to leave. A giant pirate ship slowly appeared, with 3 skulls and 3 white skeletons on the dark sails. This ship is called the Sword of Zebek. It is the ship of the Blackbeard Pirates. Otosuvan Oka said calmly. The world government's ships are heading to the battlefield, which means that the situation on the battlefield has become so bad that the 5 elders have to be dispatched. Ha 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 ha. Fighting champion Badgers laughed. The more brutal the battle between the world government and the Whitebeard Pirates, the better. Then we, Blackbeard, will be the only victors of this epic war. Blackbeard's mouth couldn't help but grin. Ha ha ha. When the time comes, we have to thank Carl for clearing away so many obstacles and enemies for us. A hint of evil flashed through his little black eyes. That guy took away the shock fruit that I was determined to get, and also ruined my plan. If it's not him, I'm already a person with dual abilities of shock fruit and dark fruit, possessing destructive power. 0. Also took away the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now, it's time for him to pay for what he has done. The evil King Pizarro spoke a little, holding a piece of barbecue in his hand and biting it hard, and said while chewing. If you ask me, our Blackbeard regiment should take advantage of the empty power of the world government to attack Mariajoy. Shiryu of the Rain puffed out cigar smoke and said, Mariajoy? If either the world government or the Whitebeard Pirates win, they can come back and capture Mariajoy at any time. Don't be fooled by Mariajoy, you have to deal with the real enemy. At that time, no one in the whole world can stop us Blackbeard Pirates. Everything is ours. At this time, a burly man walked out on the deck, with excitement on his face and a devilish smile on his face. Now, Carl is the strongest man on the sea. He has surpassed Captain Roger. As long as I defeat him, I will be the strongest in the world. The ship moved forward slowly, as if they were not in a hurry. Now, the battlefield around Hachinosu Island. The moment the 50x Air Rubik's Cube exploded, Carl used the Sensen fruit to naturally transform into elements and transfer. When he appears again, Sabo's face showed an emotion of collapse and despair. He was so angry that he almost lost his mind and jumped into the air. Holding the steel pipe in his hand, pouring armament hockey made a sound that broke through the air and hit Carl's head. You devil, I will kill you. But the steel pipe in his hand was ripped open, and he could only vent his resentment and anger into the air. And this moment, the transvestite King Ivankov also instantly knew that Carl was coming towards him. He shook his head with a dark purple afro that was larger than his upper body and looked at Carl from side to side in panic. Come out, I see you. The muscles all over his body were tense, and the tips of his fingers had unknowingly turned into long, sharp needles. A huge shadow enveloped him, causing his whole body to fall into the shadow brought by Carl's burly body. That moment, the King Ivankov was in despair, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. Embryo estrogen, he twisted his body and pierced Carl's body with his sharp fingers. However, this blow is destined to only hit the extremely hard and hot magma armor. It's so hot, it hurts. Even though Ivankov was wearing gloves, he could not withstand the high temperature of the magma. He puffed his mouth and blew on his smoking and swollen hands. But a big hand pinched him at this moment, and his arms could not move. No matter how he twisted his body, it was of no avail. Death. Wink. Hell. Wink eyes. Ivankov's eyes kept blinking, releasing an explosive wind with astonishing destructive power, and shouted crazily. Carl, die. You can't dodge my attack at such a close distance, corpse. Chapter 113 Kong Yunki is upgraded to level 2 again. Dorag's Dilemma. Carl instantly understood that Ivankov, the human demon king, was using himself as bait and wanted to use his life as a bet to gain the only possible victory and the chance to kill Carl. Several attacks landed on Carl's face. Even with a helmet, Carl's nose, mouth, eyes, etc. could not be blocked. And it was these places that Ivankov attacked. The explosion produced thick smoke that covered Carl's face. Your carelessness will allow me to seize the opportunity. Now, I will avenge my companions. Ivankov had a smile on his face that showed he had been avenged. But the happy smile only lasted for a second. The smile froze on his face, and a ball of white light emerged from Carl's hands, covering his body. This begins with the holy white light. To Ivankov, it is the Kui Ming talisman that is more terrifying than any color. How is it possible? My attack clearly hit his vitals and could definitely blow his head apart. How could he still be alive? Ivankov had a horrified expression on his face. He simply couldn't accept this result. Anthropomorphic object. Paramecia hormone fruit. Close black lens bracket. Anthropomorphism progress. 11%. The white light disappeared, and the smoke on Carl's face also dissipated at this moment, revealing Carl's unscathed, demon-like face. The pair of demonic eyes stared at Ivankov coldly. What a pity. Your attack did hurt me, but you don't understand my abilities at all. I can't be killed. A strong electric current suddenly shot out from Carl's palm and poured into Ivankov's body, shocking the other person's heart. Counter shock, one of the op fruit ability moves. In just a moment, Ivankov's heart was electrocuted by a terrible electric current and turned into pitch black. His eyes also lost color, and there was only white in his eyes like a blind man. Opening his mouth unconsciously, a wisp of smoke came out. Ding. Emporio Ivankov dies. Close black lens bracket, Paramecia hormone fruit is automatically transferred to the host. Close black lens bracket. Current level 1. Close black lens bracket, congratulations to host for obtaining a portion of the demonic origin of the hormone fruit. Close black lens bracket. Carl let go and put down Ivankov's body, and without wasting any time, he upgraded the hormone fruit to level 2. And summoned it. Light shot out from his chest, and a shirtless man with a well-proportioned and muscular body and a sunny face appeared in front of Carl. Under Carl's order, he immediately went to support the Whitebeard Pirates. Dragon's Claw. Sabo's eyes were about to burst, and the strange clawed hands with armament hockey's dragon claws moved towards Carl's face. I want you to die. He almost let out an angry roar at the top of his lungs, which showed how angry Sabo was at this moment. Carl just raised his hand to block Sabo's attack. A kai sound came out, and wisps of white smoke floated from the place where Sabo's fingers met the armor. Even with armament hockey, the tips of his fingers began to turn red and hot at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. With your strength, you can't take revenge at all. I don't want to kill you for the time being, so get out. There is no chance to make a new choice in the world. The same goes for Luffy, and the same goes for you. You all know that when you make a decision, you must have the courage to bear the consequences. Using his arms, he easily threw the opponent away. He kept Sabo because Carl didn't want the Revolutionary Army to be leaderless and fall into chaos, causing impact and damage to all parts of the world. Ah! Sabo yelled angrily, and when he got up, he found that Carl in front of him had disappeared. His whole body fell to the ground with a crash. Advertisement. At this time, Carl rushed towards the battlefield where the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were, and in a thought, he shared the vision of Kong Yunki in the sky. Taken all the battles taking place on the floating island. Floating island. Faced with the joint attack of the 5 powerful ones, the Golden Lion, the Sensen Fruit, and the 3 famous swords. Even if he is as strong as Dorag, he is completely passive. With a manic look on his face, Golden Lion Shiki used the lion fruit to quickly approach Dorag, and slashed down the opponent with the Muku and Sakura Sheng in his hands. But it was empty. I couldn't help but start cursing. This guy is just like a slippery loach. He held up his 2 swords and shouted into the air, Dolog, if you have the ability, come out and fight me head on. Slash wave. A golden sword energy pierced the sky, and it was not the Golden Lion who took action, but Kong Yunki. At level 5, Kong Yunki, who possesses the sword domain, is the one with the strongest perception among the people, and is limited to the sword domain. The flowing wind quickly condensed into the shape of Dorag, and green wind dragons with thick arms appeared in front of the chop, wrapping their winding bodies around the chop, crushing the chop into pieces. Ghost Cry also suddenly appeared behind Dorag, death. He waved his arm down, but streaks of cyan wind condensed on his arm, binding his arm like a rope, preventing the sword from swinging down. Dark clouds in the sky began to gather on the floating island. The drizzle of raindrops fell continuously from the sky. Drops of rain fell on Kong Yunki's body, and he looked heavy. Drag, this guy relies on speed, elementalization, and the wind that comes from everywhere. It's so difficult to defeat him quickly. Master, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates are not optimistic. The battle was a bit tense. Boom, a bolt of lightning struck down, and Jin Palau jumped sideways and dodged before the lightning fell. Lion Majesty. Rain roll. When Golden Lion raised his hand, the rain all over the sky froze in midair, and for a moment it seemed as if time and space had stopped. Immediately afterwards, a whole water lion gathered together, carrying armament hockey, and opened its bloody mouth to bite Dorag. Wind. Uzumaki swallows. The airflow from all directions quickly condenses, forming a huge horizontal wind Uzumaki, like a rotating washing machine or a meat grinder. Eat the whole water lion alive and mince it. Carl takes back the ability to share and focuses on the present. With a heavy heart, it seems that we won't be able to get help from the combat power on the floating island in a short time. We have to rely on ourselves for everything. We must find a way quickly, otherwise Marco and the others will not be able to stand it if this continues. 17. Paramecia hormone fruit is only a drop in the bucket for this battlefield filled with powerful people. If it is level 4, it should not be underestimated, but the current hormone fruit is only level 2. It's hard to take on a big responsibility. Before Carl arrived for support, someone blocked him. Carl, you are the only strong man in this sea. Killer number 1 said seriously with unprecedented importance in his eyes. This is the first time that the killer troops have suffered such huge casualties. They were hit by you. We killed 10 of them. You are proud enough. Even if you die here today, the legend about you will probably be spread on this sea for at least hundreds of years and will not be forgotten. The proud number 1 also praised Carl from the bottom of his heart, saying that what they admire the most in the Devil Slayer army is the strong. The numbers they carry are also ranking in order of strength. Slayer number 1 stared at Carl with all his attention. You are the first man to make me, the strongest member of the Slayer army, feel scared in my heart. Stop talking nonsense, aren't you just delaying time? A flash of urgency flashed in Carl's eyes, and he could clearly see through the other party's intention. Advertisement, he shouted in a cold voice. If you have any tricks, just come over here. While talking, several Devil Slayer troops have surrounded Carl. Killer number 6 said warily. Everyone, please be careful not to launch attacks at the same time to avoid the previous deaths of N1.10 to 20. Previously, Carl had killed 10 members of their army with just one powerful attack. Although the current No1 and No9 are more powerful than the killers who died before, Carl's terrifying strength makes them fearful, and they know that they cannot make the same mistake again. The killers stared at Carl eagerly and uncharacteristically did not choose to attack. They understood that their task at this moment was to hold Carl back. Carl's face darkened. We must find a way to break the current situation. Shaki and the others on the floating island can't be counted on for the time being. Now on the entire battlefield, the only one who can break the situation is me. He didn't move. Instead, he checked the rewards he had received before in his mind. The largest number was the famous sword experience pills, with a total of 9 pills. Next is 3 devil fruit upgrade hearts, 1 devil fruit or famous knife upgrade scroll, 2 resurrection crystals, activate rites once, a fusion scroll. Here are Carl's remaining rewards from the system. System. Check the current experience value of Shockfruit and Kong Yunki. Level 1 Earthquake Demon, 1897 10,000ths. Level 1 Kong Yunki Sing, 358 10,000ths. Now, Carl has several options. One is to upgrade Shockfruit by 1 level. The second is to use experience pills to upgrade Kong Yunki by 1 level, and then use upgrade scrolls to upgrade Kong Yunki by 1 level, so that Kong Yunki can be upgraded by 2 levels in total. Third, Shockfruit and Kong Yunki are each upgraded by 1 level. In just a moment, Carl made his choice. System. Use 5 experience pills on Kong Yunki. Experience pill is used successfully x5, and the experience value is 2000x5. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The level of Kong Yunki has been improved. The current level is level 2 Kong Yunki Sing 1.6, close black lens bracket. System. Use the upgrade scroll on Kong Yunki. The upgrade volume is used successfully, close black lens bracket. Ding. The level of Kong Yunki has been improved. The current level is level 3 Kong Yunki Ling, close black lens bracket. It has been upgraded to level 2 all of a sudden. I hope Kong Yunki can quickly capture Dolog so that we can come to support. Carl didn't have the time or energy to investigate Kong Yunki's changes at the moment, but he could predict that the improvement in Kong Yunki's strength after being promoted to level 2 must be extraordinary. There was a group of killers staring at him eagerly in front of him. Especially the leading killer No 1. In Carl's perception, the aura is not weaker than that of the Admiral 4 Emperors. Coupled with the other top-ranked killers, it is probably impossible to accomplish the previous feat of killing 10 with 1 shot. In mind, Carl focused his attention and thoughts on the resurrection crystal, and a light flashed in his eyes. He immediately took out a resurrection crystal, and a blue crystal suddenly appeared in his palm. This change. Killer number 1 suddenly became nervous and was on full alert, focusing his eyes on the blue crystal in Carl's hand. He muttered to himself in confusion. Is it another special ability of Carl? Does this blue crystal have terrible attack power? Subconsciously, be mentally prepared to attack, counterattack, and defend at any time. Chapter 114 Whitebeard is resurrected. Momo, 20x Great Eruption. Carl, what on earth is the blue crystal in your hand? Killer number 3 is a woman with an explosive figure, with strong vigilance in her autumn eyes. The killers at this moment neither moved nor moved, secretly guarding the blue crystal in Carl's hand that was suspected of being a big killer. Carl multitasked, and at the same time used the rewards to light up the originally dim, phantom beast species and phoenix form, on the devil fruit tree. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining zone bird fruit phantom beast species phoenix form, close black lens bracket. Current level 1. Close black lens bracket. He did not obtain the original power of the devil fruit. Fortunately, Carl still had a lot of original power left and upgraded his phoenix form to level 2. At the same time, Carl's mind was also giving instructions to the system. Use the resurrection crystal. Open black lens bracket resurrection target. Edward Newgate, close black lens bracket. The resurrection crystal in his hand suddenly burst out with a bright and dazzling blue light, frightening the surrounding killers to retreat more than 10 meters away. The number 1 killer looked surprised. It's not an attack, so what is the blue crystal in his hand for? Instinctively, he completed armament hockey all over his body, fearing that the blue light would bring him pain. Tempest kick. Chidori Fairy, one of the members of the Slayer, put his hands on the ground and used his legs to kick out a series of extremely sharp slashes. The gorgeous slashes struck Carl with a roar. Like a giant blue bird soaring with wings and roaring. Compared with the slashing strike produced by the arm, the power of the thigh is far greater than the strength of the arm, and the airflow is larger and sharper. Both the speed and power are far greater than the slashing strike made by the arm. No matter what tricks Carl tries, take this opportunity to attack first. Being brave, he also became a leader among the killers. The dazzling blue light flooded Carl's body, just as dense slashes were about to fall on Carl. A thick arm stretched out from the blue light, and with armament hockey's punch, all the slashes were shattered. Kula-lala. Carl, we meet again. When a hearty and bold laughter sounded in the blue light, the expressions of the killers changed drastically. There are other people's voices. Did you summon another devil fruit human? Who is this guy? He just smashed number 9's Tempest kick with 1 punch. Only the strong can do this kind of strength. Hey, why'd I feel like what Carl summoned is not a devil fruit human being? All the members of the Slayer force became nervous and apprehensive. This moment, the blue light also disappeared completely, and Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who was more than 1 meter taller than Carl, appeared in everyone's sight. The pupils of Killer number 1's eyes were dilated and his eyes were trembling constantly. He gritted his teeth and could not suppress the horror. That's Whitebeard Edward Newgate. He was obviously dead, How could he come back to life? The whole world knew the results of Marineford's war, even if they were secret weapons hidden by the world government. But we also know that Whitebeard died in that battle. Advertisement: it's a human, it's not a ghost, Whitebeard is really alive. Killer number 5 showed a look of horror on his face, and cold sweat broke out crazily. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Carl's aura cannot be captured by sight, but Whitebeard's aura is not concealed at all, it is a living person. Resurrection of the dead? He couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. At this time, Whitebeard Edward Newgate stared blankly at Carl in front of him, as if his soul had not yet returned, and he felt dumb, and as if he was in a dream. If he hadn't felt the beating of his heart and the flow of blood, he would have thought he had reached hell. The previous punch also brought him back to his senses. It was originally just an instinctive reaction of his body, but it turned out to be an extremely real feeling for him. Newgate's eyes widened with strong surprise, and he asked excitedly, "Carl, you resurrected me?" "That's right, now is not the time to explain." Carl looked at Newgate with a solemn expression and said concisely, "I want you to support Marco and the others now. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for long." At the same time, he also summoned the human in Phoenix form who had just reached level 2. Carl's heavy expression and words of support immediately made Whitebeard, who was in the dream, put away his surprise, and instantly sensed the general situation of the battlefield. His expression was calm and he said, "Okay, there are so many people, old acquaintance. Now that I, Whitebeard, am back, I will never forgive them. I'm Whitebeard." At the same time, Whitebeard had many doubts in his heart, but the hostility around him, coupled with his sense of color, also made him know that his sons were in extremely danger. Didn't ask Carl too much. "Carl, where's my Kong Yunky?" Whitebeard asked anxiously. Carl shook his head. "Kong Yunky is fighting against the enemy and cannot be used by you for the time being. Now you can only rely on your own strength to help Marco and the others. Not only is there no Kumokiri, even the current Whitebeard does not have shock fruit, but this does not mean that Whitebeard's combat power is not strong. He has rich combat experience and conqueror's haki. If time is not tight, Carl can use the ability of Op fruit to heal Whitebeard's body. Be aware of the hidden wounds and other harmful toxins and substances in his body. Carl, are you sure you can handle the enemy in front of you and don't need my help?" Whitebeard also noticed that the people surrounding Carl were all very powerful. The evil spirit on his body is very heavy and his aura is very powerful. Even he, Whitebeard, had to be careful when facing these enemies whose aura was like wild beasts. Carl looked calm, and gave Whitebeard some haki orders. "No, I can deal with these people. All you have to do is support Marco and the others. I'll let the Phoenix take you there." As he said that, Phoenix's hands grabbed Whitebeard's shoulders, and Whitebeard didn't resist. From Carl's expression, he could see an invincible confidence. Bear. The sky blue flames burned brightly on the wings behind the human Phoenix, and it flew into the air with Whitebeard in hand. "Number 1, do you want to stop Whitebeard?" Killer number 4 asked number 1, with a hesitant look on his face. A look of hesitation flashed in the eyes of Slayer number 1, but it quickly disappeared and he shouted, "Don't worry, there are still a few people from the Slayer army over there, enough to deal with Whitebeard. Our goal is to stare at Carl in front of us and take action." Under the number 1 order, he took the lead and launched a fierce attack on Carl. The power of his fierce and domineering fists was not inferior to that of the marine hero Garp. The weaponry that was refined day and night and improved through killing battles was enough to shatter a mountain. "I have never lost to anyone in a fist competition." Carl glanced at the other killers around him and found that no one else was coming to kill him at all. He was probably also afraid that the previous scene would happen again. Advertisement: Carl's right arm was filled with lava. He placed his left hand on his arm and said coldly, "Momo 20 times great eruption." At the moment when the punch was punched, the already huge magma fist suddenly grew in size and hit the killer number 1 like a mountain of magma. "What?" Killer number 1's face was instantly horrified. He never expected that Carl's magma arm would suddenly enlarge dozens of times, which scared him so much that he broke into a cold sweat. Even if Moonwalk is used at this time, there is no way to avoid the hill-like magma attack range. The number 1 killer's face turned red, and veins appeared on his forehead. He could only grit his teeth and exert all his strength, squeezing every ounce of power in his body and pouring it into his arms and fists. Click. There was a crisp sound of bone cracking, and Slayer number 1 spat out a mouthful of blood, and instantly flew upside down like a kite with its string cut off. The 2 killers moved together, appeared behind number 1, and caught him. But with the volcanic explosive power, enhanced by 20 times, the 2 of them were also taken away to a distance of several hundred meters, with shocked expressions on their faces. What a terrifying power! Even number 1 has no ability to resist this punch. The killer's eyes were trembling, full of fear. Number 1 is the strongest one in the entire Devil Slayer unit, with combat power comparable to Admiral level, but he was defeated by Carl with 1 punch, even his arm was broken. Killer number 1's face was twisted in pain, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his 257 face. He bit his lip, stretched out his other hand, and straightened his bent arm with a click. "You can see he is a ruthless person. Don't compete with this guy for strength," Slayer number 1 warned. There is no need for the killer number 1 to remind him, others also know it. At this time, the Phoenix humans also took Whitebeard to the battlefield where Marco and others were. "Daddy." Marco's eyes filled with tears instantly, and he shouted happily and excitedly, "It's Dad. Dad is here." My heart was filled with happiness, and I wished I could rush over and hug Whitebeard right now. A fervent and sincere call made Whitebeard's eyes filled with mist, and he said, Marco, Joes, Bista. Every time I read a name or see their faces, a warm current flows into my heart. The battlefield suddenly erupted with shouts of, Dad, that were louder than the others, as well as various cheers. The faces of the members of the Whitebeard Pirates are filled with expressions of emotion, happiness, joy, etc. Those who had witnessed Zephyr's resurrection also knew that two must have been revived by the captain. Bonnie looked happy, and the heavy stone that weighed on his heart disappeared, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Now even Whitebeard is alive. With Whitebeard's support, it will be much easier to resist the enemies of the world government and marine. She has seen the Summit War with her own eyes and knows clearly that this is the four emperors who were previously known as the strongest men in the world and possess the power of destruction. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Although the strongest title now should belong to Captain Carl, Whitebeard's power lets her know that strong support is coming. A smile finally appeared on Moria's face, and the corners of her mouth raised high. Hee. Our captain is an omnipotent god. Even Whitebeard was resurrected by the captain to support us. It's time for us to fight back. Just because of the appearance of Whitebeard, the entire Whitebeard Pirates group suddenly swept away the previously low morale. It suddenly became high. On the contrary, marine and world government people were shocked. Chapter 115. Confused Whitebeard. It's only been more than a month? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be fake. How could the dead Whitebeard come back to life? Marine Vice Admiral Stallo Berry yelled in disbelief. Momosagi's eyes widened. He shook his head and murmured to himself. Fake. Fake. He's just a guy who looks exactly like Whitebeard. He's definitely not the dead Whitebeard. I don't believe how the dead can be resurrected in this world. When we were in Marineford, everyone saw with their own eyes that Whitebeard's chest was blasted with a big hole by Sakazuki Admiral, and he suffered so many fatal wounds. It's absolutely unacceptable. Might still be alive. No one can survive that kind of injury. Vice Admiral, the muscles on the entire face of the flying squirrel were twitching, and his eyes were looking at Whitebeard's back without focus. With the appearance of Whitebeard, the entire battlefield suddenly became eerily quiet. The appearance of Edward Newgate made Marine Marshal Kong Kongdu shocked and stunned. He looked stunned and exclaimed, Whitebeard? Kong was momentarily distracted, but Shock Fruit seized the opportunity and punched Kong firmly. It was blown away until it vomited blood. Scenes like this were also staged elsewhere on the battlefield. They were all shocked beyond measure by the rebirth of Whitebeard. Marine Admiral Kizaru's golden light flashed and appeared next to Kong Kong. The Tien Kong Yun sword. In his hand swung an extremely sharp slash. Delaying Shock Fruit's pursuit, he immediately took Kong and distanced himself. Marshal Kong, are you okay? Kizaru looked worried, wary of Lion Fruit and Shock Fruit who were chasing him. Kong's chest rose and fell, he coughed twice, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. I can still fight. Whitebeard came back to life, and Shock Fruit took the opportunity to hit me while I was distracted. As people get older, they can no longer react even if they are slightly distracted. Kizaru supported Kong and dodged again, pouting. It's terrible. Carl actually has the ability to resurrect the dead. What is there that Carl can't do? Sometimes I really wonder if Carl is a god or a devil. Anyway, human beings are definitely unable to do such a thing, even if they have fruit abilities. Kong had no way of knowing this question, and sighed. I hope I can really catch that guy this time. As long as we catch him, all the answers to the mystery will be revealed. If we can't catch him, I'm afraid the world will really be turned upside down by this guy. My heart was extremely heavy, and I was almost breathless under the strong pressure brought by Carl. He adjusted slightly and continued fighting with Shock Fruit, who was catching up. Another battlefield. The golden Buddha transformed by Sengoku was so shocked that his eyes popped out of his eyes. The glasses on the Buddha's face were so exaggerated that they almost fell off. He exclaimed, Newgate. Alive. His feet kicked hard on the ice, and he quickly retreated, widening the distance between him and Nika's form. His heart trembled violently. Is it that guy Carl? Even a person with abilities can't resurrect the dead at all. It must not be an ability, but other abilities that we don't know about at all. That guy Carl has too many mysteries. From the corner of his eye, Sengoku glanced at Whitebeard hugging the captains of the Whitebeard pirate team. A group of people surrounded Whitebeard. The scene was like a group of chicks hiding under the wings of a hen. Sengoku's pupils were trembling, and he gritted his teeth. If Carl has the ability to resurrect, how can this war be fought? There is no way to fight. The world government will definitely lose. His brain was running rapidly at this moment. Carl didn't resurrect Whitebeard immediately. Did Carl deliberately keep such a trump card and not use it? Or is there a limit to such an ability? I hope that guy Carl can't use the ability to resurrect people indefinitely, otherwise. It's better to just surrender. But no matter what, he saw with his own eyes that Whitebeard was really dead, and now he was alive again, which shocked him extremely. At this time, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and many members crowded around Whitebeard, hugging each other and crying. The tall Whitebeard also saw a group of familiar strangers. Advertisement, Moria? Whitebeard was a little confused. Zephyr? Golden Emperor Tesoro? Why do they all seem to be helping the Whitebeard Pirates fight against their enemies? What's happening here? Etc. Whitebeard looked at Marco and asked eagerly, Marco, how long has it been since the battle with Marineford? Dad, more than a month has passed since the battle at Marineford. Marco replied with tears in his eyes and a happy smile on his face. Nani? Whitebeard had a question mark on his face and a dull expression. It's only been more than a month? His brain couldn't turn around. Only more than a month has passed? But why does it feel like years have passed? Whitebeard felt a little numb and looked at the enemy. CPO, Marine, and even Kong are dispatched. Zephyr, Moria, and Tezzolo have all become their own? What happened this month? Why does this world feel so strange to him? The members of the Whitebeard Pirates, you and I told him one by one about the major events that happened in the past month. Diamond Josie also raised his arm to show off. Dad, thanks to the captain, with his ability, my arm grew back. While Marine is still in shock, Carl's Phoenix form is also using Regeneration Flame to treat the injured members of the Whitebeard Pirates. With endless physical strength, it can squander its power to treat people wantonly. Newgate also roughly heard some of the more important things, and he was stunned for a moment. Carl killed the Lava Kid? That guy Shaki became the deputy leader? The world was also killed by him. One after another, his jaw dropped in shock. He couldn't believe it, and his brain was in a state of shutdown for a while. In just over a month, the world has undergone earth-shaking changes. A look of emotion appeared on Whitebeard's face, and his eyes vaguely recalled Carl's initial appearance. That guy was so weak that he couldn't even arouse his interest. Did not expect. In such a short period of time, so many sensational events have occurred one after another. He is really the first person in the history of pirates. It is now so powerful that even the world government can no longer sit back and watch him continue to grow. At this time, Killer number 21 recovered from the shock and shouted, Whitebeard can kill once, he can kill a second time, and a third time. There is nothing to be afraid of. We have so many strong men, we don't have to be afraid of a Whitebeard. His loud shout also woke up other Marine and world government people, mainly because the miraculous event of Whitebeard's resurrection gave them such a shock. CPO member Joseph also said, Whitebeard is old, how much fighting power can his old body still have? Don't hesitate, never give the other party a chance to breathe. Someone took the lead, and the world government and Marine generals once again joined forces to launch an attack. A tiger-backed killer struck Whitebeard with a powerful and heavy punch. He shouted with a ferocious look, let me take off Whitebeard's head. Bang! Whitebeard raised his hand and punched the opponent, forcing the opponent back, and shouted sternly, if you want to take Lousie's head, call Sengoku and Garp over. The killer was not surprised but overjoyed after being knocked out. He laughed and said, hey, Whitebeard no longer has the ability to shock fruit. His power is not much stronger than mine. As soon as these words came out, the people who were originally afraid of the Whitebeard Pirates all looked happy. Advertisement in their eyes, Whitebeard without shock fruit is like a tiger without sharp teeth, and the threat is not too great. Seeing this, Whitebeard snorted heavily and said arrogantly, even if I don't have shock fruit, I, Whitebeard, can't be defeated by you brats. The muscles in his arms were bulging and as hard as a rock. He punched out with fierce and domineering force, and with a thick airwave, he punched a CPO member away. Full of hockey. The whole sea is a battlefield. The other side. 6 Admiral-level warriors with level 4 op fruit, Momo fruit, circle fruit, cotton fruit, cube fruit, and ant form also began to reverse the situation. The number of CPO and Lunarian android troops has been reduced a lot. Once the combat power of the 6 devil fruit humans is released, the balance of victory will tilt towards the Whitebeard Pirates. Carl's side. After the Phoenix sent Whitebeard away, he disappeared instantly. Momo. 50 times speed. With the Momo fruit's 50-fold increase in speed, Carl himself felt as if his vision was blurred, as if he had traveled through a time and space tunnel, and everything around him was blurry and distorted. Not to mention the killers. They couldn't capture Carl's aura with their sight color and could only track Carl with their naked eyes. They couldn't see Carl's movement clearly. Speed is power, with unparalleled speed, coupled with the powerful shock fruit. The moment Carl appeared, the shock fist hit a killer, causing the opponent's body to twist irregularly and the space to shatter. There was a constant clicking sound. As I said, in my eyes, you are just a bunch of shameless rats. Carl looked indifferent. The killer flew out horizontally, rubbing against the ice and making a harsh sound, bringing out the bloodline all over the place. The number 1 killer's face darkened, and cold sweat fell from his cheeks, nose, shoulders, chin, etc., and he hurriedly ordered. Everyone should be divided into groups of 2 and deal with it back to back. In an instant, the 2 killers were in pairs, guarding Carl's lug back to back, while the number 1 killer was in a group of 3. Even so, there was a fearful expression on each of their faces, and each of them looked extremely uneasy. Carl sneered disdainfully, do you think you can deal with me like this? You who have no use for seeing, hearing, and lust are like blinding yourself in front of me and letting me slaughter you. Momo. 100 times speed. How fast is 100 times faster? Carl possesses Zone Ant form, Snow Tiger form, Phoenix form, Yatagarasu form and Nika form. Plus the improvement brought by Devil's Heart. His physical fitness has long reached a level that can be called pervert. Plus the demon form and the armor he wears. Even if he uses Momo fruit at 100 times speed, his body can still withstand the side effects of high-speed movement. Almost instantly, Carl's figure appeared in front of the 9 killers one after another, so fast that 9 shadows appeared at the same time. It looks so real that you can't tell the difference between real and fake. You stinky rats, do you understand the difference between us now? The world government's ace team is a joke in front of me, Carl. The 9 Carls waved their fists with bright white balls of light and violently blasted all the killers, knocking them all away with devastating force. After this punch, only Carl was left. He looked at Wish, and a flash of anger flashed in his sharp and domineering eyes. Are you here? In time? I've been waiting for you for a long time, 5 elders. Chapter 115 Kong Kong's Memory, Whitebeard of Hope. Carl, who has the enhanced perception of the devil's eyes, easily sensed some extremely powerful aura on the huge and gorgeous warship in the distance. It's definitely 5 elders. The world government logo engraved on the sail has already revealed the identity of the other party. And on the battlefield, as soon as this behemoth appeared, Marine's morale suddenly rose to an all-time high. Kong stretched out the back of his hand to wipe away the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, with a strong surprise on his face. Great, it's the 5 Elders Star battleship. They finally took action, and I can be saved. Being suppressed by shock fruit, his body's load and degree of injuries increased dramatically. I'm afraid that after a few hours of support at most, I will become a dead soul under shock fruit's punch. Shock fruit just glanced at the 5 Elders battleship and then focused on Kong again. Even the 5 Elders will not be my master's opponent. As the commander-in-chief of the world government, you must know a lot of secrets about the 5 Elders, right? Say it, as long as you say it, I will let you go on behalf of the master. A bright white ball of light once again condensed on his arm, shining brightly, threatening Marine Marshal Kong Kong with the absolute power of shock fruit. Shock fruit, are you too confident in your master's strength? Kong swept away the gloom on his face, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Looking at shock fruit, who had not launched an attack in front of him, he spoke calmly. From 900 years ago to 800 years ago, why did this 100 years of history disappear and be almost completely erased by the world government? What happened in the void century? Shock fruit asked eagerly. Kong grinned, showing teeth stained with red blood, and said, very few people know about that lost history, but what I can tell you is that the power of the world government is beyond your imagination. Even if your master can summon you with the strongest combat power of Marine, you are still vulnerable to the real power of the world government. Even Kong, who is the commander-in-chief of World Government 470, is completely unaware of the power of world government and is very secretive in his words. In mind, Marine Marshal Kong Kong couldn't help but recall a scene that happened more than 10 years ago. That was an image that was still fresh in his memory. At that time, he was still the Marine Marshal, leading the Marine team to capture the most powerful swordsman on the sea at that time, Redfield. Redfield, a man who was on par with the entire Whitebeard Pirates at that time. He is also a man who was born with the awareness of seeing, hearing and color, and has almost practiced observation hockey to the ultimate level. By relying only on the color of sight, you can not only detect the inner thoughts of others, but also do the unimaginable and magical thing of reading other people's memories through the color of sight. Relying on this ability, Redfield absorbed the memories of others and reached a peak level in physical skills, hockey, and swordsmanship. Kong, the Marine Marshal, also organized an operation to capture Redfield. The result is miserable failure. It can be said that this was the only disastrous defeat during Kong Marine's tenure. Possessing admiral combat power, he led the Marine Admiral Sengoku and Zephyr at the time, as well as Garp, who had been reluctant to take up the post of admiral. Gathering Marine's most high-end combat power at the time. When facing Redfield, the 3 men's team-up also ended in failure. Finally, the defeated general returned to naval headquarters with the remaining troops. The failure was reported to world government, and the very next day, the bald 5 Elders Venus Saint contacted Kong Kong through the phone bug. Kong arrived on a Marine warship and saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. Redfield, who defeated them, was trampled under the feet of 5 Elders Venus like a dead dog. Dying. Kong was dumbfounded. Advertisement, this was a scene he would never forget. Since then, only then did he realize how terrifying the tip of the iceberg of world government power is. Back to reality. Marine Marshal Kong Kong is full of confidence in the power of the world government that even Shock Fruit can't understand. From Kong Kong's words and demeanor, Shock Fruit was also a little surprised, thinking, this war has been going on so far, and it stands to reason that the master has shown great strength. A variety of devil fruit abilities and a dozen devil fruit humans with admiral-level combat power. With such a powerful strength, even if the 4 emperors are all tied together, they are no match for the master, but it is such a powerful strength. It also makes Kong Kongli firmly believe that the winner will be the world government. What kind of power does the world government have? There is also the missing 100 years of history, which also makes Shock Fruit full of curiosity. The other side. On the battlefield between the Whitebeard Pirates and the world government. Killer number 22 grinned and laughed ferociously. The 5 Elders have personally taken action, and your captain will soon die at the hands of the 5 Elders. So, please cherish every minute and every second now, because you don't have much time left to live. 5 Elders. Whitebeard's face darkened, and he looked very embarrassed. Did Hyuga's mysterious 5 Elders personally take action? Marco forced Marine back with one punch and prepared Admiral's extra attack. Dad, the captain is super strong. He can definitely defeat the 5 Elders. Instead of worrying about the captain, it's better to worry about us. In his heart, Captain Carl is an invincible existence. Kula-lala. The corners of Whitebeard's mouth cracked, laughing, and glanced at Marco, whose face was full of confidence in Carl. The emotions in his heart were also somewhat affected. In front of me, Whitebeard, I am still a captain. It seems that during the period of my death, Carl completely kept my sons in order. He looked up at Carl on the ice in the distance, in front of the huge battleship. Carl's figure is so insignificant. Whitebeard's eyes were full of hope. Carl, I hope you can defeat the 5 elders, otherwise, even if I, Whitebeard, survive, it will be meaningless. And I will also see my sons die one by one and endure unimaginable pain. It's all down to you. He has placed his life and the lives of the entire team on Carl. Only if Carl defeats the 5 elders will they have a chance to survive. BJFI. Teacher Zephyr, it's the 5 elders. Cold sweat overflowed from Ain's face, with a pair of bright eyes on his tired face. But there was deep fear in those beautiful, jewel-like eyes. Zephyr's expression suddenly changed, and he was breathing heavily. His physical strength was extremely exhausted by waving his heavy seastone arms. In addition, he himself suffers from asthma and has trouble breathing. Many problems have led to a serious decline in his current strength, and he has long since lost the admiral level of combat power. 5 elders. Zephyr's eyes trembled a little, hesitation appeared on his face, and finally he said, Ain, take Bins and the others and leave here quickly. I'm afraid it's too late and you won't have a chance to leave. As long as I, Zephyr, block it, it's fine. Ain looked stunned. Teacher Zephyr, who has always been brave and fearless, took the lead, actually asked them to retreat at such a critical moment. Subverting the image of Teacher Zephyr in her mind. Advertisement, teacher. As long as Carl can defeat the 5 elders, we don't have to escape, right? Ain said. Hey, a CPO wearing a white mask suddenly stopped attacking and said sarcastically. Zephyr asked you to escape because it is impossible for Carl to defeat the 5 elders. If you stay, you will have to wait for death. However, you can't escape even if you want to. On this sea, no one can escape the 5-finger mountain of world government. Raise your hand. Fly finger pistol. Points as sharp as bullets were fired at Ain. It was extremely difficult for Ain, who was in Grandmaster 6th form, to dodge. As he dodged, every drop of sweat flew off his face. Advanced development skills of 6 styles. Ain's face was solemn. However, Zephyr stood in front of Ain at this time and blocked the enemy for her. Teacher Zephyr's heavy voice sounded in my ears. Ain, as soon as you get the chance, leave immediately. Don't hesitate, okay? Teacher. Ain murmured, and then said with some hope. Teacher, Carl has so many Marine Admiral strength devil fruit humans, even the miraculous power of raising the dead, he will definitely be able to do it. Zephyr was dark and lonely, but said resolutely. You don't understand the power of 5 elders. Teacher does this so that you can survive. The teacher is already dead, even if he dies again, it doesn't matter. But you are different. You are still young. The teacher doesn't want to watch you die like this. Understand? At the end of the sentence, Tufa's eyes became slightly moist. In this world, what he cares about most are these disciples who would rather be enemies with Marine and leave Marine with him at all costs. Ain's eyes were filled with mist, he pursed his lips, and his voice choked up. Teacher. I don't want to just bring you back to life and then watch you die. She took a deep breath, the fog in her eyes disappeared, her face became firm, and even her voice changed suddenly. He said sonorously and forcefully, I believe it. I believe Carl will definitely defeat the 5 elders. Let us live. That was the only hope, and she could only put her hope in Carl. Just like every weak person, when he is unable to change the tragedy that is about to happen. Everyone will place their hopes on the strong, and the only person on the battlefield who has the chance to change everything is sweet Carl. Zephyr can't, neither can Whitebeard, at this time. Carl stood there like a king, quietly waiting for the other party's ship to approach, his deep eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. As long as I can catch the 5 elders, I might be able to get some information about I am from the other party. Information. The only thing that scares me in the world government now is the mysterious I am. He guessed that the world government's cards would definitely not be exhausted, and that besides I am, there must be many hidden powers. Just the force they sent this time gave them enough confidence to destroy the Whitebeard Pirates. Carl raised the corner of his mouth, thinking about his plan in his mind. When this war is over and we get more devil fruit, we will find an opportunity to use devil fruit humans to test Ain's power first. Or, taking this opportunity, let lion fruit go to Mariajoy first to see if they have any other hidden powers. Chapter 116 Bald 5 Elders Take Action. Momo Fruit plus Lava Fruit. On the world government warship, saw Carl standing on the ice, facing the warship. The bald 5 elders, Venus, Saint Venus had a cold dead face and said in a stern tone. This guy Carl is really arrogant, he actually chose to wait for us where we are. Does he really think that he can defeat us, 5 elders on his own? Seeing such arrogant and fearless Carl made him feel extremely unhappy. If he wasn't arrogant, he wouldn't be sweet Carl word. A trace of displeasure flashed in the eyes of 5 elders, Saturn, Saint Satan. As the most powerful people in the world, no matter what nobles, kings, or even great pirates, they would be frightened and trembled when they saw them. The blonde short-haired 5 elders, Mercury, Saint Melicius snorted coldly. HMPH, the more arrogant he is, the more miserable he will be defeated later. With the 5 of us joining forces, let alone Carl, even if all the 4 emperors come, we can easily defeat them all. The words are full of confidence, also because they have that strength and confidence. The bearded 5 elders, Jupiter, Jupiter solemnly reminded. But you must not be careless. Karl's strength has far exceeded other strong men in this sea. What is even more amazing is that he can even our world government has no idea. This is also what interests I am Sama. Be careful and don't capsize the boat in the gutter. However, he also knew that the other 5 elders were determined and it was unclear whether they would listen. As the behemoth world government warship approaches. Mars, the 5 elders, Mars, with long straight white hair, looked slightly surprised, with a hint of amazement in his eyes. Hey, I already knew through the image phone bug before that the Devil Slayer force cannot use observation hockey to capture Karl's aura. I thought it was because they couldn't practice S*X after seeing it, but I didn't expect it. Even my experience and color can't capture Karl's aura. In his perception, Karl's presence and breath can only be felt through smell, touch, vision, and hearing. The air floating in the air is mixed with the different smells of each person. For the 5 elders, it is easy to distinguish the difference between each person. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the other 5 elders changed slightly, and they all used their own observation hockey to detect Karl's aura. The breath is gone, but the breath is still there. Saint Satan frowned slightly, his face became a little heavy, and he said, even if you have reached the point of foreseeing the future, you cannot capture the possibilities of the future. Finally, he came to a conclusion that shocked him a little. So observation hockey is useless in front of him. If Karl cannot be sensed using the color of sight, then as long as the opponent's speed exceeds the capture speed of other perceptions, they will not be able to keep up with Karl's speed, nor can they cope with Karl's speed. Being passive. The bald 5 elders Saint Venus looked unmoved and sneered. It's not like observation hockey is the only one who can sense things. Even if it can't be captured with observation color, so what, we don't rely on observation hockey. Observation hockey is indeed a very powerful force in this world, but it is not the only one that can capture the enemy's aura. Even if observation hockey cannot capture Karl's aura, he is confident that he can sense Karl in his own way. The ship was getting closer and closer, and even the tall and mighty Karl was just a small black dot in front of this giant ship. The size of this ship can be said to be equivalent to the palace of a kingdom. The bald 5 elders Saint Venus folded her hands on her chest, took Guite a few steps forward, stood behind the side of the ship, exposed half of her body, and looked at Karl condescendingly. He said extremely arrogantly and coldly, Karl, you are the only man who can make us 5 elders mobilize in all these years, but that's it for today. He slowly pulled Guite out of the scabbard, looking domineering. Saint Venus whispered. The world government is very interested in your ability. If you tell the secret of your ability now, I can guarantee that you will suffer less, and even give your companions a way out. 17. How? Advertisement. The sharp blade reflected bursts of dazzling white light under the light. Karl raised his head, facing the pressure coming towards him, neither humble nor arrogant, and even sneered. Oh, I don't think so. The arrogant and rude attitude caused a fierce light to flash in the holy eyes of the bald Venus. Karl seemed to have no idea and continued. How about you listen to me if I tell you the conditions? Tell me about it. Saint Venus chuckled, curiosity rising in her heart. This guy Karl wants to put forward conditions, but it seems he is still afraid of our power. Several other 5 elders also looked at Karl, ready to listen to his conditions. If they were not excessive, they could agree in exchange for the secret of Karl's ability. So, Karl had a playful smile in his eyes. You are performing seppuku in front of me. As long as you don't die, I will let you live. Seeking death. Saint Satan, who was holding a cane, immediately shouted angrily. How could you not tell that Karl was making fun of them? The bald 5 elders Venus Saint suddenly became furious. He raised his hand and raised the ghost in his hand, and said angrily, you actually made fun of us, so I'll chop off your arm first as punishment. Cut. Guite fell from his hand, and a cold light flashed past. In a flash of lightning, Karl's thick and strong arm was cut off in an instant, flying in the air, spinning and falling to the ice. And the rest of Karl's body turned into a lifeless dead wood in an instant, as if the moisture had been lost, and it was full of wrinkles. The long straight-haired 5 elders Mars showed no fluctuation in his expression, as if he was explaining a fact. With the elementalization of the Logia sense fruit, Karl's reaction speed was really fast enough to avoid Venus's attack. Venus, he's behind you. It was obvious that he had discovered and pointed out Karl's location, but he remained unmoved, as if he was not worried about the Saint of Venus being attacked by Karl at all. Saint Venus turned around and slashed with a knife, saying disdainfully, this time, let me see how you hide. The extremely sharp kite cut open the air in a simple manner, and the sharpness was extremely amazing. Karl was about 2 meters taller than him. If this knife had been carried out, Karl's chest might have been split in half with one knife. Before the knife fell, Karl punched out with a shock fruit punch. Clang. The famous scene of the fight between Roger and Whitebeard when they were young was staged, and the air suddenly appeared with countless scalp-numbing black and red lightnings filling the entire sky. The deck beneath their feet collapsed in an instant, breaking into countless wood chips floating in the air. The tall Karl looked down at the bald 5 elders Venus Saint, and a ray of red light escaped from the light in his eyes. Before, you were looking down on me from above. Now, it's my turn to look down on you. The 5 elders, the most powerful people in the world, don't seem to be that strong in combat. Karl's face was full of anger and he was saying sarcastic words, but in his heart he still attached great importance to the enemy in front of him. The other party actually noticed him. Logically speaking, the other party should not be able to detect his aura at all. This makes some people not quite understand, how did the other party discover themselves? The eyes of the bald five elders Venus were filled with anger, and Karl's devilish appearance was reflected in the angry pupils, and he uttered a hoarse voice full of murderous intent. Please give me flowers, inferior races and bloodlines, you should be grateful to us for living on this sea. If it were not for our ancestors, you would have no chance to live on this sea and breathe the air of this sea. We have given you the right to live, but of course we can take back these rights at any time. Karl, you've completely d me off. His eyes suddenly flashed with golden light, and dazzling golden light burst out from his eyes. God's eye, judgment, advertisement. If Marine Admiral Kizaru is known to be the fastest person, then this golden laser is probably a few points faster than Kizaru. Karl, who was face to face with the bald five elders, had an idea flash in his mind. Immediately afterwards, the extremely fast golden light penetrated Karl's chest and shot directly into the sky. It's so fast that Karl can't even react. The golden light in the bald five elders Venus's holy eyes disappeared, and her face was cold. Karl, do you understand the gap between us now? Those who provoke the world government never end well. In sight, Karl's body fell backwards, but when he was halfway down, he stood up again. The thick arm also unknowingly turned into scalding hot lava. A red light with a fiery aura shone on each of the five elders. What? Didn't such an attack make Karl lose his fighting ability? The bald five elders Venus's face darkened, slightly different, and she raised her hand to hit Karl's magma fist with the ghost in her hand. Momo, 50 times great eruption. Suddenly, the magma fist was magnified dozens of times. It was no longer a magma fist, but a volcano heading towards the 5 stars. Make five elders Venus look moved. A moment, his whole body was glowing with extremely bright golden light. Golden, palace, boom, a big bang occurs. The colored and invisible light actually acted as a substantial barrier blocking the magma that was comparable to a volcano. The ship beneath their feet was melting. The other 5 elders disappeared one after another as if teleporting and appeared hundreds of meters away. 5 elders Saint Satan spread his hands, and the extremely terrifying shockwave in front of him was calmed down and disappeared without a trace. Is this the effect of Devil Fruit's ability combination? He is indeed qualified to fight with us, the blonde short-haired 5 elders Molichu said calmly. From the previous footage sent by the phone bug, they knew that Karl had the ability to coordinate Devil Fruit's abilities with each other. The combat power displayed by Karl in front of them was also within their expectations. It's not enough to cause their inner emotions to fluctuate too much. The long straight-haired 5 elders Mars said, compared with the coordination of Devil Fruit's abilities, I'm more curious about Karl. He didn't seem to be hurt at all under Venus's attack. This is what God is most curious about. Yes, in such a short period of time, Karl is not enough to use Devil Fruit to its full potential, and his ability to ignore attacks, I still can't guess what it is. Jupiter, the bearded 5 elders, a pair of majestic eyes, stared intently at Karl. I want to know how he seems to be completely unharmed even though his body was pierced by Venus's attack. Saint Satan said, don't worry, pay more attention later, and you will definitely know how Karl eliminates the damage caused by Venus. Although Karl's abilities are extremely strange, he is too young, and his armament and knowledge have not yet reached the top level. Facing Saint Venus, he has no chance of winning. Chapter 117 Hawkeye. Kill everything? Devil's Heart makes a great contribution. The bright golden light became the most dazzling existence in the entire world. Even the magma as big as a mountain cannot overcome the barrier of the incarnation of golden light. Karl and the 5 elders fell from midair one after another, each stepping on a piece of broken ice. The combination of Momo fruit and lava fruit, the previously invincible attack, was actually blocked by someone for the first time. Karl frowned and stared. Hey, what kind of ability do you have? I have never heard of someone with such ability as you in this sea. It was not only the abilities of the bald 5 elders that made Karl curious, but also the way they could capture their own position that made him curious. The bald 5 elders Saint Venus glanced at Karl coldly and asked, Karl, how did you survive my attack unharmed? Telling secrets is something only a fool would do. The kind of guy who talks about his abilities is the behavior of a fool. Momo, 50 times speed. Whoosh, Karl's figure disappeared on the ice and suddenly appeared on the left side of the bald 5 elders Venus Saint. Remember the shockwave punch and hit it? I don't believe you can still find me this time. But in fact, when Karl punched, 5 elders Venus Saint also swung a knife and blocked Karl's fist. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere. The bald 5 elders Wiener, 450. Si Sheng looked at Karl with disdain, as if he were a noble nobleman looking at a country bumpkin. He carries a sense of superiority that cannot be ignored. Saint Venus said with some disdain, Karl, this world is not what you imagined. Who said you can't capture your breath and your movement without seeing, hearing, and coloring? 17. The world government can erase even 100 years of history, and then it can easily erase some forces that you don't even know about. The bald 5 elders at this time are like the gap between the pirates of the Grand Line and the pirates of the 4 Seas. It feels like they are not on the same level at all. Really? Karl raised the corner of his mouth and said confidently, I don't think so. Withdraw your fist. Using his hand as a sword, he hardened armament hockey and struck the 5 elders with a sound of breaking wind. Fruit's ability. The Kitetsu blade in 5 elders Venus Saint's hand instantly burst into dazzling golden light, and was enveloped in a layer of golden flames that enveloped the entire Kitetsu blade. He met Karl's palm and struck it. "Karl, only in front of me will you realize that the power you are so proud of is nothing worth mentioning. Your armament hockey, too weak." Laugh. Half of Karl's palm was immediately cut off by Saint Venus, and bright red blood suddenly burst out of the palm. He didn't even frown. "Can't even stop armament hockey?" Karl was slightly surprised. "The sword of the bald five elders is too sharp. It should be because of the golden flame of Nikong. And the magma fist that blocked my Momo fruit from increasing 50 times before, it also has that kind of golden light. Is it ability? Or some kind of hockey's upgraded technique?" Karl was filled with doubts. Originally, he planned to use Op Fruit's ability to defeat the opponent. Unexpectedly, he asked the other party to chop off his palm. At the same time, advertisement Karl's palm, which has the ability to regenerate severed limbs, is rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a second or two, the broken palm grew back. "Oh." Five Elders Venus Saint's eyes were filled with surprise, and she looked in surprise at the place where Karl's severed palm had grown back. He said with a curious face, "The recovery speed is so amazing, even the Phoenix's regenerative flames can't do it at all. Could it be the ability of Paramecia healing fruit?" The world government, which has the most complete devil fruit illustrated book in the world, naturally knows a lot about devil fruit's abilities. The bald five elders Venus Saint naturally connected Karl's restorative abilities to Paramecia, the healing fruit. Does Karl still have some unknown devil fruit abilities hidden in him? Saint Satan, who was watching the battle, frowned and began to think. The long straight-haired five elders Mars Saint said, "The secret of turning devil fruit into a human being, the ability to master multiple devil fruits, and the ability to become somewhat like a devil. As long as we catch him, won't all problems be solved?" These are the secrets they want to get from Karl. As long as they master these secrets, they will be confident. It is not difficult to reproduce these forces and become the historical areas of world government. The blonde short-haired five-old man Mo Li Chusheng laughed and said, "No matter how many abilities he has, they are useless in the face of absolute power. Venus hasn't gone all out yet, now he is just forcing Karl to reveal his trump cards and abilities, and he can force out his secrets little by little." Far away, Hawkeye's eyes shrank, filled with shock, and he murmured in a daze, "That's the power of the five elders. It actually cut off Karl's hand easily, without any effort. Even I can't do this." Even though Karl's armament hockey has not yet reached the top level in the world, it is still far beyond most people. Hawkeye smiled mockingly to himself. "It turns out that I am not the best swordsman in the world at all. There are swordsmen more powerful than me in this sea. But it is precisely the existence of such a swordsman that makes the blood in my body begin to boil involuntarily. I really want to be able to fight against such a swordsman and get a glimpse of his opponent's swordsmanship." Then his eyes sparkled and he stared at the bald five elders, hoping to see a more powerful swordsmanship from them. He looked at Doflamingo and asked, "Dover, do you know what power the five elders have?" "Eh." Doflamingo jumped up and landed on the deck, the tiptoe shoes under his feet making a tuck-tuck sound on the deck. Looking at the five elders fighting Karl with a sinister expression, he sneered, "Five elders, how could I know their power? They are the celestial dragons who hold the highest power. Even the other celestial dragons cannot compare to the status of the five elders. Their strength is the first I've seen. It's so amazing. Even Karl's strength has hit a wall in front of the five elders. This is really the first time I've seen it. Ever since Karl became famous in Summit War, the sea has become rough. Even the maritime overlords suffered repeated setbacks in front of Karl, losing 2 marine admirals one after another. It can be described as a loss of face, percent. Z% 1% it, don't you even know?" Hawkeye stared intently at Karl's battle between the five elders and muttered to himself. "Perhaps the five elders are the ones who have truly reached the highest state of non-existence. No matter what it is, I can cut it off. There has always been a saying among swordsmen that they have the power to cut off everything. And this realm cannot be reached by Hawkeye himself. At least, there are too many things in this world that he can't cut off right now." The pirate Empress Boya Hancock became a little excited, and she felt very unhappy. The five elders immediately killed Karl. The bald five elders Venus Saint had a cold smile on her lips. "Karl, your knowledge and weapons are too weak, so weak that I can easily kill your attack." While talking, advertisement his entire body disappeared from Karl's sight in an instant, and when he appeared again, he was already behind Karl. He pointed the extremely sharp tip of the Oni-Tetsu knife at Karl's heart and stabbed it. Everything happens in a flash of lightning. That speed is so fast that Karl's current observation hockey cannot capture the figure of Saint Venus. Stab out with one knife. A sound broke through the air. Saint Venus frowned, a look of doubt flashed in his eyes, and murmured, "Escaped." Did he notice it, or was it just a fluke? The supreme weapon in his hand quickly reaches the 12 levels, stabbing the loneliness. There is nothing in front of me, there is no sign of Karl anywhere. Even Saint Satan who was watching the battle was a little surprised. With Karl's observation hockey, it is impossible to perceive the speed of Venus. Unless you reach the level of foreseeing the future, you can barely detect it. Even then, Karl wouldn't have time to dodge or respond. Strange. Mars, the long straight-haired five elders, was also a little surprised. It stands to reason that this knife should have hit Karl 100%, but he actually dodged it. However, if you can get away with it once, you can't get away with it the second time or the third time. At this time, taking advantage of the high speed brought by the Momo fruit, Carl appeared 100 meters away with a strong surprise in his eyes. His mood was agitated. It turns out, this is the so-called spiritual power of the Devil's Heart. Among the rewards when the Devil Fruit Tree appears for the second time, Devil's Heart has 3 powers. The first is to provide powerful blood at all times to improve Carl's body and improve his physical fitness in all aspects. The second is inspiring the power of the soul. Just now, Carl inspired the power of the Devil's Heart mind and instantly captured the sight and movement of Saint Venus. I never tried it before, but now I finally understand that this is the power of the mind. Perhaps the 5 elders can detect my aura not by sight, but by the power of the mind. Besides the 5 senses, there is something ethereal, the 6th sense. Carl seemed to have guessed the power possessed by the 5 elders. I know it now, but there is one thing that is still unclear, and that is the unique and weird 2.5 golden light. Given his blade with unimaginable sharpness, my armament hockey is as fragile as paper in front of him. Suddenly, the figure of the bald 5 elders Venus appeared in front of Carl. Let's see if you can escape this time. Guiche's blade cut through the air, and Yi dodged. The target is still Carl's arm. After all, Lord Im gave the order to capture him alive. The moment the holy sword of Venus struck out, Carl moved his body and his mind at will, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Let Venus Saint's ghost slash the sky once again. He really caught my figure and noticed my attack. Venus looked surprised and said with great certainty. Otherwise, how could Carl avoid his attacks one after another? My own speed is one that even those who have practiced seeing, hearing, and coloring to the ultimate level will find it hard to catch. Carl's figure appeared again dozens of meters away, excitedly muttering to himself. This feels great. It seems that the brain doesn't have to think at all. It seems to just follow the feeling. It's amazing. And his eyes flashed. The second ability of Devil's Heart, the power of inspiring the mind, does not just allow him to capture the figures of the 5 elders. There is also a power that surprises him even more. 5SF Chapter 118 5 elders join forces. A fourth kind of hockey besides Conqueror's hockey? Now try the power of the Devil's Heart. When activating the Devil's Heart ability, Carl felt as if the entire world was under his control. Wonderful. He looked at his hands blankly, followed the feeling in his heart, turned his palms upward, and waved his hands. Click, 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 cracks suddenly appeared on the frozen ground, spreading in all directions. Almost in an instant, the entire ice surface collapsed, and then everything floated in the air. It seems that there is a majestic force controlling it invisibly. Carl looked surprised, his eyes full of excitement. This kind of power seems to be able to control everything. Stronger than Paramecia lion fruit. Carl, who has the ability of Paramecia lion fruit, knows the abilities and flaws of lion fruit, but this Devil's Heart ability can control almost anything freely. Whether they are tangible or intangible things, they can be manipulated at will. It can be called controlling all things. Countless ice cubes float in the air. In the eyes of Saint Venus, this scene was directly defined as the ability of lion fruit, because it was almost exactly the same. What he cared more about was Carl's ability to dodge his own attacks. Carl, how on earth did you evade my attack? Saint Venus asked with anger. That kind of power has long been wiped out by world government. Apart from world government, there is no one in this sea at all. No one should be able to master that kind of power. Even in the world government, there are only a few people who can master this kind of power. 19 The corner of Carl's mouth raised. That kind of power. Isn't it that you, the world government, are erasing that kind of power just so that someone can threaten the rule of the world government? The history of the Void Century seems to contain many unknown secrets. After fighting against the 5 elders, Carl now understands that the power emperor controlled by the world government is indeed beyond his imagination. He thought that the 5 elders were at best a little stronger than the admiral level, and might even be about the same as the admiral. Unexpectedly, after a fight, only then did Carl realize that his idea was completely wrong. The power of the 5 elders completely surpasses the 4 emperors and admirals, just like the gap between the Marine Elite Vice Admiral and Marine Admiral. That's a whole different level. I have a way of knowing which ability you used to detect it. The bald 5 elders looked confident. Carl was also a little curious about how the other party would recognize his ability. The next moment, see and hear, kill. 3 words popped out of the mouth of the bald 5 elders Venus Saint, and the moment these 3 words fell, the breath all over his body completely disappeared. Holding the first generation Kitetsu in his hand, he sneered. Now that I have restrained my aura, even observation hockey, who can foresee the future, cannot capture my future. Smell and kill. When the bald 5 elders used kill by witness, Carl's memories suddenly emerge. This technique is similar to the setting in the One Piece anime. It allows you to control your own breath, making the opponent's observation hockey unable to predict the future. It seems that the world government has indeed mastered combat skills that many people cannot master. I am afraid it is not just the killing on sight. Carl's heart is heavy. The strength and fighting skills of the 5 elders are far beyond his expectations. It also made the weight of world government in his heart soar. The 5 elders in front of me are so powerful. Advertisement. There is a high probability that the IM behind world government is more than one level stronger than the 5 elders in front of them. That is someone who can make the 5 elders kneel down and bow their heads. Saint Venus flashed, as fast as lightning. This time, I should be able to know how you knew the trajectory and figure of my attack. The speed was so fast that it left several afterimages on the ice. In almost the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Carl, drawing the knife from bottom to top. Remember to tease and chop? Carl's figure suddenly disappeared, and a piece of ice was split into two halves by Venus. Then, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the entire sky, and the airflow flowed backwards towards the sky. With just one stroke of the knife, the sky was cut into pieces. Sure enough, you escaped. It seems that you do have that kind of power. A look of surprise flashed in the eyes of Saint Venus. He thought, logically speaking, that kind of power should not appear in the sea. Carl, how did you master it? This made him very curious. Obviously Carl's observation hockey seemed to him to be mediocre. Saint Venus didn't even notice that level of observation hockey. There are not many people in this sea who are as observation hockey as Carl. According to this rule, Carl should not have mastered that kind of power anyway. Could it be that he is gifted? Carl appeared and said, it is indeed a very magical ability, but what is the name of this ability? His eyes were fixed on Saint Venus, and he also wanted to get some information from the 5 elders about the mysterious power he talked about. Venus had a cold smile on her lips. It's okay to tell you, because you can't completely master this power. It's called hockey. It is the 4th type of hockey besides armament hockey, observation hockey and conqueror's hockey, and it is also the rarest hockey. Only by being born with awareness of the color of sight and hearing, and through continuous development and training, can we master the color of the heart and mind hockey. There are very few people in this ocean who are awakened to see and hear from birth. If only one person among millions of people can possess the potential of conqueror's hockey. There may be only one person among hundreds of millions of people in this ocean who is awakened to seeing and hearing at birth, or even one among billions of people. Extremely rare. Venus Saint doesn't have to worry at all. Carl will be able to use this power after knowing the existence of intercolor hockey, because this kind of power also requires a unique way to practice. The 4th kind of hockey? Carl was slightly surprised. This was the first time he heard the term, heart-conscious hockey. And judging from the awakening conditions, we know that it is extremely difficult to master this power. Carl, who has watched the Poseidon anime, knows that only a few people are born with the gift of knowledge. Aisha from Sky Island, Princess Odahime from the Fishman Island, Redfield and a few others. With a heavy heart, the power and skill of hockey's mind has been erased from history by the world government. They also have some other little-known powers at their disposal. It seems that they were right not to rashly choose to attack the Holy Land Mariajoy. Carl stared at Saint Venus with burning eyes and asked, this is how you captured my breath and figure, right? Good. Saint Venus's face was expressionless, and his eyes and tones still contained a nobility and arrogance that he had cultivated for a long time. You can't even imagine my power. Now I give you one last chance to tell all your secrets and join the world government. Either. He raised the sword in his hand, pointed the tip of the sword at Carl, and said coldly, the world government will personally take action, crack open your brain bit by bit, and unlock your secrets. With that special ability? Carl waved his hand, determined to know the other party's ability. The ice and snow floating in the sky roared towards the bald 5 elders Venus Saint like fired bullets. There is no hiding. Advertisement Venus Saint is surrounded by ice and snow shooting from all directions. Not only is it fast, but the ice cubes, large and small, change from white to black during flight, completing the hardening of the color of the weapon. Such moves are useless against me. The bald 5 elders Venus Saint smiled scornfully, even if my ability has multiple devil fruit abilities in front of me. Still to no avail. A bright golden light bloomed from the body, and when the dazzling light shone on the ice and snow, the hardened ice and snow with an armed color were instantly swallowed up and dissolved by the light, and finally disappeared into the Air Force one by one. It's this unique golden light again. Carl's eyes flashed with surprise. This golden light has unimaginable abilities. Acting on Guete's blade, Guete can easily cut through anything with unrivaled sharpness. Acting on other objects, it can dissolve and swallow everything. At this time, the body of Saint Venus was filled with golden light within 3 feet, as if it had turned into a living little sun. He sneered. It's useless, it's useless. Carl, your armament hockey is vulnerable to my abilities. In my eyes, your armament hockey is just a beginner's level, and it's much different from my armament hockey. When all the ice and snow armed with 227 color hockey were wiped out by the golden light, Venus suddenly shot out a golden light as thick as a bucket, piercing the sky. In a blink of an eye, the golden light with a destructive aura appeared in front of Carl. Momo 30 times air compression cannon. Carl put his hands together, feeling like he was rubbing the Rasengan with his hands, and pushed out the air cannon between his palms. A shocking explosion occurred in the air with the golden laser. Saint Venus disappeared, instantly wiping out the tens of meters distance between her and Carl as if she had shrunk. Appeared in front of Carl and slashed him with a knife. One blade style. Star flash. This knife cut out the vision of broken space, and the space was separated left and right under Guete's blade, revealing a dark space. Unparalleled sharpness. Exchange. Carl raised his finger, and his entire body instantly switched positions with a piece of broken ice in the distance. At the same time, where he settled, a large number of flowers and plants grew out from under his feet, and the area continued to expand. It even cuts the air. It's such a terrifying knife. Even with the devil fruit armor, I'm afraid I can't stop this. Carl was really shocked. But the next second, the delicate flowers and green grass that grew around him all shriveled up and turned yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their vitality quickly disappeared. All die. Who is it? Carl's face changed slightly, and he looked at the 4-5 elders who were watching the battle before. You are the one who did it, aren't you? I'm really surprised that it can affect the plants created by my ability. This ability also greatly weakened his own sense and fruit ability. Unable to control plant growth, control the plants, and the fruits are almost completely destroyed. 5 elders. Jupiter stood up with a serious look on his face. Venus, a few minutes have passed and you haven't dealt with Carl yet. I'm here to help you and capture Carl as soon as possible. The bald 5 elders. Venus had a murderous look on her face with a hint of displeasure, but she still agreed. Then let's take action together and defeat Carl as soon as possible. Chapter 119 Level 7 Kong Yunki vs 5 elders, powerful new abilities. Laugh. A Naginata suddenly fell from the sky and stuck on the ice. He stood in front of the bald 5 elders Saint Venus and the 5 elders Saint Jupiter. That's Whitebeard's weapon, the supreme large blade that cuts through the clouds. Saint Jupiter's face darkened. Saint Venus's face also changed slightly, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he solemnly said, "This knife is very wrong. It gives me a somewhat dangerous aura. It's probably not my illusion. Be careful, there's something wrong with this knife." In his hand is also the first generation Kitetsu, who is also the supreme sharp sword. Venus Saint can feel that the Kong Yunki in front of him is very different from the first generation ghost in his hand. The ghost with demon nature is like a baby in front of Kong Yunki. And Kong Yunki is not an adult, but a giant. The difference is so huge. The moment he saw Kong Yunki appear, Carl was overjoyed. Kong Yunki appeared, that means Dorag has been dealt with. Great, Golden Lion and the others should arrive soon. Talk about Cao Cao. Cao Cao arrives. The words fell. Tisk. Ghost Cry and Jinpalau fell from the sky one after another and landed next to Kong Yunki. Become a human. Carl, is this your trump card? Jupiter's eyes passed through the famous sword in front of him and rested on Carl. He sarcastically said, "The famous sword turned into a human. It must be similar to the devil fruit human. We don't even care about devil fruit humans. Do you think these famous swords can stop the people?" As he raised his hand, plants grew from the feet of the famous sword, instantly binding the 3 famous sword humans in place. As this, the power of the sensen fruit, Jinpiro's expression darkened, and the edge of his body's skin instantly turned into a sharp blade. At the same time, Gawei also activated the ability like the quick slash fruit, turning his arms into sharp blades. This trick is useless to us. We can turn any part of our body into a blade. The next second, both of them turned pale. Impossible. Why didn't my slash cut off these trees? An unbelievable color appeared on Jin Pilau's face. The slash was powerful enough to cut through steel, but it couldn't cut through the vines that bound the body. The same goes for the ghost crying on the side. Only Kong Yunki looked calm and said calmly, "Ghost cry, Jinpira, this is not something you can cut off with your strength, not even with your hockey." Oh, the bald 5 elders chuckled and said, "I didn't expect that humans with famous swords are quite self-aware." The words fell. His eyes suddenly widened and he exclaimed, "Disappeared." Under the shackles of Jupiter, the famous sword disappeared? The body of Kong Yunchi, who was entangled by vines in his sight, turned into countless tiny particles and disappeared. Not good. Saint Venus suddenly changed his expression, and out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of a dazzling light and the appearance of Kong Yunki. His eyes suddenly widened. When did it appear next to me? The body leaned back, and blood splashed on the sun. There was a thin mark on the cheek of the bald 5 elders, and red blood oozed out, making him feel frightened. The bearded 5 elders on the side looked shocked. How could it escape from my wooden cage? The bald 5 elders retreated, staring at Kong Yunki with a gloomy look. He stretched out his fingers to wipe the blood on his cheeks, brought it to his mouth, and took a lick. The fierce light in his eyes flashed, and he said sternly, "I really underestimated you, a swordsman, and you were able to escape from Jupiter's cage silently, which really surprised me. Carl, the butcher is getting more and more interested in your secrets." Advertisement. A cold smile appeared on his pale face. Vitality, plunder, the bearded 5 elders, Jupiter said. The vines wrapped around Jin Palau and Gui Che suddenly penetrated into their bodies, plundering the vitality of Jin Palau and Gui Che like a giant blood leech. The vine instantly swelled up into a big bag. The power in the body is flowing away quickly. Jin Pilau's expression changed. It's all been sucked away by this vine. The edges of the arms and legs that turned into blades inspired brilliant slashes. But no matter what, I can't cut off the vines wrapped around my body. The other side. Kong Yunki's figure disappeared with the wind, and once again disappeared into the eyes of Saint Venus. What kind of ability did this guy use to be able to disappear and appear silently? He also immediately turned on inner knowledge. Hockey checked Kong Yunki's figure. Disappeared. Saint Venus's eyes trembled. It feels like that guy is no longer in this space. What is going on? A look of panic also flashed across his ruthless face, knowing that hockey was the hockey with the most powerful perception in the world. It far exceeded the upper limit of seeing and hearing, and it was also the area where Saint Venus firmly believed that he could suppress Carl. But now it was as if it was completely out of order, and Kong Yunki's breath could not be felt at all. The Seda saints who were watching the battle also looked nervous. Can you feel Kong Yunki? Saint Seda asked solemnly. The long straight-haired five elders Mars frowned and said, I can't feel it, I can't feel the breath at all, it's not like this guy at all. It must have disappeared in some special way. Just when he was concentrating on exploring Kong Yunki's figure, a slash suddenly appeared from the void. A moment. Five elders Mars's hair burst out all over his body and he broke into a cold sweat. I feel an unprecedented crisis. The figure suddenly turned into a blazing flame. The slash passed through his body, splitting the ice beneath his feet and even the sea beneath the ice. Forming a bottomless abyss. Carl in the distance suddenly saw this scene and was a little surprised. Fire? Etc. Hiss F. Carl took a breath. Before it was gold and wood, and now it's fire. Their abilities are very similar to some devil fruit, but they are different. What exactly is it? Faintly, some features were revealed. Fortunately, Kong Yunki arrived in time, otherwise we would have had to face several five elders at the same time. Carl felt a little lucky. Kong Yunki could arrive in time. The current Kong Yunki is the one with the highest level under his ability. It has reached level 7, and now, what Kong Yunki is showing is the ability brought about by level up, form transformation. Can be transformed into anything. As for another skill, it is the ability to turn everything into a sword. The flames once again condensed into the appearance of five elders Mars, and drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This cloud cut is countless times more powerful than the other two famous swords. You can actually slash at it at will, making it difficult for people to guard against it. Saint Satan and Saint Melisius were also on guard. I thought devil fruit humans were Carl's limit. I didn't expect that a more terrifying Kong Yunki would appear. Is there no limit to his abilities? Saint Satan lowered his eyes, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. I also pay more and more attention to Carl in my heart. Advertisement. They haven't paid much attention to Carl's own strength yet, but Kong Yunki's ability has given them a strong sense of crisis in their hearts. Fire Dragon. Roaring. Five elders Mars raised his hand and punched out, and his entire arm turned into rolling flames. The scorching flames quickly melted the ice and the seawater continued to evaporate. A huge fire dragon roared towards Carl. The blazing flames twisted the air, twisting like waves, with terrifying temperatures. The temperature of this kind of flame far exceeds that of Logia Mera Mera fruit. Don't hold back anymore, the five old man, Mars Saint, shouted. Catch Carl now first, to avoid any further mishaps. The orange fire dragon roared. Carl immediately fired a 50x great eruption, but what surprised him was that the flames were not destroyed by the magma. Isn't it said that magma can easily burn out flames? Why doesn't it work? Carl looked surprised. The magma couldn't kill the fire dragon in front of him. What's the situation? Sudden, in the sky, unruly laughter came. Gia ha ha ha. Golden Lion Hockey appears. The person holding in his hand is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag, but now Dorag's hands and feet are locked by seastone shackles. Limiting abilities and body. The Golden Lion quickly landed next to Carl with Dorag, and grinned. Captain, even the five elders have personally dispatched. It seems that they are determined to kill you. These old guys are like turtles, but they rarely come out of Mariajoy. 17. The scalding heat caused sweat to appear on his face instantly. So hot, Golden Lion complained. The temperature of this flame seems a bit high, it doesn't feel like a normal flame. He threw the Dorag to Carl casually. Carl took Dorag and said, it's indeed a bit unusual. The temperature is far higher than ordinary flames. Completely ignoring Dorag's grinning face with hatred and all kinds of angry voices. White light blooms in the hand. Carl said angrily, pirates are never free. You can pursue freedom no matter where you are, but you can never do whatever you want. There are no rules or positions, there is no distinction between good and evil, everyone deserves to die. Open black lens bracket anthropomorphic object. Logia wind fruit. Close black lens bracket, anthropomorphism progress, 1%, 2%. Heart pulse shock. Thunder and lightning bloomed on the palm of his hand, and Dorag became silent in an instant. Ding. Monkey D. Dorag is dead. Close black lens bracket, Logia wind fruit is automatically transferred to the host. Close black lens bracket. Current level 1. Close black lens bracket, congratulations to host for getting a copy of the demonic power of the wind fruit. Close black lens bracket. The devil fruit tree in Carl's mind once again bore a shiny devil fruit. At the same time, Saint Satan from the five elders and Saint Melisius from the five elders appeared next to Carl, one on the left and one on the right. One punch at Carl. The fierce and invincible power made the air roar, creating an unprecedented distorted sense of sight. It was as if the air was deformed by this punch, so scary. Chapter 120 Resurrection of Joey Boy. The abilities of five elders. In five elders, Melichu hit his whip leg and kicked out with a sonic boom. The howling sound of the air is enough to penetrate the eardrums and reach the depths of the soul, which is frightening. Can't force it. This is the idea that Carl had in his heart following the spiritual power of the devil's heart. In a moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. The power of controlling the heart can react faster than the nerves of the brain. The attacks of Saint Satan and Saint Melisius of the five elders failed. Golden Lion was suddenly a little messy in the wind, and used Lion Fruit's ability to quickly fly into the air. Captain, what's going on? Why are these two old guys from Five Elders so powerful? He was really frightened by the powerful attack of Five Elders, and he broke out in a cold sweat. You don't have to worry about it here. Go help Whitebeard. Carl stared at the Five Elders intently. Whitebeard? Golden Lion was shocked, and then looked at the battlefield in the distance. He was stunned and said, Whitebeard is alive too. That guy makes me very unhappy. His relationship with Whitebeard is like Zoro's relationship with Sanji. Golden Lion has always been quite critical of Whitebeard. After all, he has so much power and can only adopt various orphans with peace of mind. He also refused to overturn the world with him many times. Suddenly, he laughed inexplicably again, ha ha ha. That guy Whitebeard is too weak now. If he is still as arrogant in front of Lousy as before, he is no match for Lousy. Golden Lion looked at Carl and asked, Captain, are you sure you don't want my help here? The Five Elders seem to be very strong. Whoosh! A sharp 700 slash struck him, as fast as ultimate. Hardwall. Carl shouted angrily and used the power of Devil's Heart to instantly form an invisible barrier in front of the Golden Lion. When the bright sword light fell, the air shattered like a mirror. Captain. Only then did Golden Lion react, with a look of fear on his face, cold sweat overflowing from his face, and murmured to himself. If the captain hadn't taken action, Lao Wei would have been split in half by this slash. What a fast, powerful slash. He also instantly understood that there was a huge gap in strength between himself and the Five Elders. His inner pride was shaken, so these old bastards huddled in Mariajoy are so powerful. Fortunately, the captain is here, otherwise my life would have been decided here. There was a feeling of fear in my heart, and there was a hint of blackness in my eyes. Shiki. Carl shouted. There's no use staying here, go help Whitebeard, he needs your power over there. At the same time, he also summoned the Sensen Fruit, and asked the Sensen Fruit to help Whitebeard. This time, Golden Lion didn't hesitate anymore, since the captain said so, he must have a way to deal with these old guys. And, when I think of what happened on Sky Island, Kong Yunchi suddenly becomes extremely terrifying. Dolog, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, was defeated without any resistance under Kong Yunqi's power, completely surpassing Marine's strongest combat power and the Four Emperors. Regarding the strength of the captain, advertisement. He was full of confidence. Call out. The figure disappeared from the spot like a sharp arrow and flew quickly towards the position of Whitebeard and others. It seems that Carl has given us another surprise. St. Venus frowned. BJAH, is it another weird ability? Why does this guy always have so many powers that make people confused? Now, it seems to be getting a little tricky. An invisible wall was formed in an instant, and it also blocked his own slashes, which was extraordinary. The key is, through inner color, hockey, he does not highlight the source and details of this power at all. The other side, Venus, I can't finish these two famous swords of human life. Jupiter, the bearded Five Elders, looked a little dark. No matter how much his vines extract the power of famous swords from humans, they can't drain the power from the bodies of Jin Palau and Gawei. It's really the first time. The bald Five Elders St. Venus raised a cold smile on her lips. This is not in line with your intention. Extracting the power from their bodies can provide you with a steady stream of energy. This is a good thing. Indeed, let these two guys provide me with strength. The beard of Jupiter Saint, Five Elders, began to appear black. The skin on the face gradually began to take on some vitality and seemed to become a little younger. Saint Jupiter said with a smile, no one has ever provided me with such a huge power, and it actually made me start to become younger. This feeling. It's been too long. His face was full of smiles, like a spring breeze, and his whole person was in high spirits. And just when he smiled brightly, invisible swords suddenly appeared around his body. Densely dense invisible swords surrounded him. Poof. Poof. In an instant, Saint Jupiter's body was turned into a hornet's nest. The strange thing is that no blood flowed out. Sure enough, it's not that easy to kill. A transparent silhouette suddenly appeared next to Saint Jupiter's body that was filled with invisible swords. It's like eating a transparent fruit, and Kong Yunqi's figure gradually revealed its proper color. The moment Kong Yunqi appeared, I finally waited for you. Five Elders Jupiter's voice sounded in Kong Yunqi's ears, and two green buds broke through the ice at Kong Yunqi's feet. Instantly wrapped around Kong Yunqi's legs, spreading upward rapidly. I won't let you escape this time. Saint Jupiter's figure appeared along with the green buds growing out. Life. Drain. The vines wrapped around Kong Yunqi's body branched out into branches, which were inserted into Kong Yunqi's body like sharp iron cones. Saw this scene. The Five Elders with a curly beard, Saint Jupiter, had a winning smile on his face and said sarcastically, no matter how powerful you are, you can't escape from my grasp. Without you, Carl will soon be defeated. At that time, you will have to change his master. The face of Kong Yunqi, who was entangled by the vines, remained unchanged from beginning to end, and he said calmly, I'm just feeling your power, and you can't kill me at all. Because I am immortal. Kong Yunqi could feel his power disappearing quickly under the influence of the vines, but for him with endless physical strength. All this is simply insignificant. The next second, Kong Yunqi disappeared without a trace under the eyes of Saint Jupiter. At this point, Saint Jupiter's eyelids twitched suddenly and the corner of his mouth twitched. Impossible, he obviously has Hockey's power, how did he escape? Advertisement. Even with the ability to elementalize Logia, as long as the body is trapped by armament hockey, he cannot escape his closed loop. But Kong Yunki was just a famous sword, but it disappeared in front of him without any warning. It's like it's just a pile of air. Weird, what a weird ability. The bald five elders were also secretly shocked. I have never seen such an ability before, and even armament hockey is useless. The vines are pierced into its body, so it can escape. It's really weird. Is it possible that he is really unkillable, at this time? Kong Yunki, who was hiding in the void, also frowned. Five elders' reaction speed, hockey, and abilities are all impeccable. Although my attack is secretive, it is still too weak. After the upgrade, Kong Yunki has two more abilities, which make him nearly invincible. One body that embodies all things. One is the ability to turn everything into a sword. However, it did not significantly improve his Conqueror's hockey and kendo skills when facing old monsters like five elders. Still seems a little powerless. No matter what, let's hold off these two old guys first. Kong Yunki made up his mind, appeared in the air, and waved his arm. Thousands of invisible swords appeared all over the sky, giving a visual sense of thousands of swords returning to their clan. Reach out and wave. The rain of swords in the sky launched a charge like thousands of soldiers, soaring into the sky and falling. The golden light bloomed on the bald five elders Saint Venus, forming a barrier to block the rain of swords. The five elders before Saint Jupiter grow rapidly, forming solid sawdust. The other side. With the emergence of the golden lion and the Sensen fruit, the Whitebeard Pirates and the law enforcement team finally stopped their decline and gradually began to counterattack. Shiki, if Whitebeard hadn't been here, I wouldn't have let you be the vice captain. Whitebeard Newgate puffed his beard and stared at Shiki. Shiki chuckled and replied unceremoniously, Newgate, you are not the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates now. Besides, without shock fruit, God is not afraid of you at all. The two of them started bickering mode while fighting. The originally heavy mentality became much lighter. I didn't expect that Carl actually blocked the five elders' attack. That guy was stronger than I thought. Zephyr was a little surprised. He didn't have any hope at first, but now he began to have hope in his heart. Because I saw the hope of living, at this moment. Carl's situation is not optimistic. He has used various devil fruit abilities, but they have no effect. Almost completely suppressed. The opponent is stronger than him in terms of hockey, physical skills, and abilities. The only advantages are the power of the devil's heart and the variety of devil fruit. And now, he seemed to have somewhat figured out the abilities of the five elders. The opponent seems to be metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. But it is different from Logia sparkling fruit, Maramara fruit, Paramecia stone fruit, and its abilities are many times more powerful than these. It's a bit difficult. Carl uses the power of Devil's Heart to sense the five elders, and also uses various devil fruit abilities to deal with them. He barely managed to remain undefeated, but he didn't have the slightest chance to breathe, so he was suppressed to the point where he couldn't hold his head up. This deadlock must be broken. If we keep it for too long, we will lose. In an instant, a crazy idea popped into his head. System, use the resurrection water area. Resurrection object, Joy Boy. Chapter 121. Grandpa Five Elders, I have become immortal. The moment Carl gave the order, a piece of blue crystal suddenly floated out of his body, blooming with an incomparably bright light that illuminated the entire world. Resurrection target. Joey Boy. Close black lens bracket. This was the only way Carl could think of to break the situation, and it was also a crazy gamble. Joey Boy is the enemy of the world government. This should be almost certain, but Carl has no way of judging his actual strength. So, it's really a gamble. I hope Joey Boy's strength will not disappoint me. Carl hoped in his heart that Joey Boy would be stronger and be able to withstand the five elders. Sudden changes. The five elders all changed their expressions, and Saint Satan's face darkened. It's the ability to resurrect. This is how Whitebeard Newgate was resurrected just now. Who does he want to resurrect this time? HMPH. The hot-tempered five elders Mars snorted and said disdainfully, so what if another Whitebeard is resurrected? For us, we can defeat you easily. Even the five elders, who are as powerful and confident as Whitebeard Newgate, will not take him seriously at all. The words were spoken less than 5 seconds ago. The face of the blonde short-haired five elders Molichu began to change. No, there seems to be something wrong with the person being resurrected this time. It should be the giants. In sight. The outline of a huge figure began to appear, and soon a man more than 10 meters tall, with muscles all over his body and a hearty laugh appeared in their sight. What surprised them even more was that there was a giant straw hat on the head of the giant man. This guy. Saint Seda looked horrified. This guy's aura is very, very strong. I've also felt it. This guy is quite dangerous. Who did Carl resurrect? Saint Mars said with a look of shock on his face. Under this extremely dangerous aura, the hair all over his body couldn't help but close and shrink. Saint Melisius was also shocked and cursed angrily. This B************ D Carl. What kind of incredible thing has he resurrected? They have been in charge of world government for decades, but they have never heard of or seen such a terrifying giant. He, I seem to be alive. Joey Boy opened his hands to embrace the air, closed his eyes and breathed in the sea air. At this time, Carl's face lit up when he felt the powerful aura of Joey Boy. Looks like I made the right bet. The strength of this guy Joey Boy is really extraordinary. Let Joey Boy block the 5 elders for me first. During this time, I must try to get the reward of the devil fruit tree again. Only when you have power in your own hands can you feel most at ease, only then can you feel most at ease. There are now a total of 18 shining devil fruits on the devil fruit tree, and these are the powers that Carl can control. He didn't care about the other lackluster devil fruit. Not only can you not use the devil fruit ability, but it cannot be calculated into the rewards. Carl's figure disappeared silently, turning into a wisp of rapidly moving wind and rushing towards the battlefield in the distance. Try collecting 20 devil fruit to see if you can unlock the rewards of the devil fruit tree. Perhaps this will be his only way to turn things around. At this time, the 3-5 elders looked at each other in shock, as if they had guessed a certain outcome. The giant race is so powerful, could it be? 5 elders. Saint Satan also felt extremely crazy about this idea in his mind. The long straight-haired 5 elders Mars Saint also shook his head and murmured in disbelief. Impossible, impossible, that guy has been dead for hundreds of years, and his body has long since turned into dust. It's absolutely impossible to survive. I don't believe it either, the short-haired 5 elders Molichu Shenga firmly objected. Are you kidding me? If that guy can survive, then people who have disappeared from history can survive. Do you believe in this ability? Advertisement. This is simply 100 times more outrageous than the random power of the Renren fruit, phantom beast species, and Nika form that the world government is afraid of. The corner of Satan Sheng's mouth twitched. I don't believe it, but how do you explain this guy who appears in front of you? The faces of the other 2-5 elders turned dark. The one who slapped them in the face was none other than their own brothers. So speechless, sudden. Joey Boy opened his eyes. In just a moment, he had taken the 5 elders' conversation and the entire battlefield into his mind. With a big grin on his face, White Fang said, it seems that the guy named Carl saved me. He turned to look at the 5 elders and asked with a smile, Hey, Grandpa, can you tell me what time it is now? I don't even know any of these guys, and I don't know how long it's been. Saint Satan frowned, looked up at the giant more than 10 meters tall, and asked, Tell me your name first, and I will answer your question. With trepidation, he didn't want to hear that name. But things went counterproductive. I'm Joy Boy. A man who wants to bring laughter to the world. Joey Boy's face was still filled with a happy and bright smile. Grandpa, can you tell me the time now? Waiting for those big eyes, staring curiously at the 5 elders. When they heard the name, Joey Boy, the 5 elders were struck by lightning and were shocked beyond measure. Huge waves set off in my heart. Saint Satan's eyes trembled violently, and his tone was trembling. It's really him. It's Joey Boy, the guy who has been dead for more than 800 years. The more you learn about the past, the more you realize how terrifying and powerful the man is. The giants are synonymous with powerful strength and physique, and their combat skills are synonymous with destruction. Damn. 5 elders Mars couldn't help cursing in his heart. That be asterisk 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 D. Carl actually resurrected Joey Boy. What AF asterisk 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 GB asterisk 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 D. Now, as Joey Boy announced his name, the powerful hearts of the 5 elders could not control themselves. The usually calm 5 elders also panicked a little. The bald 5 elders Venus spitted on the ground with a poof sound. The situation is completely out of control. That be asterisk 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 D. Carl was able to resurrect Joey Boy. No wonder that guy has always been confident. It took the combined forces of 20 countries to completely eliminate Joey Boy. Even the 5 elders, who are the world's most powerful people, are deeply afraid of that period of history that was erased by the world government. The loud voices of the giants also spread throughout the battlefield. However, for most people, this name has never been heard of. Whitebeard asked Marco, do you know who the guy Carl resurrected? To be able to make the faces of the 5 elders turn so dark, he must be an incredible guy. Marco frowned, completely unable to guess Carl's intentions, and said helplessly, Dad, I don't know that guy either. There must be a reason why the captain resurrected the giants. Anyway, in their opinion, the strength of a guy who can make even the 5 elders panic is unimaginable. At this time, using the power of the Logia wind fruit, Carl appeared on the deck of a warship. Wind. The restraint rope. With a thought, the invisible wind instantly gathered together and bound Shichibukai Doflamingo with a blue rope. Hey, Carl, let me go. I can help you subvert the world together. Veins popped up on Doflamingo's forehead, and cold sweat broke out. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he hurriedly begged for mercy. Carl's sudden appearance also startled the pirate Empress Hancock and Hawkeye, and they both distanced themselves and were on guard against Carl. Asking for flowers 0, Doflamingo, remember Trafalgar Law? Carl stepped towards Doflamingo. Advertisement, 5 color strings. Just when Carl was approaching Doflamingo, his fingers moved slightly, invisible to the naked eye, and the extremely sharp thin line was slashed towards Carl's neck. It's now like this, but we still have to keep struggling. For Carl, who has the ability of the devil's heart, the speed of 5 color strings is as slow as a snail in his eyes. He gently stretched out his fingers to block Doflamingo's attack, and the number of ropes condensed by the wind on Doflamingo's body increased and became tighter. Doflamingo's face turned red and veins jumped on his temples. Luo. Doflamingo laughed angrily. She. Wait, I can tell you a secret about Trafalgar Law. As long as you let me go, I will tell you the secret. Absolutely worth the money. This is the secret that the world government has been trying to hide, and it is also the power they desperately want to gain. He believed that by using this secret in exchange, Carl would definitely let him go. In front of this secret, Doflamingo believes that no one can remain unmoved. He was always paying attention to Carl's expression, but when he found that Carl's face was always expressionless, Doflamingo panicked and said hurriedly, "Carl, don't you want to know the secret of immortality?" As soon as these words came out, Hawkeye was suddenly startled. Eternal life? Is there really something as bizarre as immortality in this world? He stared at Doflamingo with burning eyes. Based on his judgment, Doflamingo did not seem to be making random remarks. Can Eagle Eye thinks that immortality is just a legendary story, and this kind of thing is too ridiculous. He has traveled the sea alone for many years, and has never heard of anyone on the sea who can live forever. Not only him, but the pirate Empress Boa Hancock's heart was trembling, and her eyes were filled with shock. If there is immortality, I don't need to become like my mother-in-law. Regarding her current appearance, she is extremely in office. Which woman doesn't want to maintain her most beautiful appearance? She stretched out her hand tremblingly and touched her smooth, mirror-like skin that could be broken by blows, and her mother-in-law's wrinkled, dry and sallow face came to mind. And a shrunken figure. I couldn't help but shiver all over my body. The disgust from the bottom of my heart resisted. If you love yourself, you don't want to be like my mother-in-law. Longevity. My appearance is the most beautiful woman in the world, not only now, but also in the future. A strong desire for immortality also arose in Hancock's heart. At this time, Carl walked up to Doflamingo, and the shadow brought by his tall figure plunged him into darkness. Immortality. He put his hand on Doflamingo's head, which immediately made Brother Ming's soul break out, and cold sweat poured down from his body. No, Carl, listen to me, I'm not lying to you, it's true, immortality does exist. Doflamingo felt Carl's rough palm, and his life was under the other's control. Sorry, I have already gained immortality. I promised Luo that I would avenge Rosinante, and now I have fulfilled my promise. Carl's voice immediately made Doflamingo stunned. It turns out that he has been immortal for a long time. She. The last glimmer of hope was shattered, and Doflamingo laughed ferociously. She. Carl, I hope you can overthrow the world government and let those guys come to hell with me. I promise you. Carl said this about strength. Chapter 122 Shocking rewards are coming. Boa Hancock is dead. White light bloomed in Carl's hand. Open black lens bracket anthropomorphic object. Paramecia string fruit. Close black lens bracket. Anthropomorphism progress. 7%. 12%. The white light disappeared, and Carl took away Doflamingo's life. Ding. Doflamingo dies. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Paramecia string fruit is automatically transferred to the host. Close black lens bracket. Current level 55-1. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for getting a copy of the demonic origin of string fruit. Close black lens bracket. 19 pills. We're still short of the last devil fruit, so we can collect 20. There was a pop. Doflamingo's body fell on the deck, and blood flowed out, forming a pool of blood on the deck. This guy is so murderous. Hawkeye will frowned and looked at Carl intently. However, this situation is also very common on the sea. His body tensed up. If Carl attacked him, he would draw his sword immediately without hesitation. Carl turned to face the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, and Hancock turned pale with fright. You also want to steal my devil fruit like a robber? She immediately pretended to be calm, reached out to flip her hair, and said arrogantly, I am the most beautiful woman in the world. With my beauty, you can't do anything to her. Hear the words. Carl sneered. Next time you say something like this to 660 in front of me, can you please stop shaking your feet? Hancock's face panicked when Carl saw through it, and his heart suddenly twitched. This man really won't be affected by my beauty. Even though he is exuding sweet fruits, the other person still has a facial expression in a man with an iron mind. Now, it's time for you to make a choice. Let's see if you understand the current affairs. Carl stared at Boa Hancock, with cold murderous intent in his eyes. I want the entire Nine Snakes Island to surrender to me, and open the Nine Snakes Island to intermarriage. The issue of childbearing has always been a big deal, and Nine Snakes Island is all female. Even if it follows the voluntary principle, I believe there will be many female warriors willing to leave Nine Snakes Island. Intermarry with the humans of the sea. As long as you form a family and have family responsibilities and happiness, I believe the number of pirates can be reduced. Certainly. What Carl knows is that in order to reduce the number of pirates, in addition to killing them, they must also be able to survive, and they must also have a certain understanding of conscience, good and evil. Also be full of fear of death. However, these must be done step by step. Hancock's face darkened. It turns out that you have your mind set on Nine Snake Island. Is that why you are willing to let me go? Sudden. She changed the subject. However, I will not give in to a man who hurts the person I love. I will never let you go, big perfume femur. A strong wind sounded, and a long, white leg kicked towards Carl with sharp force. Is this your choice? There was no surprise on Carl's face, and he didn't even move, not even a thought. The air currents in the air began to move rapidly. Hancock's high sweeping legs were restrained in the air, and he stretched out his hand to hold the opponent in his hand at lightning speed. I like guys with backbone, but if I like them, I still have to kill those who deserve to be killed. Carl's face was like frost, and white light bloomed in his hands. Anthropomorphic object. Paramecia sweet fruit, close black lens bracket. Anthropomorphism progress. 5%. 9%. Devil, I curse you to die. Hancock looked like he was going crazy, glaring at Carl with red eyes. Facing the gap that she couldn't resist at all, she completely vented all the depression and resentment in her heart. He just cursed at Carl. Carl also decisively understood Hancock's life. Since you hate me so much, kill him as soon as possible, so as not to harm other people and let them die with you. Advertisement killing Boa Hancock. Carl has no psychological baggage at all. Everything must be suppressed with iron-blooded means, and the pirate trend must never rise again. In this world, either you kill me or I kill you. If Carl was weaker than Hancock, he also believed that Hancock would not take Carl seriously and kick him into rubble. Just like those Marines. To die is to die in vain. Deng. Boya Hancock died. Close black lens bracket, Paramecia sweet fruit is automatically transferred to the host. Close black lens bracket. Current level 1. Close black lens bracket, congratulations to host for getting a copy of the sweet fruit devil's origin power. Close black lens bracket. 20 devil fruit. As expected, when the devil fruit tree bears sweet fruits. The rising sound of system rewards sounded in Carl's mind. Ding. Congratulations to host for collecting 20 devil fruits. Close black lens bracket. Get rewarded with 1 to 5 resurrection crystals. Close black lens bracket. Get reward 2. Get devil fruit experience pills x20. Close black lens bracket. Reward 3. Obtain famous sword experience pills x20. Close black lens bracket. Get reward 4. Devil fruit or famous knife upgrade scroll x5. Close black lens bracket. Get reward 5. Obtain a devil's heart enhancer. Close black lens bracket. Get reward 6. Obtain the primary hell world. Close black lens bracket. Carl was immediately ecstatic. There are rewards for collecting 20 fruits. With these rewards, the current situation can be completely reversed. And this time, while the rewards are richer than before, there are actually 2 extraordinary rewards. Devil's heart enhancer. Hell world. Carl can understand the former reward from its literal name, but for the reward, hell world, Carl cannot fully understand the specific function of this reward from its name. It must be good stuff to know, come the same way. Carl thought. He used the devil fruit upgrade pills on devil fruit humans who were currently mostly at level 1 or 2. What are pushy fruits, Yatagarasu forms, encouraging fruits, hormone fruits, etc. In an instant, Carl used devil fruit experience pills to upgrade them to level 4, possessing combat power comparable to admiral level. Summon string fruit, sweet fruit, all of a sudden. 2 rays of light shot out from Carl's chest and condensed into 2 humans in front of him. A string fruit, the clothes all over his body are like wrapped in white yarn balls, round, even the hair is the same. A sweet and cute little Lolita with a height of over 1.5 meters. New devil fruit humans. Hawkeye sensed the dangerous aura from the 2 devil fruit humans. A question also arose in my heart. The abilities of devil fruit have been transformed into human beings by Carl. Will there be new devil fruit appearing in the sea? Of the 3-7 warlords of the sea who were invited to help out, Mahawk is the only one left. This made him a little nervous. Facing the ferocious and violent aura exuding from Carl's body, Hawkeye couldn't help but put his hand on the hilt of the black sword Yi. Carl was on full alert. Hawkeye, I'm not interested in you. Carl grinned. He used to be more interested in the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. Not only interested in Hawkeye, but also in his Dark Knight. Now, advertisement as Carl's strength became extremely powerful, he no longer cared about Hawkeye. The improvement in strength has also expanded Carl's structure and set his sights on world government. The strength displayed by the 5 elders made him even more interested in the mysterious I Am. String fruit, Tianshan fruit, you 2 go and replace lion fruit. I have a task to give to lion fruit. Carl gave orders to the 2 summoned devil fruits. Looking at Carl leaving, Hawkeye looked in a daze. He was relieved but also a little disappointed. This guy. Can't he even show the slightest interest in me now? What a failure. As the world's #1 swordsman, he has always been extremely arrogant. In terms of swordsmanship, I will never lose to anyone. Hawkeye jumped up and landed on the ice. He wanted to watch the powerful 5 elders at a closer distance. He believes that he will gain a lot of money. Take your kendo to the next level. At this time, Joey Boy, who was resurrected by Carl, also heard a key word from the words of the 5 elders. 800 years have passed. Joey Boy was dumbfounded on the spot. More than 800 years have passed. His whole brain shut down instantly. He knew that he had failed, otherwise he would not have written an apology in the historical text. No. I want to go back to the giant tribe, and I want to know what happened in the past 800 years. Joy Boy is extremely eager to know how the world has changed in the past 800 years. Changes in the sea. In 800 years, everyone he knew has disappeared into history, but there are things he is extremely eager to know. With that said, he turned around and left. Thousands of 5 elders were instantly stunned. The 5 elders Mars took a step forward and was about to catch up, but the 5 elders Satan stopped him immediately. Joy Boy failed back then. Even if he survives, nothing will change. Besides, he doesn't have a Nika form now, and he doesn't have a Phantom Beast type Nika form, so there's nothing to be afraid of. The most critical issue now is to solve Carl. He is the only one who is the biggest threat to our world government. The blonde short-haired five elders St. Melicius also agreed. Our mission this time is to bring Carl to Lord I Am. If the mission fails, I think you should know that it is a failure in 3.4. Lord I Am is angry. At the mention of I Am, the faces of several five elders instantly became serious and heavy. We must not let Carl escape. Mars shouted. The figures of several people flickered, passing by like a gust of wind on the broken ice. At this time, seeing Joey Boy leaving, Carl looked startled. Damn, that guy actually ran away? You even said you were going to use him to resist the five elders, but then you ran away without doing anything. What it be asterisk 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 D. He is indeed an unreliable guy. Fortunately, Carl had already prepared himself, and he didn't panic at all after receiving the Devil Fruit Tree reward. Check the experience points of Shock Fruit and Nika Fruit. Open black lens bracket Shock Fruit Demon LV1. 2452 10,000ths close black lens bracket. Nika Fruit LV4 to 3254 10,000. System. Consume 4 Devil Fruit Experience Pills to increase the level of the Ni form. Devil Fruit Experience Pill is used successfully x4, and the experience value is 2000 by 4. Close black lens bracket. The level of Nika form has been improved. The current Nika form demon is LV1. Close black lens bracket. There are still a few Devil Fruit Experience Pills left. Upgrade the scrolls to still have 5. Are you going to raise the level of Kong Yunchi? Should we upgrade one of these 2 stones first? Chapter 123 Level 10 Nika Fruit. Unlock 6 new forms? Kong Yunki's current level is level 7. To upgrade by 1 level, the amount of experience required changes from 10,000 to 100,000. It is definitely not possible to upgrade with famous sword experience pills. But currently, Kong Yunki is the highest level among all Devil Fruit humans and Mado humans. It is most cost-effective to use upgrade rolls to upgrade the level. If all the upgrade rolls are used on Kong Yunchu, Kong Yunki's level will jump from level 7 to level 13. If it were Devil Fruit, it could only be upgraded from level 5 to level 10. I prefer Devil Fruit to famous swords. Carl made a decision in his tangled heart and followed the decision made in his heart. He prefers Devil Fruit. When he first watched the anime, he was fascinated by the strange abilities of Devil Fruit. I was deeply attracted by the Devil Fruit in it. He also fantasized about being a Devil Fruit with various magical powers. Between Devil Fruit and famous swords, Carl made a decisive choice this time, Devil Fruit. Now it's time to choose one of the 2, Paramecia Thunderbolt Fruit and Phantom Beast species card form. Carl didn't hesitate much, he had already made his decision in his heart. At this time, the 3 five elders had formed a triangle and surrounded him. Carl, just let it go. Your only reliance, Joey Boy, has run away. Now you have no chance to make a comeback. Satan Saint's words launched an attack on Carl's heart. A pair of eyes as sharp as swords stared at Carl's body, hoping that the other party could clearly see the gap between the situation and strength. It also avoids a big battle. The blonde short-haired 5 elders Holy Mauritius also said sternly, if you give up resistance, you can still live for 19 years, maybe if that adult appreciates you very much. Perhaps, you will also become the 5 elders with supreme power in the future. The words offered Carl an olive branch of power. The 3 of them unleashed their powerful and terrifying auras without hesitation, making the air extremely cold and sticky. They stared at Carl's face intently, but Carl's expression was not moved at all. Carl, who had already made a decision in his heart, used all 5 upgrade scrolls in one go to use the Phantom Beast Nika form. X5 is used successfully when using the upgrade scroll, and the Nika form level is increased by 1 X5. Close black lens bracket. The current level of Nika Demon is LV5. Close black lens bracket. Unlock the 6th level, Sun God form. Unlocking abilities. When the system prompt sounded in Carl's mind, others were stunned. Rubber. No, there are still 6 levels of the Phantom Beast Nika form? It seems that level 5 is not the end of this Devil Fruit's ability. No wonder. No wonder the 5 elders in the world government, who are so powerful, care so much about this Devil Fruit. Did the Sun God form also inherit the will of fire? Why did this Devil Fruit undergo such a big change? Or is it that all Devil Fruit have this ability, but most people simply can't do it? While Carl was ecstatic, he also had many questions. Now, he couldn't wait to see the rubber in its 6th gear, the Sun God form. A thought came to my mind. The body of Nika, who transformed into a golden Buddha, suddenly changed. The white flames changed into orange-red flames, and strange red spiral lines covered the entire body. At the same time, the body exudes an amazing light that illuminates the whole world. Advertisement. It was as if Nika was a sun walking in the world, and the scorching heat began to melt all the ice and snow around it. The whole person slowly rose into the air. What kind of monster is this? Beads of sweat appeared on Sengoku's face, his eyes were trembling constantly, and he stared at the form of Jonka who was rising into the sky with a look of horror. Devil Fruit has opened up a new form? When did Devil Fruit start to become so unpredictable? Is this still the Devil Fruit I know? Incredible. It completely broke Sengoku's understanding of Devil Fruit. That guy Carl's ability is definitely not Devil Fruit ability, Otherwise he wouldn't be able to do such bizarre things. Sengoku felt an extremely hot breath all over his skin. After fighting against the Nika form in front of him for so long, the sudden change of form shocked him and made him feel an unprecedented crisis. The ice beneath our feet is melting rapidly, and soon this frozen sea will be in a frozen state. As the ice beneath my feet melts, not only that, but the seawater that is relatively close to me makes a gurgling sound like boiling water. A heavy fog suddenly filled the sea, full of blazing hot steam. Sengoku felt a palpitation in his heart. The space under his feet shrank rapidly, forcing Sengoku to open a distance of several hundred meters between him and Nika Sun God in a few leaps. Looking at the Sun God form, with a horrified look on his face, he took a breath and smacked his tongue. The temperature is so terrible, it makes the sea boil in just a few seconds. Why? This temperature makes me feel even scarier than Sakazuki's lava fruit before. Nika Sun God's form was so radiant that it attracted the attention of countless people throughout the battlefield. Marco stared at the sky in surprise. That's the rubber fruit that the captain took from Luffy. What has changed now? Why do you become like a god? Even though he was thousands of meters away, he could still feel the hot breath, as if he had suddenly stepped into the scorching desert area from the ice and snow. Just at this moment, his mouth was already a little dry, and beads of sweat began to flow from the pores all over his body. Marco, what rubber fruit? Whitebeard also had a lot of sweat on his strong and well-developed muscles. He asked in surprise. Isn't Carl's ability to turn devil fruit into humans? Why does this devil fruit human in the sky give me an extremely scary feeling as Whitebeard? It's so scary that even if I have shock fruit, I don't feel like this guy at all. Rival. Under his sensory perception, the aura of Nika Sun God's form was terrifyingly strong, and the hot flames emanating from his body had the feeling of swallowing and burning all power. Whitebeard knew it was not an illusion. Josie shook his head, completely unable to understand the changes taking place in devil fruit in front of him. We don't know the captain's ability at all. I'm afraid only the captain himself knows. His abilities are no longer possessed by humans, and it is impossible to predict the limits of the captain's abilities. Foil Beast's face beamed. Anyway, it's a good thing. Such a powerful devil fruit human should be able to defeat the 5 elders. If we really win this war, our Whitebeard Pirates will become the strongest force surpassing the world government. After saying that, he couldn't help but start to get excited. Whitebeard raised the corner of his mouth. Kula-lala. It's not the Whitebeard Pirates who are stronger, but that guy Carl. He alone controls 20 devil fruit humans whose combat power is comparable to the Marine Admiral. Who in this world can stop Carl? Admire. Even he, Whitebeard, had to admit that he himself could not resist such a force that destroyed the world. Just that powerful aura is terrifying. Bonnie stretched out his hand to wipe the sweat on his face, and shouted anxiously. Hey, everyone, get to the island quickly, the ice here is about to completely melt. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates began to run towards Hachinosu Island. The other side. Advertisement Huo Shaoshan looked at Marine Admiral Aokiji and asked, Kuzan, are we still chasing? For a time, many marine generals set their sights on Kuzan. Kuzan frowned, blocked lava fruits, great eruption, with an ice cube pheasant mouth, and said, now it is no longer a question of whether to pursue or not, but that we have fallen completely at a disadvantage. We are surrounded by devil fruit humans summoned by Carl. We are completely surrounded. Even those previously weak devil fruit humans suddenly became extremely powerful, so the current situation is very unfavorable to us. The roaring explosions continued, and the forces of General Marine and the world government were rapidly losing strength. More than a dozen devil fruit humans with admiral combat power are no longer something they can resist. Momosagi looked solemn, with a bit of pain in his beautiful eyes, and asked, then what should we do now? The world government's troops die very quickly, and they have almost no resistance in front of those powerful devil fruit humans. The Devil Slayer troops, the pacifist troops, and the Lunarian android troops were completely defeated. The scene was almost one-sided. Marine Vice Admiral Ghost Spider cursed with an angry look. Damn it. Damn it, Carl. How could he create so many devil fruit humans and make them so strong? A voice suddenly sounded, causing Vice Admiral, the Ghost Spider, to change his expression instantly. It's wrong to speak ill of my master behind his back. String Fruit, who had just joined the battlefield, appeared in front of Ghost Spider, showing 277 an extremely cold smile, and lightly hooked his fingers. Parasite String has quietly appeared on Ghost Spider's body. Hole, do you think you can control me like this? The knife held by the arm formed by the Ghost Spider's hair was slashing towards the thin line that was imperceptible to the naked eye. Cemetery. His spider-like hair and arms were frozen in the air. String Fruit sneered. Do you think my parasite string is made of trash like Doflamingo and can be cut off easily by you? Vice Admiral, you think too highly of yourself. Being ridiculed by the devil fruit human, the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral suddenly showed an extremely ferocious and angry expression on his face, but the fact before him made him angry. You. He tried his best to unleash the power in his body, but he couldn't break free from the control of String Fruit, Parasite String. Even under the control of String Fruit, his arm is changing direction little by little. He pointed the gleaming white blade at himself. The Ghost Spider watched the sharp blade getting closer and closer to him. His eyes were filled with fear, and cold sweat broke out on his face. He couldn't help shouting, Hole, if you have the ability, let me go and let me have a real fight with you. Despair. String Fruit coldly mocked. When you killed the Marine soldiers under your command at will, did you consider their feelings? You were killed mercilessly just because of a small mistake. You are really wearing the coat of Marine justice. You scumbag. The ghost spider glared angrily, its eyes bloodshot, and its already vicious face became even more ferocious and terrifying. He yelled at the top of his lungs. A Marine who can't complete the task is a waste. Why do you want such a waste? If you don't repent, then you don't have a full mission now, so just go and die. Marine will not need scum like you in the future. String Fruit said with a sullen face. Controlling the ghost spider's arm, he let the sharp blade pierce into his body. Poof! A trace of bright red blood splashed out from the wound like a fountain, staining String Fruit's white clothes. Go back to hell and repent. Chapter 124 Ancient Weapon Uranus. Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, Death. In less than a minute, in front of String Fruit with Admiral-level combat power, he had no ability to resist. Ghost Spider. Marine Vice Admiral Huo Shaoshan roared with a sad look on his face. When all the Marines saw the death of Vice Admiral, the Ghost Spider, they also looked sad and desolate. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral has been working in the Marines for decades, and many Marines suddenly felt sad. No one knows if they will be the next Marine to be killed. The first death of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral was a big blow to Marine. Marine Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel took a deep breath, and the panic on his face subsided, and his expression became extremely heavy. Everyone, the battle has been going on so far, and there is nothing we can change. Or, hearing Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel say some wavering words, the hearts of other Marines also sank to the bottom. The scorching light emitted by Nika Sun's form shone on them, and their skin began to heat up rapidly and became hot. Marine Preparation Admiral Momosagi bit his lip, but if we withdraw, there will be no hope of eradicating the Whitebeard Pirates. Marine has been through several battles, can he still be able to deter pirates? Her strong heart was about to collapse. Marine sent out a large number of troops several times but was frustrated in Carl's hands. Even if she retreated now, that would only lead to the collapse of Marine and the world government. If we don't retreat now, how many people do you think we will have left after defeating the Whitebeard Pirates? Marine Prepared Admiral shouted. Even if we can retreat now, do you think Carl won't find Marine when he becomes stronger in the future? Marine Vice Admiral Doberman shouted. Now, some Marines want to retreat, while others want to fight to the death and prepare for a desperate fight with the Whitebeard Pirates. Divided into two different sounds. Just when they were quarreling, the sweet fruit human appeared in front of them with a sweet smile on his face. I said, why don't you choose to surrender to the Master? The Master's purpose is to subvert the world government and re-establish a reasonable regime on this sea. Not to mention absolute justice, but at least you will not allow pirates to flourish in the sea. And no darkness will be allowed. A large group of Marine generals all looked at the sweet fruit. Impossible, let us follow the pirates, I would rather die fighting, Marine Vice Admiral yelled furiously. A knife was swung out. The brilliant and sharp sword energy went straight towards the sweet fruit. Don't worry, your power is not enough to change the outcome. Tianchen Guo turned sideways lightly and easily dodged Huo Shaoshan's slashing attack. Now, even the world government 5 elders can't stop the Master. Your blind resistance is just a mantis. Don't even think about it. Marine Vice Admiral Doberman made a vertical leap and appeared on the left side of the sweet fruit, making a slashing move. The sound of breaking wind sounded. The blade in his hand was so black and shiny that all the power of Vice Admiral Doberman's body and hockey were poured into it. Doberman Vice Admiral shouted with murderous intent, Devil fruit human being, go to hell, backquote. Hey, before a sneak attack, please pay attention to yourself. The voice that suddenly sounded in Doberman's ears made him instantly frightened and his face changed drastically when advertisement and enemy appeared beside him, and he arrived first, leaving him unaware. Careful, Marine Ready Admiral Momosagi shouted in panic. But it was too late. What appeared next to Doberman was the fung fruit, and the wind ropes like green pythons bound Doberman in the blink of an eye. Let his figure freeze in midair. In just an instant, it was torn apart by sharp wind ropes, just like the horrifying scene when 5 horses dismembered the body. Preparation. The Admiralty Dolphin was sweating coldly, and reminded with a horrified face. Be careful, this guy is Logia's devil fruit human being. He can freely control the wind and appear in any position at will. His heart was pounding inside him. Devil fruit humans were not strong at the beginning under Carl's creation. But suddenly, these devil fruit humans seemed to have undergone unexpected changes, and each of them became like a monster. The death of the Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral cast a shadow of fear in the hearts of the remaining Marine generals. Everyone's heart is quite heavy. Now, Marine Admiral Kizaru also fell into a passive position because his battle target was changed from lion fruit to 2 other devil fruit humans. Under the attack, he was no longer as relaxed as before with the Logia shining fruit. Garp, known as the hero of the Marine Corps, was holding back his anger when facing the ant form, which was known for its strength. The opponent is strong and possesses armor with strong defense. They are all Admiral-level combatants, so it may take them only a few days and nights to decide the outcome. Several Marine generals among the top brass. The first one to show his defeat was naturally Kong. Facing Paramecia shock fruit, the punch to the flesh attack was a blow to the elderly Kong. It overwhelmed his body. After Carl upgraded all the remaining devil fruit humans in one go, the situation in this war had completely shifted towards the Whitebeard Pirates. The other side. Under Carl's summons, Nika Sun God's form appeared in front of Carl like the sun moving in the sky, emitting endless rays of light. Owner. Nika Sun God shouted respectfully, facing the 5 elders, he said coldly, 5 elders, I think you know my abilities very well. Why? At this time, the faces of the 5 elders were as gloomy as water. Saint Satan took a deep breath, calmed down the shocking emotions in his heart, and said, indeed, being able to unlock Nika's sun god form was completely beyond our expectations. It's no wonder that you are so calm when facing us. Is this your trump card and tricks to deal with us? The crutch in his hand tapped the ice surface, and the melting ice surface was instantly converted into materials. From ice to solid soil. The relaxed look on the 5 elders' faces had disappeared without a trace, leaving only solemnity and fear. The long straight-haired Mars Saint among the 5 elders took the lead and punched out, and the blazing fire dragon roared from his arm and charged towards Nika. The heat wave is rolling, giving the space a distorted visual sense. Sun. Flame fist. Nika's sun god punched out, and the flames rushed out like a tsunami, swallowing up the fire dragon blasted by Mars Saint. Advertisement. The attack of flames has little effect on the form of Nika's sun god. Saint Melisius stood up and waved his arm, instantly freezing the raging flames in the air. Saint Satan's face was solemn. The sun god form is a guy who has the power to bring hope to the world, but at the same time, he also has the power to destroy the world. However, it is almost impossible to activate this form, but I didn't expect that Carl didn't know what method he used. Click click. Get out of the way, 5 elders Saint Mars shouted, and quickly disappeared from the spot. The same goes for other 5 elders. The ice shattered, and the roaring flames instantly hit the sea, blasting out a large, dark hole that was bottomless. And far away, the pirate ship of the Blackbeard Pirates also slowly appeared. On deck. Captain Teach, did you see that? That seems to be the devil fruit human being created by Carl. Van Oka swallowed his saliva and said nervously and fearfully. Teach gritted his teeth, a hole, that guy Carl activated the ancient weapon Uranus. Yeah, no one has photographed the legendary ancient weapon Uranus, which is a devil fruit. LaFay was filled with emotion. Originally, under Blackbeard Teach's plan, they found Douglas Bullet. This guy who was once a member of the Roger Pirates, and arrived at Raftel with the Roger Pirates, asked Bullet to take the Blackbeard Pirates to Raftel. It turned out that there was no ancient weapon Uranus at all, but the method for the Nika fruit to unlock the form of the sun god and some past history. Badgers also complained. The legendary ancient weapon Uranus is the devil fruit, and it does have the power to destroy the island with one blow. It's a pity that Uranus is in Carl's hands. If the captain can capture Uranus, no one in this world can stop us, the Blackbeard Pirates. With a look of regret on his face, it's a pity that he didn't know this secret earlier. Blackbeard Teach also had several black lines on his forehead, with regret in his heart. If I had known earlier, Straw Hat Luffy's rubber fruit was the ancient weapon Uranus. Then when I'm in Devil Town, I'm going to take over the rubber fruit no matter what. Sometimes, fate is so wonderful. If you miss it, you can't go back and change it. Now, do we, Wang Hao, want to take a hand? Shiryu of the Rain puffed on his cigar. Such a battle made him excited and anticipated, but also filled him with fear. Whether you make it or not, I, Bullet, am a man born to fight. This kind of battle cannot be fought without me. The tall and burly Douglas Bullet punched each other with his fists, then moved his wrists and made a clicking sound, staring at the battlefield in the distance with a warlike expression. Even though he knew how powerful Carl and the 5 elders were, and knew that the battle that broke out over there was extremely terrifying, there was no fear on his face. For him, who grew up in a cruel war, such a war on the verge of life and death inspired a long-lost sense of crisis and excitement in his body. Now, Teach was extremely conflicted in his heart. If I don't intervene in this battle, I will have no chance to fight against the Whitebeard Pirates in the future. But by intervening in this battle, can it really change the situation of this war? Will the entire Blackbeard Pirates be trapped and unable to come out again? The more he saw the strength of Carl and the world government, the more intense worry and fear arose in Blackbeard's heart. Blackbeard looked at the battlefield in the distance with sinister eyes, his face uncertain, and finally he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Gia ha 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 man. Life is a big gamble. I believe that this time I, Blackbeard, will be able to make the right bet. Young men, prepare to fight. Chapter 125 I am on the throne of the void, join Bullet on the battlefield. The Blackbeard Pirates did not attack in full force at this moment, but lurked calmly in the dark like an excellent hunter, waiting for the opportunity to give the enemy a fatal blow. Hey, are you going to continue to endure it? It would be a pity not to join such an exciting battle. Bullet looked a little unable to hold back, his face full of high-spirited fighting spirit. Shiryu of the Rain glanced at Bullet. The reason why we were not discovered by them is entirely because of the ability of the transparent fruit. If they know that we, the Blackbeard Pirates, are targeting them, maybe they will turn their attention on us. Besides, the opponent's current combat power is still strong. It is estimated that the outcome of this war will not be determined for a while. It was the use of the captured transparent fruit ability and the long enough distance that prevented the Blackbeard Pirates' ships from being discovered by the fighting people. Not only Shiryu of the Rain, but also the leaders of the Blackbeard Pirates have acquired devil fruit abilities that they are quite satisfied with. Bullet curled his lips. If you are willing to wait, then just wait. Anyway, I can't wait any longer, said. Bullet jumped and landed on a piece of broken ice. Jumping on the broken ice, he rushed towards the battlefield. That be asterisk 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 D. Lafitte gritted his teeth, with a look of disgust on his face. He formed an alliance with his Blackbeard Pirates but still likes to act without authorization. How disgusting. If that guy exposes our whereabouts, it will have a big impact on our plans. Any slight mistake may lead to the failure of the plan. This is a huge gamble with your life. Once it fails, the Blackbeard Pirates will become victims in 073 and will lose everything. He has no value to us anymore. He is not in the same boat as us. I just hope that this guy's strength can come into play and disrupt the situation of this battle a little bit. Xuanyue Hunter Katrine Demai watched Bullet leave with a sinister smile on her face. Anyway, that guy no longer has much relevance to the Blackbeard Pirates. The Blackbeard Pirates' goals have been achieved. They used Bullet to go to the final island, Raftel, and learned many secrets. It also gives the Blackbeard Pirates a trump card that is enough to compete with the world government and the Carl Whitebeard Pirates. Gia ha ha ha. Blackbeard let out a deep laugh. As long as Carl and the world government are defeated in this battle, the entire world will belong to our Blackbeard Pirates. Wait. His ambitious eyes stared at Carl on the battlefield. After defeating you, I will take away everything from you. The ability to turn devil fruit into a human will be brought to life by the bearded Nenki. Everything belongs to me, Blackbeard. Why ha ha ha. Fighting champion Badgers also laughed and raised his arms, revealing his strong muscles. He said proudly, I want to show those guys how powerful the Paramecia power fruit is. Holy Land Mariajoy. Now that the 5 elders are all out, it doesn't mean that world government Mariajoy has no power to guard. Bulu Bolo, the telephone bugs kept ringing, and reports of battles on the front line made world government officials tremble with fear. The CPO troops suffered heavy casualties, and there are currently less than 10 people left. The Devil Slayer force. Only a few numbered ones remain. Marine Vice Admiral Doberman was killed by Devil Fruit Human. The bad news coming from the front end of the battlefield is simply a blow to the world government personnel who are waiting for the news. Advertisement, and at this time, a piece of intelligence came in that did not belong to the front line. The Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates team up to attack Dangian Island. Dr. Vegapunk asks for support. This message of help instantly sent the whole room into an uproar. Damn it, the pirate alliance formed by Kaido and Linlin actually chose to attack Dangian Island at this time. It's really abominable. What should we do now? How can we mobilize troops to support without orders from the 5 elders, not to mention it is an alliance between 4 emperors' regiments? Kaido. When the 5 elders come back, we must make them pay for this action. World government is a complete mess. Most of the troops were mobilized and chose to deal with the Blackbeard Pirates led by Carl. Now they were robbed by Kaido and Big Mom. It's really adding insult to injury, and right now. The lion fruit sent by Carl appeared in the sky above the Holy Land Mariajoy. Lion fruit looked at the glorious and gorgeous Holy Land Mariajoy with a stern look. It seems that the world government is also in chaos, but I should still be among the flowers. Now that I'm here, I have to leave some traces for the world government. The body slowly descended. Soon, the traces of lion fruit were also discovered, and the alarm instantly sounded in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. World government troops wearing silver armor and holding spears came from all directions. In addition, there were also world government members wearing black suits. And several CPO members wearing white masks. Lion fruit looked expressionlessly as a large number of soldiers surrounded him, and whispered to himself. As expected, the world government has left a lot of troops behind in Mariajoy. However, the task given to me by the master is to investigate IM's strength and world government's trump card. How can we do this if we don't make some big noise? A leader walked out from the world government soldiers and yelled at Lion Fruit. Who are you? This is Mariajoy, not a place where pariahs like you can set foot. Untouchable. Lion Fruit's eyes became cold, and his face was filled with murderous intent. I am an evil, BJBF, demon fruit human created by the master, and I am not a so-called pariah. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. The magnificent buildings all around were shattered and there were waves of frightened screams. The huge stone lions opened their bloody mouths and bit into their mouths hundreds of people. Devil fruit human? No, it's the devil fruit human being under the great pirate Carl. Isn't Carl fighting the 5 elders? Why are his devil fruit humans coming to Mariajoy? The rumbling sound continued. Lion Fruit had a sneer on his lips, admiring the sounds of these people crying and howling in despair. The next second, the world in front of me suddenly changed, and everything seemed to be spinning and distorting. Here it is. When Lion Fruit saw what was in front of him clearly again, he had already appeared in a palace. Looking up, he saw a person sitting on the void throne. I am. Advertisement. Lion Fruit inherits Carl's memory and knows the identity of the person who appears in front of him at a glance. It is the person behind the world government who makes the 5 elders kneel before him. I am looked down at Lion Fruit in the center of the hall and asked calmly. Carl really knows about my existence. He asked you to come here just to let you get to know me, right? Yes, that's why the master asked me to come. Lion Fruit looked at him sitting on the void throne with a solemn expression. There is a large staircase in the middle, and various rusty swords are stuck on the steps. Lion Fruit asked in a deep voice. What power did you use just now, and how did you make me suddenly appear here from Mariajoy? In just a moment, it seemed as if the world was reversed. He appeared uncontrollably from the Holy Land Meriajoy to the palace among the flowers. The power of space. I didn't hide anything. Maybe it was because he hadn't spoken to anyone for too long. Even the 5 elders reported it with trepidation. He spoke again. I originally thought that threatening the world government would be the power inherited from Joey Boy, but I didn't expect that your master Carl would suddenly rise to power. In just 1 month, you have grown to the point where you need to use the top power of the world government. Even I feel scared by your master's power. This has been the case for a month. What about 1 year? Moreover, Carl's mysterious power is beyond his control and cognition. Under the steps. Lion Fruit looked surprised. So it's the power of space. No wonder it was transferred here in an instant. Even control of the outside world is gone. Indeed, the stone lions condensed by the lion fruit in the holy land of Meriajoy were all frozen and became lion sculptures. Lion Fruit hooked his fingers, and the swords stuck on the ground began to sway and fly in the air. They all pointed their swords at I am on the void throne. Test my strength. Im's ethereal voice echoed in the hall, and the swords flying towards him seemed to have submerged into the water. The sword body gradually disappeared. Ripples were created in the space, spreading out. The swords disappeared. It seems that it is indeed the power of space. Lion Fruit took all this into his eyes, and passed it to Carl on the Hachinosu Island through the ability of symbiosis and sharing. It also knows that it is probably no match for IM, and Lion Fruit's mission is just to know more about IM's power. Space. Seal. IM's voice touches Lion Fruit's soul. A moment. Lion Fruit felt as if he was bound by something invisible, unable to move his hands, feet or body. Even if Haki is stimulated in the body, he still cannot break free from the constraints and suppression of space. Damn it, this is too strong. My armament Haki can't break through the shackles of space. Lion Fruit tried his best but to no avail. He could only watch his body flying towards IM. Devil Fruit humans, I'm curious too. As the distance got closer, Lion Fruit finally saw Imu clearly. The other person was not only wearing a robe, but also wearing a mysterious mask on his face. No one could see his face clearly, only a pair of eyes that were as heart-stopping as double pupils. Then let you be my collection for the time being. Chapter 126 Luffy's Mother? The Secret of World Government? Lion Fruit felt like he had entered a strange space. There is only a faint light in the space, and the passage of time cannot be felt at all. Through both eyes, he clearly saw people sealed by strange blocks, floating in this strange space. Who are these guys? They are all sealed here just like me. Lion Fruit felt like he had discovered some secrets of the world government, and these guys seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Give it a cursory glance. There were actually as many as hundreds of people. There are men and women. Some remain young, some are middle-aged, and some are old, as evidenced by their slightly open and closed breaths and the steady rise and fall of their chests. These guys are alive, and from their luxurious clothes, even golden crowns, and some wearing black suits, it is not difficult to see that these guys are nobles. A thought popped into his mind. Could these guys be all celestial dragons? It was Im's ability to use space that sealed all these people here? What's more important is that all of these guys are still alive. It's really unimaginable. What a terrifying force it will be if all of these guys are released. Horrible. This scene shocked Lion Fruit. The world government actually hides such a terrifying power. What on earth is going on with these guys? I am sealing them here, is it to let them survive? As soon as this idea appeared in Lion Fruit's mind, it made his scalp numb. The hundreds of people in front of me may be the powerful people in the world government who have existed for more than 800 years, and they have all been sealed by IM. Lion Fruit rolled his eyes, took note of all the faces of the sealed person in front of him, and exclaimed, "Is this the power of world government? Fortunately, the master asked me to test IM. How else would it be possible to know the secrets of world government? It's really scary. If such a force appears on the sea, even all the forces combined will not be able to match it." At this time, a woman with good looks and figure suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Lion Fruit in surprise. Another person has been sealed, but this guy doesn't look like a world government person. They are probably the guys who provoked the world government. They were banned by IM. Sama, right? I hope Dorag will not be sealed by Lord IM. There was a bit of care and nostalgia in her eyes, and her face was gentle, exuding the brilliance of motherly love. She murmured, "I don't know how Luffy is doing. That be asterisk 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 D Dorag. I hope he can take good care of our child." It is not difficult to judge in words. This woman sealed by IM is the wife of Monkey D Dorag and the mother of Luffy. The woman opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. An anxious look appeared on his face. "Hey," Lion Fruit immediately shouted. "What are you talking about? Why can't I hear the sound? Who are you? Who are the people sealed here?" The woman just shook her head at him, pointed to her ears, and signaled to Lion Fruit that she couldn't hear his voice at all. Being sealed alone, no sound can be heard, because the unique space has already cut off the air and blocked everything, even the passage of time. They seem to be in the same space, but in fact they are not in the same space at all. Advertisement therefore, even if they can breathe air, they do not exist in the same space, so their voices cannot be transmitted to each other's ears. This is what IM did deliberately. Lion Fruit seemed to have noticed this, and the excitement on his face suddenly faded away, and he sighed regretfully. "Can't you hear the sound?" It's a pity that I can't hear the sound, and I can't get more information about I am and the people sealed here from this woman's mouth. But my goal has been achieved. People already know everything that happened here through the ability to share. Distant battlefield. Through the ability of symbiosis and sharing, Carl clearly understood all of Lion Fruit's experiences and was greatly surprised in his heart. Damn it, I didn't expect that despite all calculations, I still underestimated the ability of world government. Some of those sealed people seem to be the 5 elders from previous generations, some seem to be celestial dragons nobles, and some others, could they be? Carl couldn't help but take a breath. Could it be the strongest men in the kingdom who fought with I am against Joey Boy more than 800 years ago? This is the creator, in the mouth of the celestial dragons who claim to be descendants of the creator. This idea is somewhat absurd, but it is not impossible. Maybe some of them have already gained immortality through the ability of Op Fruit. Carl felt that this possibility was very high and couldn't help but click his tongue, tisk tisk. Fortunately, I didn't choose to attack world government rashly, otherwise I wouldn't even know how to write the word death. The hidden power of the world government is too deep. He thought about Im's power again and was secretly frightened. Could it be that the power of space is Paramecia space fruit? With Naeem's strength and hundreds of years, he has already developed the space fruit to the ultimate? Carl seems to remember a saying called, time is king, space is king, or maybe, time is king, space is king. 11. Anyway, it is extremely powerful. Kazuki Oden's wife, Tianyue, is so weak that she was able to travel back from 800 years ago. Im's strength is fully capable of bringing out the full power of the space fruit. Come, I have to guard against it. Carl labeled world government as extremely dangerous in his mind, but he also had his own trump card and did not panic. There are countless demon fruit powers. I have to find a way to turn all the devil fruit into humans. That way I will have an unrivaled force. The minimum combat power is Admiral level. It can also upgrade some powerful devil fruit humans or famous swords to higher levels. It is not afraid of the world government at all. Take back your mind. Carl focused his attention on the level 10 Nika Sun God form facing 3 extremely powerful 5 elders at the same time. Not falling behind at all. The terrifying flames seem to burn everything, and it really feels like everything is turned into ashes. Carl had a look of surprise on his face. Level 10 is not the limit of Nika fruit. If Nika's level increases again, it may really be comparable to the power of Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka. Just thinking about it makes people excited. Suddenly, a tall and burly figure rushed over from a distance, shouting loudly, "How can such an exciting battle be without me? Bullet, Lousy is the strongest man in the world." While traveling at high speed, the terrifying conqueror's haki was inspired from his body, setting off waves of violent winds howling in the world. Is it Bullet? 5 elders Mars frowned. How come even the prisoners who escaped from Impel Down came here? This guy. Let me deal with this guy. Quick decision. Our mission is Carl. Don't let others affect our mission, Saint Satan warned. They didn't take Bullet seriously at all. After all, Admiral level combat power was nothing to worry about for the powerful 5 elders. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. Saint Mars, who received the approval of Saint Satan, turned into a raging flame in the sky and shot towards Bullet. He cursed angrily. Bullet, this is not a battle that you can intervene in. Destroy the world government's actions and die for me. Rage. Punch wave. With one punch, blazing flames swarmed toward Bullet like a tsunami. The terrifying flames directly reflected the sky and the sea red. Buzz. Bullet's eyes flashed with intense excitement, and his fist was hardened in an instant, and he punched out a powerful punch with a thick airwave. 5 elders. When I defeat you, I will defeat Carl, and Lousy will be the best in the world. Reflecting the metallic luster, Armament Hockey's powerful fist struck the raging flames. The next moment, Bullet's entire body was engulfed in the flames blasted by the 5 elders Mars Saint. Saint Mars snorted disdainfully and cursed. What kind of cats and dogs are here to interfere? We don't know whether to live or die. Even if you are Bullet, who is called the descendant of the devil, in our eyes, you are just a waste. .00 Just when he was about to turn around and leave, Bullet's voice suddenly sounded, "Hey, are all the old men in world government so arrogant? You think your attack killed me?" The seawater under Bullet's feet suddenly turned into pieces of purple crystal-like objects, and his body was also covered with a layer of armor at some point. The power awakened by devil fruit. Mars Saint was slightly surprised and said in a cold voice, "Do you think you were invincible after you escaped a random attack from me? Then I will show you what the real awakening power of devil fruit is." The other side. Carl put away the surprise in his heart and stared at the 5 elders with cold eyes. "Now, it's your turn. Kill you guys first and treat it as interest collected from the world government." Between words, Carl's body shape was also changing, and flames that were extremely hot and surpassed the temperature of magma emerged from his body in a flash. The hair also strangely turned into burning orange-red flames, like the god of fire coming to the world. The whole body exudes a bright and dazzling light. The terrifying red spiral lines were engraved on his rock-like muscles, adding a bit of terror to the demon. What a powerful force. This feeling of power all over his body made Carl not only intoxicated and enjoy it, but also seemed to be able to destroy everything with a wave of his hand. The level of devil fruit has been raised to level 10, which has really produced a qualitative change. Even without the powerful haki, it is still invincible. Armament Hockey's power is manifested in attack and defense, and he also has the ability to attack Logia and elementalization. The stronger Hockey is, the more terrifying the attack will be. But now, Carl is able to surpass Armament Hockey's effect without relying on Hockey's power. Armament Hockey no longer has much effect on him. Bang! Carl raised his hand, and a great fireball popped out of his palm. The terrifying temperature caused the space to distort. This temperature is indeed more terrifying than magma. His body also slowly rose into the air. The sea that was previously frozen by Kuzan had almost completely melted, and there was no longer any place to stand. Carl's changes cannot escape the Five Elders' perception. Five Elders Saint Seiden's face was extremely gloomy, damn it. This guy Carl has also awakened the Sun God form worker. Chapter 127 Excited Hawkeye. Kong Yunki vs First Generation Kitetsu. Now it's like facing two Sun Gods at the same time. In the distance, the bald Five Elders Saint Venus solemnly said to Saint Jupiter, "Jupiter, you go help Satan, I will be enough to deal with the clouds alone. Although this guy has weird and special abilities, it's still unlikely that he can hurt me. I am confident that one person can deal with Kong Yunki." Saint Venus's face was full of strong confidence, and his aura became more and more fierce and terrifying. He seemed to have forgotten that the small scar on his cheek was caused by Kong Yunki. "Well, I'll leave Kong Yunki to you." Saint Jupiter of the Five Elders with a curly beard nodded, dodged and exited the battlefield, and rushed towards the positions of Saint Satan and Saint Melisius. Nika Sun God's form possesses extraordinary and super strong combat power and destructive power. He must rush over to help. Kong Yunki did not stop him in any way and said with a smile, "Even if there is one more person, he will not be the master's opponent at all." 10,000 swords. Pierce the heart. He raised his hand and waved, and the sky was filled with sword energy. The sharp sword energy that was everywhere and all-pervasive was slashing towards the 5,793, Old Star Venus Saint. Jin. Jing. Reverse. All of a sudden, a series of golden mirrors appeared around Saint Venus, causing countless sword energy to make a tinkling sound, and then bounced back. The sharp sword energy shot towards Kong Yunki. All of them passed through the body, but they did not bring any harm to Kong Yunki. "Your ability is very weird." Saint Venus knew that he was stronger than Kong Yunki in front of him, but now he had no way to defeat him. Holding the first generation Kitetsu tightly in his hand, he frowned and thought, as long as we find a way to break his invincibility, we should be able to defeat him. That guy can disappear his body at will, making all attacks in vain. His behavior must be restricted. Saint Venus easily resisted Kong Yunki's attack. As for Hockey, there is an unbridgeable gap between the two. Saint Venus was thinking about how to defeat Kong Yunki while dealing with Kong Yunki's attack. This old guy is really calm. Kong Yunki didn't panic at all. He had the ability to learn during the battle with Venus Saint. It is also making continuous progress, including other devil fruit. The power of human progress is also shared with Kong Yunki. Let its strength improve rapidly. Five Elders Venus was not in a hurry, and Kong Yunki was not in a hurry either, so he took the powerful Five Elders Venus Saint as his sparring opponent. The system prompts never stop. Kong Yunki Armament Hockey's understanding deepens and he gains 1 experience point. Close black lens bracket. Sensen Fruit Observation Hockey deepens his understanding and gains experience points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It seems like a small amount of experience points, but Carl has a total of more than 20 devil fruit humans and famous sword humans, and their growth is interoperable. The growth of one person is equal to the growth of everyone. Advertisement. The superimposed effect is very terrifying, and the speed of progress is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Kong Yunki used the ability of all things to turn into swords to attack Venus Saint, but he should not respond. Anyway, if I can hold off 1 Five Elders, my mission is completed, and the master should have no problem getting rid of the other 5 Elders. At that time, the world government's encirclement and suppression operation will completely fail. And, through the battle, Kong Yunki also better understood the abilities of the 5 Elders Venus Saint. The opponent's ability not only has the characteristics of light, but also seems to have very different properties. It should be a very special devil fruit that allows the 5 Elders to have this kind of power. Probably one of the secrets hidden by the world government. Kong Yunki also knew that perhaps by understanding the ability of Saint Venus, all the answers to the mystery would be revealed. The body of light and shadow. Whoosh! Suddenly, Saint Venus of the 5 Elders, who was besieged by thousands of sword energies, suddenly appeared behind Kong Yunki, and his body was like a faint light and shadow. Quickly condense into a real body. This time, you can't hide. 5 Elders Venus Saint's cold and stern eyes were filled with strong confidence, and a golden light flashed on the sharp blade of Goutte in his hand. It seems that Goutte is blessed with certain characteristics. With this knife, even the air was cut open like a curtain. You seem too confident. Kong Yunki's figure was like mist, disappearing with a bang. A look of anger flashed through 5 Elders Venus's holy eyes. It's this damn ability again. Not only that, its observation Hockey is obviously very weak, but it can detect my attack. What a tough guy. Body of light and shadow. This move can completely appear next to the enemy silently and deliver a killing blow to the enemy. But he was a little helpless against Kong Yunki. Let the fire of anger in 5 Elders Venus Saint's heart grow stronger. He used the unique, inner color, Haki, and 5 Elders Venus Saint quickly captured Kong Yunqi's figure. Just such a moment. He was surrounded by dense sword energy. This was the ability unlocked by Kong Yunqi's upgrade. Under his control, everything could turn into a sword to attack the enemy. And this time, an idea flashed in Kong Yunqi's mind. With my ability, I can use seawater as a sword to attack. Although seawater cannot restrain a truly strong person at all, at least seawater is still the nemesis of Devil Fruit's ability. Start trying it as soon as you think of it. Under the control of Kong Yunqi's special ability, the boiling seawater turned into a sparkling water sword. Compared with the transparent invisible sword formed by air, the sword formed by seawater has a bit of texture. At this moment, Kong Yunqi transformed into a sword immortal. While making gestures with his palms, countless swords of seawater lined up in a row, attacking Saint Venus like giant dragons. The sound of breaking through the air continued to sound. Advertisement Saint Venus always maintained a cold and stern expression on his face, and said disdainfully, "Fancy swordsmanship. The real way of swordsmanship is not how you use it." This move is indeed extremely gorgeous. The sky was filled with swords of seawater attacking him like soldiers lined up. But he was not taken seriously by the bald 5 Elders Venus at all. He was holding the supreme large sword, first generation Kitetsu, and looked at the attacking sea sword with cold eyes. The light of dawn cut it down with one knife. The blade of demon sword Onitetsu bloomed with extremely dazzling golden light, like the dazzling light that suddenly lit up in the dark world. It makes people completely unable to look straight or open their eyes. All the swords of seawater seemed to be still, and they were frozen in the sky. Bang! Bang! A sword of sparkling seawater suddenly exploded, just like the scene when glass breaks. It turned into seawater and fell on the sea like a heavy rainstorm. This scene. The eagle eye in the distance was shocked. Such swordsmanship is so powerful, it can even block the entire space with its own sword power. And in an instant, the slashes he swung were split into countless tiny slashes that were invisible to the naked eye, and landed on each sword of seawater with perfect accuracy. What a terrifying control power. If it falls on a person, every inch of skin on the body will be attacked by the sword energy. It will be even more terrifying than Lingqi's execution. Seeing the swordsmanship of Venus in the 5 Elders also allowed Mahawk to see the powerful swordsmanship that other swordsmen could not match in the past. It made him feel excited. Mahawk's eyes are shining brightly, and even the violent aftermath of the battle cannot make him close his eyes. Staring at the battle between Venus Saint and Kong Yunqi in 5 Elders. Under the golden light, he was like a holy pilgrim, immersed in observing this rare sword battle. He murmured excitedly. With Karl's ability, Kong Yunqi has completely broken away from the conventional swordsmanship and has raised his swordsmanship to another level. It seems to be able to turn everything into a sharp sword, without the need for hands to control it, and attack the enemy at will. The advantage is that such an attack is easy to come by, and it can hit any blind spot of the enemy. Moreover, this overwhelming sword energy is difficult for ordinary people to resist. The disadvantage is that such an attack is not concentrated enough in power, and it is not deadly enough for a truly strong person. Hawkeye's excited and trembling eyes captured every detail and every scene of the battle between the two men in his mind. Constantly analyzing the differences in swordsmanship between the two, as well as their respective strengths and weaknesses. For him, nothing is more important than being able to improve his level of performance. The other side. Karl was also extremely surprised when he felt the majestic power in his body, and said to himself excitedly, "Let's try the power of the sun god first." Vulcan Fist. A punch blasted out, the air twisted and vibrated, and the heat wave continued to roll. The scorching flames billowed towards Saint Melicius in 5 Elders. Chapter 128 Yangan Impact. Devil Fruit's unique abilities. Shield of soft water. The shields of flowing water appeared in the 5 Elders Saint Melicius, with more than 10 shields before and after. Roaring flames struck, and the water flowing above the shield carried a scouring force, weakening the power of Karl's flames. At the same time, under the fierce impact, part of the power of the flames also dissipated, colliding and scattering in the air to form a terrifying visual effect like a sea of fire. The shield of water shattered and evaporated under the power of the flames. Finally, with 2 or 3 water shields left, the flames dissipated. The short-haired 5 Elders Moli Chu sneered in his heart. Poor attack skills. Such terrifying flames did not combine the explosive power and impact at all, otherwise I would not be able to block this blow with these shields. After all, you are still young, and you still cannot perfectly control your own power. It's impossible to fully develop the power of Nika Sun God's form. For someone like him who has lived for decades and is in his 70s, he has already perfectly controlled his own power. In my heart, I despised Karl's technique of squandering power. Before he could counterattack, 5 Elders 19, who arrived, took the lead in attacking. Shouted. Wood barrier. On the continent created by the 5 Elders, green buds burst out of the ground and soared into the sky in the blink of an eye. In just a few seconds, a giant virgin forest was formed. And it was like a huge cage, leaving no gaps, covering a range of hundreds of meters, even the sky isolated it. The 5 Elders Jupiter with a beard looked coldly at Karl standing proudly in the sky, and sneered. Even if you have special abilities, I have blocked everything, and now you have no room to dodge. Let me show you the limit of my ability, poisonous flower mist. Delicate flowers grew from the trees, and their petals spread out, spewing out a large amount of pollen and fragrance. Poison gas. Carl looked at the floating poison gas with disdain, stimulating the boundless power in his body, and flames spurted out from his hands. Advertisement. Sea of Fire, Funeral. The orange-red flames filled the entire sky in the blink of an eye, burning away the poisonous gas, and swarmed towards the 5 elders, St. Jupiter. Carl is indeed not as good as the 5 elders in combat skills and fruit development, but he doesn't care. With unlimited physical strength, he can unleash his power every 10 times without reservation. Even if you can't defeat the enemy once, what about 10 times, 100 times, or 1,000 times? The scorching flames all over the sky fell from the sky, as terrifying as a natural disaster curse, and it was shocking. The vines and trees quickly intertwined together to form crisscross planks. There was a sizzling sound of melting smoke billows in the wooden barrier. At the same time, giant water shields also appeared behind the trees. When the trees were shattered by the flames, they blocked the raging flames. It's such a terrible flame. Even armament hockey can't resist the burning of the flames. The short-haired 5 elders St. Mauritius looked heavy. Your own water shield has the property of weakening the opponent's attacks. But when facing the scorching fire of the sun, it was still extremely difficult, and he watched helplessly as the shield of water shattered and evaporated. The 5 elders St. Jupiter also felt heavy. If this continues, our attacks won't even be able to get close to Carl. How are we going to defeat this guy? This extremely high-temperature flame stood in front of them like an indestructible wall. Make it even more impossible for them to break through this layer of defense. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Carl stared at the 2 5 elders thoughtfully and asked, one of your powers is water and the other is wood, but what is different from Logia's ability is that your abilities each have strange characteristics. And the ability is far more powerful than Logia's. What kind of devil fruit ability is it? Carl, floating in the air, looked down at the 2 5 elders. Against the backdrop of the blazing flames, he looked like a flame king. At this time, 5 elders St. Jupiter also knew that there was no need to hide anything, and said solemnly, everyone in this world knows that devil fruit is divided into Paramecia, Zone, and Logia. Zone possesses the extremely rare and special ability of the phantom beast species. Paramecia also possesses the extremely rare awakening ability, and Logia, of course, also possesses the extremely special star species. And my ability is Logia star species Jupiter form. That's all he said, but Carl knew there must be a very special secret, that the other party couldn't possibly tell him. Advertisement, but it's enough to know this. It also solved a lot of doubts in Carl's heart. If nothing else, the other 5 elders should be Venus, Mercury, Mars, and Saturn. Carl raised the corner of his mouth with an extremely dangerous smile. Looking at the smile on Carl's face, the blonde short-haired 5 elders Molichu suddenly felt a thump in his heart. Carl's smile. That malicious smile made him feel scared in his heart. Saint Jupiter of the 5 elders on the side also felt palpitations. He stared at Carl nervously and said in a deep voice, this guy should be serious about it. The 2 of them were invisibly enveloped by the crisis, and their whole bodies couldn't help but tense up, ready to explode the majestic power in their bodies at any time. Little did I know. When they mentioned Devil Fruit's abilities, Carl was already completely focused on the 5 elders' abilities, and sneered. Have you forgotten? I can take away other people's Devil Fruit abilities. As long as I defeat you, I will know all the secrets about the Starseed Devil Fruit you mentioned. The left hand was placed on the right hand, and the right hand inspired monstrous flames. Momo. 50 times Yangan impact. The monstrous flames erupted from the palm spread suddenly in an instant. Not only did it become more turbulent, but the flames instantly broke through the wood barrier. The entire sky was illuminated by this terrifying flame, turning it into a strange scene. The raging flames in the sky are more spectacular and terrifying than the fire cloud, and contain strong murderous intent. The overwhelming flames caused the sea to evaporate at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3rd level, wooden barrier, Ru Shui, boundary. 5 elders St. Melicius and 5 elders St. Jupiter were back to back, and a series of defenses formed in front of them to cover them both. All of a sudden, the ferocious hot flames enveloped the 2 of them. Carl looked at the 5 elders in the flames with a sneer. Thank you so much for letting me know another secret of this world. Soon, your devil fruit abilities will become mine. In the future, I will use your abilities to entertain I am. Chapter 129. The 5 elders are in dire straits. Sengoku's decision. Carl was very excited to learn about the power of the 5 elders' devil fruit. If a devil fruit human with ordinary abilities is regarded as a soldier, then a devil fruit human created by the 5 elders' abilities can completely become the captain of the soldiers, or even a general. The essential gaps and differences in devil fruit's abilities will lead to a gap in strength between the created devil fruit humans. No doubt. If the devil fruit abilities possessed by the 5 elders are made into humans, they will definitely be more powerful than ordinary devil fruit abilities. Even if the power of the world government is very strong, I have infinite resurrection of devil fruit humans, so I can completely grind them to death. Let lion fruit be sealed for the time being. Now one more of it is not more, and one less of it is not less. Carl did not summon the sealed lion fruit back, but let it continue to be sealed by I am. Maybe he could find out more information and secrets about the world government. The sky is filled with flames. The wooden shield melted rapidly under the high-temperature flames activated by Carl, and every defense was broken through by the blazing flames. Behind the wooden shield that resisted the fire, it was the water shield of another 5 elders with short blonde hair, Saint Melicius. His expression was quite nervous, with a little panic. Jupiter, we must find a way to break through, otherwise under the flames all over the sky, they will all be burned to ashes. Soon the wooden shield will be completely burned by the flames, and at that time only his water shield will act as defense. He also knew that even the water shield could not block Carl's overwhelming scorching flames that occupied the entire space. Everlasting life. I can't think of any good way to break through. This thick flame is at least 1,000 meters long, no matter which direction it is. Jupiter's face was sweating with cold sweat, and he bit the switch and said, I can't hold it any longer. Trying to maintain the output of Haki and power in the body. With a bang, the flames completely broke through the shackles of the wooden shield and hit the water shield like a flood. 5 elders. Saint Molicho's face suddenly darkened, and invisible pressure pressed down on him like Mount Tai. It can last for up to 1 minute. Within 1 minute, we must find a way to break through the siege of the flames. Otherwise, we will both be burned to ashes. Jupiter nodded, frowning as he thought about a solution, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Carl used his strength to overwhelm others, directly surrounding the two people with domineering and blazing flames. With the improvement of the Momo fruit, the range and impact of the flames can be said to be almost the counterpart of the sea. A terrifying sea of fire formed in the sky. The terrifying flames evaporated the sea into a huge pit. Even the boiling seawater that came in could not fill this large pit with a radius of several hundred meters. All evaporated by the terrifying flames. 5 elders are in danger. The other side of the distant sea. Marine Admiral Aokiji's face was as cold as ice, and his eyes were full of worry, and he said to himself, now even the 5 elders can't protect themselves. If even they are defeated, who else can stop Carl's pace? For Marine and the world government, once the 5 elders are lost, the entire sea will be completely plunged into unprecedented chaos. Marine experienced this battle and suffered heavy casualties, unable to maintain order on the sea. Such a result as a Marine Admiral, Aokiji only needs to think a little with his head to know what kind of situation it is. Advertisement in the past, countries, pirates, and even ambitious people within the country who had hatred for the countries joining the world government would take advantage of this golden opportunity to launch wars, seek power, etc. Not to mention other places, without the protection and deterrence of Marine, even those pirates who are afraid of death may come out in full force this time, burning, killing and looting crazily. Unimaginable. By then the whole world will be in complete chaos, and an era of extreme chaos will come. Such chaos is probably unstoppable. Aokiji, who has a heart for justice, is heartbroken. With the coming of a new era, how many innocent people will lose their lives? But the only good news at the moment is that Carl's devil fruit human subordinates are not only launching attacks on world government forces. The attack on Marine has ceased. Of course, this does not include Marine Marshal Kong Kong and Marine hero Garp. Carl, who had killed Garp's grandson and son one after another, already had an undying hatred for Garp, so Carl naturally had no intention of letting Garp go. On the warship, seeing Kong and Garp being pinned down by shock fruit and on the verge of danger, Sengoku stepped up to prepare for support. 2 devil fruit humans stepped on moonwalk and stood in front of Sengoku. Logia Fung fruit looked at Sengoku with sharp eyes and warned, Sengoku, the master's will is that you Marine can keep it, but some people must die. With us here, don't even think about intervening in their battle. The warning from the Fung fruit made Sengoku's face darken, 3 black lines clearly appeared on his forehead, and a white light flashed across the eyes on his face. He clenched his hands tightly and cursed angrily, "A-hole, does Carl still want to keep us to help him rule the world?" Sengoku's eyes widened with anger, veins popped out on his face, and he stopped killing devil fruit humans. He instantly understood Carl's intention, which was to keep Marine as his tool to rule the world in the future. Apart from that, Sengoku can't think of any other reason. Now devil fruit humans have the absolute upper hand. With more than 20 of the strongest combatants, they can easily destroy the entire Marine. Now it is only besieging but not attacking, it is to preserve Marine's perfect system and a large number of useful people. Fung Guo also chuckled without any grudges. That's true, there's another reason, and that's because it's for Fa's sake. It was he who begged the devil fruit humans to stop killing Marines. He also knows that the root of all troubles lies in world government. This is Zephyr's consciousness. I wonder if you have this consciousness? Although Marine is an organization of the world government, it is also a tool for the world government to maintain its rule and win over people's hearts. It is undeniable that Marine has played a lot of roles in bringing peace to the sea. Everything has 2 sides, Marine's benefits are still huge. If you use it well, it is a sharp sword. If you use it incorrectly, it will be a sword that backfires on you. Enlightenment. Sengoku gritted his teeth and looked at the Fung fruit. You are the culprits of the chaos in the sea. If it weren't for Carl, Marine would have wiped out the Whitebeard Sea by now. This sea may have been peaceful a long time ago. If it weren't for Carl, Marine wouldn't be in the current situation at all. The people who died in this battle were too much for Marine to bear. Advertisement. It can be said to be a serious loss of vitality. It will completely lose part of its control over the New World, and instead devote its forces to the first half of the Grand Line and the 4 seas to suppress pirates. Fung Guo sneered disdainfully. Do you think that destroying pirates will bring peace and tranquility to this world? It couldn't be more wrong. With anger, he criticized Sengoku unceremoniously. The world will never be peaceful until the world government falls. After Marine has been established for so many years, don't you know how many pirates it has captured? Why are there so many pirates coming out one after another? Is it just a one-sided pursuit of the great secret treasure that is out of reach? It's so ridiculous. The Fung Fung fruit, which has Carl's will, naturally knows the thoughts and ideas in Carl's heart, and of course it is equivalent to a clone of Carl. When I first watched the anime, Poseidon, I was naturally moved by the passion and dreams of the Straw Hat Crew people, but everyone will grow. If you look beyond the perspective of the protagonist and look at the entire anime, you will find that the whole world is a mess. Every island and every 10 places is filled with darkness that is unimaginable to ordinary people. Almost so much that many people in this world feel almost numb. Sengoku, who was severely criticized by the Fung Fung fruit, also frowned deeply and lowered his head slightly, thinking deeply about this issue. It's not that he doesn't know some things, he even knows them, but with his power, he can't change everything. Many people in Marine also clearly understand that many things are unjust, but does Marine really have a way to change all of this? After all, Marine is just an organization of the world government and can be banned and replaced at any time. What's more, Marine itself is not monolithic, and there are many factions. Even as a Marine Marshal, he is completely unable to act at will and do things according to his own will. On deck, the Marine generals, Lees, all fell silent. The current situation is one that Marine cannot change. Kong and Garp are both my friends, and I can't sit idly by no matter what. Sengoku made up his mind, and with his white hair, he turned to look at the Marine generals on the deck. With a free and easy look of high hopes on his face, he said, "This is my personal decision. You don't have to fight with me. I have long hoped that an excellent new Marine will appear in Marine, so I resigned from the position of Marine Marshal. Marine, I'll leave it to Kuzan from now on." In his original plan, after he retired as Marine Marshal, Kuzan was recommended to Kong. Sengoku also knows Kuzan very well. The guy seems to be ruthless and laid back, but in fact he is a very high-ranking general in Marine. He is the most righteous guy, and his heart is as clear as a mirror. Sengoku admires Sengoku for his sense of propriety in many things. Sengoku. Aokiji's face darkened, and he took a step forward. Marine can't. Before he finished speaking, Sengoku stopped him. Kuzan, I am very optimistic about your justice. Don't disappoint me. The profound look in his eyes directly struck Kuzan's soul, causing Kuzan to tremble and stand still on the spot. In sight, Sengoku leapt out with a moonwalk, leaving him with a cloak with the word, justice, on it. Chapter 130. Fung Fung Fruit Magical Skill, the Explosive 5 Elders. The way to die. The wind surged instantly in the palm of the Fung Fung fruit, and a bluish-white ball of light appeared, spinning rapidly in the palm. Vacuum. When Sengoku jumped into the air, he pushed out the bluish-white light ball in his hand with one palm. It rises when facing the wind. In just an instant, it expanded dozens of times to form a giant white space that enveloped Sengoku. Sengoku reached out and stuck his throat in an instant. The blood in his whole body surged backwards, and he was trembling all over. In the vacuum world, he could not hear any sound at all. Buddha's impact. The bright golden light flashed, and Sengoku blasted out a terrifying shockwave with his palm, hitting the edge of the vacuum barrier, and a violent explosion sounded. The moment the barrier shattered, air rushed in. Sengoku was like a drowning man emerging from the water, breathing in fresh air. It's a pity. If my armament hockey were stronger, maybe Sengoku wouldn't be able to break the vacuum barrier at all. A trace of regret flashed in Fung Fung Guo's eyes. The vacuum barrier is so powerful that it sucks out all the air and makes the people trapped inside unable to breathe in that state. Even a truly strong person cannot sustain it in the vacuum barrier for too long and will suffocate to death. If the defense of such a barrier were stronger, the people inside would not be able to break through it. Carl and Devil Fruit's human armament hockey also started more than a month ago. With the ability of symbiosis and sharing, armament hockey has rapidly improved. But it is still not comparable to the top players. Armament hockey is far behind. Currently, he has no way to solve the gap on armament hockey. Sengoku, whose breathing became smoother, also stared at the Fung Fung fruit with a horrified expression. He had not felt that kind of life and death crisis for a long time. The very strong Devil Fruit move, there is no air at all, and there is no sound in the whole world. What is even more terrifying is that in that environment, the air and blood in the body are flowing backward and expanding, and lack of oxygen can also cause the brain to become sluggish and slow. Humans themselves are creatures that rely on oxygen. Without oxygen, the organs of the body will lose their functions due to the lack of pressure and oxygen. All body tissues will fail and die, and even the appearance of death is quite ugly. We must not be enveloped by that space again. Sengoku frowned, clasped his palms together, and the compressed air bloomed with a burst of white light. Compressing the terrible shockwave will make the original shockwave even more powerful. The angry Buddha battle wave. The golden Buddha's feet stepped on the air, causing ripples. A golden giant palm slammed into Fung Fung Guo's forehead with a terrifying shockwave, like a 5-finger mountain coming down from the top, trying to smash Fung Fung Guo's head into pieces. Storm. Tornado. The Fung Fung fruit raised his hands high, making a gesture of supporting the sky. The ferocious wind currents on his palms gathered together and roared like a beast. Boom! The moment the terrifying shockwave encountered the storm, it caused a huge explosion. The strength of the wind fruit is not enough to defeat Sengoku, who has admiral-level combat power in a short time, but his task is only to block Sengoku and prevent Sengoku from supporting Garp and Kong. Advertisement. What's more, there is another devil fruit human not far away from Fung Fung fruit. Two people can easily block Sengoku. BJCB, Kong and Garp are each caught in the joint attack of 2 to 3 devil fruit humans, and the outcome will be decided soon. The scene changes. Surrounded by the Sunfire released by Carl, the 5 elders St. Melicius and St. Jupiter are in danger at this time. I can still hold on for 20 seconds. St. Molichu's face was solemn, and his body was already covered with the Emperor's sweat. Through the undulating water shield in front of you, you can clearly see that the raging fire is melting the water shield, making a sizzling sound. The thickness of the water shield is also reduced visibly to the naked eye. 5 elders with a curly beard, St. Jupiter shouted in a deep voice. We have to give it a try. The moment the water shield breaks open, I will use the wooden armor again to cover you and me. The wooden armor should be able to last for a few seconds. In these few seconds we must break out of the sea of fire. The two of them were back to back, with no room for movement at all, and they were surrounded by water shields. 5 elders St. Jupiter could only find a way to use the wood armor to buy the two of them time to break through the sea of fire. If they couldn't hold on, even if they didn't, they would have to be burned off by the extremely hot flames. Yes. 5 elders St. Melicius nodded solemnly and said, after you cast the wood armor, I will cast another layer of water clothes to lower the temperature of the flame, hoping to buy us more time. As soon as the shield is broken, rush out as fast as you can. Beyond the sea of fire. Carl listened to the exchange between the two of them word for word. I want to jump out. I don't have that chance. Although this string fruit may not be able to block you, it can delay you for a while, which is enough. As he raised his hand, thin threads were woven into a huge birdcage, which was covered from the sky. The scope is extremely wide, covering an area of thousands of meters with Carl as the center. He didn't expect string fruit to trap the two 5 elders, but as long as he could delay it for a few more seconds, he might be able to win by chance. In the flames. The moment the water shield shattered, the bodies of 5 elders St. Jupiter and St. Melicius were covered with a layer of wooden armor, turning black and shiny. It's now. Rush. After covering the wooden armor with a water shield, the blonde short-haired 5 elders St. Melicio shouted loudly, and the power accumulated in his body suddenly exploded. Like a cannonball, it flew out with a bang sound. The two of them shot out, one from the left and the other from the right. In the raging flames, St. Melicius of the 5 elders shook his fist to disperse the flames in front of him, while exploding the power in his body to maintain his rapid flight speed. The flames surged in like turbulent seawater, blocking the front of St. Melicius in just the blink of an eye. It's almost time. If you hold on for a few more seconds, you will be able to break out of this flame. The eyes of St. Molichu were filled with blazing flames. There was a flash of hope in the flames, and there were only a few seconds left to break through the flames. Where do you want to go? You won't treat me like air, will you? Carl's voice suddenly rang in the ears of 5 elders Holy Melicius, instantly making him break into a cold sweat. The flames gathered together, revealing Carl's figure, blocking the way of St. Melicius, and said with a smile, how long can you hold on to the flames that are hotter than magma? Carl. St. Melicio's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley, his face turned terrifyingly dark, and he seemed to be on the verge of going berserk. Advertisement. Without much time, he chose to attack without hesitation. With a punch blast, the scorching flames all around seemed to retreat under the terrifying power of the punch. St. Melicius did not use his own abilities, which were slow, and the trees he controlled would be melted by the flames in an extremely short time. Not only that, it will also affect the wooden armor on his body and disperse his power. Therefore, Dengli Zhuang directly chose the simplest and most direct 17 fists. What a powerful armament hockey, so enviable, Carl chuckled, clenching his fist hard, and his biceps instantly swelled, full of terrifying explosive power. A shining ball of light also appeared above the fist, like armament hockey. Carl thinks that there is a huge gap between himself and the 5 elders, but in terms of strength and ability, he can make up for hockey's shortcomings. With several zone abilities, he is already very powerful in terms of physical fitness, especially the addition of Zone's ant form to his strength, which is very terrifying. In terms of power and destructive power, shock fruit is one of the best among devil fruit. This punch, while Carl punched, Hockey declared, I want your life. I want to order your devil fruit. With one punch, the space shattered. Visually, the fists of the two did not collide, but their respective powers had already been released through the strength of the fists. Armament hockey itself has the ability to release outwards. And with the powerful strength of 5 elders Molichu, it is not difficult at all to blast out a terrifying shock wave with one punch. As a result, the two fists did not touch each other, and the terrifying collision instantly produced a deafening explosion. Wood God, Azure Emperor form, for him, the world government is the enemy, and the feeling of playing around with the enemy is really fun. It only lasted for a second, and more raging flames came up from all directions like hungry tigers. Carl's cold and murderous voice sounded, the world government has ruled this world for so many years, and it's time to step down from that throne. As the most powerful person in the world, he controls the lives of countless people. He is always the only one who plays tricks on his enemies. Carl could see that the other party was in a hurry, but the more anxious the other party was, the more he seemed to enjoy the feeling of playing cat and mouse with the other party. P.S. Updates have been slow recently. Read more novels to develop your sense of language and writing style. In addition, preparing for a new book will have some impact. I will make some adjustments, sorry. Damn it. The short-haired five elders Saint Molichu couldn't hold back at all. Veins popped up on his face, looking extremely angry. The terrifying fist power and the shockwave generated by the explosion spread out in all directions, sweeping away the surrounding flames. Another punch blocked the attack of the five elders. What you bring to this world is darkness, perhaps, most people will be like this. No one has been able to force him into such a desperate situation. You can't escape. Boom, he doesn't want to die. Makes your eardrums buzz. The five elders with short blonde hair are totally hot. Chapter 131 Five elders die, travel through hellspace. The previous chapter was wrong. The five elders Melek Hill was water, and they were confused. With short blonde hair and five elders, Marikyo's body expanded and became larger, turning into a giant water god, and the sparkling liquid flow formed his new body. It's like a giant blue armor covering his body, looking majestic and extraordinary, as if he has some divine characteristics. The blazing sun's flames collided with his transparent body with blue light. That's the confrontation between water and fire. The water god armor covering the body of Saint Melesius in five elders has the property of force, which is equivalent to impact force, power and other attacks falling on his armor. All attacks will be weakened, reduced in strength, or even completely eliminated. But what five elders Saint Melesius encounters is a flame with ultra-high temperature. Water can overcome fire, but the flame with too high temperature can also restrain water in turn. The blonde short-haired five elders Saint Melesius glared at Carl with an angry look. I'm going to risk everything today. Either you die, or I die. Under the burning of the flames, the thickness of his armor became weaker at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the edge of life and death, Saint Melesius completely exploded all the power in his body and released it to his heart's content. He punched Carl with the strongest punch in his life. With the mentality of success or failure, the power of this punch is earth-shattering. A shock wave of punch force was blasted out like water. Nika. Armor of the sun god. With a thought in Carl's mind, he put on a gorgeous piece of armor of the sun god. The light is as bright as a god, sun shines Madara. Concentrate the energy highly and then release it suddenly through the arms. Carl's punch was like the sun shining out with the most dazzling light. Boom, the golden light and the fist force of the blue water ripples collided violently. The fist force broke through with overwhelming force, and the majestic destructive power bombarded the armor of Saint Melesius, making a loud, dong, sound, and then penetrated his chest. It's like a replica of Whitebeard being punched through the chest by a kainu. Saint Melesius flew out like a kite with a broken string, with a large amount of blood spraying from his mouth. The blood was swallowed up by the flames the moment it spurted out. Five elders Saint Melesius's eyes dimmed. We lost. He actually concentrated the power of flame and the power of light together. Advertisement. He also lost in an absolute battle of strength. The flames completely surrounded him, burning his body and causing heartbreaking burning pain. The screams continued, which made Jupiter, another five elders who escaped from the sea of fire, tremble with horror. He looked at the five elders Saint Melesius who was swallowed by the flames in horror. Carl, who is surrounded by boundless flames, is like a flame demon. The sun god form not only has the ability of fire, but also the ability of light. When these two forces come together, you can't resist it. Discovery. The more powerful the ability of the magic fruit is developed, the more it feels like to be a demon. This ability is really strong, of course, there is a big gap compared to real gods and demons. But in this world of One Piece, for countless people, this is already an invincible power. Enough to easily crush admiral-level combat power. Carl stared at the five elders who were being roasted in the flames. This old guy can't hold on any longer. It's better to withdraw the flames first, lest he dies later and loses the devil fruit ability. He stretched out his hand and made a move, and the flames all over the sky immediately dissipated without a trace. At the same time, with a slight hook of his finger, a thin line flew out and wrapped around the body of Saint Melesius, pulling the other person in front of him. At this time, the five elders, Holy Malichu, was completely charred, most of his body was burned by gunpowder, and he was in human shape, dying. The breath is weak and gossamer. Carl reached out and grabbed the other person in his hand, and white light bloomed in his hand. Open black lens bracket anthropomorphic object. Logia star species Mercury form, close black lens bracket. Anthropomorphism progress. 0.5%, 1%, stop. Seeing this scene, Jupiter, the five elders in the distance, suddenly turned pale with shock, and shouted angrily. His exclamation naturally also attracted the attention of the five elders Saint Seda who fought against Nika sun god form, Saint Mars who fought against Bullet, and Saint Venus who fought against Kong Yunki. In their sight, Carl snapped the neck bone of five elders Holy Melesius, causing the other party to take his last breath and die immediately. Logia star species Mercury form ability is automatically transferred to host, close black lens bracket. Current level 55-1. Close black lens bracket. At the same time, on the devil fruit tree, there was another shiny devil fruit hanging on the branches of the tree. Please give me flowers. Not only that, advertisement. When five elders Saint Melesius died, Carl's eyes suddenly shrank, and a blue transparent body flashed across his pupils. Finally disappeared between heaven and earth, that is. Those are the souls of the five elders after their death? Carl suddenly felt extremely surprised. Although the blue transparent figure just disappeared in a flash, he could see it clearly when he came back. The blue ethereal figure is the appearance of Saint Melikshu from the Five Elders. It should be the other person's soul. Karl himself found it incredible. I have killed many people, but this is the first time I have seen the so-called soul of a dead person. This is definitely not a coincidence. He immediately suppressed the fluctuation in his heart and calmed down. Karl thought for a moment and then thought of a possibility. It was the hell space, previously unlocked through the devil fruit tree. If nothing else, it should be the hell space that allowed him to see the spirit body of Saint Melisius after his death in Five Elders. Karl, why did that guy suddenly disappear? Mars Saint frowned and looked around. Five Elders Mars Saint's face was gloomy. That guy Melicio is dead. This mission can be declared a failure. Thinking room. He immediately summoned the geographical space he had obtained. For Karl, victory is just around the corner. After searching, there was still no trace of Karl. Heart. Bullet, who used the ability to awaken from the fusion fruit to transform into a towering giant, was also confused. Why did that guy suddenly disappear at such a critical time? Kong Yunchi and Sun God Nika can match their combat power, not to mention a guy like Karl who has multiple devil fruit abilities and is extremely terrifying. Is it a hell space? Already started to retreat. Isn't that right? You'll know after you try it. Karl also made a decision immediately. At the same time, he also wanted to see what magic was in the hell space as a reward. At this time, it is obviously time to take advantage of the victory and pursue it. Seeing this scene, even the Five Elders, who looked sad and angry, looked confused. Hell space. The next moment, Karl's figure disappeared from the spot without any warning. Chapter 132 without a trace. Karl suddenly disappeared without a trace. Could it be that he noticed something? Or what method did he master? Bullet looked embarrassed, but still gritted his teeth. Forget it, I'll withdraw too. He was also afraid of continuing, so the three of them stayed here. Then all his plans would be ruined, and he would even be in danger of falling. Go. Get out of here. The two looked at each other and left quickly. At the same time, where Karl disappeared, Alba reappeared where he originally stood. Looking at everything in front of him, he looked weird. He actually came to a huge island. The entire island is oval-shaped, like a lying turtle. However, the growth of the plants on the island is not as sluggish as any turtle plants. On the contrary, it is lush and verdant, and full of vitality. In the center of the island, a towering palace was built, magnificent and magnificent. A maid stood at the door, bowing her head respectfully. Your Highness Karl, yes. Karl walked into the palace with a smile. There were several men and women of noble temperament sitting in the palace. Except for a younger red-haired girl, the remaining people are all Five Elders. One of them is surprisingly the eldest Five Elders among the Five Elders, Frieza. Your Highness Karl. After seeing Karl come in, everyone saluted. No need to be polite. Karl waved his hand. He walked straight to Frieza and sat down, looking at the red-haired girl. Emma, you were dressed very beautifully today. Hearing Karl's praise, a sweet smile appeared on the red-haired girl's pretty face. Her father Frieza said with a smile, ha 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 ha, Karl, you are so lucky today that you were able to meet Emma. Karl was startled when he heard this. There seemed to be a hidden meaning in Frieza's words. Some thoughts came to his mind. The next moment, he suddenly felt his clothes being pulled around his waist. Advertisement looking down, he saw Emma looking up at him with her big watery eyes. Father, what does good luck mean? Frieza still had a warm and kind smile on his face. Emma, there is such a thing as luck. It's mysterious and unpredictable, but it does exist. You know, everyone's luck is different. Some people are lucky to survive, while others are unlucky to die. He said earnestly to the red-haired girl. Luck is also one of the powers. The red-haired girl nodded thoughtfully, obviously being fooled by Frieza. Karl cursed secretly in his mind. His luck is indeed good, otherwise he would have died long ago. But how could you just talk to people about this kind of thing casually? Regardless of whether this matter is true or false, as long as word spreads, someone will definitely make a fuss about his luck. He hasn't found his mother yet, but if his luck is used to make a fuss, he may not even be able to see his mother. So, Karl shook his head and denied on the spot. No, luck is not power. That kind of thing is so illusory that you can't grasp it at all. After saying that, he glanced around. However, since you mentioned luck, I have a question for you. Your Highness Karl, please speak. Mars Saint was the first to take a stand. Others also nodded, and they all maintained enough respect for this newly promoted Devil Fruit Awakener, because the power displayed by the other party was far superior to them. Moreover, they all know that Karl once helped their son Maldias and was also Maldias's savior. This favor deserves their respect for him. Seeing that the other Five Elders' attitudes towards him had changed, Karl was quite satisfied. He asked, do you know why the world government calls this place the end of the world? Huh. The Five Elders were stunned. This problem, how can they answer it? Not only that, even Emma on the side tilted her head and looked confused. Although Emma has been trained by world government since she was a child. But the core members of the world government did not tell them these things. Sorry, we can't answer this question. The boss of the Five Elders shook his head. Then you'll have to make your own guesses. Karl didn't expect the Five Elders to answer it. After all, who could answer this question easily? Karl touched his chin, lost in thought. According to the intelligence he collected, the world government is definitely not doing this simply to seal off the entrance to the end of the world. But there is another purpose, advertisement at least. World government must have another meaning, otherwise, they would not have to go to great lengths to prevent the demons at the end of the world from coming in and out. What exactly is that? I want to know why this scene is here and not another scene. Carl stared at Frieza, the leader of the Five Elders, with sharp eyes. He knew that the Five Elders organization was created because they discovered the secret of the end of the world. And now, he just wants to figure out the real secret of the end of the world. Frieza raised his brows, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "This is a forbidden area." Forbidden area? That's right. This place has gone beyond the scope of common sense. It has some magical and strange laws. Frieza explained in detail. Carl listened patiently. After listening to Frieza's explanation, his eyes became brighter and brighter. He finally understood why the world government did this. There are all kinds of ferocious beasts here. Once the soul is killed, no matter how powerful the monster is, it loses its fighting ability and is left to be slaughtered. Here, there is a trial place unique for those at the Five Elders level and above. The Five Elders are a group of extraordinary beings, and their strength is distributed in major cities and areas in the world. Unfortunately, these monsters are constantly attacking Five Elders' defense lines. But these monsters can basically be killed instantly with just one move from Five Elders. There are also various powerful monsters 5.0, but at the same time, they also have a fatal flaw, the fragile soul. These monsters are superior in numbers, this they need to be polished. Here, there is nothing a weak soul can do. These monsters are more powerful than monsters. They have huge bodies, agile movements, and great strength. Some monsters can even demolish a planet with their bare hands. This is the end of the world. Behind these monsters, there are terrifying monsters one after another. Because this world simply does not allow this kind of existence. And the end of the world is a proving ground, but... Chapter 134 The number of monsters. Monsters, are they all monsters? Yes, they are all monsters. We have tried to eliminate these monsters. As long as we break through the monster's fence, the number of monsters will be reduced by 2/3 immediately. Five Elders introduced one after another. Carl also frowned after hearing this. If the number of monsters is reduced by 2/3, wouldn't he be less afraid of monsters? No, suddenly, Carl thought of something and shook his head to reject the Five Elders' statement. If it is as simple as you said, then even if the number of monsters in this place is reduced by 2/3, there should still be a lot of them, right? The Five Elders were silent for a while, and finally nodded. Indeed, the number of monsters in this place is amazing. This time, it was Carl's turn to be confused. These monsters are not only astonishing in number, but also very difficult to deal with. But if this is really the case, the existence at the end of this world is a bit too terrifying. With the abilities of the Five Elders, how can it be possible to deal with these monsters? Is there something else hidden here? Carl muttered in a low voice. The Five Elders did not understand what Carl meant. They only thought that Carl was lamenting the horror of the end of the world. Carl, do you want to leave these 19 miles? Frieza suddenly asked. Carl was startled slightly. This sentence seems to be ambiguous. But soon, Carl reacted. The end of the world is a dangerous place, but it is also a treasured place. Once he leaves here, Carl can't say that he won't starve to death. But at least he doesn't have to worry about eating. Although the number of monsters here is staggering, they are generally very quiet. As long as we don't step into their territory, they will not actively attack humans or demons. But we are different. If we step into their territory inside, those monsters will definitely attack us crazily. Frieza said. Why would the world government do this? Carl did not believe that a human country's government could control the entire world. Unless they have the power to overwhelm the other four empires. Because there is a coveted inheritance here, Frieza told the truth. This is the secret of the end of the world. Moreover, it is a legacy witnessed by the five giants. The five of them joined together and spent countless years to finally bring out this inheritance. Is that one? Carl's eyes flashed suddenly. Obviously, Carl guessed the details of this inheritance. Yes, that's it, Frieza nodded heavily. Advertisement. Then, he continued. Like you, I came from that place, so I know the preciousness of this inheritance. As he said that, Frieza showed a smile. That smile made Carl feel inexplicably cold. However, Carl did not refuse. Because he knew very well that he could not resist that inheritance. Moreover, Carl knows Frieza. Although the two are not familiar with each other, they have met each other. Therefore, Carl believed that Frieza would not harm him. Now that you have found this place, shouldn't we take action? Carl changed the subject. Of course. Frieza replied. Not only Frieza, but the other three old stars also nodded in agreement. Then, after the five people discussed quickly for a while, they left the house. The moment the old people just walked out, a shadow enveloped the house. A dark humanoid creature appeared. It looked as if it was formed by a mass of pitch-black mist. Moreover, it has flesh and blood. This dark creature was not transformed into a monster as Carl thought. There are a lot of scars on its body, as if it was attacked in some way. After Carl carefully identified it, he made his own judgment. This made the dark creature glance at Carl. Then, he went straight to the direction where the five elders and others left. Follow him, Frieza ordered. Yes, sir, Carl responded without hesitation. Then, under the leadership of five elders, two groups of people quietly followed the group of dark creatures. In the monster's lair. When Carl and others arrived at the location marked with the monster lair on the map, they saw a strange-looking insect lying there, seemingly asleep. However, the ordinary monsters around them did not relax their vigilance at all. They stared at this strange intruder all the time. Is this a larva or a female worm? If it's the former, it's something to be thankful for. Carl whispered. Then, the 5 elders were ready to take action. This is a real grub. Advertisement: if you can kill the opponent, you will definitely be able to get enough benefits. At this time, a roar suddenly sounded in the distance. The roar was full of anger and cruelty. After the sound appeared, the monsters that were still ready to move suddenly stopped. Then, retreat quickly. What happened? Why are these monsters shrinking? What is that? Carl asked with a confused look on his face. I don't know. The 5 elders were also confused. They are not good at fighting. However, after staying at the end of the world for a long time, I also know a lot about certain things in the end of the world. Therefore, they are very aware of some special 933 existences at the end of the world. This existence is like the ruler of this area, making every monster afraid to step beyond the thunder pool. And just now, they had approached this ruler. However, he was driven away by the other party. Carl commented. Thinking about it, Carl couldn't help but swallow. And, it's very powerful. Doesn't that mean that he can't even compare to his master? Shit, at that time, the other party was like this. The 5 elders glanced at Carl. This shocked 5 elders quite a bit. They don't understand why a monster has such high intelligence. Thinking of this, Carl immediately became nervous. He won't be killed by that ruler, right? Not only because Carl felt that the ruler was not easy to mess with, but also because he really wanted to remind Frieza so that he could prepare to run away as soon as possible. After all, they saw with their own eyes how the other party passed through the jungle. However, another thought emerged in Carl's mind. If there is anyone on this soil who knows the most about the monster at the end of the world, I am afraid it is this boy. Perhaps there is some secret there. He still remembered that his master once told him that that ruler was very powerful. Chapter 135. They won't be found. It's a pity that he can't do it at all. Carl could only follow the 5 elders closely, praying that the ruler would not discover them. As for previous plans, he had put it behind him. In Carl's heart, that inheritance attracted him even more. Because his master is also a scholar. The other party once said, any academic research requires complex, complicated and obscure papers. And that master is a scholar. In this regard, Ye expressed support. Now, Carl hopes to get a complete paper during this expedition. Only in this way can he deliver a message to the master. Moreover, his master will definitely be interested. This is, Carl saw the dark creature again. Different from before, this time, Carl could see clearly. There was a sword stuck in the back of the dark creature. This made him couldn't help but exclaim. What is this? He asked. This is a sword. After the 5 elders saw Carl pointing out the sword, they immediately explained. We have seen it in the notes left by the Witcher Association. This is a legendary weapon. Legendary weapon. Carl's eyes widened. He couldn't understand why his master's senior brother had legendary weapons. You know, that's something that doesn't even exist in the Witcher Association. However, now is not the time to ask about this. The 5 elders looked at the legendary weapon that still exuded a ferocious aura even in a comatose state, and felt a pang of regret in their hearts. If not, why would they take the risk to come here? But regret is regret. The most important thing now is to get this legendary weapon. As for the owner of this legendary weapon, a group of guys who are not even afraid of death, who care about anything else. Let's do it, 5 elders ordered. Okay, 4 elders and 5 elders nodded in unison. Then, the 5 elders took out various tools and began to disassemble the legendary weapon, trying to destroy it. The remaining 2 veterans are responsible for protection. However, this kind of protection seems too rough. Unless you have certain skills, you won't be able to persist for long. Advertisement. And Carl looked at this kind of protection, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Then, he silently took out a coin from his arms and threw it to Kongshin. Snapped. The coin hits the ground. Amidst the sound of mechanical operation, a hidden stone door appeared in everyone's sight. The 5 elders were stunned, however, he regained his composure the next moment. His disciples, on the other hand, rejoiced. Haha. Is this inheritance? Awesome, Carl's disciples shouted one after another. However, I don't like to hear the cheers of my disciples. Because, he always felt that something was not quite right. Carl, this is your choice, I respect you. The 5 elders patted Carl on the shoulder and walked straight into the stone room. Carl stood there with a smile. He knew what his old friend was thinking. However, he thinks this is better. You can get what you want without violating your beliefs. To put it simply, it's mutual benefit. As for his disciples? Carl glanced around. He believed that with the 3 senior brothers here, his disciples would never be injured. Is this the case for you too? Carl looked at the other 4 old men. Yeah. The 4 nodded. Although they wanted to leave, they wanted to continue observing for a while. After all, everything here makes them curious. They even suspected that they had found a treasure house. The legendary warrior stood there. He looked at the 5 old men. These demon hunters came here regardless of the danger, obviously not for any treasure. So, he didn't stop it, just quietly guarding your goal. What should I do? Carl 1, looking around, asked. Wait, said the companion on the side. Waiting? Waiting for what? Carl asked in surprise. Wait for the opportunity. Or kill them all, the demon hunter whispered. Suddenly, Carl's expression froze. Advertisement: he didn't want to see this place become a slaughterhouse, especially since this slaughterhouse had something to do with him. Therefore, he hurriedly said, wait a minute, we should go ask for help. Ask for help? The demon hunter glanced at his companions, then shook his head and said, don't be stupid, the demon hunters of this era will not help us at all. Unless you are, holy knight. He paused at the mention of his companion. If I were a holy knight, Carl sighed. The other demon hunter smiled bitterly. You are not. You are just an ordinary witcher. And the holy knights have become an eternal nightmare in our hearts. Do you think they will save us? Asked the demon hunter. Impossible. Carl replied affirmatively. Yes, impossible. The remaining 3 old men agreed at the same time. Such a result made Carl scratch his scalp in distress. He knew that his master was right, but precisely because of this, he hesitated even more. If it were me, I should. Shut up, Carl muttered to himself, and his companion interrupted his companion's muttering. We are not him. Even if he is, he may not be as strong as us, the demon hunter said categorically. You're right. Carl nodded, his expression became excited, and he was filled with fighting spirit in an instant. So, what are we waiting for? Kill these dragons, Carl roared. Immediately, the 4 old men rushed into the room led by Carl. Click. Click. The sound of a firearm being loaded resounded throughout the cave. Don't move. Hands up, Carl shouted loudly. Several other old men quietly approached the 5 elders and warned him with the blades in their hands. The 5 elders' reactions were extremely quick. After just a moment's thought, he made a decision. He raised his arms and gave up resistance. Of course, 5 elders didn't just sit back and take action. After all, if he followed the character of these demon hunters, they would probably give him a fatal blow without mercy. Therefore, the 5 elders grasped their sabers directly with their palms. Ding, ding. Amidst the crisp collision sound, the sun flashed past. Ah, there was a loud scream. Blood spurts. 5 elders covered his right arm and stumbled backwards. The other 3 old men did the same thing. They covered their throats with their left hands and slowly fell to the ground softly. Chapter 136 Lost Life Peeved, PFFT, in a series of muffled sounds, the remaining 3 demon hunters fell to the ground one after another, losing their lives. The 5 elders were kneeling on the ground, panting. Who the hell are you? He yelled. We, the young demon hunter who had just obtained the legendary dagger said with a smile while wiping the dagger in his hand. Of course we are. You are not witchers, 5 elders interrupted abruptly. Oh, of course we're not witchers, Carl shrugged. Then who are you? 5 elders asked. The wife of the leader of the demon hunters, Gluttony, the dark wizard, Sid Walker and their apprentices, and... It's still the legendary existence you talk about, isn't it? As he said that, Carl looked at the disbelieving expressions of the 5 elders and couldn't help but smile. There was some sarcasm in his words. How is that possible? The 5 elders looked at the demon hunters in front of them in horror. Although there are many traitors among the demon hunters, these are definitely not included. And, most importantly, they clearly remembered that these guys were burned to death in yesterday's attack. How come? Appeared here suddenly. These 247 5 elders are completely confused. On the other side, Carl cleaned up the equipment on the 5 elders and looked at the other 2 companions again. What do we do now? Carl asked. Kill, said a demon hunter. But we can't break through this stone wall at all, a demon hunter reminded. Yes, and even if we can break through the stone wall, how can we protect these guys? Carl pointed to the group of little monsters inside the stone door. I don't think those guys will be obedient, Carl suggested. We should explore the surrounding environment first. There are too many of these guys. We should deal with them as soon as possible. This is what we need to consider, the demon hunter analyzed. We can try to attract firepower, then find an escape route. Carl suggested. Advertisement, however, the next moment, Carl realized that his companion had no intention of paying attention to him. Let's go, Carl shouted. However, what greeted us was still indifference. However, this time, before he could finish his words, he felt a stinging pain in his chest and abdomen. Immediately afterwards, a huge force appeared from behind, causing him to fall directly to the ground. And his companion stepped on his head. Aren't you very powerful? Aren't you going to save the world? Now let me see your strength, the demon hunter said and pulled out the dagger at his waist. You! Carl roared angrily. He tried to struggle, but was stepped on, which was of no avail. At this time, several other old men also drew their weapons. However, at this time, these old men all looked at Carl. Carl, on the other hand, showed a smile. That's right, isn't it? Carl said, reaching out and taking off the necklace he was wearing around his neck. The ring was engraved with a ferocious snake head, with its mouth open, as if it wanted to swallow everything. The next moment, he bit the pendant of the necklace in his hand with his teeth. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared. That kind of white brilliance made everyone unable to help but close their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they had appeared in an oasis. It's not just them, and those little monsters and that lioness. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! You are dead! You are dead! With crazy roars, these demon hunters rushed towards those little monsters. Boom! But when they got close to those little monsters, they were violently knocked away. And those little monsters quickly crawled towards their lairs. These are obviously a group of BJCH, little monsters with high IQs. They are very smart. After looking at the appearance of these little monsters, those demon hunters understood something. "It's you," they shouted. "Advertisement, that's right, it's us. You bastards." These demon hunters roared and rushed into the lair of those little monsters like mad dogs. And these little monsters hid amid the wailing sounds. No matter what, they can't escape. Or to be precise, those demon hunters simply had the attitude of dying together. Therefore, when the demon hunters rushed into the lair of the little monsters, the entire world immediately turned into a scene of flames and explosions. Rumble. Amidst the deafening sound, the corpses of the demon hunters rose up together with the flames. And those lucky ones took the opportunity to run out. They stood in the distance with frightened faces, looking at the demon hunters and those little monsters burning in the flames. The older demon hunter asked in a difficult tone. "But, the holy city has disappeared," the old demon hunter asked again. Carl sighed, turned around, and walked towards the distance. He murmured to himself, "One day I will come again. No matter who stops me, I will crush him." Soon after, these demon hunters left again. "We have reasons why we have to do what we do, Lot," Carl said, and then, looking at his companions around him, he slowly said, "And, do you really want to continue to degenerate like this?" "How did we degenerate? These are our compatriots." "Yes, our brothers and sisters," the demon hunters argued one after another. This sentence instantly made everyone speechless. They didn't know how to answer. Carl didn't pay attention to this. "Yes, the holy city, this former royal city," Carl nodded. Carl persisted. "I don't know either, but I believe that His Majesty the Pope will not lie to us. We are going to the holy city, and we cannot let those demons' plans succeed." "Holy city?" the old demon hunter asked doubtfully. Before leaving, Carl turned his head, stared at his companion and said, "I will be back, waiting for my news." However, their silence gave them an answer on their behalf. "Are these your compatriots?" he asked rhetorically. Because he knew better who their enemy was. As for the other demon hunters, there was silence for a while. "Our goal is to destroy the holy city." Carl's deep voice reached the ears of every demon hunter. "How dare you?" Amidst the roar, thunderous and freezing breath filled the air. Chapter 137. Kill them all. "I will kill them all, and then, I will destroy that demon's empire and kill all that demon clan." Carl said this, but his voice was farther away from me. Finally dissipated in the wind. When the sun was about to set, an army arrived there. They saw wreckage and blood stains all over the ground. "This is our goal. Our leader said that as long as this place is destroyed, the mission will be completed," the soldiers shouted excitedly. The major who led the team shook his head and motioned to his men to stop. The leader said that the situation here is not simple. With that said, the major took out his communication equipment and then called his superior. "This is." As the communication equipment was turned on, an image appeared in midair. "Are you doubting my order?" a female demon hunter asked. "No, sir," the major said quickly. "Then do what I say. After this matter is over, I will ask for the deployment of other teams to help you. Remember, I hope to see the result of your victory and not be embarrassed," said the female Witcher commander. After that, he hung up the communication. The major, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his head and looked towards the valley in the distance. Although everything there is still shrouded in darkness. But he could vaguely see those little monsters wandering in the dark night, like moving shadows. And such a shadow, under the light of the moon, is so eye-catching. "We need reinforcements, and this is the best choice," the major gave the order to his men. "Follow your orders," the demon hunters under his command responded immediately. Soon, hundreds of demon hunter troops gathered around them. "Let's go." The major waved his long sword and took the lead in charging forward, while the demon hunters following him followed closely behind. "Kill!" With roars, the demon hunters rushed towards the little monsters. Such an action turned the sharp roars of all the little monsters into a brutal fight. And when all the demon hunters fell, the little monsters also suffered heavy losses. However, more little monsters escaped. "Pursuit!" shouted the major who had been in charge. Advertisement. The demon hunters took action one after another, and shortly after they left, 2 more demon hunters came over. When the 2 demon hunters saw the bodies of those little monsters on the ground, they immediately frowned. They recognized these little monsters. "These guys are not only powerful, but also extremely cunning," an older demon hunter reminded his companions. "Don't worry, our companions will pay attention." The other Carl smiled and patted the other party's shoulder, then ran towards the distance. Looking at the back of his companion Lee, the older demon hunter couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Damn it!" a burly demon hunter roared in front of a huge stone castle. This demon hunter wears a metal armguard on his arm, and the metal on the armguard is the remains of the cannonball just now. "Damn B**************************** D. The demon hunter roared angrily, and he rushed into the military camp. In the military camp, one demon hunter after another was lying on the ground. All these demon hunters are in a state of death. This made the demon hunter even more angry. Not only was this demon hunter angry, but other demon hunters around him also thought so. They asked questions one after another. "Who did it?" a younger demon hunter asked angrily. "Those little monsters should have done it," the demon hunter leading the team said coldly. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew that this was the most likely scenario. Damn it, I'm going to kill all those little monsters. Carl clenched his fists and shouted loudly. You're crazy. The demon hunter on the side immediately stopped such a move. We must complete this matter as soon as possible, otherwise we will never be spared, said the tall demon hunter. But Carl still wanted to defend himself. But such words were quickly drowned in the din. At this moment, in a cave in a shadow corner of the forest, a group of demon hunters were discussing the hunt. What a stupid act. Those demon hunters dare to provoke us, a man in black sneered. Haha, they just want to rob us of our spoils, a strong man with red hair said with the same disdain. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. These demon hunters are really stupid. Where are their brains? Have they been fed to the dogs? Another strong man over 2 meters tall mocked bluntly. They have no idea who they are fighting. Humph. This sentence immediately attracted everyone's approval. Who else are our enemies besides the temple knights? Ha ha ha, I've said it before, those demon hunters are idiots. A group of demon hunters were talking loudly, but they didn't notice at all that behind them, shadows gradually condensed and turned into huge figures one after another, rushing towards them. Early the next morning, when Carl saw the demon hunters in front of him who were wearing armor and carrying swords, he suddenly looked surprised. 0. Because the dress of these demon hunters is really in line with the modern style. Even some simple defense tools are enough to surprise people. What surprised Carl even more was the vigilant gazes of these demon hunters when they looked at him. Especially in the eyes of one of the witchers. That kind of vigilance almost made Carl look like a monster. However, this situation disappeared after a demon hunter stepped forward and asked a few questions. Carl, on the other hand, continued to eat and drink his breakfast. Although there is a bit of embarrassment, for Carl, having a full stomach is the most important thing. After all, he didn't even have dinner last night and was forced to run away. But now, he needs to replenish the energy zone in his body. Of course, Carl didn't forget to put on a layer of armor. This is a piece of leather armor, but it has a protective effect similar to armor, but it is weaker than armor. As for weapons, there are no swords, but crossbow arrows. A crossbow with only 50 rounds, forged from special animal bones. Whoosh! A crossbow arrow hit the wall not far away. Then, a hole was easily shot out of the solid stone wall. This made the remaining demon hunters take a few steps back to avoid the crossbow arrow. If I guess correctly, this is a weapon made of fine iron, a demon hunter asked. Chapter 138 Powerful Weapons. Yeah, Carl, who was leading the team of demon hunters, nodded. What a powerful weapon, the demon hunter praised, then twisted the crossbow on his shoulder and changed the subject. Are we going to find out the enemy behind the scenes now? He asked. Of course, Carl said affirmatively and then looked around, looking for enemies. The remaining demon hunters were scattered around, observing all traces. Obviously, they are trying to find the murderer, but soon, someone shouted. There, all the demon hunters looked at it. That's it. Pointing to a tall tree with dense branches and leaves in the distance, these demon hunters shouted in unison. I remember we were attacked last night, a demon hunter said with a frown. We were indeed attacked, but the one who attacked us was not a little monster, said a demon hunter. Are you talking about those vampires? Another demon hunter asked. Yes, it's them, a demon hunter answered. Damn guy. All the demon hunters who heard this sentence started to curse again. Some of the demon hunters had even drawn their weapons and were ready to attack. At this time, Carl, who was leading them, said, Okay, everyone, be quiet. After hearing Carl's order, the demon hunters who had drawn their weapons immediately gave up their actions. However, he still remained alert. Do you think these vampires have the power to fight us? Carl asked. All the witchers were silent. The strength of these vampires is far beyond your imagination, Carl continued. How is that possible? A demon hunter retorted subconsciously. We suffered a round of attacks yesterday and suffered heavy losses, but the opponent was not much better either. They just lost a few strange wolves, but we sacrificed an elite team. What is the concept of this? Carl asked rhetorically. How is this possible? Their number will never be this large. Do they still have an army hidden? Faced with such a question and such an answer, all the demon hunters were speechless for a while. And such silence quickly turned into riots. Shut up! A Carl-level demon hunter shouted. In an instant, the entire hill fell silent. All the demon hunters lowered their heads, waiting for Carl's instructions. Advertisement. I will divide you into 6 groups and go into the forest to search for enemies, demon hunter Carl said slowly. But Carl, you know, the view in the forest will be obstructed, even at night, someone couldn't help but remind him. We need to know how many enemies there are. Carl glanced at all the demon hunters and continued. And such an answer made all the demon hunters shut up. They understood that the other party's determination could not be changed. After a while, a total of 9 teams dispersed into the forest. Carl stood there, although the sound of the system was ringing in his ears, telling him, ding, +5, Carl couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. He needs rest now. Moreover, there are other things. For example, eating. In a valley, a bonfire was burning. On the platform in the center of the valley, there were 17 or 18 slightly younger children sitting. 3 of the children were wearing luxurious clothes, showing their noble status. What are you here for? An old man asked. We need a map, Carl, the leader, said. Map? The old man was stunned. He obviously did not expect that the other party would make such a request. Yes, a map marked with Grant, Carl said affirmatively. Laurent? Are you sure this is Laurent? The old man asked. Of course, you should have heard of the legend of Laurent, Carl said, taking out a parchment scroll and handing it over. The old man carefully flipped through the parchment scroll and finally raised his head. It seems to be. Since you confirmed that this is Laurent, please help us draw such a map, Carl said with a smile. Why should we help you? This is my duty, the old man snorted coldly. Carl took out a metal ball from his arms and threw it on the table in front of the old man. Click, click. Following the sound of shattering, the old man's expression suddenly changed, and then a greedy look appeared on his face. Advertisement, what is this? The old man asked. A reward. I think you will be willing to pay this reward, Carl replied. After looking at the old man's greedy eyes, Carl added again, perhaps we will use other methods to obtain more generous rewards. Of course, if you don't like this simple one, then please choose a more complicated one. After saying that, Carl made an inviting gesture. Okay, the old man said repeatedly. After that, the old man quickly left the house, and Carl greeted his companions and walked into the house. Do you think the old guy will agree? Asked a young man in black. He will agree, because, as he said this, Carl laughed. Haha, okay, the old man couldn't wait to pick up the map and check it. Me? I'm here to cooperate with you, the figure spread his palms and said sincerely. You have? The old man shouted in surprise. Suddenly, the old man became anxious. Just when he was about to say something, a figure suddenly broke into the room. Northland? The old man was startled, then shook his head and said, No, I have to dissuade you. You should not enter that dangerous area. Danger? They're just ordinary monsters, I can deal with them. Hey, hello. The figure nodded to the old man without any embarrassment. The moment he saw that figure, the old man stammered. Suddenly, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Of course, this is the reward I want to give you. The figure nodded very definitely. The map you were looking for. I have it, he said. The figure directly threw a sheepskin scroll. We're going to the Northland, Carl replied. I don't believe it. Carl shook his head, his tone firm. Who are you? How did you get into my home? The old man asked angrily. Carl said with confidence. What map do you want? The old man asked immediately after he came back. I've said it before, it's too dangerous there, the old man emphasized again. Cooperation? The old man sneered. Chapter 139, Speaking. At this time, Carl spoke. Sir, don't forget our agreement, Carl reminded. Don't worry, little guy, I will keep my promise. The old man said this and turned around to leave. Do you think he will keep his promise? Carl asked, following the figure. Sir, you should have been sent by His Highness. However, I'm sorry, your plan doesn't seem to be working. Not only did it not work, but this person seems to have been blinded. The figure sighed and shook his head. Are you mocking me? Carl raised his eyebrows. That's right. The figure nodded. Then, move forward. Where are you going? Carl caught up and asked. I want to see what is happening here. The figure pointed to the mountains in the distance and said slowly. It's impossible to see you doing this. Carl shook his head. I think there is a chance. After all, we are all demon hunters. Every demon hunter in this world admires demon hunters. Especially you, the personal guard of His Highness, even more so. It is worthy of the respect of any witcher, and in this case, we have a common purpose. 19 So. The figure stopped and turned to look at the young man. We are friends, aren't we? With a smile, Carl tightened his grip on the figure's shoulders. Of course. The figure nodded. 2 days later, a vehicle frame left Lord's Town. The wheels made a squeaking sound as they rolled, causing pedestrians around to avoid it. No matter what the material of this carriage is, everyone knows that this is definitely not an ordinary cargo. And the driver is definitely a rich and powerful person. Of course, even this can't change everyone's dislike of the owner of the car. Especially when a passerby saw that the direction the car was driving in was getting more and more remote, even desolate, he thought so. The owner of this car is ready to abandon this frame. In this regard, the owner of the car did not explain anything and continued to walk according to his own route. On the left and right sides of the frame, there are several teams of fully armed demon hunter guards. Where are you going? This is a forbidden area. Immediately, several groups of demon hunters surrounded the carriage. Advertisement, their faces were all on guard. And behind this vigilance, there's also a hint of anger. Obviously, it is because of the neglect of the frame owner. Forbidden land. Our ancestors are there. Carl jumped out of the car and knocked down the demon hunters surrounding him with a wave of his hand. Then, he continued to shout, our ancestors once fought on the battlefield and killed countless people. Orcs, and our blood flowed on the battlefield for this reason, and we became heroes. But now, you say that we are heretics. I will not admit this statement. After saying that, Carl directly boarded the carriage. The remaining demon hunters stood there, stunned. Although they were disdainful of the frame owner's words, it did not mean that everyone had the same idea. But now, nothing matters anymore, because the owner of the frame has decided to leave here. Let's go to the mountainous area in the north. The last mountainous area I saw in my memory was the Holy Mountain of the North, Carl said to the figure while sitting on the carriage. Oh, are you really sure? After hearing this, the figure became obviously interested. Of course, if you don't believe it, you can ask tentatively, the young demon hunter said with a shrug. Okay, then let's go to the holy mountain of the north to see it. The figure agreed with the young demon hunter's suggestion. I hope we are lucky enough this time. With that said, the young demon hunter stepped into the carriage. Sir, are you going out again? The old man looked at his boss in confusion. The boss, on the other hand, waved his hand slightly and signaled. Well, let's go see the holy mountain of the north. I always have a hunch that I need to go there. After saying this, the figure hesitated slightly, and then he continued. However, I may have to stay for a while this time. Help me keep an eye on the store. Don't let those guys take advantage of it. Yes, Yinchi. The old man agreed immediately. Then, when the old man walked into the kitchen, this figure also began to prepare tonight's food. There are rumors that gods live in the holy mountain in the north. Could it be that? Carl guessed. But, soon, Carl dismissed this speculation. Because he never believed in any gods. He only believes in his fists and his own strength. If the gods are so powerful, there is no need to fear any orcs or necromancers. Maybe it's just a relic left by a certain great sage, but if it can be inherited there. Advertisement. There was an inexplicable light shining in the young demon hunter's eyes. He clearly remembers how his parents died, and how did his grandfather die. He must avenge him with his own hands. Who? In the middle of the night, the cold wind howled, blowing on my face like a knife. Carl looked at the mountains and forests in the distance, feeling panic in his heart. He didn't know what to do, however, he knew he had to persevere. The older Witcher said this. Thank you, Earl Howard said solemnly. Then he picked up a pen and wrote an invitation letter, handed it to the young demon hunter in front of him, and then warned. When the time comes, you only need to hand it to the lady. She is the only defender of this city. She will definitely be able to find us. No problem. Carl nodded without hesitation. Thank you, Carl whispered. You're welcome, it's just a little effort. Earl Howard said with a slight hesitation. It's Earl Howard, Carl shouted in surprise. My name is Cross Howard, what's yours? Carl asked. 197 and at this moment, a warm breath suddenly poured into his body, making him feel much more comfortable instantly. My name is Alan Thunder, my last name is also Howard. Bursts of wind rang in his ears, and Carl gritted his teeth and persisted. Please say it, Carl said respectfully. Moreover, the pain in my body disappeared. Earl Howard is a famous merchant in Lordaeron. He is in charge of more than 2/3 of the trade in Lordaeron. He is the most famous merchant in Lordaeron and one of the most noble beings in Lordaeron. Even the king, and don't dare to neglect. He absolutely cannot give up. I need your support. Earl Howard pondered for a long time and then said. This time, I have something to trouble you with. Chapter 140 Orcs and Wizards. With that said, Earl Howard stood up. Come with me. Earl Howard pointed to the carriage and then walked out of the alley. Carl, on the other hand, quickly packed up his things and caught up with Earl Howard. 2 horses, pulling the carriage, galloped towards the mountains in the north. Along the way, they encountered too many obstacles. It's not just orcs and wizards, there are also various wild monsters and cultists. Fortunately, Carl escaped these crises with a narrow margin every time. Once a crisis approached, these cavalrymen quickly counterattacked, leaving the monsters defeated and eventually had to retreat. Haha, it's so exciting. Such joy made Carl burst out laughing. Don't be too happy. If we walk about 1 kilometer south, we will reach our destination. Howard reminded. I know. Carl's smile became even brighter. Along the way, with Earl Howard, Carl found that he seemed to have become a playboy. Unless necessary, he would stay in the carriage and play. Not only does Carl not have any dissatisfaction with this, but he enjoys this life more and more. At least, he doesn't have to worry about being hungry, and even has fine wine and delicious dishes. Of course, this is not the point. The point is, he can hear some weird things every day, such as a group of powerful dragons appeared in the north, and then they fled one after another. Another example. The leaders of the wizards and werewolves were killed by a group of people a month ago. Burned to death, or a giant elephant can speak human words, etc. When this news reached Carl's ears, he almost doubted whether these were made-up stories. Advertisement. After all, he knew that those wizards were powerful, especially one of them, who was simply invincible. And that giant elephant? Although he is not old, he is still enough for him to look up to. And even if such a being is burned to death, who else in this world can do it? However, these things have nothing to do with him, so he is happy to appreciate them. Of course, in the end, these new things will be transferred to his father. Therefore, he now needs to ensure that he does not reveal his secrets. Therefore, all actions are cautious. When Carl followed Earl Howard into the Northern Temple 2 days later, he was stunned on the spot. He did not expect that what he was about to see would be this scene. Countless people gathered in the square. Then, a young male knight was talking to an old woman about something, while the young people around him were playing happily. Even the wizards and the leaders of the wolves were in his division. Howard. The young male knight greeted Howard when he saw him. However, he stared at the young male knight, with a trace of doubt flowing in his eyebrows. Sir, do you know me? The young male knight asked. Of course. Howard Barton, a famous wealthy businessman in the city of Lordaeron. He was the former physician to His Majesty the Emperor of Lordaeron. The young knight expressed his inference. Oh, it turns out to be His Excellency Earl Howard. I am a young knight from the Kingdom of Lordaeron, Joel Prince. You can call me Joel, Joel greeted politely. Howard Barton smiled and nodded, and then, he walked straight to the side and started talking to the people around him, ignoring himself. Sir, what do you think is the purpose of Lord Howard taking you here today? The young male demon hunter sitting in the carriage asked curiously. They probably want me to help drive away those evil guys. But who is their target? Howard Barton said while shaking the drink in the glass. After hearing Howard Barton's words, Carl's eyes suddenly widened. He couldn't hide his excitement and asked, Your Majesty, Earl Howard. Are you sure you are not wrong? Howard Barton did not explain, but picked up the wine glass in his hand. Advertisement then, he took a sip. Well, a very fragrant wine. I have never tasted such a wine. Is that so? Huh. This is my treasure. If you like it, I will give it to you tomorrow, Carl said, a generous look. Then it's settled. Carl agreed immediately. Of course I don't mind if you get more, Carl replied. In the deepest part of the Northern Temple. No, it's nothing. But, young man, this place is not suitable for you. I suggest you leave, so that we can meet again in the future. Willis dissuaded with a wry smile. And Willis saw that the young man showed no sign of regressing at all. He could only sigh and shake his head and leave. The patron saint of the North, the paladin leader Chromie, was standing next to the altar, looking at a stone tablet. Howard said warmly, and at the same time, secretly guided the young man to come to him. The young man admired, and then looked at the North Temple in the distance and fell into deep thought. Mr. Willis. Hello, we meet again. Oh, and Joel. Uncle Willis, what's wrong with you? Don't you like me? Joel asked, touching his smooth chin in confusion. Howard Barton snorted, and then said dissatisfied, How could I covet your things? That's the best. When the old man named Willis saw the childish face clearly, his whole body froze for a moment, and then, he managed to recover and said dryly, Hello, young man, my name is Willis. Carl said with a smile. That stone tablet was carved with a ferocious and fierce black leopard, and the word, Agra, was written on its head, and on the back of the stone tablet was the word, God. Obviously, this was a statue. Mr. Willis. Hello. Carl nodded. What a smart kid. Good job, why not? Earl Howard invited me to visit the Northern Temple, how could I refuse? Uncle Willis, you can't be so cruel, I admire the Northern Temple so much. Moreover, Earl Howard also invited me to visit the Northern Temple, didn't he? The young man blinked his eyes and lied seriously. Earl Howard, an old man with a noble appearance, came up to him immediately after seeing Howard. Willis, on the other hand, giggled awkwardly, then turned his head and continued to chat with Howard, as if he hadn't seen anything just now. Chapter 141 stopped quickly. It's so ugly, the young man murmured, but the murmuring stopped quickly. Instead, he raised his wrist and searched for something carefully. When he saw the badge on the surface of his arm clearly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally found it. I was afraid of losing it, Joel muttered, and then walked towards the North Temple with his own steps. Stop. Who are you? Not long after Joel entered the Northern Temple, he was stopped by the guard. I'm sorry, I just want to visit the Northern Temple. By the way, this is my clearance token. This is the outer area of the Northern Temple. Look, I don't mean any harm. Carl took out his customs clearance token from his pocket. Then, after letting the guard check it again, he smoothly entered the interior of the Northern Temple. Then, he discovered that in the Northern Temple, apart from some workers and patrollers, there were only some young apprentices and professors left. In front of the apprentices, there are various books, and they seem to be studying something. Of course, Joel didn't think it was some secret document or 230 information. He knew that at the top of the Northern Kingdom, the great nobles were very stingy. Even for a demon hunter like him, he was not sure if someone was spying on him here, so he had to be cautious. Friend, do you need any help? An old man came over. Oh, hello, I need to see His Excellency Earl Howard, Joel said politely immediately. Okay, please come with me. The old man nodded and led the way. And just when the two were about to turn a corner, a dagger suddenly struck Joel without warning. Poof. Advertisement flesh and blood splattered. Joel clutched his chest, widened his eyes, looked at the male demon hunter in armor in front of him, and gasped hard. You killed me? Joel's face was as pale as paper, but tried hard to keep an indifferent smile on the corner of his mouth. After all, in this place, any timidity is a prelude to death. Ha, the male demon hunter yelled. BJCJ, so what? Joel, I tell you. This is the temple of the North Temple. Plaza, you, a despicable human being, dare to break into this place? I will turn you into food for the paladins. After saying that, the male demon hunter pulled out the saber from his waist and rushed towards Carl. Stupid. Carl sneered, and at the moment when the male witcher's sword struck his neck, he punched the male witcher in the abdomen and knocked him away. Then, Carl clenched his fists and chased after the male demon hunter who was knocked to the ground. He punched the male demon hunter several times in a row and completely knocked the male demon hunter unconscious. Boom. When Carl turned around to leave, he was hit on the shoulder by a huge scepter. Kid, you actually hurt my disciple, that's unforgivable. The old lich glared at Carl in front of him, and then grabbed him by the collar. Click. The sound of broken bones sounded again. Carl was thrown out by the old lich, knocking over the tables and chairs behind him. Cough, cough. Carl climbed up with difficulty and then rubbed his shoulders. The old lich stood there, looking down at the other party, and said with strong disgust, "Dirty bug, I hate guys like you. Guys like you don't deserve to come to the Temple of the North. Therefore, get lost. Wait. I can prove it. I am the Witcher of the Temple of the North. Moreover, Earl Howard has promised to join me. My father is also a Witcher." Carl quickly argued. "So what?" The old lich ignored Carl at all. Then, he turned around and left, leaving Carl dazed alone in the snow. Advertisement, what should I do? Carl asked himself secretly. Although he was sent to this place when he was just born, he has long been accustomed to this environment. However, once he left here, he felt reluctant to leave. More importantly, he also promised Earl Howard, and there was also the parchment given by the eldest sister. Thinking of this, Joel gritted his teeth, picked up his unconscious companion, dragged his body, and walked outside the North Temple. "Damn monster, you actually disturbed my practice. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Damn B******************* D. You actually stuffed you into my stomach. Are you trying to strangle me?" Joel kicked the other person awake. Looking at the ferocious-looking enemy, Carl showed a strange smile. "Hey, don't pretend to be dead. I am a demon hunter, and we are all the same kind of people. No matter what plan you have, you must follow it. Here are my rules. I don't care what kind of bullshit paladin you are, or what conspiracy you have, I only know that what I want to do is to kill you. The paladin looked at the enemy in front of him in horror. He wanted to resist, but there was no chance, because a severe pain instantly ran through his body. Then, he fell limply on the snow. As expected, the things from the Holy Light Church are the most unbelievable. Looking at the corpse lying on the cold snow, Joel shook his head, then turned around and continued running towards Howard's palace. When Carl pushed open the door of Earl Howard's room, he saw a wonderful sight. A group of guys wearing black robes, holding staffs, daggers, spears, shields, etc., wearing thick cloaks and turbans were sitting around the room. In front of them were rows of wooden shelves, each of which was filled with bottles and cans. "Welcome, Mr. Joel. I have heard some rumors about you. My son has also heard some news about you. However, I will not admit that my son will lose to people like you. So, today, you will be punished." Earl Howard's words did not end. Instead, he continued. "My children, are you willing to join me in punishing this guy who offended me?" After Earl Howard finished speaking, dozens of people in white robes next to him raised their staffs and chanted reciting the mantra. Pillars of light enveloped Carl's body. Buzz. As the light beam dissipated, Carl's figure quickly recovered, and the wizards in white robes also stopped moving. However, at the same time, Carl's eyes turned red, and his whole body exuded a violent killing aura, as if a beast had awakened from ancient times. Chapter 142 Expansion. The angry roar caused Carl's face to distort, and his entire body swelled up in an instant, transforming into a strong werewolf that was more than 3 meters tall. What is going on? The wizards watching on the sidelines were obviously a little panicked, because the situation at this moment completely exceeded common sense, and they could clearly detect the evil spirits in this barbarian. The breath is even purer than theirs. "How did you do it?" A slightly older wizard questioned. "This is definitely not the power of a paladin. Of course I am not a warrior Shin. I am just a demon hunter. I don't like this place." As he spoke, Carl raised his hand, inserted his finger into the unconscious guy's nose, and then took out the other person's head. Snapped. The head exploded in Carl's palm, and blood spurted out. He was also frightened and fell to the snow. Carl took a sharp breath, and then shouted with an expression full of fanaticism. "I now declare, I am your new leader. I will let you get real relief, ha ha ha. Are you sure? If that's the case, then I'm relieved. I'll help you find what you want." Al Oaks Howard stood at the gate of Hopkins School with a solemn look on his face. This is the residence of Howard Strange's family, and Howard Strange is also Hope's family. Professor, chief priest, and great sage at King's School. "I know, I need it." Advertisement. Carl nodded firmly, and then quickly walked out of the gate of the college. Along the way, he met many students, all of whom stared at Carl curiously, and Carl walked straight towards the carriage. Soon, Carl got on the carriage, and then the driver drove the carriage in the direction of the city hall. On the way, Carl saw the shops on both sides of the street filled with all kinds of goods. However, he didn't have any interest, he just wanted to see Howard as soon as possible. "There you are, Carl, my friend." Earl Howard's face is still kind and handsome, but his eyes are deep. Especially when he saw Carl rushing into his study with an almost ferocious expression, he became even more sure. "Please forgive my presumption, Earl Howard. You know, I have to do this. Not only do I want to save the owner of the Order of Merlin, I also want to save him and those innocent villagers." Carl's voice was low and seemed to be filled with sadness, and then he handed a report to Howard. "Oh, my God. What the hell is going on?" When Howard was flipping through the report and saw the Paladin and Ghost Rider, he couldn't bear it. His eyes widened. After all, this thing was really terrifying. "I once received a reminder from the Holy Light. When I became a Paladin, I was destined to become what I am now." Carl sighed and slowly sat on the chair. Then, he suddenly asked, "Howard, do you still remember the original agreement? You know, there is holy light in this world. The agreement between you and me is that I am responsible for searching for the holy light, and you will protect my safety. But now, What have you done? Earl Howard answered bitterly. I did not deal with His Majesty the Emperor of Lordaeron. Nor did I do anything to disgrace the royal family. We are brothers. Our agreement is still there, right? Carl looked at the brother in front of him and asked in a cold tone. I hope you keep your promise, otherwise I will destroy this letter. With that, Carl took out a folded piece of parchment from his arms. There was a simple map drawn on it. Howard understood that his brother was right. At certain special times, an elite army was extremely important. Moreover, this action has something to do with him. Although his younger brother Hopkins did not participate in it, as an older brother, Howard must take the blame for his younger brother. It's my brother's duty. Howard felt a little headache. He couldn't explain it. Advertisement 0. This is... Howard looked at the blueprint with a surprised expression. He recognized that this blueprint was the map of the outskirts of Lordaeron. But this time, Howard, Duke of Holyvite, decided to let his younger brother select those 3 troops, and these 3 troops were the legions commanded by Ward, and they were part of the ruins left by his father. Carl's fists clenched loudly. They brutally killed those poor people. Howard, what are you doing? Howard frowned. He hated this younger brother the most and always clung to him like a puppy. You have to know that these holy warriors and evil spirits do not belong to the mortal world. They are all evil spirits, undead, and cursed monsters. Wait. Just when Howard stepped out of the hall, he was stopped by Carl again. Of course, among these people, only Ward is a legend, and the rest are all ordinary knights or high-level knights, and their professions are all simple, except for riding. They are only good at swordsmanship and spears, technique. However, the army of Lordaeron has occupied the town we established near Mograine Castle. They imprisoned my people there, and those paladins. The paladin actually attacked those ordinary civilians. They massacred those ordinary civilians. My servant said, that damn paladin. This kind of monster can eat people, Carl roared, but his roar did not change anything, because Earl Howard was already preparing to leave, and he planned to visit the city of Lordaeron in person. This is our plan. Carl looked a little excited. I have already contacted my parents and my uncle. He will send a legion to assist me, but I hope you can come with us. Cooperate. We must eradicate those evil spirits completely. Listening to his brother's words, Howard fell into deep thought. Please give me flowers. You have to listen to me. In Lordaeron, there are 3 such armies, stationed in 3 towns respectively. One of them is led by the Principality of Holyvite, the other is led by the old steward of the Roland family, one named Vladimir Ward was led by a strong man. There was another group composed of the King of Lordaeron and the Palace Guards. Chapter 143. Fulfill your promise. Howard was not sure whether Ward would change in the days to come. However, since Ward chose to continue to follow him, Howard would fulfill his promise and protect his brother, no longer let him suffer any harm. Of course, I will abide by it. No matter what you want me to do, as long as it is for Holyvite. After saying that, Howard left Hoppy Manor and returned to his palace quickly. He didn't want to see those bad situations continue to spread. Well, at this moment, in the Hopkins family manor, Carl looked at his brother's retreating figure, and he sighed softly. Then, he turned and walked to his study, and took down a book from the wall. The antique picture frame was placed on the table. I need your help. Can you? Carl picked up the 37 rings and gently touched a necklace on it. This necklace was the only thing Carl's father left to him. It was given to Carl's father by a girl named Amanda Bavaria back then. Carl didn't know what method his father used to marry his beloved girl. However, Carl remembered that when Carl's father was dying, he used this ring to remind himself that it would replace his father forever. Blessing his son. If one day he is really in danger, he will let this ring come to save Carl. And now, Carl is finally going to use it. Ye buzz. As Carl dripped his blood on the ring, a dazzling light emerged from the ring. Carl was shocked to see that in this light, he seemed to see his father and Aunt Amanda looking happy. Then, a moment later, Carl felt as if he had traveled back thousands of years. It was a barren wilderness without any vegetation, and a disaster was coming. Everything is so terrifying. Countless evil spirits poured out from the dark corners around him and rushed towards him. Carl's consciousness suddenly fell into darkness. He lost his body, and he became a ghost. What frightened Carl even more was that in the world before his eyes, countless ghosts were wandering. They were fighting each other, and then devouring their own kind. Advertisement. This terrifying sight made Carl despair. Then, Carl saw that in the distance, a huge figure appeared in front of him. It waved its arms and tore apart all the enemies it encountered. It swallowed up all the ghosts. And then, the giant beast raised its claws and grabbed the unlucky guy. Peefed. Before the ghosts dissipated, the unlucky guy also disappeared. Then, those ghosts resurrected again and continued their crazy attack. Until the giant beast destroys them again. Then, Carl saw a dark scythe stretching out from the darkness, piercing the head of the huge beast. It twisted and struggled, and was finally dragged in by the figure. Rumble. When this nightmare ended, Carl heard a thunderous sound in his ears, and then he opened his eyes and woke up. Huh. It turned out to be a nightmare. Carl wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was glad that after all, he had not forgotten the task assigned by his father and did not tell his brother his secret. But, this nightmare is really too scary. No matter what, let's test it out first. After several guards from the Holyvite family discussed with each other, they finally decided. They decided to take the risk and select a group of soldiers to cooperate with Carl in carrying out an attack against evil spirits. Click, click. Hoke, my brother, what do you want from me? Warren frowned and looked at the old man. He always felt that he seemed to have overlooked something. Advertisement. When Carl arrived here, in this remote corner, Warren was waiting for him. His face was obviously very pale. After all, the attack just now had frightened him. Yes, although Warren is a knight, it does not mean that he is not afraid of death. Very good, let's go now. Why are you so desperate? Could it be that these demons and miracles have something to do with my uncle's father? Carl led a group of guards and walked toward the knight's camp at Lord Hollivert's mansion near the castle. At the same time, 10 carriages slowly drove up the flank of the castle. Who among you is willing to act with me? We are willing. Then, like applause, after Carl finished speaking, a stooped short old man slowly walked out of the grass on the side, holding a thick pipe in his hand. After seeing the knights brought by Carl, Warren was slightly relieved. Although most of these knights were newly recruited, the weapons and equipment of these knights were complete. Hogg looked at Warren with a smile. He knew that his younger brother didn't know his fate yet, because he wasn't good enough for the kingdom of heaven. This place is the private domain of Baron Warren. The terrain here is more hidden than the manor, and more suitable for ambushes and raids. Carl, when you were a little kid, you once asked me, why do we nobles practice so hard? You even asked me if I was willing to abandon those rights and find the truth. Warren looked at Carl. Now, let me repeat it again. You heard 5.7 clearly. I understand. But, uncle, why do we have to fight against those demons? After hearing what his uncle Warren said, Carl was a little excited. He didn't understand why his uncle would do this. Shouldn't he be enjoying life in the territory of Holyvite? Isn't a group music enough? So, my nephew. How should I call you? Looking at the majestic expression of the Knight Earl, Carl bowed his head and said respectfully, please call me Hawk. We nobles, in fact, are not the flowers you see living in the greenhouse. Each of us is burdened with many responsibilities. We cannot retreat, we must do it for fight to protect our country and property. Even if you sacrifice your life, you will not hesitate. So, Carl, do you understand? Warren looked at Carl in front of him, hoping that his explanation would resonate with the other person. Yes, as long as I can help His Highness. Carl stood up, then opened the door and walked out of the room. His target is the place where knights usually train and garrison. Chapter 144. More and more chaos. Carl shook his head. He found that his thoughts were getting more and more confusing. He didn't know whether his father had left any last words before his death. Well, hearing Carl's question, Warren sighed, and then he patted Carl on the shoulder. Carl, if we don't stop those demons, perhaps the kingdom of Elland will suffer a devastating crisis. By then, we in the Holyvite family will. Including your sister, she will all die. No, I don't believe it, Carl retorted. Ding dong, ding dong. However, at this time, the sound of sirens in the company came from outside. Immediately afterwards, groups of patrolling knights were seen rushing in, surrounding the entire territory of the Holyvite family. Moreover, these people are still increasing. What's going on? Warren asked angrily. He was always a troublemaker, and now, being disturbed at this moment, he was naturally extremely annoyed. But, these patrol knights, their armors and swords were all the same standard equipment, which made Warren stunned. Ding dong. 19. However, at this time, a cold electronic sound suddenly came over. Baron Holyvite has been detected. You have violated the rules. Now, 100 honor points and 1000 merit points will be deducted from you. What the hell? This system voice prompt immediately attracted Warren, and he shouted in surprise. At this time, the system's prompts are still continuing. Now, Baron Holyvite has violated the rules. Since the Baron's occupation is a knight, after deducting 1000 merit points, the remaining merit points of the Baron are now 0.000001 points. Please replenish merit points as soon as possible. Hey, what's going on with you? Looking at the patrolling knights around him and the Marquis Hawk approaching with a gloomy face in the distance, Warren's expression changed unpredictably. He thought, I want to yell, but I don't dare. After all, according to the custom of Holyvite, any knight who violates the knight code must be killed. Because a knight is a knight and the existence of traitors must not be tolerated. Advertisement. Hoke. You actually betrayed Holyvite. You betrayed the Baron to whom you were loyal. While Warren was still hesitating, Carl suddenly yelled. His words instantly detonated the indignation of everyone in Holyvite Manor, whether it was the knights or the servants or slaves. They all picked up their weapons and prepared to resist. Warren was so distraught that he quickly stopped these idiots. Then, he looked at Carl and persuaded him earnestly. Carl, don't worry about what others say. Hawk is our friend. He will not hurt us. Boom. Suddenly, there was a burst of thunder in the sky and dark clouds gathered. Then it rained heavily. The originally sunny weather suddenly turned into a stormy one. Carl, run. These demons have magic. They can control the rain. Warren reminded Carl loudly. He remembered clearly that the manor was flooded by a heavy rainstorm in Hognam. Therefore, Warren believed that these terrible magicians must have similar abilities now. Therefore, he can only pray and hope that Carl can escape safely. Then, he can continue to pursue those beautiful and proud countesses and ladies. They are the most beautiful couple in Holyvite. He, Warren Stratholm, is the best. Moreover, it is said that they come from a powerful country. Then, just as Warren was thinking about this, he watched in horror as Carl took out a dagger directly from his clothes, and then stabbed it into his chest, causing blood to spurt out from his forehead. All of him. Aha! I'm going to kill you. Then, Carl fell down. There was a dagger shining with cold light inserted into his chest, and blood was flowing downwards. Warren stared blankly at Carl, who was lying on the ground. His lips were open, and it took him a while to utter a few words. "Carl, are you crazy? How could you kill us?" Warren felt very distressed. Carl's behavior was simply crazy. He not only stabbed him in the chest, but also placed a bunch of explosives around him. If Warren guessed correctly, Carl should have a lot of explosives in his hand, right? In this way, he could blow himself up, and in this case, the matter would be completely concealed. And if he is unfortunately affected, or if he is not killed by the bomb, then what awaits him will be the punishment of Marquis Hawk. Ding dong. Congratulations on getting 3,000 merit points. Currently, your merit point amount is 0. You can choose to redeem items and use skills, please choose. Advertisement. Warren was dumbfounded again. This time, he spent 37,730,000 points directly. Oh. This is. Your flying spell has reached the IV1 stage and you can fly 3 feet in 10 seconds. But since you only mastered the basic spell model, please learn more advanced flying spells as soon as possible. Congratulations. You spent 5,000 merit points to exchange for a magic spell, Blizzard. Please check it carefully, ding dong. Congratulations on spending 10,000 merit points to eliminate the Blizzard. And this is exactly what Warren needs, ding dong. Because, according to his understanding, the function of this flying technique is to allow you to fly and hover in midair within a certain distance. Warren looked at his property column in shock, and then his face began to twitch. So, when he heard the news, he immediately spent 30,000 merit points without hesitation to learn this power. Ding dong. Congratulations on spending 20,000 merit points and acquiring the skill flying. He almost thought he was going to die just now. After all, if he was killed by a bomb at this time, then he would suffer a big loss. After hearing these two prompts, Warren finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding dong. Warren's eyes widened. He looked at this mysterious magic scroll and was horrified. He knew that Carl was crazy. He would never bring such a dangerous thing with him. Hey, Carl. You are really crazy. Why are you doing this? When he saw Carl taking out a black spherical object and stuffing it into his arms, Warren frightened. He felt that Carl must be crazy, otherwise, how could this happen? Ding dong. You successfully learned the flying technique. However, it happened that he had such a dangerous thing with him. He can guarantee that this skill is definitely the most valuable skill he has acquired in this world. Chapter 145. Key Necklace. Then, when Warren reached out to grab the key necklace hanging around his neck, he discovered that the necklace had disappeared out of thin air. He looked at the group of cavalry in front of him, and saw that they were staring at him with ferocious and cruel expressions, as if they wanted to tear his Warren apart. He suddenly felt that there really were no good things in this world. He was obviously the victim. Then, he saw a giant dragon standing on a branch outside the manor. It seemed to be observing them. Aha! Warren, you coward, what else do you want to do? Do you still want to fight this dragon? You coward, stay in the castle? Here, otherwise, I will chop you to death. Also, I tell you, my father Hope, he will find you soon, and then. By then, I will let him cut off your head and let those bullshit knights see that I, Hobia locals, am a great wand master. Looking at Warren Weasley threatening him in the distance, Carl felt very relaxed, and then he walked into his father's room step by step. There is still a huge hole in his arm, and blood is flowing out. 650. Buzz. Just when Carl was about to destroy everything, he suddenly saw a bright red portal next to the window sill. Then, without thinking, he got in. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have completed the side mission. Revenge. You have received a 1,000 merit point reward. You can use these merit points to exchange for a new magic and upgrade your magic value. You have obtained the Lord of the Rings series magic, Ring of Fire, D&D. The wizard holding this ring can perform 3 fire attacks. Ding dong. You can choose to use it once, consume 500 merit points and 100 proficiency points, upgrade your flame sword, and obtain new skills. Advertisement. Ding dong. You can choose to spend 300 merit points to use a new magic to increase your fire attack. Ding dong. You have obtained a new skill, Fire Shield. Ding dong. You have obtained a primary fire spell. Ding dong. You got a bottle of healing potion. From Carl's perspective, he watched the information on his property panel change, and then he looked at the small stone on the wall to his right. It turns out that this is the power of magic. I can actually fly. Looking at the birds flying past in the sky around him and the shadow of the huge and sacred magic circle in the distance, full of light and heat waves, Carl was stunned. At this moment, Carl suddenly felt that he had become extremely powerful. This kind of power was intoxicating. Then, with Carl roaring, he suddenly swung the spear in his hand, drew an arc in the air, and slammed it down on the head of the roaring fire dragon. Go down. Bang. There was a dull sound, and then the fire dragon screamed and fell to the ground like a bird with broken wings. Then, its hard and flaming head burst open like a rotten watermelon, sputtering out large balls of sparks. Ding dong. Congratulations, you defeated the enemy, the flame dragon. In Carl's field of vision, everything in this world, except for the gun in his hand, collapsed and fell apart, and finally disappeared from his field of vision. Then, he found that he had reappeared in the world, into that manner. Advertisement. At the same time, lying on the bed in a certain room of this mansion, was a young man. Well, to be precise, it should be a little girl, She was George Weasley's sister, Annie Shawshank. Brother. I woke up. Huh? Opening her hazy eyes, the confused, BJCC, little girl discovered, she seemed to have traveled through time again. After Carl watched the little girl run out of his room and rush into the living room, he quickly closed the system screen in front of him and quietly slipped out of his room, preparing to take advantage of the little Lolita still sleeping. On this occasion, run for your life quickly. Boom, however, just when Carl tiptoed into the yard and picked up a few wooden sticks from the side, preparing to sneak over the fence, the whole manor began to tremble violently. What's going on? Oh my god, has our manor been attacked? Hurry, we must gather men quickly, by the way. Do you remember our little girl? Hurry, tie her up too, that's not good, that's not good. I heard that last night, she killed Mr. Hocklam. Then what should we do? If she comes to take revenge again, who can stop her? In this manner, many people began to talk. Although, they are not afraid of the little girl, after all, she is just a little girl. Moreover, they also believe that this matter must have something to do with her. So, they feel that it is best to leave here quickly now good. However, when they were about to tie up the little girl with ropes and cloth and plan to hand her over to the police station or sell her directly, they were surprised to find that the little girl was long gone. In the world of Azeroth, in a forest somewhere in the Irati Highlands. Here, there are dense bushes and weeds. There are all kinds of monsters and plants, as well as a large number of poisonous insects, lion majesty, swamps, etc. In short, the scenery of this world is different from that of the Earth. Very far, because it has no sun, no moon, let alone other daily necessities. There is no water, food or fresh water here, there are just large green grasslands and lush bushes. And now, under an ancient tree, two masked men in black were sitting under the tree and resting. They had been on the road for 5 or 6 days, but still had not reached their destination. Hey, well, I said. We still have to go forward, right? Looking at the two lazily looking thieves' teammates beside him, he sat on another leaf. The dark elf ranger couldn't help but complain. Hey, be careful, this place is not peaceful. I once saw a strong wolf being chased all over the mountain by several blind bears, and then it was bitten to death. Another one. The thief seemed a little unhappy with his friend's complaints, so he immediately retorted. Of course, what the other party is talking about should be just a certain wolf. But, where is this place? Chapter 146. Several figures at the same time. On a cliff somewhere in Hachinosu, there were several figures standing. 2 of them are brother and sister Rayleigh and George. The other 4 are Chopper, the cook on Roger's ship, his musketeer, Frankie, and his wife Hancock. Frankie looked at Chopper with a gloomy face. Uncle Chopper, where did you say those children were sent to? On the island, Chopper said. Then let's leave now. Frankie clenched his fists. I want to find them. Frankie, we can't make any arbitrary decisions. We must inform Grandpa Whitebeard first. After all, it's too dangerous there. Those kids are not suitable for taking risks, Chopper said to dissuade them. No, those children are my friends. I have to save them. Frankie's eyes turned red. I want to save them all. Are you crazy? Chopper exclaimed. Yes, I'm crazy. Frankie roared. Uncle Chopper, you think so too, right? Chopper was silent and lowered his head. Seeing that Chopper didn't retort, Frankie's eyes became moist and he choked and said, Uncle Chopper, those children are the most important people to me. Advertisement. Chopper raised his head and looked at Frankie, his eyes full of struggle and hesitation. Finally, Chopper took a deep breath and made a decision. Then you come with me. Okay, thank you Uncle Chopper. A male prisoner was smashed into the muddy ground. Damn guy, how dare you use such a rude way to me? The man who was thrown in was furious. He was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Although he is not a high-ranking person, he is still a captain-level figure in the pirate group. Crack. A rope was tied around the man's neck, and it suddenly contracted and tightened, making him breathless, and a feeling of suffocation spread throughout his body. The man stared, stretched out his hands to pat the rope that bound him, and opened his mouth hard to ask for help. Click. The rope was cut inch by inch, dragging it away from the place. Is this what is called toughness? Advertisement. Rayleigh, who had been watching for a long time, snorted softly. Is such a simple and crude way really good? Please give me flowers. Carl shrugged. Uncle Rayleigh, you are also a pirate, you should know these things. These guys are all desperados. If you don't pay attention, you will become like this. Of course, this is because, Uncle Rayleigh, you are an old-timer. How about you try it instead? Rayleigh shook his head. Carl smiled and continued. I think, Uncle Rayleigh, you can try it now and see if they dare to resist you. Haha, forget it. Rayleigh waved his hand. My old bones can withstand their attacks. If they beat me to the ground, it would be a big shame. It's hard to say, Uncle Rayleigh, you are an old-timer, Carl said teasingly. Hey, just because I'm an old-timer doesn't mean I can beat them. Rayleigh spread her hands helplessly. Every one of them is stronger than me, unless they are a freak like your father. Carl was stunned when he heard this. You're talking about Whitebeard? Well, your father is a recognized swordsman in this sea. Rayleigh said, even I can only look up to my husband for Whitebeard's strength. Chapter 147. The New 4 Emperors. Besides, after his death, your mother became the new 4 emperors. How could his son Whitebeard not be awesome? My father is a hero. Speaking of his father, Carl's eyes showed respect and pride. For as long as Carl can remember, his father Whitebeard has been the most dazzling presence on the entire sea. Not only that, everyone in their family is a hero. That's right. Carl suddenly turned his head and looked at Lei, 313. What? Carl suddenly paused for a second. So, Uncle Rayleigh. Are you willing to join the Whitebeard Pirates? Inside a cell in Hachinosu, Carl was holding a knife and cutting a tin bucket in front of him. Clang. A short sword fell to the ground, splashing water. Carl picked up the short sword on the ground and was stunned. The short sword is covered with rust and traces of Madara. This knife belongs to my father, Carl murmured. Carl squatted down, looking at the short sword and lost in his thoughts. The blade of this knife is extremely thin, and the handle is silver gray with fine lines carved on it. Ding! Carl picked up the blade and drew it across his palm, blood dripping down his fingertips. Advertisement. Carl closed his eyes and let the blood drip down onto the cold, solid floor. Ding! Blood dripped, and Carl opened his eyes, staring at short sword's blade. A flicker of light flickered. In an instant, the blade completely shattered. Carl held the broken handle of the knife blankly and raised his head blankly. My father is dead. Dong dong dong. Who? There was a knock on the cell door, and a chill hit my heart, making people shudder. The cell door slowly opened, and Chopper walked in with Carl. Who is it? The man was extremely vigilant, his body tense, ready to move at any time. May I have your name? Chopper looked at the man in front of him. Who are you? The man is still wary. Relax, kid. Chopper said gently. I am a slave just like you. The man was stunned, but still did not relax his vigilance. We are all special advisors to Naval Headquarters. Chopper explained. We were ordered to help you escape today. Advertisement. Oh, escape? When the man heard this, he suddenly became excited. Chopper said affirmatively. The cell door was kicked open. As soon as the man's nerves relaxed, he immediately gave up resistance. Yes, we will get you out. One of them shouted. Okay, I will definitely cooperate with you, the man quickly promised. Wait a minute. The man interrupted Chopper, with a hint of bitterness on his face. They're sinners. Chopper took a step closer. This mission is very complicated, you need to explain it to me in detail. Chopper nodded slightly. The reason why you were imprisoned is because they caught 4.4 prisoners. However, their shouts did not attract the guards' attention. What's more, he was captured and brought back here. Although he was imprisoned for a period of time, he still knew clearly about his experience and he did not want to stay in such a ghost place. Real? Several strong men came over carrying 3 prisoners. He doesn't have much spirit of resistance. In his opinion, Marines agents are not enough evidence at all. The man's words had just finished. Hey, what are you doing? Let us go quickly. Chapter 148. Talk to him. I'm sorry. Carl said apologetically. It's like this, Chopper and I have something to talk to him about. That's it. Several guards looked at Chopper, then at Carl, and then left the cell. Carl, what are you doing? Chopper asked doubtfully. These people seem to be afraid of us? It's because you are members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Carl sighed. Our Marine headquarters has sent a new special operations team to investigate this matter. Is that so? Chopper nodded in realization. So, where are they now? It's next door. Carl said. You should also know the rules of our Whitebeard Pirates, right? Well, I understand. No matter what happens, we can't reveal the news. Chopper nodded, expressing understanding. Right, so. Carl took a deep breath and said, we must find Whitebeard as soon as possible before the Marine Special Operations Team arrives. You know, Whitebeard is in danger now. Chopper was silent for a moment and said, we can't delay too long. Carl nodded as well. Outside Seastone Prison, who are you? He actually broke into our Seastone Prison. Advertisement. Several sailors shouted seriously. This is Whitebeard's legacy to us. Chopper raised the golden box in his arms and spoke calmly. The Marines looked at each other with horrified looks in their eyes. Whitebeard? Whitebeard actually left the relic to the 2 people in front of him? The sailors hesitated for a moment. Although Whitebeard is dead, Whitebeard's intimidation is still there. In addition, the 2 people in front of me may not be ordinary people. Thinking of this, the leading Marine took out the key and unlocked the prison. Thanks, Chopper nodded and handed the golden box to Carl. Carl put it away solemnly, turned and left. Hey, wait a minute. The leading Marine shouted to Carl to stop. Carl stopped. We will arrange you into the captain's cabin according to Whitebeard's instructions. The leading Marine soldier said, however, I think you'd better change your clothes first. Advertisement. Chopper was startled, then nodded. Thank you. Carl took Chopper into his room. The 2 men put on brand new prison uniforms. After finishing dressing, Inba and Carl stood by the window of Marine prison and observed the outside scene. Wow, it's so beautiful here. Chopper ran to the deck excitedly and looked into the distance. In the distance is the blue sea and the rippling ocean. A huge sailing ship came into view. It sailed so lonely. Whitebeard's big ship? 507. Carl murmured. That's the Grand Line over there? What should we do? Just board the ship. Chopper looked at Carl and asked seriously. Come on board. Carl whispered softly. This is the only chance. The two of them quietly left Seastone Prison and arrived on Whitebeard's ship. I saw an old man lying on the bed with various bandages wrapped around his body. The old man seemed to feel something strange and slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were filled with vicissitudes of life and confusion, as if he had lost his memory. "Grandpa, are you awake?" Chopper smiled and leaned forward. Chapter 149. It's easy to remember, brat. The old man rubbed his eyebrows, looked at the cute little girl in front of him, and asked with a smile, "Little girl, who are you?" "My name is Chopper." Chopper blinked. "Chopper?" The old man scratched his head. "This name is quite easy to remember." "Ha ha ha." Chopper couldn't help laughing. "Grandpa, my name is Carl." "Carl?" The old man touched his head, looking troubled. "I am a member of the Whitebeard Pirates," Carl said seriously. "Our father is the 4 emperors of the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard teach." Whitebeard teach. After hearing Carl's words, the old man suddenly sat up from the bed, with a look of shock and fear in his eyes. Carl and Chopper both looked at the old man in surprise. They didn't expect the old man to react like this. The old man's reaction made Chopper and Carl feel that the situation had changed. You know Whitebeard?" The old man pointed at Carl with a trembling arm. Carl frowned. "It's not important, advertisement," he said coldly. "I hope you can provide some information. I want to rescue Uncle Whitebeard." Carl's attitude was very tough, making the old man's breathing become more rapid. "You want to rescue Whitebeard?" "Yes." Carl nodded. "I need exact information." Information. The old man lowered his head, murmured, and fell into thinking. Carl's eyes were fixed on the old man, and his palms slowly clenched. Once the old man refused, he would take action without hesitation. Finally, the old man raised his head. "There is information about Whitebeard in this. However, the Whitebeard Pirates have been destroyed and all the files were destroyed. It took me several days to get them all." The old man took out a piece of paper and handed it to Carl. Carl glanced at it, then handed it to Chopper. "You should be clear about these things," Carl said indifferently. "Is there anything else?" "That's all for now." The old man gritted his teeth. "Hurry up and help me kill the Whitebeard Pirates. They're murderers." Carl didn't answer the old man's words, but just stared at the old man quietly for a while. In the end, he chose to turn around and leave. "Eh?" Chopper looked at Carl's leaving figure with some surprise. "Why did you leave so suddenly? Are we going to find Joes and the others?" "He's not Josie." Carl shook his head. "He's just using me." "Using you?" Advertisement. Chopper was stunned. "But you just defeated those bad guys. Have you forgotten? I am a brat who was once abandoned by Whitebeard." Carl's bitter smile worsened, but Chopper also wanted to dissuade. However, Carl's body suddenly erupted with extremely strong electromagnetic force. Boom! Chopper was severely knocked away. Ahem. Chopper coughed. "Chopper." Carl worriedly held Chopper's shoulders. "It's okay." Chopper shook his head and, Li, got up with difficulty. "I can still hold on, but I need to rest." "Kindness." Carl held Chopper in his arms and bought it. Carl's body flashed red, and a protective shield enveloped the two of them to prevent Chopper from being injured by the cold wind. "Carl, who are we?" Chopper leaned against Carl's chest and said gloomily. "Don't worry, I will live with you." Carl stroked Chopper's soft and smooth fur and said with determination on his face. Chapter 150. Gradually freezing. Chopper nodded slightly. Around the two of them, the seawater gradually froze. The sailboat the two of them were riding on also began to flutter. And at this moment, the Carl Pirates are in danger. Near a port a few kilometers away from the Carl Pirates, pirates were patrolling. "Dad." One of the leaders of Carl's pirate group walked up to Carl and reported the situation respectfully. "The sea has been very chaotic recently, we have to be more careful." Carl nodded slightly. He had no time to pay attention to such nonsense now. "Go and do your work first." Carl waved his hand. The cadres retreated. 390. Carl closed his eyes and continued to meditate. With his efforts during this period, he has reached Carl's limit and cannot improve again in the short term, but he is ready. Carl plans to try to break through the shackles of the legendary level, the realm of the Admiral of Headquarters. For Carl, breaking through the Admiral realm is actually not a problem. As long as his spirit and momentum are enough, then he is sure to step into the realm of Admiral. However, it is not easy to break through the threshold of Admiral level. Advertisement. Carl's condition is quite bad, and the long journey, BJBD, has consumed Carl's energy too much. Even Carl himself is not very sure that he can successfully advance in this environment. Well, Carl sighed. Carl knew very well the cost of promotion in this environment. He must recover his body as soon as possible so that the team can break through with confidence. Carl continued to cultivate his body, and at the same time, he silently prayed for his safe return. He couldn't wait to see the child he had abandoned. Dong dong. Dong dong. Dong dong dong. The sudden sound in his ears made Carl open his eyes, and he scanned the surroundings vigilantly. "Who are you?" Carl asked in a deep voice, but the man didn't respond. Carl couldn't help but wonder, who is it? Carl murmured to himself. "Why'd I smell blood?" In Carl's eyes, there was bright red liquid dripping from a tall building in the distance. The sound of blood dripping sounded, and Carl's pupils suddenly contracted. "Call out." Along with the sharp sound, a red sword energy penetrated Carl. Advertisement: Carl's naginata was placed in front of the sword energy, blocking the attack of the sword energy. However, the power of this sword energy obviously exceeded Carl's expectations. At the moment of collision, the naginata actually made a sound of gold and iron. Boom! The sword energy exploded, and the huge aftermath overturned the surrounding buildings. Carl, on the other hand, spit out a large mouthful of blood. This brought anger to his face. B************* D thing. Carl roared angrily, his whole body swelled up, and he stretched out his hand to grab the direction where the sword energy hit. Bang! A strong wind swept around and dispersed the smoke, but the figure originally standing on the tower had disappeared. Ran? Carl shouted angrily, but Carl didn't chase. His physical condition is too poor to catch up, and the enemy may not wait for his opportunity to pursue him. No matter who you are, sooner or later, I will cut you into pieces. Carl gritted his teeth, but he didn't give up. Carl continued to move forward. Chapter 151. Getting faster and faster. His speed is getting faster and faster. Carl knew that the guy hiding in the dark would never give up, he was always watching him. And if the opponent really finds an opportunity to sneak attack, then Carl may be dead. So, Carl had to speed up. At the same time, in another sea area. On a pirate ship flying the flag of the Carl Pirates, a group of people gathered on the deck. Dad is not on board, what should we do? Someone asked. Hey, what are you afraid of? With Dad's strength there, it's not so easy for something to happen. Even if something happens, with Dad's terrifying life recovery power, he can always heal himself, right? Another person patted his chest and said, anyway, Dad's goal has always been the Carl Pirates. He will definitely land in person. Then what are we afraid of? Just wait until Dad. Someone else said, yes, we just wait until Dad comes back. Listening to the discussion below, the captain couldn't help but frown. He felt that these idiots were completely wasting their time. The captain looked at the adjutant beside him. Advertisement. The adjutant nodded slightly. The next second, the adjutant took out a signal bomb from his waist. Bang, bang, bang. The flares bloomed in the sky and turned into gorgeous flowers. Dad, you must come back, the captain murmured lowly and then turned to look at the others. Train me, shouted the captain. The pirates below suddenly cheered. Oh. The noise of the pirates brought a smile to Carl's face. Although he doesn't know what is going on, what Carl can confirm is that they will be reunited soon. Carl speeded up and headed in the direction of Marineford. On the way, Carl also rescued several unconscious pirates. Really, there's not even a doctor, it's really troublesome. Carl shook his head, but he did not refuse the pirates' request for help. After all, these pirates are also sincere. Carl doesn't mind helping them. Advertisement, however, the toxins in these people are too deep, and there seem to be other hidden dangers. Carl didn't dare to deal with these pirates rashly. Please give me flowers. However, at this moment, a slightly childish voice came to Carl's ear. Hey, the toxins in your body are very dangerous. Do you want me to help you get rid of them? A little girl appeared in front of Carl. She looked at Carl with curiosity on her face. Poison. Carl looked at the little girl who suddenly appeared. He felt the unconcealed aura on her body and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This little girl is not very old and looks even younger than a newborn baby. However, Carl did not dare to be careless at all. Who are you? Why do you want to save me? Carl was on guard. He couldn't easily believe this stranger who suddenly appeared. The little girl tilted her head. My name is Lilith. I think I can save you. As Lilith said this, she took out her wand and drew it twice in the air. Most of the poison on the surface of Carl's body disappeared instantly, causing him to groan in relief. What surprised Carl even more was that those poisons really didn't seem to harm the little girl, or in other words, the other party's body could resist the poisons. What a magical power. Carl looked at the little girl, his eyes twinkling. Chapter 152. Curiosity. Hey, are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Lilith touched her face. No, I'm just curious about how you did it. Carl looked at the little girl with some expectation. Because of my bloodline, the little girl replied matter-of-factly. Your bloodline? What is your bloodline? Carl asked with interest. Well, the little girl blinked, 970, and then her cheeks turned black and her lips turned black. Seeing Lilith's change, Carl took a breath of air. Damn the toxicity, no wonder these people have never been able to get rid of it. Carl understood clearly in his heart. Lilith didn't notice the change in Carl's heart. She looked at Carl and said, my toxins are different from others. I can suppress those poisons. You mean you can control the toxins in my body? Carl raised his eyebrows and looked at Lilith. Yes, my poison is very precious. Lilith showed off. Carl ignored Lilith and just asked, why are you here? I got lost following you. The little girl covered her mouth and said with a sweet smile, but, I know you will definitely come here. Advertisement, kindness? Carl looked at the little girl confused. Lilith shrugged. You mean, you can predict the future? Carl asked again. No, I should say. My ability to predict is a little stronger than prophecy. I can see part of the future. Lilith corrected. A little more powerful than the prophecy? Carl frowned. This is not a good sign. The unknown is the scariest thing. Why are you telling me this? Carl asked in a deep voice. Because you saved my life, and I don't like to owe others. Lilith said seriously. When Carl heard this, he couldn't help being stunned. After a long time, Carl laughed. Ha 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 ha, you are really interesting. Carl laughed heartily. I rarely hear people say that about me, but I think you are right. Saving one life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Carl nodded and then asked, do you know who I am? Advertisement, have no idea. Lilith shook her head. It doesn't matter. Carl said with a smile. He pointed to the marine base behind him and said, so, how about I go save the world now? Carl looked towards the distant coastline. He had already seen the captured pirates. Carl knew he had to act. Are you going to save those pirates? Lilith couldn't help but exclaim when she saw this scene. That's right. Carl nodded. Then why don't you detoxify me first, and I can go with you? Lilith suggested. This proposal is quite good. Carl sighed in admiration. Then, please follow me. Lilith took Carl towards the dock. After approaching the pier, Carl stopped and frowned as he looked at the scene on the pier in the distance in 3.2. Tell me, what will happen if first kill Marine? Carl asked. Lilith tilted her head. She recalled for a moment, and then she began to say, those people will be sent to impel down, and then, imprisoned for life. Ha 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 ha. What a great idea. When Carl heard this, not only was he not angry, but he laughed. Chapter 153. Shivering. This crazy laughter made the surrounding pirates tremble continuously. They looked at Carl in fear. Carl was dismissive. I don't need the allegiance of those guys, I just need them to be obedient. These guys are not worth my waste of energy to manage. But that's fine. After I get rid of these eyesores, I can attack the Grand Line with peace of mind. Carl looked into the distance, his eyes filled with the desire to fight and conquer. He. I like it. Lilith couldn't help but smile. She looked into the distance as if she saw the man's figure. I don't know. Where is that guy Roger now? Carl looked into the distance and fell into thinking. 19. No matter where he goes, he will eventually meet him. Lilith replied. You're right. Carl nodded. Carl looked up at the sky and murmured to himself. Then, let's wait and see what happens in New World. On the other side, in a room in Marineford, Robin and Josie stood by the window, looking at Marineford's harbor. The captain's fleet has left the port, and it seems that it is going to Marineford. Josie said. I know that his fleet has already set off. Robin replied indifferently. Josie looked outside, and there was no sign of Marine in his field of vision. Advertisement. This will all end. Robin lowered his eyes. Well, those people are chasing us again. Josie suddenly noticed several pirate ships appearing in the distance. He fired his gun vigilantly and prepared for battle. Etc. Robin stopped Josie. What's wrong, teacher? Josie asked doubtfully. At this time, it's better for you to call me sister. I don't want you to call me teacher. Robin's palm patted Josie's shoulder. Sister, sister. Josie shouted hesitantly. Good boy. Robin stroked Josie's head happily. Your brother is a bit stupid. Robin teased. She turned her head and looked at Yuan Ming. This fool is so naive to be caught here, isn't he? Does he really think Marine will give up on capturing him? Robin chuckled and said, these people are probably coming for me. Advertisement. Is this coming for you, teacher? Josie's eyes widened. 143. Robin said indifferently. In this case, then there is no need to leave anyone alive. Boom. Some timid pirates couldn't help but swallow. The leader was none other than Sachi, the adjutant of the Naval Headquarters staff. Immediately afterwards, a feeling of extreme danger enveloped the entire place, causing everyone's expressions to change dramatically. Everyone present was shocked. These sailors, Carl D.Ace. After Robin said this, she pulled Josie and retreated to the back of the house. Thatch looked at Carl's position and yelled, because they all saw a huge head hanging above the sky, overlooking the entire sea. At this moment, in front of them, countless Marines wrapped around the pirate group's ship, slowly approaching and surrounding it. As Robin finished speaking, the entire room turned pitch black, with only the sunlight coming in from the window illuminating everything. This is... Carl. Get out of here. The huge noise shocked the surroundings, and even the seawater rippled. Gulu. Yes, after all, you also ran away from me, right? Chapter 154. Retreat. Everyone present retreated one after another. They could not resist the pressure at all. What do you want to do, guy? Thatch looked at Carl and asked through gritted teeth. I don't want to do anything, I just want to destroy this island. Carl replied coldly. What? Destroy the island? The Marines present were extremely surprised. They couldn't believe that Carl had such terrible ambitions. Humph, just by yourself? Idiot. Thatch mocked and waved his hand. Behind him, 3 high-level swordsmen immediately drew their swords and jumped up, heading straight for Carl. Carl looked at the flying swordsman, and a sneer appeared on his lips. Boom. Crack. When Carl's fist hit the chest of the first high-level swordsman, his bones were shattered, and even his ribs were smashed. Wow, the high-level swordsman howled miserably and vomited blood and fell to the ground, dying in a miserable state. Advertisement. Damn guy, go to hell. The remaining 2 high-level swordsmen shouted angrily and slashed at Carl with 2 sharp blades. Carl stretched out an arm, held 2 sharp blades with one hand, and then pulled hard, tearing the 2 swordsmen into pieces. This guy is so strong, as expected of Carl. No, I should say Carl of the Carl Pirates. You must not mess with this kind of monster. Seeing the strength displayed by Carl, the pirates present suddenly panicked. At this moment, Carl's right fist hit a pirate. The pirate's head exploded instantly, and bright red blood spread all over the deck. Go quickly, run quickly. The other pirates screamed and ran away desperately, only to find that they had been completely locked by Carl. Bang, 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 bang. With the sound of Carl's footsteps, every time he takes a step, a pirate will inevitably die. In just a few minutes, 7 or 8 pirates fell dead on the deck. However, more people took the opportunity to break through the Carl Pirates' defense line and ran towards the distance. Damn it. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* crew members under Carl yelled angrily, and they fought bravely towards the escaping pirates, and the two sides fought together again. Teacher, we. Advertisement. Josie looked at the situation of the crew members worriedly. Don't worry, Inns. Robin said calmly. Although those pirates are embarrassingly weak, their numbers are much greater than yours, Josie. In this situation, they will not lose. If you're really worried about them, help them. I'd love for you to make a choice, Robin said as if he had expected it. After Josie was silent for a long time, he finally took a step towards the battlefield. Teacher, I. Just as Josie was about to explain his unwillingness to join Marine, Robin interrupted him. No need to explain, Chowsy, just do what you like, Li Ji's factory. Robin's words were full of affirmation, I will. Josie took a deep breath, picked up the weapon in his hand and rushed towards the battlefield. He is not a coward, he just wants to protect the teacher. Bang! Josie collided with a high-level swordsman. The sharp blade in the hand of the high-level swordsman drew a cold light and struck Josie's left leg hard, instantly injuring Josie and causing him to stagger back. Sweat dripped from Josie's forehead, but he still gritted his teeth and held on. Chapter 155. A little surprised. D. The high-level swordsman frowned slightly, and he was slightly surprised by the strength shown by Josie. Peeved. At this moment, a silver-white lightning swept across and blew the high-level swordsman's head off. How dare you resist? The high-level swordsman looked at Josie angrily, and he raised his sword and pointed it at Josie. Whoosh! In the next second, the head of the high-level swordsman was penetrated, and the scene of death emerged. This guy. Others present showed fearful expressions. They did not expect that in this situation, Carl still had the power to defeat them. You guys. Carl stood on the high platform, staring at the pirates below with cold eyes, no emotion in his eyes. Your ending has been decided a long time ago, so leave peacefully. Carl, don't even think about it. Saki roared angrily and attacked with a sword. Boom. However, before Thatch could get close to Carl, he flew backwards as if he had been hit hard. Saki. How is that possible? Advertisement. Sachi covered his abdomen in disbelief. There was a dagger stuck in his belly, and the dagger popped out from the wall beside Sachi, causing Sachi to take a breath of cold air. Boo-hoo. On the other side of Sachi, two more daggers stabbed at him quickly. Sachi turned his head to avoid with difficulty, but the dagger chased Sachi as if it had a spirit and kept attacking. Peeved. Peeved. Ah. Sachi's body was constantly hurt, but he also found an opening. He looked up and saw that Carl had disappeared, and there were 3 people following behind him. Carl, Josie, Robin. The speed of the 3 of them was too fast for Thatch to notice at all. What's more, he was attacked by a sneak attack. A hole. You actually attacked me secretly, Thatch yelled angrily. We are not useless like you. Josie, BJAB, said sarcastically. Don't underestimate me, I will kill you, Sage roared angrily, his eyes red. Oh, is it so? Robin said lightly, but I'm afraid you don't have any chance. Advertisement, peeved. A kunai shot out from her palm and accurately nailed Sachi's throat. Ahem. Sachi coughed painfully, but there was a look of madness and unwillingness on his face. Damn. Cough cough cough. Sage struggled for a moment, then fell to the deck. There is no fairness in this world. Carl looked at Sachi's body and said slowly. Anyway, please forgive him, Robin said with a respectful salute. I know, after all, you were his teacher, Carl nodded and said. He looked at Robin and said with a twinkle in his eye, your strength has improved a lot, little girl. I just trained hard according to your instructions, and I also learned your armament hockey, so I will naturally improve. Robin said modestly, ha ha ha, you kids are finally here. Carl laughed and said, in that case, come and try my new skills. Carl moved quickly, and his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind Robin, and then grabbed Robin's slender neck. Chapter 156. Becoming Scarlet, crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking sounded. Robin's body went limp, Carl let go of his arms, and Robin fell to the ground. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Robin gasped violently. She raised her head with difficulty and looked at Carl, her eyes full of shock. Robin never expected that Carl's strength would be so strong. She just glanced at Carl and fell into unconsciousness. Josie quickly threw himself in front of Robin and hugged Robin. Carl. Looking at the unconscious Robin, Josie looked up to the sky and roared. Josie was trembling all over, and his pupils turned scarlet. Hello. Carl patted Josie on the shoulder. Your friend is fine for the time being, so relax. Listening to Carl's words, Josie lowered his head and his palms trembled slightly. These guys. Josie turned around, stared at the remaining pirates, and said with red eyes. I will never let you go. Don't worry, I'll send you on your way right away. Carl's fists were clenched tightly, and he suddenly punched down, hitting several strong men at the front of the pirate group. Peefed. Blood spurted out and screams continued. Advertisement Josie was stunned and looked at Carl blankly. Carl actually killed the pirates in the front row. Chowsy opened his mouth wide, completely disbelieving what he was seeing. Carl ignored the stupid Josie and walked straight towards the cabin of the pirate ship. He needs to completely deal with this group of garbage instead of continuing to waste time on these ants. Rumble. A huge explosion came from behind Carl. Those strong men who were knocked unconscious by Carl detonated the bomb hidden in the secret compartment behind Carl's back. Damn it. Carl cursed, jumped up suddenly, and jumped to the fat Sky King. Boom. The fierce flames reduced the surrounding area to ashes. Snort. Carl glanced disdainfully at the flames below, and then he landed at the front of the pirate ship. He looked down at the living pirates below. Carl, I don't know this group of miscellaneous fish. They don't seem to be from the Big Mom pirates. These survivors fled in panic. Carl looked indifferently at the frightened people below. I just want to say one thing. Your life has been burned out. As Carl's voice fell, hundreds of kunai appeared out of thin air and plunged into the bodies of the pirates. Please give me flowers. Advertisement, peefed. Kunai penetrated the body, and these pirates were killed instantly. An attack of this magnitude poses no threat to me at all. At this time, Ain came forward, and she was very worried. Well, Uncle Carl, I want to ask you a few things. I see. Carl raised his eyebrows and then motioned for Ain to continue. Ain looked at Carl and asked. Carl shook his head and said, shaving is shaving, the ultimate meaning of razor. Ain asked seriously. Mr. Carl. Carl shook his head and said, although this offensive is good, it can't do anything to me. Mr. Carl, what you just demonstrated, is shaving in the true sense just shaving. Ain nodded thoughtfully, but soon, she had other doubts. Ain nodded. She also understood how powerful Carl was, so she didn't say much. Of course not. Oh, Mr. Carl, I want to know. Ain hesitated for a moment, then expressed his confusion. Why are you able to do this, Step B? Don't worry. Carl sneered. Chapter 158 Sunset, why? Carl looked at the sunset in the distance, his eyes becoming more distant, because this is how my father left. What? Ain's eyes widened. People in this world always think that shaving means the end. Carl sighed, his eyes returned to coldness, and he said slowly, but our marine history class told us. In this, 637, universe, there are many superheroes who are greater than we imagine. There are even things beyond our imagination, that is. Superman. Superman? Carl's words caused Ain to fall into silence. That's right. Carl said. Superman may be the only strong man in the world who will not weaken due to age. They possess powers that ordinary people cannot reach. My father is a Superman. What is Superman? Ain asked curiously. Carl glanced at Ain, and then said calmly, that thing is too profound for me to explain to you. You will naturally understand it when you reach a certain level. Advertisement, also, I want to warn you, never underestimate Superman, especially that man, the monster among Superman. He is the most terrifying of all Superman. Carl's voice was hoarse at the end. The scariest being among Superman? A complicated look appeared on Ain's face. These things are too far away. Miss Iron, if I remember correctly, you should have a bounty of 200 million belly, right? Carl looked at Ain and asked. Forehead. Ain was slightly embarrassed. She did have the bounty, but she didn't want to spend it. Ain knew that disasters were about to happen in the future, and she wanted to use the money to buy herself some stability. I hope you can take this money and help this country. Carl said solemnly. I understand, Mr. Carl. Ain nodded and agreed. When Carl heard this, he smiled with satisfaction and then flew away. Then, I should go back and rest for a while. I haven't been so tired for a long time. You won't sleep well tonight, do you need some rest? Carl said with a smile. Advertisement, thank you. Ain said softly. Carl nodded, and his figure gradually disappeared from Ain's sight. Really, we haven't finished talking yet, Dracul Mahawk said unhappily, looking at Ain. I think you should come back to the hospital with me. Dracul Mahawk pointed at the dying Robin lying on the ground and said. You can't take her back like this, otherwise something will happen to her. Ain said seriously. Your little girl is still too young. Her injuries have stabilized and she will recover with just a little nursing care. Dracul Mahawk shrugged. VR. Ain gritted his teeth and glared at Dracul Mahawk. 2.0. What's wrong with me? Do you still dare to resist? Dracul Mahawk looks like he needs a beating. Ain turned his head and stopped looking at Dracul Mahawk. Okay, Carl suddenly stopped the tit-for-tat confrontation between the two people. Carl stretched out his hand and pressed Ain's head. Ain, you are still young, and you still have a lot to learn. Advertisement chapter 159, but I'm not a child. Ain raised his head and looked at Carl and said. Haha, yes, you have grown up, Carl said happily. Ain didn't speak, just looked at Carl quietly. So, when are you going to go back? Carl changed the subject. Have no idea, Ain shook his head. In that case, come back with me. Carl smiled. Ain was stunned, but then she shook her head firmly and refused. I can't go back, sir, Ain said seriously. She has her own plan in mind. Carl looked at Ain's resolute face and sighed. 19. Ain, you have indeed become a lot stronger, but it is not enough to support you to act independently. Why? Carl advised. Your strength cannot even beat the ordinary people on this ship. This is not good. Give up. Carl patted Ain's head and said with a smile. In this case, you can still inherit my mantle. No, I still want to take risks. Advertisement. And, I can't always rely on Mr. Carl. I want to protect my partners. Ain persisted. Ouch. Carl looked at the sky. Tonight is destined to be a long voyage. You must be mentally prepared, little girl Ain. Carl said, and then walked away. Ain, you really don't want to think about it? I think the old man's proposal is quite suitable for you. Dracula Mahawk approached Ain and tried to persuade him, but he was rejected mercilessly. Shut up, I'm not a child. Ain said this. Listening to Ain's words, Inrakal Mahawk rolled his eyes. This stubborn brat. Dracula complained helplessly in his heart. Night falls. The entire sea area was shrouded in darkness. Carl docked in front of an island. We're here, Ain. Carl greeted Ain, and then walked straight into this deserted island. Although Carl didn't say it clearly, Ain still guessed where the island was. Advertisement, Baytown. Ain whispered, then, follow closely behind. Carl commented. Okay, stop arguing, Shao, I will leave Ain to your care. Ion is smarter than any of you, Ain retorted. However, you must each be responsible for the future and destiny of the Carl Pirates. Joe said this, while Ain was unwilling to be weak. And my wish is that the Carl Pirates will never fall apart, so, you must grow up. I see, in a house. Carl sat at the head and looked at the three people below. Joe, Ian and Nikita, you are my favorite children, but at the same time, you are also the best. Do you understand? Carl waved his hand, and then he looked at Ain. You too, Miss Ain. Ain can't do it, she's too young. B. Carl's eyes condensed with a terrifying light. The Carl Pirates have been in turmoil since their birth, and it is even more so now. My body is getting weaker and weaker. If a new member is not found soon, 167 Carl Pirates will probably fall apart. Joe nodded in agreement. The headquarters of the Carl Pirates. Chapter 160 concerned Carl's words made the two children quiet down. Ain turned her head, she didn't need Dracula Mahawk's care. And Dracula Mahawk is not a guy who cares about others. What are we going to do? Ain looked at Carl. Go and meet your mother, I think she will like you very much. Carl smiled and touched Ain's head and then said. Mother? Ain was confused. Her name is Maria Hancock. She is a very gentle and kind-hearted woman. She has always been eager to be reunited with her children. Don't you miss her very much? Carl said with a smile. I don't want her to die. Ain frowned. Oh, why? Because of me? Carl asked. Because I want her to survive. Ain hesitated for a while and then said this. She didn't want to hide it, she wanted to make it clear. Your mother really didn't deserve this pain. Carl took a deep breath from the cigarette, then threw it out of the window. Do you want your mother to live? Think. Ain nodded vigorously. Advertisement, but if you want to save your mother, you must become stronger. We need to get to naval headquarters, Carl said decisively. The Carl Pirates fleet sets off again, however, their speed has slowed down. Because, Carl was injured and it was a serious internal injury. After several days of bumpy seas, Carl finally arrived at his destination one night. This is an island near Marineford. It was one of the strongholds built by Marine. Now, it's guarded by Marine. Carl, standing in front of the dock, said to his disciples. The two teenagers nodded. They had heard the rumors about Marineford a long time ago. But to them, these rumors only represent mystery and power. But Ain didn't think so at all, because she had been to Marineford. It is a city full of conspiracies and lies, she hates it there. However, Ain was quite interested in the stronghold Carl mentioned, especially when Carl led them to the door of this stronghold. Welcome everyone. A voice sounded, and then a burst of footsteps appeared in front of the door. Captain Carl, you came at the right time, the visitor said with a smile. Carl nodded. Thank you these days, Spangdine. Advertisement. It should be, Spangdine said quickly, and then his eyes fell on Ain. Excuse me, what is this? Spangdine asked, seeming to want to understand the origin of Ain. Ain's eyes widened, and she took out her palm. Spangdine suddenly realized it, and then showed a bright smile. What's wrong with you? This made Carl stunned. Obviously, he did not expect Ain to leave suddenly. Carl asked his disciple. It's an honor to meet you, Ain. Nick was puzzled. What's up with her? Carl introduced. Maybe I'm shy. Joe shrugged. I think I know the answer. I need to leave. Spangdine stretched out his right hand and held Ain's little hand. Ain turned around and took off his clothes. However, a second later, Spangtianian's face became slightly embarrassed. Oh good. So you are Ain? Joe and Nick also stared blankly at the fleeing Ain. Ain. Chapter 161 Carl's instructions, is that so? Nick scratched his head, then looked at Carl, waiting for Carl's instructions. Forget it, you have worked hard during this period. Go back and have a rest. By the way, tell your father that I have recovered and you don't have to worry about me. Carl said slowly. As you command, Joe saluted, and then followed Dracula Mahawk and left the dock. After they left, Carl turned around and looked at the man beside him. You are tired too, Adman Alloy, you should go and take a rest. Carl said softly. Yes, master. The man known as Adamantium nodded respectfully and then withdrew. Carl was left standing in front of Pier 210, staring at the port in front of him. As night falls, the pier is brightly lit. Ain was lying alone on a street corner. Hey, Ain. A voice rang out. Then, a small figure appeared beside Ain's bed. Ain opened his eyes. Advertisement. What caught his eye was that familiar young face. Neptune. Ain looked at Neptune in front of him in surprise. Why are you sleeping here? Neptune frowned and looked at Ain, with a reproachful tone. How can you, BJFA, sleep here at such a young age? Forehead. Ain couldn't argue with Neptune. After all, it stands to reason that she is an adult and should be able to protect herself. But this is not the case. At least, it really doesn't take any effort to deal with a young girl like Ain. That's why Ain is in such a mess. Otherwise, with the amulet and blitz strike left by Carl, Ain would not be afraid of being chased by anyone at all. Wake up. You haven't eaten yet. Neptune pushed his sister. Sorry. Ain apologized in a daze. It doesn't matter, we are sisters. Neptune said nonchalantly. Advertisement. Ain climbed up from the bed and rubbed his messy hair. What shall we eat today? You wash up first, then we go shopping. Okay. Where are we going to buy something? Of course we're going to the store. The siblings dressed up and set off. When Ain followed Neptune to the store, Ain noticed that the people here were getting sparser. Perhaps, because of the recent storm, this terminal has been suspended for business, and the price of goods here is several times more expensive than usual. Therefore, most people have chosen to leave unless necessary. Therefore, Ain and Neptune came to a small commodity shop called Seagull. And when Ain stepped into this small commodity store, a touch of surprise appeared in Ain's heart. There are many beautiful clothes in this world. If you don't consider the high price, these clothes are enough for any girl to wear. Of course, the clothes here are all made of black gauze and do not have the effect of covering up. Do you need to buy new clothes? A gentle female voice sounded. Yes, Alice, pinch my sister to put on beautiful clothes. Neptune said with a smile. Then, this dress will be discounted for you. The clerk named Alice said and placed a red dress in front of Alvin and Neptune. Chapter 162. My body hurts. Alice carefully selected this dress, which was the most suitable style for Ain, but the same price also made Alice secretly feel pain. However, when I saw the smiles of Alvin and Neptune, the pain disappeared instantly. This is so precious. Alvin shook his head. Although he knew that this was a gift specially prepared for him by his sister. However, the other party does not lack money. On the contrary, within the pirate group under Carl, the other party has huge power and status. Therefore, Carl is unwilling to let Alice spend money. It's not precious, it's just a piece of clothing. Besides, I think Carl, you are very suitable for wearing it. Alice comforted her brother, and Neptune also helped. Yes, brother, you should try it. This is Alice's wish. Really? Carl asked, and then picked up the dress. Among the three siblings, Carl's intelligence and physique are far beyond those of his peers, but only emotionally, he seemed slow. Especially in front of his sister. Therefore, Carl was easily moved. Thank you, Alice. You're welcome. Alice smiled and touched her brother's head. Really, I haven't seen you for so long, and I'm still saying you're welcome, you too. Advertisement on the side. Neptune shook his head and sighed. Okay, don't worry, Neptune, we won't lose it. Carl comforted his brother. Appleton nodded again in agreement. Then, Upton took his sister into the second floor of the store. Almost all the products here are brand new, and they are displayed on the shelves to make people dizzy. These clothes are so beautiful. Carl looked at the gorgeous yet elegant clothes. Yes, sister, Neptune cheered, but Carl hesitated. Are we really going to buy these clothes? Carl asked, looking at the clothes around him. Why don't you buy it? Don't you like it? Neptune tilted his head and looked at his sister, blinking. I have no idea. Carl was confused. He had never worn such gorgeous clothes. However, Carl couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he imagined what he would look like wearing these clothes. Advertisement. Children, look at every piece of clothing here. Please give me flowers. Neptune patted his chest, as if the compliment belonged to him. Carl, let's try this, you'll definitely like it. Neptune said proudly. Carl couldn't help but said. Of course. Carl, you are my brother, and of course you are the best, right? Carl lowered his head, not daring to look at his sister, for fear that she would find out something. Why really? With that said, Neptune picked up a piece of pink fabric and ran towards the fitting room. Carl raised his head subconsciously. Even the colors are perfectly matched together, as if they were specially designed for Carl. 0. Of course. Carl. Our clothes are designed for us by the best tailors on the island. Moreover, these clothes are made according to your measurements. However, Neptune didn't seem to notice all this. Really, so beautiful. Immediately, Carl froze. The clothes here are not only gorgeous, but every piece of clothing seems to be tailor-made for Carl. Appleton said, pointing to the clothes hanging in the closet. Carl's face turned red. 6SF Chapter 163 Lively. Well, seeing this scene, Carl couldn't help but smile bitterly and scratch his cheek. He suddenly found that his sister became lively. although she is still dull in some aspects, but more often she looks like a normal girl. Just like. Carl turned his head and looked to the side. There's a light blue robe, that is. Carl looked at Neptune in confusion. The 810 party was not only holding a men's robe, but also another women's robe. Carl, didn't you say you liked this dress? Here, put it on. Neptune pulled Carl and put the lady's robe in his arms. Carl was speechless. Although he did say this, he only said it casually. Now, let Carl wear 2 dresses in front of everyone. Even though Carl had an amazingly thick skin, he couldn't bear it at this moment. Why, don't you want it? Are you shy? Ha ha. Neptune looked at his brother's shy look and began to laugh. Carl, on the other hand, stood there awkwardly, at a loss. Advertisement, in that case, let me help you put it on. Neptune said, opening Shikai Carl's button. Carl quickly blocked it. However, he couldn't stop his sister. Moreover, his strength was no match for his opponent, and he was quickly unbuttoned. Carl, you are a man, you can't always dodge, Alice said encouragingly. No need, Carl refused. He's not shy, he's just not used to it. You're going to hurt yourself, honey, Neptune said with a frown. I'm just not used to it, Carl lowered his head and said. Then, turn your back to me first and wait for me to help you put on your robe. Neptune suggested. Carl nodded and turned his back. Then, he heard Neptune's footsteps leaving, and he still couldn't bear to look back after all. He saw a cute maid approaching him holding the robe. There was a smile on her lips, and her eyes were staring at herself full of spirit. Brother Carl Hogwarts, please put on this robe. This is a gift from Miss Neptune. Advertisement, the maid whispered. I can't. Carl subconsciously wanted to shirk. You're no ordinary person, Carl. The maid chuckled. Carl was about to deny it, but was stunned and did not continue speaking. He thought of what his sister had said. Carl, you are not an ordinary person, you are a student of Carl Hogwarts. Carl murmured, then slowly stretched out his hand, took the robe from the other party, and slowly put it on. The robe fits well and is soft. The moment he put it on, it seemed to blend into his body, incomparably harmonious. Very handsome, the maid praised 0.9 from the side. Why really? Carl was a little embarrassed, but he couldn't hide the joy on his face. This feeling of being praised by others is very refreshing. Certainly, Neptune also came over and looked at Carl carefully. This is Amat's work. I have seen it once, Neptune admired, and then said excitedly. That Amat? Carl asked blankly. Chapter 164 Very powerful? In his impression, Amat should be his teacher, or his friend, or some other stranger. Yes. Neptune spoke, looking at Carl with even more envy and admiration. I still remember that girl was very good, she was good at making all kinds of clothes, and they were all high quality. Neptune sighed with emotion, his eyes filled with admiration. So, Carl, you must marry that Amat in the future, such an outstanding girl. Forehead, Carl was speechless. He is no longer a 3-year-old child, so of course he understands the implication of Appleton's words. However, he didn't feel that he needed the woman named Amat to improve his abilities. Carl just wants to be a magic apprentice with peace of mind, study potions with his parents, and then get into college. He now has a goal. Then, that's it for today. Appleton packed up his things and prepared to leave. Carl, don't forget your promise today, you have to go shopping with me. Neptune gave instructions before leaving. Yeah, I know. Carl reluctantly agreed. How can he be in the mood to go shopping now? Advertisement, he is in a panic now. He didn't know how to deal with his relationship with Neptune. This is the first time Carl has encountered something like this. Wait, I have an idea. Suddenly, Carl's head jumped suddenly. A good idea occurred to him. Let's go find a wizard and ask how to do it. Carl happily pulled Neptune and ran away. There's an open space behind the castle. There are no wizards living here on weekdays. Today, several young men gathered here. They were sitting around the fire, drinking and talking about something. Hey guys. Carl shouted and squeezed in with Neptune. Oh, Carl, you? A young man with blonde hair and blue eyes greeted him. Carl nodded at him. I heard, you succeeded, Carl, it's really enviable. Yes, Carl. You actually became a student at Hogwarts? Advertisement. Several men complimented him one after another, with envy in their eyes. After all, they are all about the same age as Carl, or even a little older. However, they couldn't even enter a single Hogwarts house. Their qualifications are very poor and they are not suitable to inherit the potion inheritance from their ancestors. Because this will affect their future of potions. But, Carl is different. He has a strong bloodline. He can learn many potion recipes. This is just perfect. This also led to these people very enthusiastically inviting Carl, hoping to exchange knowledge about potions classes with him. Carl 333 did not refuse, but he also did not agree. His attitude toward these people was strange. If you are familiar with him, you will definitely be surprised by such a scene. You bastards, on the other side, Crumb yelled angrily. He threw the cup in front of him to the ground, and the broken glass scattered everywhere. Oh, Crumb. A top student from Slytherin House came over and comforted Crumb. Calm down, Crumb, that Carl is not worthy of your anger. Crumb shook his head, obviously still annoyed, however, he also understood that he did not have the upper hand. Chapter 165 Unpredictable, he does not deserve to be our enemy. Yes, Crumb. The top student of Slytherin House said, our opponent must be Professor Dumbledore. This sentence seemed to touch Clum's sensitive nerve. His expression changed unpredictably, and finally regained his composure, but there was still hatred hidden in his eyes. Okay, Carl Weasley is indeed unworthy, but our opponent is Voldemort. Crumb said through gritted teeth. So what? The top student of Slytherin House shrugged and said. I have never been afraid of the Dark Lord. Really? You sure aren't afraid of any dark magic? The top student of Slytherin House said. Unfortunately, this does not mean that you are not afraid of death. Crumb remained silent. Crumb, we can't go on like this. Dumbledore has exposed the dark magic. The top student of Slytherin House looked at Crumb and said. I know, you don't want to admit it, and you don't dare to admit it. But all this is true. Dumbledore has mastered the dark magic that can destroy everything. There is no doubt about it. So, if you want to protect your family and loved ones, you should resist the Dark Lord. Let the darkness disappear. He spoke impassionedly. Advertisement, you do not understand. I don't understand. We are all wizards, why should I understand? The top student in Slytherin School sneered. Crumb, we can't stay in the Muggle world forever, we can't be trapped here forever. This world has completely turned into a dark period, and we should change it. You mean Voldemort? I hate that villain, Clume said. Without him, there would still be a harmonious and stable society. It was he who led the wizard's course, he destroyed everything. It was he who caused the wizard's disaster. If we don't get rid of him, we will all become sinners. Crumb, you are my best brother, but we are all wizards and we should stand on the same page. The top student of Slytherin House persuaded, we cannot abandon our homeland. Crumb gritted his teeth and said, his eyes red. That's right, said the top student of Slytherin House. But we must survive first. You think so too, Crumb? Crumb turned around and asked what Carl meant. You want to kill Voldemort? Carl asked in surprise. Advertisement, yes. The top student of Slytherin House nodded and then said. If we don't want to be chased by Voldemort, we must kill Voldemort. But you have to know, Carl hesitated. Voldemort is a dangerous figure, he is evil and cruel. He once tried to destroy wizards, he gassed a village. And now, we can't let him go, otherwise, he will destroy us all sooner or later. That's right. The top student of Slytherin House said. We must stop him, this is our common, good, enemy. You're crazy, Mason, you know that? Crumb's eyes widened. Yes, I know God, the top student of Slytherin House said. So, Crumb, I decided to help you deal with Dumbledore, or let's join forces to kill Voldemort. We are best friends, that's not okay, Mason. Clume flatly refused, saying firmly, I can't let you take this risk. Chapter 166 Serious, no, you are wrong, the top student of Slytherin House said seriously. Crumb, only you can do this, no one else can. His words were decisive and full of confidence. I know this will put you under a lot of pressure, but... Yes, I do need a helper. Crumb sighed, his face uncertain. Crumb, we can cooperate. The top student of Slytherin House patted his chest and said, we are all in the same group, I will help you. Thank you, Mason, but this is not the place for you to be a part of. I am your companion, and of course I have the right to share everything with you. He looked out the window. We must uncover the secrets of all this as soon as possible and bring down Blado. After dinner, Carl left the restaurant and walked along the path toward the lake. There is a towering tree there, the tree next to Hogwarts Castle. Advertisement. Although Carl didn't like Dumbledore, he had to admit that the old headmaster had supreme prestige within Hogwarts. Before Carl traveled through time, he was the greatest headmaster in Britain and the spiritual pillar of the entire wizarding world. Even after time travel, Carl could not deny Dumbledore's excellence. He is the greatest principal in the history of wizards and an excellent magic Yakushi. The medicines he created have cured many sick patients. He built a magic school in Hogsmeade Village and trained countless geniuses. The Daily Prophet was even founded because the wizard revealed many ugly facts. During his 24 years of rule, the wizarding world ushered in prosperity and development. It was under his leadership that the British magical community achieved unprecedented results. Unfortunately, he died, but he left the wizards with infinite reverie and infinite glory. Dumbledore is like a beacon, lighting the way for wizards. But this time, they chose to fight against Voldemort. This isn't just for Dumbledore, the top student of Slytherin House said firmly. It's because of Voldemort himself. Advertisement. Yes, he is evil, he is a crazy villain. This, BJDI, villain has destroyed the world of wizards and destroyed countless lives. He is a shame to wizards. We have to get rid of him. That's right, that's right. The two voices echoed throughout the castle. In the houses near them, many wizards also gathered together and whispered. They were all discussing the matter and thought they should come forward. What do you think, Carl? I am not very sure. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that this plan was planned by Dumbledore. I am only the executor, but I believe that this will be a victory for the wizards. You seem to admire him, Petunia? This is my best mentor, he deserves admiration and respect. I hope to be like him one day. I'm afraid this is difficult, but you have always been very smart. I believe you will always have a chance to succeed. But now, we want to kill Voldemort. The top student interrupted Carl and said, we need help. I won't participate, Carl said indifferently. Besides, I don't want Dumbledore to hurt you. I can't allow you to fall into danger. It would be a kind of torture for me. I don't like this. Feel. Chapter 167 Promise. I didn't say let you participate, this is our agreement. Krum continued to emphasize, if you don't agree, then you will be regarded as cheating and betraying Voldemort. Okay, I promise you. Carl said helplessly, I promise not to get involved, but, you also have to promise not to involve me. I swear, no, my friend, Krum said. We will just drive Voldemort out of Hogwarts and then we will remain the best friends. He reminded Carl again that there are only 2 pure blood wizards left in the world, so don't have any more conflicts. I understand, I'll pay attention, Carl said, preparing to return to the dormitory to rest. Carl, wait. Krum stopped Carl. What is it, Krum? About my father, I hope you keep it a secret. Clume whispered, his face pale and his forehead covered with cold sweat. I don't want him to lose his son. Your father? Carl frowned and said, knowing that Krum had a father. It is said that the professor loved him very much and taught him various courses since he was a child. Krum is also very filial, but Carl has never met him. Advertisement, I don't want this to leak out, especially not to Whitebeard's ears. I don't know where he is now. Krum said worriedly, he may be dead. Carl nodded, expressing his understanding. This news was indeed quite exciting. After all, in Carl's memory, Clum's father was a legendary figure. He can be said to be the idol of wizards throughout the world and is respected by all wizards. Now, this legendary wizard is dead, and his body is still cold. This is a great sadness for any wizard. But what does this have to do with Voldemort? I know that he is dead, and was killed by Voldemort, Krum said through gritted teeth, his voice trembling. He seemed in pain and was breathing rapidly. I think he was killed by Dumbledore. That can't be the case, I have a grudge against Dumbledore. Yes, but so what? We have no ability to resist. Dumbledore's strength is unfathomable. But why did he kill Voldemort? Carl couldn't help but ask. Asking for flowers, advertisement, who knows? I don't want to figure out these things. I only know one thing. They want to kill Voldemort, so Dumbledore did it. Yeah, Carl agreed. I think so too. He turned to leave. Suddenly, he stopped, turned around, and looked at Krum. Do you think this really fits Voldemort's character? What? You just said that Voldemort is an evil guy. That's what you said. Carl stared into his eyes. You said that Voldemort is a bad guy? I'm just giving an example. Carl, don't mind, Krum said with a forced smile. I didn't mind, I meant it seriously, Carl said in a calm voice. Is this really in line with his style? I'm just saying casually, Krum said. I just think he's a mean, cunning wizard. Yes, he is a despicable, cunning wizard and a schemer. That's right. Me too. Chapter 168 Unpleasant. Yes, Carl, Krum said, as if he remembered something unpleasant, and the corner of his mouth twitched. But you are different. You are better than Voldemort. Carl, you are an upright, kind, and honest person. I like to hear what you say, but I will not participate in this plan, Carl said. I can only tell you one thing. Voldemort is very powerful. He is not as simple as you think. You'd better give up revenge and defeat. 050, rum. I know, so I will work hard to practice magic. When I become strong enough, I will avenge my father and brother. Krum clenched his fists and said. Back then, Dumbledore almost killed them both. Well, now it's my turn to avenge them. I don't support you doing this, Carl said seriously. Krum, you know, we can't stop Dumbledore. We can't even get close to that room, let alone defeat him. And you have to understand that Voldemort is not as fragile as you think. If he could be eliminated easily, he would have died hundreds of years ago. You can't defeat him at all. I know, Krum said, but I am still willing to try. Can you understand the hatred in my heart? I hate him so much. Sorry, I can't understand. Carl shook his head. I also want to find evidence that he killed my mother, but I have no clue. This crazy guy is hiding very secretly. Moreover, he cannot take the initiative to take responsibility. Both of them are orphans, without relatives or friends. Carl only knew that they were twin brothers, but he didn't know the details. Advertisement. Maybe Dumbledore will know everything, but he is currently in retreat in Ermengarde, and he doesn't know when he will come out. Before that, I have to deal with Whitebeard's matter first. He walked up to the second floor and knocked on Hermione's door. His expression was focused and completely immersed in it. I believe I will kill Dumbledore. What are you doing, Whitebeard? Carl shouted. Yes, I think I have to tell you something. I'm not going to change my mind. I'm going to learn it because it can make a lot of sense. Thank you, Carl. You don't need to persuade me anymore. I have already decided on this matter, Raihazi said firmly. He smiled and put the pen in his hand on the blackboard. Advertisement. You still don't understand. Oh, here you go. Carl, let's talk. I am drawing the method of casting this spell, although it is a muggle magic. Whitebeard said, I always feel that it is too simple and crude. I want to learn magic. We must first be familiar with spells and how to use spells. In the room, Whitebeard was sitting by the bed, looking at the blackboard on the table. He was drawing the spell that Umbridge had left for him. Come in. Hermione's voice came from inside. But you are not a wizard. You do not have the talent of a wizard, and you are not suitable for magic. 5.7. But I think they're useful. Hey, shoo. I know a lot of magical creatures, and we can ask for help, but Whitebeard, no matter how you practice, you won't succeed. Carl said, He knew this sentence was cruel, but it was a fact. You shouldn't learn these things. Congratulations then, Carl said. Whitebeard looked up and saw it was Carl. Chapter 169 Whitebeard. Congratulate me. Bless you, Whitebeard, Carl said. You finally made the right choice. This is a good thing, isn't it? Thank you, Carl. Whitebeard said gratefully, his eyes slightly red, but I need a gift for you. Oh? Carl raised his eyebrows. Are you going to give me a gift? Yes, I will give you whatever you like, Whitebeard said. Anyway, I want to express my greatest gratitude to you. Thank you for helping me save Mrs. Macmillan. She is such a good girl. Okay, what do I like? To be honest, I really don't have anything that I particularly like. Carl said, I have enough rings and that sword. That's not okay, you can't be so stingy. Whitebeard said, well, I have a few gems. No, Whitebeard, you shouldn't give me this, it's the legacy of the Slytherin family. My father left it to me, Carl, you can't refuse me, I just want to give it to you, Whitebeard said. The wedding gift your father asked someone to prepare for you has never been found. I also forgot where I saw this necklace. Carl sighed and said, this necklace is very beautiful. I accepted it. Thank you, Whitebeard, you are so amazing, you actually got admitted into the advanced class of Hogsmeade, this is not easy. Whitebeard nodded, you should have guessed that Luna is Voldemort's granddaughter, she is Voldemort's adopted daughter, and she is also my sister. I know. Whitebeard said, he grabbed Carl's shoulders and looked at his face seriously, this is not just a gift, Carl. I want you to help take care of Luna, this is my only hope, she needs you. They all know Whitebeard's situation. Whitebeard's family background is very small, and it must have cost him a huge fortune to come up with so many gems. Advertisement, okay, I promise you, Whitebeard, I'll help. You misunderstood, Whitebeard, that's not what I meant. Carl quickly waved his hand, I just think this gift is too valuable to accept. Luna? Although Carl was kind to Whitebeard, it was definitely not worth his expense. I remember this necklace was lost before I left Hogwarts. Where did you pick it up? Whitebeard asked. Whitebeard nodded with satisfaction. He pulled Carl to sit on a chair, and then took out a lot of things from the box and handed them to him. You don't want to take my money, do you? This kind of thing cannot be explained clearly in a few words, and it is impossible for Whitebeard to explain Luna's life experience in detail now. No, you have to accept it, you have helped me a lot. I have nothing to give you in return. The only gift I can give you is these gems. Whitebeard said. He stood up and walked out of the room. He took out 4 or 5 gems from the cabinet and gave them to Carl, and continued, don't worry, they're very small pieces, only 1 inch each. They're the toys I have worn since childhood, I am reluctant to sell them. I hope you can take them. Carl's eyes widened. He knew that Luna was a vampire, but he didn't know the relationship between them. He handed Carl a sparkling silver necklace with gorgeous color. I have worn this since I was a child. It was left to me by my father. This is a necklace. It is very beautiful. I want to give it to you. 857. This is too expensive. But this is too precious. Carl declined. Then I'll take it. Carl reached out and took it. Chapter 168 Smart. I think you passed the exam, Carl. You are smarter than I thought, and you are luckier than me. Whitebeard, you are the fastest student to be promoted to the senior class in the history of Hogwarts. This is what I heard, the most exaggerated thing. Whitebeard said, whether I can succeed or not, I have to congratulate you. I'm also happy for you. The two chatted for a long time, and Whitebeard talked about too many things. When he mentioned Malfoy Manor, he paused suddenly. Can I go see Dumbledore tonight? Whitebeard asked. You're going to find the principal? Carl said in surprise, for your mother's matter? Yes, I want to ask the principal, how is my mother's recovery from her injuries? Whitebeard said eagerly, Carl, I hope to solve the curse on her as soon as possible. She is in pain now and she can't wait for a moment. If you are willing to go, I will accompany you, Whitebeard. Carl said, I also want to see what the principal is planning. He was obviously frightened, his face was pale, his feet were light, and he seemed about to fall down at any time. In addition, Voldemort is also the enemy of Whitebeard and Ron, and the enemy of their mother's Crouch family. Voldemort is a powerful dark wizard, there is no doubt about it. I'm sure, I found some clues. I know where Voldemort is, but the place where he is hiding now is very dangerous. I don't have any certainty. Whitebeard said worriedly. He looked up at Carl, pleading expression. This was shocking news, but Carl wasn't surprised. Advertisement, there is nothing to hide in this matter. Now that Whitebeard has figured it out, he will stop by to take a look. He wants to find out what the relationship between Mr. Malfoy and Voldemort is, and why Malfoy sent a team of Death Eaters to hunt down Voldemort. Is there some secret hidden behind it? No, Carl, this is absolutely not the case, don't doubt it. Whitebeard waved his hands in panic and defended repeatedly, I dare not follow you. I swear, there is absolutely no such thing. I didn't do it until you went to the principal's office to find the professor that day. Although Dumbledore knew about this matter, he did not mention it. Dumbledore had anticipated this when he told him that Malfoy and Voldemort were hooking up. I don't want to lie to you, Carl, actually I have an important thing to do when I come to Hogwarts this time. He lowered his voice and whispered, I want to find Voldemort. Whitebeard's breathing gradually calmed down, and he lowered his head and thought for a while. Carl was stunned for a moment. You know, I have never been to the principal's office. Yes, the principal has been looking for opportunities to invite you. Are you sure? Carl asked again. How do you know? Are you secretly following me? Carl patted his arm and comforted him. I didn't doubt you, Whitebeard, and I don't know why you suddenly mentioned this matter. This is not surprising, after all, he just woke up from a coma and his mental state is still unstable. Great, I think he will be willing to see you, Carl, he has been looking forward to seeing you. Whitebeard said, you know, Dumbledore has a very good impression of you. We once had dinner together, and Dumbledore also told me that he likes you very much. If he wants to take revenge on Whitebeard, Qian Liao Zhao, and Ron, he will definitely not kill them easily, but will torture them, use various methods to destroy their souls and bodies, let them endure eternal suffering and fear, and then die slowly. Chapter 169 Judgment. Don't worry, Whitebeard. Carl said solemnly, I trust your judgment and you won't take unnecessary risks, but I must tell you that we need to be cautious about this matter. Whitebeard was silent for a moment and finally nodded. You are right. This is indeed very risky, but I want to give it a try. I can't watch my mother suffer all the time. She became like this entirely because of Voldemort. If he is not eliminated, she will go crazy. Yes, her mind is getting increasingly unhealthy. I must stop him. Whitebeard said firmly. Then give it a try, Whitebeard. Carl said, but I don't think you are suitable to face Voldemort alone now. I want Neville to stay with me. I will protect him. I have his wand. I know Neville, Whitebeard. Although he doesn't know magic, he is a very good boy. He will protect you, but don't underestimate him. He is no worse than you in age, but he lacks experience. I believe he has enough ability, but I think it is inappropriate to do so. We must discuss it, and we must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Whitebeard hesitated, clearly wanting to act immediately. This kind of impulse is a normal reaction, but this matter is too involved, BJCE, and must be handled with caution. A slight mistake can lead to disaster. Carl wanted to persuade Whitebeard to give up this reckless idea, but seeing his persistence, he finally gave up. We have to plan carefully, and we have to be fully prepared, he said, changing the subject. Whitebeard, how are you recovering from your injury? Does it still hurt? Whitebeard looked down and saw that his wound was still wrapped in a bandage, which looked a bit shocking. I think I have recovered. Didn't you write a lot of magic potions for me? The treatment effect is great. In the past few weeks, I have finally regained some strength, although it is not as strong as before. Advertisement. Whitebeard didn't lie. His magic power had increased a lot, and his injuries had completely recovered. You have to remember, Whitebeard, never use magic or reveal your identity. Carl said, I think Voldemort must be watching you, especially when he was in Azkaban. He must be spying on you, so I suggest you not to act rashly. If possible, you should recuperate at home, which is safer. If anything happens, you can contact me at any time. Well, I will. 11 Whitebeard whispered, tiredness in his tone. By the way, where are your friends? Carl asked. He also wanted to ask about the relationship between Whitebeard and Hermione. Whitebeard. Let's go to the infirmary, I'll check you out. Ron said. He pulled Whitebeard and walked outside without any explanation. It's better for you to stay in the hospital. I think it's better for you. This is the only way I can help you. Your situation is very bad. We must get out of here as soon as possible without letting Professor Dumbledore know that you are injured. Don't say it. Whitebeard shouted. Why? Ron asked, confused. Are you still afraid of troublesome Professor? Yes, Carl is injured too. Don't let the Professor know, Whitebeard whispered. I understand. Ron agreed. Don't worry. Whitebeard breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to implicate others, especially Professor Dumbledore. Carl smiled and did not continue to ask. He understood Whitebeard's concerns. Chapter 170. Human nature. This is human nature. Who would want to harm other people? In any case, this matter needs to be considered in the long term. Are you really planning to go find Voldemort? Carl asked. I think we should take a long-term approach. No, Carl, there is no time for this matter. Whitebeard shook his head. If we don't take this opportunity to kill him, we will have no chance in the future. His eyes lit up, and complex emotions such as excitement, and nervousness surged up. I have been thinking about it for 3 days, and I have figured out a way. Whitebeard said, I will lure Voldemort to a place where no one is paying attention, and then catch him. You help me catch him. Carl frowned and thought for a moment. This was a good idea. But he still believed that the danger was too great, and Voldemort would not be caught so easily every time. Voldemort is not a fool, and he is very good at defense. Once in danger, he will run away or fight back, and he can even escape with the help of magic. Whitebeard, you have to know that if you really go to deal with Voldemort, you will never go back to school. He is in Azkaban now. Carl said, you still want to see you in Hogsmeade? Advertisement. No, I will never see them, Whitebeard said, gritting his teeth. But you have to go back, Carl said. He paused and continued. Voldemort will stay in Azkaban for 4 years. During this period, you must be more vigilant. You must protect your wand. If Voldemort escapes, you can remove it in time. Take it away, otherwise once he escapes, there will be no chance to catch him. But, Whitebeard hesitated. He was unwilling to leave Hogwarts, and he was also reluctant to leave his friends. But he had to leave here and go back to Hogwarts. Whitebeard was unwilling to be separated from Carl. The scenes that happened during this period made him heartbroken. The two of them had spent a wonderful childhood together at Hogwarts, and Whitebeard had long been accustomed to staying with Carl. However, he had to listen to Carl's advice. He knew it was for his own good. Okay, Carl, I'll take you back first, Whitebeard said. He reached out and touched Carl's forehead and said softly, stop thinking about things and have a good rest. I can't delay you for too long. We'll be there soon. Just go back. Ask for flowers. Advertisement, thank you, Carl said, knowing that Whitebeard didn't want to discuss Voldemort with him anymore. In this case, he wouldn't force it. The two of them stood under the porch chatting, waiting for Ron to come in from outside. Carl planned to ask about Whitebeard's current situation. He wanted to know what serious injuries Whitebeard had suffered in that attack. During this process, Carl didn't notice any trace. He didn't notice anything strange about Whitebeard. His face was also very rosy. Apart from being weak and listless, he didn't look injured at all. They were waiting when suddenly, footsteps came from the ward. Whitebeard hurriedly hid in the shadows. Carl also hid his figure, but Ron was stunned. He did not expect that Professor Snape actually came to visit Whitebeard. Whitebeard was unable to escape and was discovered. With a dark face, Snape pushed open the door to the ward and walked in, as if his anger had been reduced by half. He walked into the bedroom and saw Carl in the room. He was slightly startled. Chapter 171 Shadow Whitebeard hid in the shadow corner, folding his arms and saying nothing. Only his heavy breathing showed that he was not calm inside. Snape glanced at Whitebeard coldly, said nothing, walked straight through the bedroom, walked into the living room, and sat on the sofa, silent. After a while, Ron finally couldn't stand it anymore. Professor, you? Shut up, snapped Snape. Ron was startled, and, 910, immediately calmed down and did not dare to speak again. Snape raised his right hand and pointed at the wall, and a blue and green snake appeared in the air. How did this snake become like this? Carl asked in surprise. He knew that this was Whitebeard's Pokémon, the basilisk. Snape's spell did not stop, and the basilisk quickly swam to the table next to him, circled in a circle, and finally stopped. It twisted a few times, its tail touched the cup on the table, and the droplets of water flew out. Boom! The water ball bursts and turns into water vapor that evaporates and disperses. Advertisement Whitebeard opened his eyes suddenly and saw a huge python coiled around Snape, staring at him with scarlet eyes. Snape raised his head and looked at Whitebeard and Ron. Why are you two hiding here? He asked. Oh, that's right, Professor, we just asked about the castle, Carl explained. Whitebeard wants to go back to school, and we decided to go back, Carl said. You also know what happened to us at Hogwarts. Oh, I know, we are preparing to rescue you, Snape said. We met Voldemort on the way, are you okay? It's okay, he's dead, Carl said briefly. Whitebeard nodded, turned around and left the hospital with Carl. He did not go back to find Fred and George, but hurried away along the alley. Whitebeard's body shook slightly, and he felt something stuck in his throat. Carl took Whitebeard out of the block, turned into a restaurant, and sat down in a private room on the second floor. I think we have to go back quickly, Whitebeard said. Voldemort's Ministry of Magic will definitely want me. Professor. Advertisement, what's the matter? Snape whispered. He poured Whitebeard a cup of tea and handed him a tissue. I know, Snape said, looking at Whitebeard's pale face. Whitebeard, what's wrong with your face? He was attacked by Voldemort in the secret room in the Forbidden Forest and was scratched by him, Carl explained. Did you kill him? Snape asked in surprise. Professor, I have to leave, I have other things. Whitebeard said, I have to leave, please forgive me for not telling you. We talked before, no matter what, we hope to come back alive. Whitebeard said, bless me, can we come back alive in 4.3? No, I didn't kill him, but he did die. Carl said, I don't know how he did it. He killed himself with a potion, but I know that this potion has how terrible that even those who take the medicine will die. His eyes moved to Carl, as if seeking answers. Of course, we can, Snape said, glancing at Whitebeard. Good luck. Let's leave now, Carl said. I'm worried that Hermione will be worried about you. She likes you very much, and you must take good care of her. Carl and Whitebeard turned and walked out, and Whitebeard suddenly stopped Snape. Chapter 172. Swift and fierce. Carl's attacks became more and more swift and fierce. Akainu's body flickered to dodge, but as time went by, several scars were added to his body, and he was even injured by shock fruit. Damn it. Akainu gritted his teeth, and the injuries on his body became deeper and deeper. He felt a little flustered, which was not a good sign. But he also knew that he must not lose control and must find an opportunity to counterattack. But now he is trapped in a hard fight, completely suppressed, even suppressed by the powerful fruit power. Akainu secretly screamed in his heart that it was bad and tried his best to escape again. However, at this time, he felt paralyzed all over. Akainu's pupils shrank and he looked at the 19 men standing on the side of the boat. This fire-style great fireball technique. Carl formed a seal on his hand, flames rose into the sky, and the scorching temperature instantly swept over the entire place. The fire illuminates the night. Damn! Akainu's face suddenly changed, and without any hesitation, he flickered out of the range of the flames and ran in the other direction the moment the flames went out. The corner of Carl's mouth raised slightly. He had already expected that the world would choose such a way to escape. Advertisement therefore, he was also prepared. Vice Admiral Garp, I hope you like this gift. Carl turned his head and smiled at the person next to him, then raised the sword blade in his hand and slashed at a certain location. Boom, Mars is everywhere. A burly figure blocked Carl's slash. Carl was a little surprised. He didn't expect someone to be hiding nearby. And when Carl looked at the person in front of him, his eyelids jumped suddenly. Akainu. Carl stared at Akainu in front of him with wide eyes, his face full of astonishment. He had been following Akainu's whereabouts just now, but he actually lost him. Unexpectedly, Akainu actually held back at that time, making him think that the other party was really going to escape. Akainu was also stunned. But he hasn't grown up yet, so it's not a problem to deal with ordinary enemies, but it's nothing to him. Carl's eyes were filled with rage, a surging power emanated from him. Advertisement and, most importantly, Carl is now wearing devil fruit. Carl snorted coldly. He knew that there was a huge gap between him and Akainu, not just in terms of physical fitness and combat literacy. He didn't expect it to be the Carl he'd been looking to solve. He still has one fruit that he hasn't used yet. No matter what methods you use, you are still just an ant in my eyes. Akainu's eyes glowed red. But he is indeed very strong, both in terms of combat skills and actual combat level. Huh? Carl seemed to have heard some funny joke. Do you think you can win me? Carl, hand over your devil fruit. Akainu shouted in a low tone, otherwise, I will take it away myself. It's more about the difference in power and observation hockey's level. Although he doesn't know exactly what effect Carl's devil fruit has, it's definitely not simple. The reason he always wanted to kill Carl was because Carl controlled things he couldn't imagine. He just heard Carl shout his name, who he thought he was. Boom. As if the end of the world was coming, the entire aircraft carrier shook violently and was on the verge of collapse. Shock fruit, show me your power. Chapter 173 Noisy. What happened? What happens? A natural disaster is coming. There was a noise on the ship and the aircraft carrier could not be stabilized. Carl's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect it to cause such a big disturbance. Akainu was also stunned. This kind of power was beyond his imagination. He can feel that once the ship is damaged, he will be implicated and even die here. Damn it. Akainu roared, and 6 flame tails spread out from his back. He no longer cares about so much. Akainu released a majestic and domineering fire shockwave, which instantly knocked away Carl's shock fruit and knocked Carl over. Cough, cough, cough. Carl lay on the deck and vomited blood. His chest was sunken and his head seemed to have been cracked. He was horrified. What a powerful force. Carl, today is the day you die. Akainu's eyes were scarlet as he stepped forward. Boom. The fire rises. Akainu was extremely fast and appeared in front of Carl in full view of everyone. He reached out and grabbed Carl's neck and lifted him up. Ah, this guy, as expected of Akainu Admiral. Advertisement, Carl will definitely lose. People present were talking a lot. However, their words had just fallen. Click, Akainu's 5 fingers flexed. Akainu's eyes widened with anger, and his eyes bulged out of their sockets. No, click. Wow. Carl's throat was cut, blood spurted out, his eyes lost focus, his consciousness gradually disappeared, and he passed out in a coma. Whoop whoosh. Akainu breathed heavily. He looked at Carl in his hand, his fingers were trembling. A-hole. Carl. Hateful. This B*******************. D. Akainu Admiral. The crew hurried over to check on Carl's injury. They were all frightened. Akainu's right hand was actually twisted like this, it was so terrifying. This guy, he actually has such huge potential. A young man in black walked over, with a complicated look in his eyes. Advertisement. Carl's arm recovered and murderous intent boiled in his eyes. He stared at the boy and said, I don't need anyone to help me. Do you mean to rely on yourself? The young man smiled contemptuously, and slowly picked up the long knife at his waist. Then, let me teach you. Whitebeard's son, Katakuri. Carl became serious. He is the 3rd adopted son of Whitebeard, and he is even more powerful than Carol Roach and Bradley. Carl's attack came like a cannonball, but Katakuri didn't move at all. His eyes were cold and piercing. Stop it quickly. Carl was counterattacked and flew backwards, with blood flowing from his, good thing, fists. No wonder he is qualified to be called Whitebeard. Boom boom boom. How is that possible? Carl's pupils shrank. Katakuri slowly pulled out the long knife in his hand. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Whitebeard? His child. Everyone was shocked and confused. Katakuri's father turned out to be Whitebeard. Carl snorted coldly and punched him. Boom. The soldiers and doctors on the ship screamed in panic. But Katakuri was able to resist his attack. Carl's words made him angry. You can't do it, son of Whitebeard, you can't stop me. Katakuri dono. No, chapter 174 must kill this time. Carl comes with the intention of killing him. If he is not stopped, Katakuri is likely to suffer heavy losses. But Katakuri completely ignored their advice. Whitebeard's son, Katakuri, is actually him. He's actually here. Katarina and her men were extremely surprised. They did not expect to encounter the son of Whitebeard here. And Katakuri is actually a male, which is simply too shocking. You know, in history, the reason why Whitebeard was called Whitebeard was because he had a handsome and elegant only son. Not only does he possess Whitebeard's powerful strength and armament hockey, but he also possesses unparalleled beauty, and is known as the pinnacle of beauty in the pirate world. It's just 477, such a man can actually be a man. Some female crew members showed nymphomaniac expressions. At the beginning, Whitebeard announced in public that his only son Katakuri would inherit everything from him, and they, the little captains, were all Katakuri's younger brothers. What an astonishing guy. However, this is the grand line: no matter how strong you are no match for us. Carl's face was gloomy. He felt that he had been slighted, and a feeling of shame arose spontaneously. Advertisement. Katakuri smiled disdainfully. Are you talking about you, trash? Carl's strength is very strong, not weaker than him, but he also has his own pride and does not allow anyone to insult him. Boom. Carl rushed out and stamped his feet on the ground so hard that the hard steel ground cracked and then exploded into pieces. His figure flashed forward, appeared behind Katakuri, and slapped the doctor with one claw. Bang! Carl's claws were blocked, and a slender palm held Carl's wrist. Carl's eyes widened. His power was actually unable to move Kataku even a little bit. Katakuri turned around, smiled slightly, and raised his palm. Click! Carl felt his bones cracking. He gritted his teeth, but his pupils suddenly shrank and his body was in position. He saw Katakuri strike down with his palm. BJBB, his head was cut off. Katakuri Dono, you did a great job. He actually killed the son of Whitebeard. Carl Admiral is dead. Advertisement. Brooke looked at Katakuri with a pale face. The surrounding crew members shouted in horror. Carl's body fell to the ground. Carl's men said in horror, how dare you? Katakuri glanced at the surrounding soldiers indifferently, and swept across with a sword energy. Thump, he has never seen such a cruel and callous person, not even Whitebeard is so cruel and bloodthirsty. The crew yelled excitedly. The sword energy penetrated several ships hundreds of meters away, and all the sailors on board died tragically on the spot. You monster. I won't leave a chance for the enemy. Since you want to kill me, how can I let you go, District Doctor? Yes, you are Whitebeard's best son after all. It is these bastards who bully our captain. Katakuri said coldly, and he pulled out the big sword, Thundersword, Katakuri, at his side. They didn't expect that this battle would turn into what it is now, with both sides losing. Chapter 175. Thunder and Lightning Entanglement. The lightning-wrapped blade exudes the ultimate edge. No, get out of here quickly, he's a madman. Retreat, retreat. Carl's arm recovered and murderous intent boiled in his eyes. He stared at the boy and said, I don't need anyone to help me. Do you mean to rely on yourself? The young man smiled contemptuously, and slowly picked up the long knife at his waist. Then, let me teach you. Whitebeard's son, Katakuri. Carl became serious. Whitebeard? His child. No wonder he is qualified to be called Whitebeard. Everyone was shocked and confused. Katakuri's father turned out to be Whitebeard. You can't do it, son of Whitebeard, you can't stop me. Carl snorted coldly and punched him. Boom boom boom. Carl's attack came like a cannonball, but Katakuri didn't move at all. His eyes were cold and piercing. Boom. Advertisement. Carl was counterattacked and flew backwards, with blood flowing from his fists. How is that possible? Carl's pupils contracted. He is the third adopted son of Whitebeard, and he is even more powerful than Carol Roach and Bradley. But Katakuri was able to resist his attack. Katakuri slowly pulled out the long knife in his hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Carl's words made him angry. Katakuri Dono, no. Stop it quickly. The soldiers and doctors on the ship screamed in panic. This time Carl comes with the intention of killing him. If he is not stopped, Katakuri is likely to suffer heavy losses. But Katakuri completely ignored their advice. Whitebeard's son, Katakuri, is actually him. He's actually here. Katarina and her men were extremely surprised. They did not expect to encounter the son of Whitebeard here. And Katakuri is actually a male, which is simply too shocking. You know, in history, the reason why Whitebeard was called Whitebeard was because he had a handsome and elegant only son. Not only does he possess Whitebeard's powerful strength and armament hockey, but he also possesses unparalleled beauty, and is known as the pinnacle of beauty in the pirate world. It's just that such a man can actually be a man. Advertisement. However, this is the grand line: no matter how strong you are still no match for us. Carl rushed out and stamped his feet on the ground so hard that the hard steel ground cracked and then exploded into pieces. Carl's claws were blocked, and Japan's slender hand held Carl's wrist. His figure flashed forward, appeared behind Katakuri, and slapped him out with one claw. At the beginning, Whitebeard announced in public that his only son Katakuri would inherit everything from him, and they, the little captains, were all Katakuri's younger brothers. Carl's strength is very strong, not weaker than him, but he also has his own pride and does not allow anyone to insult him. Boom. Carl felt like his bones were shattering. He gritted his teeth, but his pupils suddenly shrank and the hairs all over his body stood on end. Click. What an astonishing guy. Asking for flowers 0. 0 bang. Katakuri smiled disdainfully. Are you talking about you, trash? Carl's eyes widened. His strength was actually unable to shake Katakuri in the slightest. Katakuri turned around, smiled slightly, and raised his palm. Carl's face was gloomy. He felt that he had been slighted, and a feeling of shame arose spontaneously. Some female crew members showed nymphomaniac expressions. Chapter 176. Cracked down with a palm. He saw Katakuri strike down with his palm, and his head was cut off. Thump. Carl's body fell to the ground. Carl Admiral is dead. He He actually killed the son of Whitebeard. The surrounding crew members shouted in horror. They didn't expect that this battle would turn into what it is now, with both sides losing. Katakuri glanced at the surrounding soldiers indifferently, and said, 723, with a sword energy sweeping across. The sword energy penetrated several ships hundreds of meters away, and all the sailors on board died tragically on the spot. Katakuri Dono. You did a great job, yes, you are Whitebeard's best son after all. It is these bastards who bully our captain. The crew yelled excitedly. You, how dare you? Brook looked at Katakuri with a pale face. He has never seen such a cruel and callous person, not even Whitebeard is so cruel and bloodthirsty. You monster. Carl's men said in horror. Advertisement. I won't leave any chance to the enemy. Since you want to kill me, how can I let you go, Carl? Katakuri said coldly, and he pulled out the big sword Katakura beside him. The lightning-wrapped blade exudes the ultimate edge. No, get out of here quickly, he's a madman. Retreat, retreat, Carl, don't kill him. The boatman uncle quickly stopped in front of Carl. He is a very senior boatman on the ship and an old man who has followed Whitebeard for many years. Carl frowned slightly as he looked at the boatman uncle blocking his way. A sense of oppression squeezed the boatman uncle's body from all directions. Carl involuntarily took 2 steps back and almost fell to the ground. This guy. The boatman uncle's heart was filled with huge waves. This aura was so terrifying, as if he was facing Whitebeard. Uncle Boatman. Carl's eyes flashed, full of vigilance and doubt. Although Uncle Boatman is Whitebeard's old friend, his ability is not very strong and he is just an ordinary swordsman. Advertisement, illusion? The Uncle Boatman said nothing, but stretched out an arm in front of him to block him. Carl didn't understand why Uncle Boatman would hinder him. As soon as Carl finished speaking, the boatman uncle breathed a sigh of relief, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, an old man dressed in rags appeared in front of Carl. Carl looked at the old man in front of him, and a warm current surged in his heart. He remembered that when he was in the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard often protected this crew member and even treated him as a friend. Don't kill him, Whitebeard's adopted son, Uncle Boatman, I will take good care of them. Please get out of the way. Carl took a deep breath to calm down the intense emotions surging in his heart. Others looked at this scene in shock. We need your help, Carl. Moreover, Carl's character is too gentle and is not suitable for wandering outside at all. He has lived for 70 years, and he has seen Whitebeard's power, so he does not want Whitebeard's adopted son to die. I don't want you to get involved. The boatman uncle shook his head and sighed. He didn't want to see Whitebeard's adopted son die. Carl narrowed his eyes, knowing that this old man was quite accomplished in illusions. Chapter 177. What are you doing, Uncle Boatman, what are you doing? The other crew members asked in confusion. If you really value your life, you should take the crew and leave here immediately. The boatman uncle said earnestly. There was an inexplicable brilliance in his eyes. He is not a good person. He is Carl, Whitebeard's adopted son, Whitebeard's son. Our companions have all suffered at his murderous hands. The crew members suddenly woke up, and they all angrily accused Carl. Oh, my companions? The corner of Carl's mouth raised an evil arc. Are they the traitors you call them? Yes, it's them. Everyone yelled at the traitors, and they hated their actions. Carl said with cold eyes. Then I also have to clean up the door for Mr. Garp. Boom. Carl punched down, his speed reached ultimate, and the boatman uncle couldn't react in time and was knocked away by Carl. Carl's goal is Carl. Advertisement. Carl was standing at the door of the cabin, seemingly ready to jump to another ship. He didn't want to fight Carl. Haha, Whitebeard's son, I will tell him about this. Carl smiled contemptuously, and he jumped to another ship, intending to leave this land of right and wrong. You can't leave. Carl caught up with Carl in one stride and punched Carl hard. Carl kicked off his feet, and the whole ship trembled, forcing Carl to stop. His legs kicked out suddenly. Carl moved sideways to avoid it, and punched the ship's plank, causing endless flames to explode. Carl took advantage of this opportunity to jump to another boat. He opened the sails and a gust of wind roared over. Carl drove the sail and left here quickly. You can't get away with it, Carl. Carl took one step forward and his feet hit the ground. His entire body disappeared to the ground in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already on the boat Carl was on. He raised his right hand and grabbed Carl's shoulder, squeezing hard. Boom, Carl's shoulder was instantly shattered. Carl grabbed Carl's left arm and hit his knee, causing Carl's entire left arm to shatter. Don't be impulsive, Whitebeard. Advertisement. Carl grabbed Carl and he threw him into the ocean. Mr. Garp, I will never let Whitebeard go. Carl glanced fiercely at the sailors on the other ships. Whitebeard won't let you do this. Several crew members warned him that they were afraid that Carl would cause further trouble. You shouldn't have stepped in. Carl's roar made the crew tremble. Carl turned around and his eyes turned scarlet. This power, this is. Because there is no force in this world that dares to disobey Marine, except the Whitebeard Pirates. These grievances gathered into a tornado that raged across the sea. The crew stared at the black mist in horror. Whitebeard, I'm going to make you pay. I want you to try Marine's iron-blooded policy. I hate them. Carl looked at the other ship, and his palms burned with flames, burning the ship in an instant. Carl looked up to the sky and roared, Endless anger and hatred emerged from his body, turning into black mist and filling the surroundings of him. Chapter 178 Black Mist. Don't worry about this black mist. The boatman uncle shouted in a deep voice. He didn't think of Carl's anger as a bad thing, but instead thought it was Carl's awakening of power. Listen up all of you, I'm Carl Portgas D. White. From today on, I am the Supreme Commander of the new Marine. I will not allow anyone to harm the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. If anyone dares to provoke, I will destroy his whole family. Carl announced his identity extremely domineeringly. This be ************** D. What about Whitebeard's adopted son? Just because you still want to challenge Marine? Are you crazy? Several crew members became angry and cursed. Carl glanced indifferently at the crew member who was speaking. His figure suddenly appeared next to him, and he punched him directly. Carl's speed was so fast that the crew member was defeated without even a chance to resist. Advertisement, Carl By, how dare you violate Marine regulations? You have to know that you will be punished if you violate the laws. The boatman uncle reminded with a solemn expression. He knows that Carl is very powerful, but he doesn't believe that Carl dares to violate Marine laws. Violation of regulations? Carl sneered and looked at the boatman uncle with disdain. There is nothing in this world that I can't do. You can't be so arrogant. I will not be as weak as them. I will teach you a lesson myself, Carl By. There was a hint of anger in the boatman's eyes. His arm suddenly stretched out, and a sharp sickle appeared in his hand. This sickle emits light yellow fluorescence, which is obviously a good weapon. Carl rushed forward without hesitation, and their attacks collided. Thunderclouds appeared on Carl's body, crackling and crackling continuously. This was the result of the voltage exceeding the tolerance range of ordinary people. Snort. Carl groaned and took a half step back. As expected of Whitebeard's adopted brother, he can actually withstand my electromagnetic ejection. Carl collected his aura. Advertisement at that moment, he had already felt that Uncle Boatman was not simple, so Carl decided not to expose his strength. After all, Carl also needs to preserve his strength and wait for Whitebeard's return. Although Carl doesn't like Marine, he must respect Whitebeard, even if Whitebeard is a criminal. Carl, you are really a fool, you don't understand how great Marine is. Marine is a pirate's nightmare, and you actually want to kill them. What you're doing is so stupid, you, a group of sailors shouted indignantly. Not only were they disgusted with Carl's behavior, they were also worried about his future. I don't care what Marine or not, I will get back what Whitebeard owes me sooner or later. Carl's tone was calm, and his will was extremely firm. Your character is indeed worthy of praise, Li Mo Jiao. An old and hoarse voice came out, and then an old man with disheveled hair came out, wearing shabby clothes. He stood in front of Carl with his naginata in his hand. You are Whitebeard's adoptive father, Garp. Carl looked at the old man in front of him, a master of both virtue and skill among pirates. I don't want to be your enemy. If possible, I am willing to help Whitebeard solve this disaster. Garp said with a sigh. Chapter 179 Far Victory. Carl's strength was far superior to him. He had fought against Carl back then, and although he had not decided whether he was alive or dead, he had completely lost that battle. It was the most powerful opponent he had ever encountered. Garp knew that he was no match for Carl, not even with these Marines. Carl's strength was already superior to his. What Whitebeard owes me, I will take it back with my own hands. Carl said coldly, and then looked at the crew members running around. Carl opened his mouth and uttered the word, "Get out." This word seemed to have strange magic power, causing the crew and pirates to involuntarily retreat. I won't let you get into trouble with Whitebeard. Whitebeard doesn't want to see you so reckless, so I can't let you die, Doctor. Garp prevents Carl from leaving, and also tells Carl that Whitebeard never wants to see him die. 083 haha. Carl smiled contemptuously, tapped the ground with his toes, leapt into the air, and then jumped to the center of an island. He landed on the peak of the island, where a stone tablet stood with several large characters engraved on it. Open black lens bracket Enel's tombstone close black lens bracket. You traitor. BJFH, watching Carl ascend Enel's tombstone. Garp became furious. He pulled out his naginata and charged at Carl. Mr. Garp. Advertisement. A short, skinny boy stopped Garp. He was Enel's younger brother, Dracul Mahawk. Mahawk, why are you blocking me? Garp said with a frown. You can't beat him. Dracul Mahawk looked at Carl. His face was full of complexity. Carl's strength was beyond imagination. Is Whitebeard's son really that powerful? Garp asked in shock and confusion. No, Dracul Mahawk shook his head, just because, he is my brother. Hearing Dracul Mahawk's words, Garp was stunned. Carl was his older brother, and he once regarded Carl as his role model. Unfortunately, Carl was disappointed with what he did. Dracul Mahawk's eyes were full of sorrow and pain, which made him fall into confusion and struggle. You are Mr. Carl's brother, right? Who are you? Advertisement. Yeah, I shouldn't mess with life. Carl looked at Boa Hancock with a cold tone. Garp shook his head and gave up chasing Carl. Garp watched Carl leave and sighed deeply. Forget it, I'll go inform Whitebeard. My name is Boa Hancock. My father is a staff officer at the Marine headquarters. His death was also due to you. There was a hint of ridicule on Boa Hancock's face, and she looked at Carl. I shouldn't have anything to do with Whitebeard either. Alas, Boa Hancock turned and left the dock. She was not here to pay homage to Whitebeard, She was just here to pay homage to her dead father. Boa Hancock's identity is not simple. Her mother was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, but she was persecuted by Marine and died. You shouldn't mess with him. Boa Hancock clenched his fists. At this moment, a cruise ship slowly approached, and a woman stepped off it, her eyes flashing with coldness and hatred. Carl raised his head and asked. Carl didn't know what he was thinking. He looked at Enel's tombstone for a long time without moving. After a long time, Carl's figure disappeared, leaving behind a lonely tombstone. Chapter 180 Pirate Group. She was adopted by Whitebeard as a child and joined the Whitebeard Pirates, and then joined the Marines for various reasons. She has no blood relationship with the Whitebeard Pirates, but every member of the Whitebeard Pirates regards her as a treasure. It is for this reason that Marine did not directly eliminate the root cause, otherwise Boa Hancock would not be alive today. Boa Hancock. Carl was silent for a moment. He thought of a person whose surname was Hancock. He was not weak and was even qualified to become Whitebeard's daughter-in-law. If you are willing, I can take you under Whitebeard's command, so that you can avoid being at odds with Whitebeard. Garp thought for a while and said to Boa Hancock. No, Boa Hancock refused. She is now tired of the Whitebeard Pirates, and she feels that Whitebeard's son Carl is very similar to a person, a guy who she hates so much, and she will never get involved with that person again. I won't let you hurt Whitebeard, Carl, Garp said seriously. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Carl's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Boom. Advertisement in an instant. Garp was blown away by a terrifying force, collapsing the walls on both sides, and lay dying on the ground. Garp, remember your identity clearly, you are Marshal Marine. Carl said condescendingly, then turned and left. Cough cough cough. Garp coughed up a lot of blood and then fainted. The injury was very serious. Carl. On the other side, Chopper, Usopp and others came to the cemetery, their faces changing constantly. Although they knew Carl and respected Carl, after Whitebeard's death, they regarded Carl as their enemy. After all, they were once Carl's enemies. Why are you here? Carl said with some surprise when he saw the three children. We want to talk to you about something. Chopper spoke first, looking into Carl's eyes. Oh, okay, come with me. Carl glanced at Chopper, then led them to Whitebeard's grave. Arriving in front of Whitebeard's tombstone, Carl squatted down, stretched out his right hand and touched the dust on it. Who are you? Advertisement, please give me flowers. Carl suddenly stood up and stared at Chopper. I am the grandson of Whitebeard. You should have heard the story of my grandfather. Chopper answered calmly. Carl looked at Chopper carefully. He determined that Chopper did not have any armament hockey or anything special about him. He did not look like a pirate at all. Mr. Carl, have you forgotten that you are a pirate? Chopper looked at Carl, with anger in his tone. He didn't like Carl's attitude, and he didn't like Carl's mention of the cause of his grandfather's death. Ha ha ha. You finally got angry, Chopper? Carl laughed, seemingly reading Chopper's mind. Snort. Chopper turned his head and ignored Carl. If I'm right, you are my nephew. Carl looked at Usopp and said. That's right, Uncle Carl. Usopp nodded obediently. He was afraid of Carl. At that time, he had just learned telekinesis and was less than 5 or 6 years old. At that time, Whitebeard took Josie and others away, and then the news came that Whitebeard was seriously injured. Finally, Whitebeard died on the battlefield, and his father Josie was captured by the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 181 Traitor. I remember, you guys are in the Revolutionary Army, right? Carl asked, looking at Usopp and Robin. Yes, Chopper nodded. I remember that your father Josie was executed as a traitor in the Revolutionary Army, right? A smile twitched at the corner of Carl's mouth. Usopp and Robin's expressions froze, and they thought of many worse endings. There's no need to worry. I have no intention of dealing with your father, 040. Carl patted the two teenagers on the shoulders and said. Chopper breathed a sigh of relief, and then realized that he didn't know why he was relieved. So, Mr. Carl, why do you want to help Big Mom? Chopper asked doubtfully. He knew that Carl would not help the Big Mom Pirates for no reason. Because she's trustworthy, Carl said calmly. Advertisement. What exactly do you want to say? Chopper looked at Carl confused. If I guess correctly, you are looking for Whitebeard's inheritance, right? Carl said with a half smile. That's right. Chopper admitted without hesitation that they did want to pursue Whitebeard's legacy. Carl looked at the two people. This was really a troublesome thing. Although he has now left the Whitebeard Pirates, he still has an older brother, Garp. Garp is Whitebeard's only sworn brother. Whitebeard's legacy must be inherited by him, which also leads to the fact that all the wealth of the Whitebeard Pirates falls on Whitebeard, the adopted son of the pirates. You can give up these legacies, Carl said. Why? We are also crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Chopper's eyes widened. He didn't expect Carl to say such a thing. I mean these things. Carl threw a token to the ground. Whitebeard's fleet token? Are you really willing to hand it over to us? Advertisement. Chopper picked up the token on the ground and asked excitedly. If you don't hand over these relics, you will be killed by Big Mom sooner or later. You have also seen that Big Mom's target is not only Garp, but also me, and you also know that Garp and Luffy exist to stop Big Mom. Carl looked at Luffy and Chopper. We will stop Big Mom from taking these relics. Luffy shook his head. Haha, you are still too young. This is not something you can control. Even if you are Whitebeard's grandson, so what? Your strength is too poor. Carl said sarcastically without mercy. Chopper clenched his fists, but did not dare to refute because he was indeed not strong. Luffy was deep in thought. A picture appeared in his mind, which was from his childhood. Before Luffy joined the Whitebeard Pirates, he had heard about Whitebeard's legendary deeds. Whitebeard has been a genius since he was a child. It only took him more than 20 years to surpass many older people. But precisely because of this, Whitebeard encountered many difficulties, and even his wife died tragically because of him. At the last moment, Whitebeard resolutely chose to self-destruct in order to save the world, and also to protect the elite force of the Whitebeard Pirates, so his suicide behavior was respected by all the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. However, after Whitebeard's death, the elites of the Whitebeard Pirates basically died in the shadow of Whitebeard's death, and it didn't take long for them to fall apart. In the original book, Chopper and Frankie are part of the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates. Chapter 182 Competition. The relationship between Carl and his brother Whitebeard is not good, they are competitors. After Whitebeard's death, he also successfully ascended to the position of the 4 emperors of the New World, and also established his own force, Red Line, calling it Red Earth Town, and formed the Beasts Pirates in the Pirate Kingdom. It's not like Carl didn't try to find the Whitebeard Pirates, but he didn't get any results, so he gave up the search. After all, in his subconscious, Whitebeard was dead, and no matter how hard he tried, it was a waste of time. It was not until after his wife died and the remaining strength of the Whitebeard Pirates disappeared that Carl learned that the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were still hiding in the dark and silently guarding the Whitebeard Pirates. After Carl awakens the Devil Fruit ability, he will take revenge. He will destroy everyone who stands in front of him, including the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard's children, the grandfathers of Chopper and Usopp, are much weaker in character than Luffy and Roger, and they have no ambitions and only want to be with the people they love. And Whitebeard's education for them is just to let them live well and don't care about anything else. Carl knew that these little guys were unwilling to be left alone, and he was also happy to see them fight to the death with the Big Mom Pirates. Carl's plan was implemented perfectly, and Whitebeard's pirate group and the Big Mom pirate group started a fierce fight. However, during this fierce battle, Carl saw clearly the heart of this child. They were not worthy of being Whitebeard's descendants. They don't have any tough hearts, and they are even less suitable to be pirates. Carl took a fancy to this, so he allowed the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates to continue to live. Whitebeard's children and grandsons, Luffy and Usopp's grandfather, were trained by Whitebeard in martial arts. But they lack blood and fighting spirit and are not suitable to become a powerful pirate, so Whitebeard will pass on the unique skills of the Whitebeard Pirates to them. The Whitebeard Pirates' spiritual power is strong, but they lack substantial attack power, and Whitebeard cannot use unique moves in every battle. Therefore, Whitebeard will create a sword technique when he is about to die. Advertisement swordsmanship can enhance the power of armament hockey and swordsmanship, and can also enhance physical fitness and recovery speed. Moreover, this swordsmanship also contains a special spiritual power, which is condensed by Whitebeard's willpower. Carl doesn't need Whitebeard's willpower, he only needs Whitebeard's knife skills, and it is this skill that he wants to learn. Of course, he doesn't need to learn it himself, he just needs to use the power of Whitebeard's willpower to understand it. Whitebeard's sword skills are indeed very exquisite, but... Carl frowned. Just what? Chopper and Luffy asked at the same time. It's just that Whitebeard's sword skill is very dangerous. If he cannot control it, 883 will definitely be injured or even die. Carl solemnly said that he did not expect Whitebeard's sword skills to be so dangerous. If you are not careful, you may die. This is why the members of the Whitebeard Pirates don't like to use it. It was only during a duel with Whitebeard that Carl realized this set of sword skills. That's it, I know, I will definitely practice this sword skill well. Chopper and Luffy said in unison. Well, it's time for you two to leave. The decisive battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates is about to begin. This battle will determine who dominates the New World. Carl nodded slightly. Advertisement Chapter 183 Island. Go find Sister Robin. Carl crossed his arms and stared in a certain direction. But Sister Robin should be on this island too. Chopper was stunned. In the past few days, he also discovered that Robin was on this island. Although it was far away from here, Chopper had a hunch that Robin was on this island. She must be on the island, let's go find her quickly. Carl hurriedly ran in Robin's direction. Chopper scratched his head and quickly followed. Bang bang bang. Nami and Chopper breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Robin's back. Sister Robin, why are you here? We were worried to death just now. Chopper patted his chest. The bond between him and Robin was deep. In his eyes, Sister Robin was like his mother. I'm waiting for Carl, Robin said calmly, as if she didn't see anything just now. Sister Robin, how did you know that Brother Carl was coming? Chopper blinked and asked doubtfully. I had a hunch, and you were here too. Advertisement Robin smiled lightly, and she saw two familiar figures, Carl and Chopper. Chopper and I will send you back first, you are tired too. Carl said. No need, running at this level is not a problem for me. Robin shook his head, then stretched out his jade white arm, picked a bright flower from the treetop and handed it to Chopper. Thank you, Sister Robin. Chopper happily took Robin's flowers. Carl, please get ready and gather here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then attend Whitebeard's funeral together. Robin gently touched Chopper's head and then gave instructions to Carl. Okay, Sister Robin. Carl also agreed. Sister Robin, goodbye. Chopper waved the rose in his hand. Goodbye. Robin smiled softly, then turned his head, leaving the two of them with a chic figure. Robin left, leaving only the two children in a daze at the beach. How do you think we can catch up with Sister Robin? Advertisement, Whitebeard is a tragic figure. From the moment he was born on this land, his future was destined to be bumpy and helpless. But the Whitebeards are not his parents after all. His parents died at an early age, and they are not his only relatives. Carl said seriously, and then took Chopper's hand and ran towards the dock. The mood of the two children gradually became better. Until he met the Whitebeards, who adopted him, he has been persecuted by all forces since he was born, and he once lost the most precious thing. Chopper said with a sigh. The next day, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates gathered in front of Whitebeard's grave. When Chopper heard Carl's words, his cheeks turned red and he lowered his head and did not dare to look at Carl. Dad, please rest in peace. Our Whitebeard Pirates won a battle. Brother Carl, I really envy Sister Luo. Dividing line. I envy her too, but she is Sister Robin, and you are my brother. I will always take care of you. Chopper muttered and said dissatisfiedly. Jiao Jiao. Whitebeard looked at Whitebeard's portrait and slowly closed his eyes. I will try my best. Carl smiled brightly and reached out to touch Chopper's head. Chapter 184. Dedicated. Whitebeard only married 4 wives in his life. He was an extremely dedicated man. All of his wives died at the hands of the traitors of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard didn't want to see these loyal wives die in front of him, so Whitebeard killed the rebels, but he forgot one thing, those loyal wives were already pregnant. They were already living in dire straits, but now they were shot dead by Whitebeard, which made them feel that they were not worthy of this love. This made Whitebeard miserable. He wanted to save these poor women, and he even paid for it with his own life. After Whitebeard's death, Whitebeard's son Shirahoshi inherited his father's position, but Shirahoshi was a madman and a crazy woman. Baihu will do anything for power, but this makes Shirahoshi withdrawn and indifferent. Her heart is full of hatred, and her goal is to destroy everything that hinders her. Shirahoshi's target is the Whitebeard Pirates, but unfortunately Shirahoshi has no way to destroy the Whitebeard Pirates, so he can only shift his target to Whitebeard's descendants. These children are Carl, Zoro, Chopper, Ace, Usopp and others. Shirahoshi's plan was very simple, that is to instigate Whitebeard and his children and grandchildren to kill each other and completely destroy Whitebeard's family. However, her plan was shattered by an incident and she failed to achieve her goal. Shirahoshi has always been aware of Whitebeard's weaknesses, and also knows that Carl and Zoro are brothers, but their father is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. This is also the weakness of the two brothers Carl and Zoro, so she planned to seize the weakness of the two brothers, but Shirahoshi's method obviously failed. Carl and Zoro still firmly guarded Whitebeard's side and vowed to defend the Whitebeard Pirates to the death. It also made Shirahoshi angry to the point of ultimate. In the end, she chose a more dangerous path, killing Carl and Zoro so that no one could stop her revenge. I just didn't expect that Carl would actually escape from the Whitebeard Pirates and make Shirahoshi fall short. But even so, Shirahoshi didn't intend to give up this plan. BJED, Chopper, you go back first. Carl rubbed his stomach, he felt hungry. Advertisement, oh well. Chopper glanced at Carl, then turned to look at the sky, it was still early. But Chopper thought that Sister Robin was also waiting for Carl to eat, so he nodded obediently. Sister Robin, I'm leaving first, don't be too sad. Chopper said, waving his little fist, and then walked away from the forest island. Hey, Chopper. Robin opened his mouth, but Chopper had disappeared, so Robin could only give up. Chopper quickly returned to the Straw Hat Pirate's mansion, then picked up his small basket and ran outside. Hello, Brother Carl and Chopper are here to help make lunch. Chopper shouted happily and ran into the kitchen. Hey, Chopper, why are you here? Didn't you go shopping with Robin? Maginot looked at Chopper in surprise. Chopper would play with it for about a month every time he went out. Hey, Sister Robin took Chopper out to play, and now Chopper is back. Chopper grinned, showing his neat white teeth, scratched his smooth hair honestly, and said with a smile. Really, I wish Chopper could spend more time with Robin. Chapter 185. Temper. Maginot said with a smile that although she knew Robin's temper, she supported Robin very much and she couldn't bear to reject Robin. Of course, Maginot, you are so kind. Chopper hugged Maginot happily, kissed her on the cheek, and then jumped into the kitchen to prepare delicious food. As time goes by, Chopper has grown up, and he has fully integrated into the Straw Hat Pirates and become a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Chopper and Robin often travel together around the world, looking like a sweet couple. On the other side, Carl and Zoro were practicing while the other was meditating. Carl wants revenge, while Zoro is thinking about how he should face his father Carl if he had not disappeared. Zoro is different from Carl. He doesn't have much desire for power. His only ideal is to find his father, but his father is Tai, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Brother Carl, what are you doing? Chopper looked at Carl sitting on the branch and asked strangely. The scenery here is beautiful, just perfect for me to take some quiet time. Carl looked up at the blue sky, with a faint smile on his lips. Oh, Chopper nodded in understanding. Advertisement. Boom. Suddenly there was an explosion, and the entire island shook violently, as if it was about to roll over. What's going on? Carl stood on the treetop, staring at the surrounding environment vigilantly. Boom boom boom. Another explosion came, and Carl hurriedly avoided the blast wave. An explosion of this magnitude could not threaten him, it could only tickle him. What happened? Carl frowned and looked at the place where the explosion occurred. He could sense that there were strong men fighting fiercely. The power of this terrifying confrontation was many times more powerful than that of him and Zoro. Carl did not dare to rush to check the situation. Boom boom boom. The explosion became more and more violent, and Carl saw 3 black figures rushing from the top of the island towards the sea. That person is Zoro and his enemy. They're chasing with all their strength. Carl recognizes Zoro and his enemies, but he doesn't understand why they're on the island. No matter how many there are, I have to stop them. Carl rushed out without hesitation. He needed to help Zoro deal with this difficult enemy. Advertisement, please give me flowers. Hey hey hey. Chopper was frightened. He heard the sound of the explosion, and he didn't want Carl to take risks, but as soon as he rushed out, he bumped into someone. Who are you? Chopper looked at the visitor in confusion, his eyes widened, and then he pushed Carl aside in an instant. He used his immature body to block Carl's front. His petite body was unable to resist this huge force. Zero Chopper only felt dizzy for a while, and then he fell heavily to the ground. The huge force slowly disappeared. His head was buzzing, and he couldn't react for a long time. Hey, it turns out you were Chopper. Whitebeard looked at Chopper and said in surprise. He almost hurt a child just now. He touched his bald head in embarrassment. Wow, Uncle Whitebeard. Chopper opened his hazy eyes and saw that it was Whitebeard. He looked delighted, and then he threw himself on Whitebeard. Grandpa Whitebeard, you are here, Chopper shouted in a milky voice, leaving Whitebeard confused. You call me Grandpa? Whitebeard pinched Chopper's fleshy cheeks dumbfounded. Chapter 186 Very young, yeah, because you look very young. Chopper nodded. Hee. Whitebeard shook his head. He was not comforted, but he still held Chopper in his arms. You are Carl's son, right? Whitebeard looked at Carl. He recognized Carl. How do you know? Carl was stunned. In his memory, Whitebeard did not recognize him. Because your dad and I are old friends, 677. Whitebeard smiled heartily. This was the second time he saw this kid. He never imagined that he would become a Grand Line traveler. He still remembered the first time Carl came to Sabaody Archipelago. He and Carl chatted for a while. He left after a while. Grandpa Whitebeard, how is my father doing now? Carl asked. Since Whitebeard and his father are old friends, they must know his whereabouts. I don't know either. He disappeared more than 400 years ago and his whereabouts are still unknown. Whitebeard sighed. Doesn't anyone know the whereabouts of my father? Carl asked through gritted teeth. Advertisement. Whitebeard said suddenly, making Carl look at him expectantly. But I didn't tell you. Whitebeard smiled mysteriously, then turned and left, leaving Chopper confused as to what this meant. Don't go, Grandpa Whitebeard. Carl called urgently, but there was no reply. Well. Carl sighed and stopped looking for Zoro, because he knew Whitebeard would not lie to him, so Zoro must be in trouble. And Carl was not willing to waste any more time, because Chopper needed to rest and recuperate. After a long journey, Chopper and Usopp finally arrived in the New World. This is New World. It's so beautiful. Chopper lay on the deck looking at the prosperous sea and said excitedly. Yes. Usopp lay on the deck of the ship, squinting his eyes to rest. This continent is called the Acides continent. Chopper pointed to a certain location on the mainland and introduced. Wow, the continent of Acides, it's actually a continent, wouldn't that be very lively? Usopp said in surprise as he looked at the huge continent in front of him. Of course. Advertisement, wow haha, great to watch. Chopper flapped his wings and flew into the air. He wanted to see if this place was like what was demonstrated on TV. How dangerous. Carl looked at Chopper's silly and happy look and couldn't help but cried out in distress. As soon as Chopper entered the seawater set off huge waves thousands of feet high, and tsunamis thousands of meters high rose into the sky. Chopper waved his hand, and his speed did not slow down, but instead flew faster in the sky. Boom! Chopper laughed at the magnificent sight in front of him. Hey, brother Carl, don't worry, I'm fine. Chopper, come back quickly, don't run around. Huge meteorites pierced the sky and hit Chopper in the distance with an attitude of destruction. Carl roared angrily, and he looked angrily into the distance, but saw a pitch-black battleship suspended in midair. Chopper. A meteorite hit Chopper hard and swallowed him up. Boost SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS too late. Several hidden weapons were fired from the cabin, aiming directly at Carl. Carl jumped in a hurry and barely managed to dodge the attacks of the hidden weapons. Chapter 187 What? What? Carl said indifferently, and he vaguely heard a few screams. Carl looked towards the direction where the screams came from, and found a familiar figure standing on the deck looking at him. This figure was none other than Mahawk. Damn it, what on earth are these guys doing? Carl cursed angrily. Carl knew that Hawkeye was unhappy with him. After all, he had taken away his super devil fruit and even defeated him. If Rayleigh hadn't stopped him, Hawkeye might have died by his own hands. But although he and Eagle Eye are not on good terms, he must not let Eagle Eye 19 attack him. After all, he is his brother, and he can deal with others, but not his own people. Hawkeye, what do you want to do? Carl clenched his fists. He was ready to use armament hockey. If Hawkeye persisted, he would not show mercy. Snort. Hawkeye saw Carl's expression and snorted disdainfully. He had already experienced Carl's armament hockey. Brother Carl, let's retreat first. Chopper tugged on Carl's cuffs. He was worried that Hawkeye would be harmful to Carl. We have no other option now but to wait for a miracle to come. Carl shook his head. He didn't want others to worry. Miracle? Advertisement. Chopper didn't understand, but he didn't say anything more because Carl's tone was too firm. Hey, who are you two brats? Hawkeye looked at the two of them and said doubtfully. He thought Carl was dead, but he didn't expect that he was still alive and kicking. My name is Carl, and the guy next to me is Chopper, and we're going to find Zorro. Carl said calmly. Carl didn't know why. He always felt that Hawkeye was hostile to him, and he didn't want to have much to do with Hawkeye. Oh, Hawkeye suddenly realized, and he remembered one thing, that is, Carl's brother was killed by him. This kind of hatred was unbearable. Forget it. Are you going to find Zorro? That's just the way. Hawkeye shrugged his shoulders and said nonchalantly, what he has to do now is to catch Zorro and get back his precious treasure. We're not on our way. Carl frowned and refused. He doesn't want to have too much interaction with Hawkeye now. He just wants to help Nami and the others, and there is no need to get involved with too many grudges. Then you can take your Yongguan road. I won't care which route you take. Hawkeye grinned. He didn't want Carl to cause trouble. Advertisement. You. Carl's eyes widened. He never expected Hawkeye to react like this. What, you're not convinced? Hawkeye said provocatively. Snort. Carl snorted and stopped talking. Let's go. Chopper flapped his wings and hovered in the air. He felt like flying at 11 degrees. Boom. Suddenly a big tree blocked Chopper's path. Chopper was forced to stop and looked at the tree with an angry look. Hey, you're blocking my way. Do you know I'm in a hurry? Chopper said angrily. If it weren't for the fact that the opponent was a big tree, he would have smashed it to pieces with one punch. Hey, little guy, don't even think about going there. I'm going to eat you. The big tree smiled strangely, as if it had been staring at Chopper for a long time. I'm a powerful bird, and you be *********** dare to threaten me. Chopper put his hands on his hips and had an angry look on his face. He was not a scared bird, but he didn't want to cause trouble, but this dryad was too annoying. Chapter 188. Like to eat birds. Hee, bird. I like to eat birds the most. The dryad smiled ferociously, and a majestic green chakra surged out. These chakras form sharp needles and shoot towards Chopper. The stimulation of these green chakras is enough to penetrate steel. Bang bang bang. The sound of metal colliding sounded, and a barrier appeared around Chopper to protect him. Crunch. 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 Those stinging needles hit the barrier and were instantly bounced away. What? This brat actually has such powerful defensive ninjutsu. The dryad looked at Carl in shock. He knew how sharp his branches were, even steel would be pierced. This barrier is very strong, but you'd better surrender obediently, otherwise you will definitely be sieved. The dryad said insidiously, and one green branch after another turned into sharp spears and stabbed at Carl. What an annoying thing. Carl looked at the branches all over the sky, his eyes condensed. Shave. Carl disappeared from the spot and appeared behind the tree demon, kicking out his right leg violently. Advertisement. Peeved. Blood splattered everywhere, and the tree demon's entire tree exploded. This. Carl looked at his right foot in confusion. The fleeting image just now told him. What Carl kicked was a phantom, and not only that, the tree root he kicked was an illusion. Ha ha ha. You are dead. Sudden laughter fell from the sky, and the man wearing glasses landed in front of them. Oh, aren't you Hawkeye? Carl was stunned. He didn't expect Hawkeye to come to his door. You know me? Hawkeye looked at Carl with a surprised expression. He didn't remember that he had seen this young man before. Have you forgotten? I once saved your life. Carl scratched the back of his head. Hawkeye probably wouldn't remember such a small thing. You mean that time I was almost bitten by a swarm of bedbugs? Because you were Carl Tail. 27 Hawkeye nodded affirmatively. He was not going to let Carl go. Advertisement. I'm sorry. I'm not interested in your Mangekyo, and my Mangekyo is not as simple as you think. So, you want to kill me again now? Carl looked stunned. He didn't expect Hawkeye to make a request. After all, there was not even a trace of connection between the two of them. Hawkeye looked at his left arm and said, Carl understood. Hawkeye valued the Mangekyo Sharingan in him. Although Carl's strength is good, his background is too weak and he does not have any background support. Hawkeye does not think that Carl can compete with him for the position of Raikage. Well, that's it. Hey, we don't know each other and have nothing to do with each other. Why should I join you? Hawkeye was silent for a while and said, Carl, I don't need your King Zhao's Mangekyo, but I need your help with one thing. Carl asked warily. He knew Hawkeye's character very well. Help? Hawkeye smiled brightly. He actually remembered who Carl was. Carl looked at Hawkeye seriously and said. Carl said with a weird look on his face. He didn't believe that Hawkeye would invite him for no reason. Carl smiled awkwardly. He was indeed the one who saved Hawkeye. If it hadn't been for Carl, he would have felt cold inside. Hawkeye said calmly, I just want to invite you to join our team. Chapter 189 Conditions. What exactly are your terms? Carl thought deeply for a moment, but he couldn't agree because he didn't know what Hawkeye wanted to do. I want something. Hawkeye glanced at the Straw Hat Trio in the distance, and pointed at Naruto and Usopp. No, tell me what you want and I'll help you. Don't even try to get anything from them. Carl refused directly. Carl didn't want to deal with such a greedy and shameless B*****************. No, 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 it's useless for you to give me what I want. Hawkeye waved his hand, signaling Carl to calm down. Carl became even more impatient when he heard this. He didn't know and couldn't guess what Hawkeye wanted. He didn't want to waste energy here, so he was going to beat up Hawkeye 003 and throw him out. Carl, if you don't agree, I won't be polite. Carl was about to take action, but was stopped by a word. A gust of wind blew by, and Carl felt a buzzing sound in his ears, and then he seemed to be wrapped in something and flew up. Huh? What's going on? Advertisement. Carl opened his eyes in confusion and found that he was floating in midair. This, Carl was dumbfounded. He didn't expect to encounter such an outrageous thing. Wow. So, BJDB, handsome, Chopper exclaimed. She didn't expect Carl to be floating in midair. Carl, Xiao Longnu shouted excitedly. She had never seen a man who could float in midair. Wake up quickly. Nami was so anxious that she couldn't wake Carl up despite all her efforts, which made her anxious. Oh, you are really lucky. Our master's name is resounding throughout the ninja world. Morino Ibixi smiled and said, their master is his father. Carl patted Chopper's shoulder and asked her to loosen her clothes slightly. Chopper grabbed the hem of Carl's clothes, but she heard the conversation between Morino Hiki and Carl, and she was worried about Carl's safety. Yes, my father is the leader of Konoha village. Advertisement, how is this going? Summon me. This is the first time I've heard such a thing. Hawkeye snorted coldly, and a huge amount of chakra surged out of his body. Don't worry about me, I won't lose, I'm stuck with you. Cut, if you insist on it, then I won't hold back anymore, Carl. Hawkeye narrowed his eyes and laughed. He finally found a chance to kill Carl, even though it was a sneak attack. Morino Hiki puffed up her chest proudly and said proudly. You said your father is the leader of Konoha village? Chopper looked disdainful. The leader of a mere village was not worthy of being called a big boss. Moreover, Chopper did not believe that the leader of a small country could be stronger than the third generation of their fire country. Hey, Carl. You can't go with him. Chopper looked at Morino Hiki with an unhappy expression. Carl looked at his left arm, which was emitting a dazzling light. He had no idea why such a strange thing was happening in his body. Carl touched his chin with a weird look on his face, but he was also looking forward to the secret inside his body. I think this may be the thing sealed in your left arm. It is calling you and asking you to conquer the world with it. Chapter 190. What are you doing? What are you doing? Chopper was startled. Was this going to be a fight? She didn't dare to get involved in such a thing. Boom! Carl and Hawkeye exchanged hundreds of moves in an instant. Each move was very fast and sharp, and they were fighting equally. Carl frowned. The more he fought, the more surprised he became. Hawkeye's chakra was many times stronger than before, and he seemed to be getting stronger. The most critical point is that he now has super resilience, and Carl's attacks can't break his defense at all. On the other hand, Carl's fist was already a little sore, and he even doubted whether he could withstand more than a dozen blows in front of Hawkeye. Carl roared low, and instantly used his best technique, entwining his legs together, and then swept towards Hawkeye with a whip kick. Boom! Carl's move was as powerful as thunder, extremely powerful. Crack! Hawkeye waved his wings to block Carl's move, but at this moment Carl took advantage of the victory and cut off Hawkeye's wings with a hand knife. Hiss! The hawk's eyes twitched in pain, and he was so angry that one of his wings was actually crippled. This was something he would never allow. Eagle Claw! Hawkeye's hands turned into sharp claws, and an attack as sharp as an eagle's claws fell on Carl. Peefed! Carl's entire body was penetrated by the eagle's claws, and blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Advertisement. Chopper screamed and she hid aside in fear. Let's call this move, Thousand Birds, Hawkeye said indifferently. As expected of the former captain of Konoha's assassination force, he can actually master this move. It's really great, I knew it would end like this. This guy is dead. The people watching were talking a lot. They thought Carl would definitely die. Ahem. Carl clutched his chest and spit out a pool of red blood. Ha ha ha, Carl, you will lose. Hawkeye laughed wildly. He was now occupying the top. Do you think you will win? Carl wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed a sneer. Do you still have a trump card? Hawkeye couldn't help but be a little wary. This guy didn't get hurt at all just now. Certainly, Carl grinned, and a bright blue-green light suddenly erupted from his left arm. Please give me flowers. What is that? Advertisement. The hawk's eyes narrowed and stared at Carl's left arm. Rasengan. This guy is a one-man main force, Hawkeye said in shock. Carl's strength has improved several times compared to before, and has even reached cage level. Call out. Carl Hawkeye said solemnly. That's my trick, Carl. Hawkeye couldn't avoid it at all. His abdomen was forced to bear the heavy blow, and his whole body flew out and hit the rock wall, which shattered into pieces. Hawkeye spurted out a large mouthful of blood. He felt that his internal organs were displaced and his bones felt as if they were falling apart. Boom. Morino Yibixi's expression suddenly changed because he discovered something. You two come together. Zero. Carl smiled darkly, peeved. This is what you said. Chopper stood beside Carl, and she didn't understand what this trick was. Hey, guess what? Carl's right foot drove Rasengan to kick out hard. Chopper folds his hands in a napkin. What kind of move is this? Chapter 191 Tien Zheng, Shinra Tenjung. Chopper opened his mouth, and the terrifying repulsive force spread. The surrounding trees were uprooted, and huge gaps were cracked in the floor. Carl and Chopper joined forces. This power is enough to destroy everything, even if Hawkeye is a cage-level strongman. These two children are not simple, especially their power is very strange, like a special energy. This energy is very special. Morinohiki said in surprise. Carl and Chopper's power of 6 to 7 is so amazing, like a different kind of chakra, but many times more powerful than ordinary chakra, and possess a very high level of wisdom. Hawkeye's eyes are full of solemnity, and these two brats give him great pressure. He is worthy of the Straw Hat crew. Boom. Carl rushed over first, but Hawkeye rushed forward not to be outdone. He wanted to test how much power Carl had. Bang 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 bang. A violent collision made everyone's ears ring. They all stared at the two men who were fighting fiercely with their eyes wide open. Carl and Hawkeye fought very fiercely. Carl's body had many wounds, all caused by Hawkeye, but Carl's body did not have any injuries. It's over. The Hawk's eyes flickered, and he had driven Carl to the edge. Carl's left arm burned with scorching flames, which was his demonic power that could amplify his body and chakra, and even improve his physical fitness. Advertisement. Rubber iron body. Carl's body swelled, and the surface of his body was covered with tough skin, looking like steel. What a strong physical condition. Hawkeye looked horrified that his attack could only leave a shallow mark on Carl's body. How could this happen? Carl can actually compete with my Mangekyo Sharingan's ability. What a formidable opponent. Hawkeye said with shock in his heart. Carl can actually compete with Mangekyo Sharingan. Although Carl only has one arm, the boxing skills he performs with his left arm are more ferocious. Hawkeye has always been at a disadvantage, and Carl's fists are equipped with devil fruit energy, which gives him a headache. Hawkeye's ability is to fly in the air, but his movement speed is not very fast, and Carl's speed is not worse than him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Carl was panting heavily, and Hawkeye wasn't much better. After all, both of them were seriously exhausted. I thought you would come up with some tricks, but I didn't expect it to be just that. Carl shook his head and mocked. You guys are so sleepy. Advertisement. Hawkeye cursed in anger. He actually lost to an unknown brat. You three, take my precious egg back to the village, and then quickly report it to the village. I don't want to make too much noise. Why? Carl waved his hand to stop Chopper and Sanji from helping, because if this continued, his plan might be ruined. Carl, don't worry. Chopper nodded and said, she believed Carl would have a way out of the predicament. HMPH, I want to see what other skills you have, Hawkeye said with a cold snort. Carl ignored Hawkeye and ran away 4.9 meters away because he felt someone was watching. Whoosh! At this moment, a bullet broke through the void and stabbed directly into Hawkeye's throat. Ding 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 ding. However, Hawkeye casually picked up the bullet with his fingers and threw it away. Hawkeye was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect someone to sneak up on him, and the enemy was so well hidden that he couldn't find it at all, which surprised him very much. Chapter 192 Escape. Who? Hawkeye asked with a frown. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, several figures emerged from the darkness. Who are you? Carl stopped and asked, because he found that these guys were all cage-level experts, with great strength. One of the cage levels laughed and said nothing. Hey, don't pretend to be serious, Carl shouted dissatisfied. These guys are not causing trouble. We are here to arrest you this time. One of the cage levels spoke. 19. We are the Iwatora clan of Rock Shinobi Village. Carl's expression changed drastically when he heard the words Rock Shinobi Village. He knew where this guy came from. Rock Shinobi Village is a powerful country, and there is no doubt about their strength. The most powerful ninja is the fourth gate of 8 inner gates, and their strength cannot be underestimated. How dare you bastards offend the captain of the first half of our Grand Line? Carl was furious. This group of fish was so courageous that they ran to the end of the Grand Line regardless of life or death. Carl jumped up and kicked him. His kick contained unparalleled power, and even the members of the Iwatora clan retreated. Advertisement. I'll just say it. Carl said proudly. His strength would definitely crush these miscellaneous fish. But what happened next left him stunned. I saw the cage-level strongman from the Iwatora clan stretching out his extremely sharp claws to block his kick. Hiss. In an instant, Carl's right leg was bitten by this cage-level strongman from the Rock Tiger clan. Carl took a breath. This B************ D actually cheated, and he also took the opportunity to fight back. Roar. With a roar, the aura on Carl's body became thicker and thicker. It was the power of devil fruit boiling. No matter who you are, you must die today. Scarlet blood was flowing on Carl's right leg. Hawkeye rolled his eyes and saw that Carl used some secret technique to obtain devil fruit's ability. The power of this secret skill is pretty good, but it's a pity you met me. Hawkeye said in a sinister tone that he wanted to prevent Carl from continuing to use the power of devil fruit. Snapped. Hawkeye turned his palm into a knife and cut off Carl's right leg. After his right leg was cut off, he lost strength and fell to the ground. Carl. Advertisement. Chopper and Sanji hurried over. Chopper's tears fell, and she hugged Carl and cried bitterly. Don't cry. Carl patted Chopper's back comfortingly. Carl, let's go. Your leg is broken. It will be dangerous if you don't get treatment in time. Chopper raised his head, looked at Carl with a worried face and said, "It's okay. It's worth trading one right leg for one life." Carl grinned and said, although he had one of his right legs cut off by Hawkeye, it did not hinder his subsequent battles. He was looking forward to fighting 647 Hawkeye, because he knew that only by fighting against the strong could he progress. "You guy, you really have a way with it," Hawkeye praised and said, "Carl is not a simple guy, he actually knows how to give up one hand. Your strength should be at the peak of cage level." Carl stared at Hawkeye seriously and said, although his right leg was damaged, it was all worth it because he finally met an equally matched master. "So what?" Hawkeye said calmly, he did not deny it. "My strength has also reached the peak of cage level, it's time to try the power of my devil fruit. I hope you won't disappoint me too much." Carl grinned. Chapter 193. Bao. Carl and Hawkeye had a battle. They both knew how powerful the other was, so they didn't take it carelessly. Drink. Carl opened his arms and the chakra in his body surged. A huge beast model appeared behind Carl. This beast model was ferocious and terrifying. It looked up to the sky and roared. Boom. A strong wind blew around Carl, and he exuded a huge chakra aura that enveloped the entire forest. There seems to be another powerful creature in this guy's body. Eagle Eyes squinted, and he saw that something unknown was awakening in Carl's body. Boom. A surging breath burst out, and the beast form behind Carl suddenly opened its eyes, and its body became extremely huge. Carl's chakra condensed on his right fist and hit Hawkeye's chest hard, causing Hawkeye's forehead protector to shatter. Hawkeye spat out a mouthful of blood, and he clutched his chest. His face was extremely pale, and 5 or 6 of his ribs were broken. Why is this guy so powerful? Point 1. Hawkeye looked at Carl in shock. The blow from Carl just now had severely damaged his heart. Advertisement, I am going to kill you. Hawkeye's eyes were bloodshot, he roared angrily, clenched his fists and rushed towards Carl. Click. Click. 2 dull sounds sounded, and Carl waved his fists to smash Hawkeye's attack. Carl punched Hawkeye in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. Wow, Hawkeye spat out a mouthful of blood again, and his whole body was sore and numb. Damn it. You be asterisk. D. Hawkeye stood up with difficulty and wiped the corners of his mouth. His face was full of murderous intent, and he wanted to crush Carl to ashes. Boo-hoo. The next moment, Hawkeye quickly moved his position and launched a ferocious attack on Carl. Hawkeye is extremely fast and can accurately dodge Carl's attacks every time. This made Carl's face become serious. This guy really had a problem. Boom. Hawkeye flashed and came to Carl's side, swept out a whip leg, and kicked Carl's neck. If this kick had hit Carl, he would probably be shattered to pieces. Advertisement. Unfortunately, Carl had already taken precautions. His body moved lightly and he perfectly dodged this attack. Carl snorted coldly and slammed his right knee into Hawkeye's abdomen. Bang! Severe pain spread throughout Hawkeye's body, and his body fell to his knees directly on the ground. Carl stepped on Hawkeye's head, showed a cruel smile, lowered his body and said to Hawkeye, "Hawkeye, you lose, tell me where your Iwagakure information is." After Carl's words fell, Hawkeye showed no sign, as if he didn't hear Carl's words. "Oh, do you want to die?" There was a playful look on the corner of Carl's mouth, and he slowly closed his right hand. A huge pressure swept all around. Hawkeye felt that he had difficulty breathing, and his face showed pain. I tell you. Qianshinhao, Hawkeye gasped, he didn't want to die. Under Carl's cruel behavior, Hawkeye did not dare to disobey his orders and honestly told him the information about Iwagakure. That's it, I understand. Carl nodded, he finally understood the situation of this world. Then, let me see how powerful Iwagakure is. Carl's eyes lit up, he knew Iwagakure's information, he would soon become Uchiha Itachi's younger brother. Chapter 194. Injured. Whoosh, Hawkeye struggled to get up, glared at Carl unwillingly, then turned and left. Carl watched Hawkeye disappear into the jungle. Well, let me recover from my injuries first. This time I was seriously injured. Carl shook his head, he now needed to find a place to rest and recover from his injuries. Buzz buzz. Suddenly Carl's ears moved, and he keenly picked up the sound in the air. Whoosh, 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 several shurikens shot out from the tree, targeting Carl. Snap, 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 snap. Carl stretched out his hands and swung his shurikens, knocking all the incoming shurikens away, and then ran towards a big tree. Whoosh, 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 several shurikens cut through the air, and Carl's expression changed. Snapped. Carl turned sideways to avoid the attack of 910 shuriken, but 3 other shurikens pierced Carl's arm. Ha ha ha. A burst of arrogant laughter sounded. Advertisement. Carl followed the sound and looked over. A group of people appeared 10 meters away from him. They were dressed in Anbu costumes and were led by a bearded man. Kid, what's your name? The bearded man looked at Carl and asked. Carl. Carl replied indifferently. Carl? The bearded man frowned. He had never heard of this person. Maybe this boy didn't belong to Konoha. I am a ninja from Iwagakure. I was ordered to go to Konoha to catch some criminals. I didn't expect to meet a kitten on the way. The bearded man pointed at Carl. His tone was very arrogant, and he didn't take Carl seriously at all. Yeah? Carl snorted coldly. and a terrifying murderous aura instantly erupted from his body. This murderous aura made the bearded man fearful. "What you up to?" The bearded man looked at Carl warily. He had a hunch that if Carl attacked him, BJ, he would definitely lose. "In that case, I can only send you to death." Carl grinned and said, "This time he is different from the last time. His physique has improved, and his strength, speed, and reaction have doubled, which is enough to kill any enemy in an instant." Boom. Advertisement. The bearded man's eyes were on fire. He was a great master and was ridiculed. He became angry on the spot. The bearded man stared at Carl with his deep pupils. The bearded man gritted his teeth and roared angrily. He raised his right fist and struck Carl. A violent collision and terrifying shockwaves blew in all directions. A towering tree instantly collapsed under the shockwave, turning into dust and falling to the ground. Hiss. Carl slapped the ground with his palm, and the powerful impact spread instantly, overturning countless trees. The big trees were broken one after another, and Carl's figure had already jumped hundreds of meters away. His speed was very alarming, and he arrived in front of the bearded man in the blink of an eye. The bearded man kicked his legs hard and the ground exploded. The bearded man gasped, and his entire arm was numb. "You are so arrogant. How dare you talk to me like that?" Boom. Carl grinned and said, although the bearded man was very strong, he was still beaten by Carl. What's more, this guy still attacked Carl secretly, leaving him vulnerable. "Do you have any last words?" "Hateful." "Cracked. You are very strong."